Lei Hang took over the funeral shop left by his grandfather, but he didn't follow the instructions and opened the shop for business at night. Since then, strange customers often came to the shop at night, and the well water in the backyard turned into blood. Chapter 1. The Ghostly Hearse. Another day devoid of any gains. Lei Hang sighed deeply as he flicked on a light switch, illuminating a room adorned with papercraft wreaths, ghostly currency, and several coffins resting nearby. This was a funeral parlor, a business Lei Hang had inherited from his grandfather just half a month prior the very next day. His grandfather had departed from this world. Initially, he contemplated selling the establishment, yet he found himself unable to part with it. This was his grandfather's lifelong endeavor and his sole, cherished memory. Furthermore, after being dismissed from the police force, he had little to occupy his time. So he decided to indulge in the experience of being a proprietor, if only for a while. However, despite the funeral home across the street, his parlor had seen no visitors for over 10 consecutive days, as patrons preferred to purchase wreaths from other establishments. Could it be that the feng shui here is unfavorable? Lei Hang chuckled softly, shaking his head. As a graduate of the police academy and a staunch atheist, he had never subscribed to the beliefs surrounding feng shui. Just as he was about to close the door for the night, the sound of footsteps drew his attention that a small boy, no more than 6 or 7 years of age, entered, a backpack slung over his shoulders. The child surveyed the room before proceeding directly to the counter, pointing and declaring, "Uncle, I want to buy candy." Lei Hang was baffled, pondering whose child this was, wandering into a funeral parlor at such a late hour to buy sweets. Yet, as his gaze fell upon the counter, he noticed that there indeed was candy, albeit wrapped in white paper. Clearly another papercraft item intended for the deceased. His grandfather even made these? This was the first time Lei Hang had encountered paper-made confections, leaving him in a state of perplexity. "Uncle, I want to buy candy," the little boy reiterated, drawing Lei Hang's attention once more. Lei Hang regained his composure and patiently explained, "This is not candy, it merely contains a ball of paper, and is inedible, but this is clearly candy." The little boy, with a puzzled expression, rummaged through his pocket for a while and produced a piece of money, offering it with determination. "I have money." Upon glancing at the boy's hand, Lei Hang felt a chill run down his spine. The child was attempting to purchase something with a ghostly banknote. Whose child is this, playing such a prank? He intended to inquire further, but paused to ponder, ultimately deciding to seize a handful of paper candies from behind the counter and placing them into the boy's hands. Instead, "Thank you, Uncle." The little boy set down the ghost note and turned to leave. Lei Hang immediately followed, compelled to discover the identity of the individual responsible for leading their child to play tricks at the funeral parlor, feeling it necessary to deliver a stern reprimand. Upon stepping outside, he noticed a school bus parked by the roadside, filled to the brim with children, all laughter and joyous chatter. Suddenly enlightened, Lei Hang prepared to re-enter the shop, but a thought struck him as peculiar. It was already past 7 and the evening school had concluded long ago, so why was there a bus still transporting children? Moreover, these appear to be a group of 6 or 7-year-olds, likely first graders. It was implausible for first graders to be released this late. He turned back to glance at the bus, observing the driver with a vacant stare fixed ahead, his complexion pale and body rigid. An unsettling sensation washing over him. This driver was suspicious. Years of experience in the criminal police had honed his instincts to detect anomalies, bringing to mind an incident from years past when a mentally unstable individual impersonated a bus driver, careening recklessly with a group of passengers. If the driver truly suffers from a mental illness, the consequences would be unimaginable. He hastened towards the school bus, calling out, "Hey, driver." The driver seemed oblivious, remaining completely still. At that moment, the little boy who had just purchased candy had boarded the bus and settled into his seat. The children inside chattered incessantly, nearly every one of them indulging in snacks. Noticing Lei Hang, the children turned in unison, their faces bright with smiles as they waved. "Uncle, come join us for a puzzle." "Uncle, come play marbles with us." The children brandished marbles and puzzles, all eager to engage. Yet, Lei Hang sensed something amiss in the smiles of these children, an unsettling quality he could not quite place. His immediate concern was to verify the driver's identity. He could not afford to dwell on his discomfort. He stepped onto the bus, but at that moment, a blinding golden light flashed behind him. Turning around, he was startled to see the boudoir mirror hanging above the funeral parlor's entrance, emitting the light. The sounds inside the bus transformed into something eerie. As he glanced back, a chill coursed through him, causing every hair on his body to stand on end. Inside the bus, the children had morphed into grotesque figures, bloodied and disfigured, some with twisted joints, others with misshapen heads. The food they held resembled severed human fingers and ears, while the marbles were eyeballs and the puzzles. Human S. The driver slowly turned his head, revealing two dark, hollow eye sockets. Are you getting in or not? No. Terrified, Lei Hang felt his legs weaken, and he shouted as he hurriedly stepped back. With a loud bang, the door of the school bus slammed shut, and it swiftly disappeared into the night, vanishing in the blink of an eye. A chilling breeze swept through, and Lei Hang suddenly realized he was completely drenched, his legs still too shaky to move. Having served as a detective for several years, he had solved countless cases and witnessed many corpses. Yet he had never encountered such a bizarre scene as today, that it felt as if the preceding moments had merely been a dream. The vicinity of the funeral home, at night, was rarely frequented. All the shops had shuttered, and the streets lay deserted, enveloped in a deathly stillness. For the first time, Lei Hang felt an overwhelming fear of the night. Not daring to linger, he hurried back into the shop and poured himself a cup of hot water. After a few sips, he felt considerably more at ease. Could it be that what just happened was merely an illusion? Recalling the theft at his grandfather's funeral home last year, he had installed a surveillance camera specifically for such instances. Everything that had just transpired should have been recorded. With this thought in mind, he quickly opened his phone, accessed the cloud storage, and began to review the surveillance footage from 10 minutes prior, opting to fast forward. As seconds ticked by, the school bus failed to appear on the footage. Instead, it showed him exiting the funeral home. Strange. Lei Hang immediately rewound the video and watched again, discovering that there had been no school bus stopping outside, nor even a glimpse of children entering. The only footage captured was of him stepping out of the funeral home 3 minutes earlier, standing by the roadside and shouting, as if a vehicle had truly been parked. There! Hell! Lei Hang felt a chill run down his spine as he instinctively tightened his clothing and continued to glance backward. On the screen, he cautiously leaned forward, and after a few seconds, his foot inadvertently stepped onto a mass of air. It appeared he was about to board the bus at that moment. Just then, a burst of golden light emanated from the doorway, and the image of the school bus finally materialized. However, it vanished as swiftly as it had appeared, leaving the roadside desolate once more. He quickly rewound the footage to the instant the golden light shone and clicked pause. The school bus was vividly displayed on the screen, marred by numerous dents and a crumpled front, suggesting it had been an accident. The children inside appeared as he had seen, their bodies grotesquely mangled, gnawing at human flesh in their hands. Unable to endure the sight any longer, Lei Hang captured and saved the video clip, then slumped into his chair. Utterly unable to comprehend the events that had just transpired, it was a complete upheaval of his worldview. Cultivated over more than 2 decades, yes, he gazed at the black-and-white memorial portrait on the wall. A recollection of his grandfather's intricate admonitions before his passing struck him. Xiao Hang, manage the funeral home diligently, never sell it off. Remember, after dark, do not receive any guests as a rule. Otherwise, you shall face irreparable consequences. Do not forget, at that time, he had been engulfed in the grief of his grandfather's impending demise, hardly giving weight to those words. What could possibly happen by receiving guests at night? This question surfaced in his mind, igniting a sense of restlessness within him. I can only ask Uncle Han, he murmured. Lei Hang picked up his phone, rummaged through his contacts, and dialed a number. Uncle Han is the sole employee of the funeral home, responsible for all aspects of the funeral services. Almost every funeral that the establishment undertakes is orchestrated by him. Ever since his grandfather's passing, he has seldom visited the shop, and he had previously cautioned him against conducting business at night. Before long, the call connected, and a robust male voice resonated from the other end. Xiao Hang, what is it? Lei Hang felt a parched throat and, after a moment's hesitation, inquired, Uncle Han, What would happen if we received guests at night? Have you entertained guests? Uncle Han's voice suddenly brimmed with urgency. What kind of guests? What did they purchase? It was a child who bought a piece of candy. Lei Hang recounted the events candidly. Why are you so disobedient? Quickly, go to the backyard and check that well. Uncle Han's tone was fervent, almost bordering on a roar. Chapter 2. By Your Eyes, the funeral home is situated on the outskirts of the city, housed in an old building flanking the roadside. It consists of 2 stories. The ground floor serves as the shop while the upper level is reserved for residential purposes. Behind the residence lies a small courtyard, where the kitchen and storage are located. Lei Hang has lived here since childhood, recalling a well in the courtyard, its mouth eternally sealed by a large stone. He had once inquired of his grandfather about what lay within, but his grandfather merely smiled and said nothing. At that moment, the courtyard was enveloped in eerie silence. Lei Hang pressed the switch, only to discover that the light was broken. How's it going? Do you see anything? Came Uncle Han's voice through the phone. Not yet. There's a stone atop the well. I shall move it. Lei Hang activated the flashlight on his phone and approached, pushing the massive stone aside. He directed his phone's beam downward and was taken aback to find the water in the well was a deep crimson, swirling ominously as if something lurked beneath the surface. I see it. The well is filled with blood, and it is churning, Lei Hang exclaimed, gripping his phone tightly, his mind a blank void. On the other end of the line, silence ensued, only to be broken after a prolonged pause by Uncle Han's hoarse voice. You are finished. Your fate is sealed. I cannot assist you any longer. Take care of yourself. Lei Hang hastily pressed for answers. Uncle, what on earth is happening? I cannot say for certain. I usually do not meddle in the affairs of the shop. I merely oversee the funeral operations. However, I have heard whispers that your grandfather lost an arm due to this well. He has operated the funeral home for decades. When has he ever opened the doors at night? You brought this upon yourself. I should have warned you sooner. Now, you must fend for yourself. With that, the call abruptly ended. Lei Hang gazed into the swirling crimson waters of the well, enveloped in a profound sense of solitude and helplessness. Had he heeded his grandfather's warnings, he would not have found himself entangled in such troublesome affairs. He placed a large stone back over the well, turned, and closed the door of the funeral home, then ascended the stairs in a daze to seek solace in sleep. Throughout the night, he was startled awake by relentless nightmares, only to finally succumb to a deep slumber as dawn approached. Yet, scarcely had he drifted off when his phone erupted with a cacophony of notifications. Who could it be? He lifted the device to see it was a call from Shan, his former girlfriend. Their separation had been amicable, yet after her dismissal, she often invited him to crime scenes as a consultant. Hang, there's been another major case. Quite bizarre, came the woman's low voice over the line. I'm not interested, Lei Hang replied curtly. In the past, he would have eagerly rushed to the scene, but after the events of the previous night, he had no desire to delve into another investigation. Hey, what's wrong with you? In the past, you couldn't be deterred from a case. I said I'm not interested. I'm hanging up. Just as he was about to end the call, he heard Shan's persistent murmurs. All right, but this time the victim was entirely devoured, and there's talk of a ghost bus. You might regret not coming. Wait. Lei Hang suddenly leapt up, inquiring, what ghost bus? You'll find out when you arrive. It's at Wanhua Park on South City Road. With that, she abruptly ended the call. Without delay, Lei Hang sprang from his bed, hastily donned a garment, and stepped outside to hail a taxi, only to be met with the chaos of rush hour, rendering him unable to secure a ride. In a moment of desperation, he cast his gaze upon the hearse at the entrance, an antiquated vehicle typically employed for transporting the deceased, now reluctantly repurposed. He drove straight to Wanhua Park, and from a distance, he observed a cordoned-off area beside the park, bustling with personnel engaged in taking photographs and gathering evidence. Ah, look who has arrived, driving a hearse. Are you in a hurry to collect the remains? A striking woman approached, clad in a black leather jacket and form-fitting jeans that accentuated her alluring figure. Sporting sunglasses and holding a cup of milk tea, she seductively bit the straw, exuding an irresistible charm. And Shan, renowned as a police flower, was indeed a sight to behold, both in physique and beauty. Lei Hang, uninterested in idle chatter, donned a pair of white gloves and inquired, where's the scene? Why the rush? It's only been a short while since your separation, and already you're indifferent to the matter at hand? And Aishan remarked as she led the way, her tone laced with sarcasm. Ignoring her, Lei Hang maneuvered through the crowd and beheld a multitude of bloodied bones scattered amidst the ruins. He picked one up for inspection, noticing faint bite marks still evident on its surface. And Aishan crouched beside him, her brow furrowed in concern. The cleaners discovered these this morning. Initially, they thought they were pig bones, but then they stumbled upon a skull, completely drained of brain mat, and Aishan rose and said, in the early hours, a drunken man came to report, claiming he witnessed his companion board a school bus only to be devoured by a group of children. Initially, we thought he was speaking nonsense, but only after the discovery of the remains did we take it seriously. He's been brought to the scene. Shall we go check it out? Let's go. Lei Hang followed her to a van where a man, wrapped in a blanket, was trembling uncontrollably, muttering incoherently. Brother, are you all right? Lei Hang squatted before him, noticing the man's pale complexion, clearly shaken. Can you tell me what happened last night? Last night? Didn't I already mention it? The man replied, I wish to hear your account once more, as I too witnessed it. There were many children on the school bus gnawing on fingers and arms, Lei Hang said, fixing his gaze on the man's eyes with earnestness. Yes, yes, the man exclaimed, becoming animated, his hands gesticulating wildly. There were so many children on that bus. Last night, after drinking with my friend, we planned to catch a ride home. Unexpectedly, we flagged down a school bus, and there were a lot of children who invited us to come aboard and play. My friend in a daze got on, and before I knew it, those children tore him apart just like zombies in the movies. It was horrifying, utterly horrifying. The man clutched his head and wept bitterly. After contemplating for a moment, Lei Hang turned to Aishan and said, Please help me look up a license plate number. He then sent her the image captured by the surveillance cameras from the previous night. And Aishan, upon seeing the image, was taken aback and quickly inquired, Where was this taken? Are you certain it hasn't been altered? It was right at my doorstep. Take a look at the surveillance footage. Lei Hang played the footage from last night for her, then stepped aside, his mind racing with strategies. He had never been one to sit idly by. He knew nothing of the secrets buried in the well, but this ghostly school bus must be thoroughly investigated, for it might yield some clues. Before long, and Aishan finished watching the footage and walked over, her face a mask of shock. Is this real? Did you truly see that school bus yesterday? I wish it were merely a figment of my imagination. Lei Hang preferred to remain silent, staring into the distance, lost in thought. I'll investigate immediately, and Aishan declared, clutching her phone as she hurried away. Not long after, she returned, her expression grave. That bus was reported missing 4 years ago. The records contained statement from the driver's family, indicating that the driver exhibited strange behavior that day. He had not spoken a word since morning. That afternoon, after picking up the children from school, he did not return home, but instead drove out of the city, disappearing completely in the suburban northern district. The bus, along with the driver and the children aboard, seemed to have evaporated from existence, never to be seen again. Lei Hang nodded doubtfully. Let us start by investigating this driver. If he is indeed problematic, he might serve as a breakthrough. Where do his family members reside? It's in the records. We can go directly. The two drove straight to the destination, only to be informed that the driver's family had relocated to another area. Lei Hang, unwilling to give up, continued to inquire around until he learned that the family had moved to another city, 700 kilometers away. It was impossible to locate them today. Seeing that time was running short, Lei Hang bid farewell to Aishan and drove his hearse back to the funeral home. As darkness enveloped the sky, he refrained from opening the door at night. Upon entering, he swiftly drew the shutter closed and ascended the stairs to take a shower, preparing for slumber. However, scarcely had he settled into bed when a knock echoed from outside. Who could be knocking at such a late hour? Lei Hang was reluctant to entertain visitors. Yet the knocking grew increasingly insistent, suggesting that if he did not open the door, the interruption would persist. Frustration surged within him. He threw off the covers and hurried downstairs to unfasten the shutter. Standing at the entrance was a stooped old woman, her eyes disproportionately large and her face etched with deep wrinkles. Her protruding mouth formed a peculiar shape. Sir, I have come to purchase something, she stated. What do you wish to buy? Lei Hang inquired, feeling a chill of unease at her appearance. "I wish to buy your eyes," the old woman replied, breaking into a grin that revealed two sharp fangs. Chapter 3: A Game. Upon seeing the old woman, Lei Hang's expression changed drastically. Had this been before yesterday, he might have thought her visit merely a source of amusement for herself. However, after the events of the previous night, he dared not dismiss her presence lightly. Maintaining a stern demeanor, he declared, "I will not sell to you. Please go to another shop." With that, he attempted to close the door. Yet, the old woman extended her hand to halt the shutter, and no matter how forcefully Lei Hang tried, he could not pull it down. "What do you mean by this?" Lei Hang found himself somewhat unsettled. The old woman was evidently not in her right mind. He yearned to shut the door and send her away. "Do not be hasty. Let us first discuss the terms," she replied, smiling once more, revealing a mouthful of sharp teeth. "Let us play a game. If you lose, you will give me your eyes. If I lose, I shall give you this." She opened her mouth wide and produced a bead the size of a walnut, vibrant green and exuding a peculiar luster. Lei Hang felt a twinge of nausea and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "What use does this object serve?" The old woman chuckled softly, her gaze settling on the small wound on Lei Hang's left hand, a remnant from when he had moved stones the day before, still not fully healed. "Its utility is indeed considerable," she asserted, placing the bead upon his wound and gently rubbing it. Lei Hang felt an itch, and upon inspecting his hand, he was astonished to discover that the wound had entirely vanished, the skin smooth and new. "This is incredible," Lei Hang mused, a flicker of intrigue igniting within him. The ability to swiftly heal wounds was nothing short of a rare treasure. "Very well, I shall engage in your game." He relented, allowing her entry and asking, "How do we play?" "Quite simply." The elderly woman's smile grew increasingly fervent. "We all closed our eyes. Whoever opened them first would be the loser. Once the game commenced, it could not be halted until dawn. Are you prepared?" "Ready." Lei Hang deemed this a trivial matter. "All right now, the game begins." A peculiar smile spread across the old woman's face as she slowly shut her eyes. Lei Hang reclined on the lounge chair, following suit and preparing to drift into slumber. He certainly would not stand idly for an entire night. The funeral parlor fell into a profound silence, suddenly pierced by an almost imperceptible sound. Lei Hang perked up his ears, a chill creeping in his heart. That sound was all too familiar, reminiscent of someone gradually drawing a knife from its sheath. Could it be that this old woman intended to harm him? Anxiety began to settle within him, and what was even more disconcerting was the faint sound of footsteps approaching. It seemed the woman was advancing towards him. "You haven't opened your eyes, have you?" Lei Hang could not restrain his curiosity. "Of course not. Whoever opens their eyes loses," the old woman's voice echoed from ahead, alarmingly close, merely 2 meters away. As Lei Hang contemplated opening his eyes, he suddenly realized that it might be a cunning ploy on her part. He cautiously retrieved an electric baton from the drawer and warned, "I advise you to remain where you are. Otherwise, do not blame me for my rudeness." "You are quite clever and audacious," the old woman's voice hissed ominously. "Yet you shall still lose, for even with my eyes closed, I can see. Now, I intend to slice open your throat with this knife. If you were to open your eyes, you would only lose a pair of eyes. If you chose not to open them, you would forfeit your life. Which would you select?" Lei Hang was taken aback. He had not anticipated such cunning from the old woman, nearly succumbing to the temptation of opening his eyes. He soon found himself pondering. If this woman intended to kill him from the outset, why complicate matters with a game? It was evident that to claim his eyes, she needed to reach an agreement. Only upon his defeat could she obtain them. The eyes must hold significant value for her. "I choose to forfeit my life." Lei Hang resolved to take a gamble, a faint smile gracing his lips as he confessed, "To be frank, I have been diagnosed with cancer and have but a few days left to live. Should I perish by misadventure, my family would receive compensation." "Are you deceiving me?" The old woman's voice was laced with skepticism. "Try it and see," Lei Hang replied, maintaining his smile as he tilted his head back, exposing his neck. He could hear the footsteps drawing nearer, and soon, a cold blade pressed against his throat, accompanied by the chilling sensation of breath against his skin. Did this old creature intend to kiss him? Truly a perverse individual. Frowning, Lei Hang retorted, If you're going to act, do it swiftly. Don't think you can take advantage of me." His heart raced, filled with dread at the thought of her plunging the knife into him. "Very well, you are quite bold." The icy breath vanished. It seemed the old woman stood up and began to depart, unhurried, proclaiming, "We have the entire night ahead of us to play this game." The night grew increasingly silent, and Lei Hang could even hear the sound of the wind stirring the empty cans outside. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from beyond the door, as if someone had lifted the curtain and entered. "Lei Hang, what are you doing?" It was In-Ai Shan's voice. Lei Hang almost opened his eyes and hurriedly called out, "What are you doing here? Leave quickly." "Who is this old woman?" "Ah, what are you doing?" "I can't bear to kill him. I will deal with you first." Sounds of a struggle erupted within the room, followed by In-Ai Shan's blood-curdling scream. Lei Hang could no longer contain himself and opened his eyes, only to find no trace of In-Ai Shan. It was entirely this old woman orchestrating the scene. "It's over." In an instant, Lei Hang realized he had lost. The old woman cackled. "You have lost. You must give me your eyes." She produced a sharp knife from her sleeve and slowly approached. Lei Hang struggled desperately, but his entire body inexplicably remained motionless. For the first time, he tasted sheer terror. It was more unbearable than death itself. "Do not worry. I have taken many eyes. It will hurt a little, but you will not die." The old woman was visibly excited, her large eyes gleaming with a sinister light. "Wait, let us negotiate. Do you desire anything else?" Lei Hang was drenched in sweat, still yearning for a final struggle. Everyone knew that the Lady of the Cat's eyes only coveted eyes. The old woman had now reached him, the sharp knife inching closer to his eyes, her face adorned with an ecstatic grin, revealing a mouthful of jagged teeth as she exclaimed, "Look, what beautiful eyes." Lei Hang found himself unable to even close his eyes, staring in horror as the knife drew nearer, his heart sinking into despair. He had never imagined he would become blind. Had he known this would be his fate, he would never have engaged in this cursed game with such an old wretch. As the glinting blade threatened to slice through his eyelid, an unexpected sound erupted from the backyard, akin to a roar emerging from the abyss or the distant rumble of thunder. What was that sound? The elderly lady abruptly lifted her head, her face wrought with terror, and shouted at Lei Hang, "What is that sound?" Lei Hang, equally perplexed, speculated that it originated from the ancient well. At that moment, the thunderous roar reverberated once more, this time crystal clear, as though it resonated from the very backyard. "It is him. You are his servant." The elderly lady, her visage a mask of fear, turned and fled towards the door, only to be enveloped by a surge of black mist that rushed in from the backyard. She let out a piercing wail, ultimately consumed entirely by the darkness, leaving behind a solitary green orb that tumbled to the ground, rolling to rest at Lei Hang's feet. The black mist appeared to swell, briefly lingering before darting back to the yard, and Lei Hang pursued it, witnessing the dark mass slip through the crevices of the well's stones. His legs felt weak, and he gradually sank to the ground, his heart swelling with gratitude towards the well, for he had nearly lost his sight. After a considerable time, he slowly rose, retrieved the green orb, and secured it close to him. Noticing the hour was late and fatigue overwhelming him, he shut the door once more and ascended the stairs to sleep, hoping for a night free from disturbances. Nestled under the covers, he found himself unwilling to engage in any dealings with anyone, pressing the green orb beneath his pillow, and soon fell into a deep, tranquil slumber. The orb seemed to possess a soothing essence, granting him a particularly sweet rest. Uncertain of how much time had elapsed, Lei Hang suddenly awoke, his eyes opening to behold a dark figure standing at the foot of his bed. "Who is it?" he exclaimed, startled, as he leapt upright in fright. Chapter 4. The Soul of the Innocent. It was evidently a shadow in the shape of a person. Lei Hang instinctively grasped the baton beside his pillow and swung it with force, producing a clattering sound as it fell to the ground, yet the shadow remained unchanged. "I have preserved your pair of eyes, my servant." A raspy, ethereal voice resonated within his mind, and the dark silhouette began to stir. At last, Lei Hang discerned that this was the very black mist that had just devoured Madame Cat's eye, sending a shiver of terror through him. He had witnessed the mist consume her entirely. The night of the full moon was imminent. Remember to offer a fresh soul. With this vial of blood, pour it at midnight at the deserted crossroads, and repeat this phrase thrice. The shadowy figure placed a glass vial filled with fresh blood upon the table, accompanied by a piece of paper. Lei Hang furrowed his brow, intending to refuse, but the black mist had already slipped through the crack of the door, its voice echoing in his mind. It would be wise to comply. Otherwise, you shall lose that which you hold most dear. Suddenly, a brilliant light enveloped him, and upon opening his eyes, Lei Hang found the sky ablaze with brightness. It had all been a dream. Yet, upon the table lay the vial of blood and the piece of paper. A tremor coursed through his heart as he scrambled forward, grasping the blood and the paper, realizing that what had just transpired was indeed real. Why must this blood be spilled at the deserted crossroads? He glanced at the paper, which bore the inscription, "I call upon the midnight, in the name of my Lord, to reap the souls of the innocent." What manner of madness is this? Lei Hang casually discarded the piece of paper, recalling the words spoken by the shadowy figure earlier. Failure to comply would result in the loss of the person he cherished most. But who did he truly cherish? He reclined on his bed, his parents long deceased, his grandfather gone, and his ex-girlfriend a mere relic of the past. He realized he had no one of significance in his life. How absurd! As time pressed on, Lei Hang rose to open the door for business. He hastily consumed a bowl of noodles next door, and as the sun dipped towards the west, it was already afternoon. Bored with the monotony, he was suddenly jolted by the sound of his phone ringing. Upon answering, an urgent voice crackled through. "Brother Hang, hurry to the People's Hospital. Team leader and I has been shot." What happened? Is it serious? Recognizing the voice of his colleague, Black Dog, Lei Hang sprang into action, rushing upstairs to retrieve the green bead he carried. He was caught in a gunfight. The bullet struck his head, and he is currently in critical condition, fighting for his life. "I'll be there immediately." With that, Lei Hang dashed out, driving the hearse at breakneck speed, repeatedly murmuring, "Please let him be all right. Please let it be all right." Although they had parted ways, the bond they shared was ineffable, and he himself was unaware of how profoundly N.I. Shan occupied his heart. Before long, he arrived at the hospital, sprinting up the stairs where he found 7 or 8 individuals anxiously pacing the hallway. "Brother Hang, you're here." Several of his former subordinates rushed to greet him, speaking in frenzied unison. "The surgery is still ongoing. We don't know the current status. Although the gunshot wound is to the head, surely team leader and I will pull through. Rest assured, my friend, this is the finest hospital in the province, and the attending physician is of international renown. Ni's team will be all right." However, a heavy gloom settled over Lei Hang's heart. How could one possibly survive a bullet to the head? He slowly sank into a nearby chair, his mind drifting back to the words spoken by the shadow in his dream. Could it be that the person he cared for most was N.I. Shan? If something were to happen to her, an overwhelming sense of dread surged within him. He could not bear such a consequence. N.I. Shan must not come to harm. At that moment, the doors of the operating room finally swung open, and everyone rushed forward. Upon seeing N.I. Shan lying on the hospital bed, her face pale and eyes tightly shut, they anxiously inquired, "How is she, doctor?" The attending physician exhaled deeply. "The bullet has been removed. However, the brain structure is intricate, and her vital signs are currently unstable. She must be placed in the ICU for constant monitoring. Based on past experiences, such significant damage to brain tissue often proves difficult to survive. You must prepare yourselves mentally." The expressions of the many police officers grew somber, falling into a heavy silence. Suddenly, a nurse screamed from behind, "What are you doing? Come here quickly." The group turned to see Lei Hang leaning over N.I. Shan's bed, rolling a green bead over her wound. "Hurry, pull him away. Be careful not to worsen the patient's condition." The doctor exclaimed, agitated. "What on earth are you doing, Hang?" They hurriedly pulled Lei Hang away, while the nurse swiftly redressed the bandage and hurriedly wheeled N.I. Shan's bed away. Lei Hang sat on the floor, staring vacantly at the green bead he held tightly in his hand. Moments ago, he observed with clarity that a barely discernible black mist clung to N.I. Shan's wound, as if it were systematically devouring her flesh. All of this malevolence was the handiwork of the murky haze from the well. Nearby, several police officers felt a pang of anguish. They were acutely aware of the bond between Brother Hang and team leader and I, and they never anticipated his emotions ran so deep that they might lead him to the brink of madness. Brother Hang, do not be too sorrowful. Black Dog stepped forward to offer solace, only to have Lei Hang abruptly rise and storm into the corridor. What on earth is wrong with Brother Hang? I have no idea. He seems quite peculiar. Alas, it is likely due to team leader and I, the group side, shaking their heads in despair. After leaving the hospital, Lei Hang drove back to the funeral home, ascending to his room to pocket the vial of blood and the piece of paper, before setting off once more toward the outskirts. In the dead of night, he arrived at an isolated intersection, a rare find in the suburban sprawl. With no other recourse at his disposal, he resolved to undertake this desperate measure to save an Sean, oblivious to the potential repercussions that awaited him. As dusk descended, Lei Hang finally stumbled upon an intersection devoid of surveillance, a place scarcely trodden by human feet, with few vehicles passing by. He parked his car at the roadside, patiently biding his time. During this interval, he made a call to the hospital to inquire about Shan's condition. She remained in a coma, her heartbeat faint, teetering on the precipice of death. Time elongated, every second stretching painfully as Lei Hang fixated on his watch, his mind replaying cherished memories with Shan. At 10:50, a sense of trepidation began to grip him. He picked up the vial of blood and the piece of paper, noticing that no vehicles were passing by, which eased his mind slightly. In such a place, pouring out a vial of blood should pose no trouble. However, the surroundings were engulfed in darkness, with only the distant city lights casting a kaleidoscope of colors that illuminated half the sky. Occasionally, the mournful croaks of frogs and the chirps of cicadas pierced the silence, creating an eerie atmosphere. As the clock approached midnight, Lei Hang alighted from the vehicle, making his way directly to the intersection. He crouched down, uncorked the vial, and poured its contents onto the ground with a resounding splash. Then he took out the piece of paper and recited, "I call upon you at midnight, in the name of my Lord, to reap the souls of the innocent." Suddenly, he felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, unsure whether it stemmed from absurdity or fear. Upon completing the incantation 3 times, he distinctly sensed a change in his surroundings. This feeling was indescribable, as though the air had thickened, rendering his breathing labored. Once the deed was done, he had no desire to linger. He hurried back to his car, turned it around, and prepared to leave the area. In that moment, a vehicle sped past, and he faintly heard cries for help emanating from within. But Lei Hang had no time to react. The car careened wildly, crashing violently into a nearby telephone pole. The pole was nearly embedded in the cockpit, and the woman inside was trapped between her seat and the pole, her head having been obliterated upon impact, leaving no hope for survival. Lei Hang felt his hands tremble. He understood that the woman's death was directly linked to him. He feared not for his own life, but the thought of having caused another's demise filled him with dread. It is uncertain how much time has elapsed when a vehicle approaches from the distance once more. Lei Hang promptly accelerates, feeling a haze enveloping him throughout the journey, narrowly avoiding collisions on several occasions. In this moment, he comprehends the meaning behind the phrase about reaping the souls of the innocent. The creature in the well is nothing short of a devil. Before he realizes it, the car arrives at the People's Hospital. Lei Hang recalls Shan and hastily exits the vehicle, making his way to the intensive care unit. Go and another officer greet him excitedly, exclaiming, "Brother Hang, the doctor just informed us that team leader and I has stabilized. It is truly a miracle." "That is wonderful." Lei Hang exhales in relief. Yet a profound sense of guilt washes over him. He feels as though he has exchanged one life for another. "Brother Hang, why do you appear so glum?" "Team leader and I is out of danger." Go inquires, curiosity etched on his face. "I am fine, merely a bit fatigued," Lei Hang replies, wiping his face and forcing a smile. "By the way, Brother Hang, we have made progress on the ghost bus case." "I haven't had the chance to inform team leader and I yet," Go says, producing his phone and handing it to Lei Hang. "It is indeed quite eerie. Brother Hang, you excel at unraveling complex mysteries. Perhaps you can help us decipher this. As Lei Hang takes the phone, he sees a video captured by a surveillance camera at an intersection. The timestamp indicates midnight, and, astonishingly, there is a pool of blood at the intersection. Chapter 5. The Midnight Spectre Within Lei Hang's Heart. A premonition began to take shape, foretelling the unfolding events, yet the imagery within the video surpassed his expectations. A school bus appeared on the surveillance screen, racing with alarming speed. As it approached the intersection, it abruptly overturned, rolling several times before colliding with the guardrail across the street. The impact left the vehicle severely dented, glass scattered across the ground, and its four tires spinning aimlessly towards the sky. This was indeed the school bus. Lei Hang's expression turned grave. He recognized the license plate number. Even more bizarre occurrences were yet to unfold. The black dog rewound the footage. "Pay close attention to that stone beside the road," he urged. Lei Hang observed that there was, in fact, a stone at the intersection. In a brief moment, as the bus sped past, the stone inexplicably shifted a short distance, positioning itself directly beneath a tire. The black dog remarked, "This bus was traveling at approximately 100. It's a miracle it didn't topple over after being struck by that stone." The question remains, how did the stone move on its own? Lei Hang remained silent, suspecting that the stone's movement was likely linked to the pool of blood on the ground. "Look further back," the black dog prompted. Continuing to watch, Lei Hang was astonished to see the already shattered bus somehow right itself, transitioning from its overturned position to an upright stance, and gradually, it began to drive away into the distance. There was more footage to come. The black dog scrolled through the video, which was brief, merely capturing the fleeting shadow of a school bus on the surveillance footage. However, it revealed the vehicle's body marred with numerous dents, and one could vaguely discern the driver's eyes buried within shards of glass. Yet astonishingly, he continued to drive. This video was classified, and I had painstakingly acquired it. "Brother Hang, do you believe in ghosts?" The black dog queried, perplexed. Lei Hang found himself at a loss to answer, enveloped in silence. "Brother Hang, how do we solve this case?" The black dog's face was etched with worry, his eyes brimming with fear. "Is it possible to retrieve the surveillance footage from half an hour prior to the accident?" Lei Hang pressed on, believing that identifying the bleeding individual might yield some clues. The black dog shook his head in frustration. "After 4 years, there's no way to trace it back, and the file contains only this segment of footage. Damn it, how many lives has this wretched thing claimed?" Lei Hang clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with menace. "Brother Hang, do you know who caused the accident?" The black dog inquired, a glimmer of hope in his gaze. After much hesitation, Lei Hang replied, "At present, it is merely a conjecture, and I cannot assert with complete certainty." He meticulously recounted the blood well and the shadowy figure to the black dog, who turned pale with terror. "The immediate priority is to uncover the true nature of that black figure. Please assist me in investigating the relevant information held by the Bureau," Lei Hang stated earnestly. The black dog nodded vigorously. "I will inform you as soon as I uncover any information." Lei Hang once again perused the accident report from 4 years prior. A young driver had caused a calamity, resulting in the tragic demise of 19 students, 20 vibrant lives extinguished in an instant, a scene of utter devastation. With a fierce grimace, Lei Hang retrieved the paper left by the shadowy figure, ripping it to shreds in a fit of rage. Did they expect him to become their servant? Not a chance. The night was unusually quiet as Lei Hang stealthily entered the hospital room, evading the nurse's notice, and approached Ni Shan's bedside. He rolled a green bead over her wound, which showed no signs of dark miasma and healed rapidly. Seeing that Ni Shan was unharmed, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Afterward, he rose to leave the room, his gaze now imbued with a newfound ferocity. Dark miasma? Whether it be a demon or a ghost, he would confront it head-on, driving the hearse back. The desolate midnight streets sent a chill through his bones as a cold wind swept into the vehicle. Damn it, it was supposed to be summer. He promptly rolled up the window, but just as warmth returned, the sound system began to play a mournful melody. A shiver ran down Lei Hang's spine, and he swiftly turned off the music. Something was amiss. Just as he thought this, he spotted a woman clad in white with flowing black hair squatting not far ahead. What in the world? He slammed on the brakes, nearly colliding with her, as the figure bore an uncanny resemblance to a ghostly apparition, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. However, noticing that the specter seemed to be holding a mobile phone, he felt a wave of relief. Surely, ghosts do not use smartphones? He rolled down the window and shouted, "What are you doing here playing tricks in the dead of night? Are you out of your mind? Move aside." To his astonishment, the woman remained utterly indifferent, continuing to draw something on the ground. Lei Hang suddenly felt a sense of familiarity with the place. Upon closer inspection, he realized it was none other than Wanhua Park, the very location where the skeletal remains had been discovered just the day before. What could she possibly be doing here? He thought of something and hurriedly got out of the car to caution her. "Hey, a murder occurred here not long ago. It's quite dangerous for a young woman to be out here alone at night. You should head back." However, the woman remained unresponsive to his well-intentioned warning. Is she deaf? Lei Hang pondered, stepping closer to gently tap her shoulder. The woman in white slowly turned her head, her pale face devoid of color, her eyes glowing with an eerie blue light. Good heavens, she truly is a ghost. Lei Hang was taken aback and instinctively kicked the spectral figure. The ghost tumbled to the ground, angrily exclaiming, "What's wrong with you? Why did you kick me? Are you a human or a ghost?" Lei Hang, bewildered, took several steps back. "I am indeed a ghost." "So what?" The woman in white rose to her feet, rebuking him. "If I'm a ghost, does that mean I lack dignity and can be kicked around? You owe me an apology." She then pointed to the phone resting nearby, declaring, "Let me inform you that I am currently live streaming with over 2 million fans watching. If you do not apologize, I will call the police and have my lawyer sue you tomorrow." Upon closer inspection, Lei Hang noted that the woman appeared to be in her early 20s, clad in an oversized white dress that nonetheless accentuated her curvaceous form. Though her complexion was somewhat pale, her features were exquisite, her brows and eyes like a painted portrait, and her gaze particularly lively. In terms of beauty, she surpassed N.I. Shan by a considerable margin, standing as a paragon among the women he had encountered. He was now convinced that the person before him was indeed alive. After all, what specter would report a grievance to the authorities? He hastily raised his hand in apology, saying, "I am truly sorry. I mistook your eyes, which shimmer like sapphires, for something otherworldly. It was entirely a misunderstanding. I must have been blind, for surely such a stunning female apparition cannot exist. Humph, at least you have some sense. Now be gone." The lady in white waved her hand dismissively, turning away while murmuring to herself about how lacking in sophistication today as older men were, not even recognizing luminous contact lenses. So they were luminous contact lenses. Lei Hang suddenly realized, pondering how the youth of today were so adept at playful tricks. Who would wear such glowing lenses at night to frighten others? And did this girl dare to call him uncle? He was merely in his 20s. Not wishing to linger any longer, he prepared to leave, but he overheard the beauty whispering, "Everyone, pay attention. I heard that a murder occurred here yesterday, and a multitude of undercover officers has arrived. I received a tip-off suggesting that someone was gruesomely devoured, their bones discarded here. Such brutality. This person died unjustly, and there must be a restless spirit. I shall summon their soul forth and inquire about the cause of death." Chapter 6. Rebound. What is going on? Lei Hang paused, pondering how the team's discretion had faltered to such an extent that anyone could easily discern the case's developments. Summoning the dead, he decided to halt further and observe whether this woman could indeed conjure spirits. Previously, he would have dismissed such notions, but after the events of the past 2 days, he adopted a more watchful stance, contemplating that perhaps extraordinary individuals truly exist in this world. "Please, my darlings, do not fret. I shall prepare momentarily. Love you all." The lady in white smiled and waved at the camera, instantly garnering a wave of donations and followers. Lei Hang, with his exceptional eyesight, faintly noticed the barrage of comments flooding in. "What a beautiful fairy. I am enchanted. Her smile has captured my soul. Are there truly such naturally beautiful streamers in this world? She is my only goddess in this lifetime." At that moment, the lady in white retrieved a brush from her bag, opened a packet of gold powder, mixed it with water, and began to draw on the ground. As she sketched, she explained, "The art of spirit summoning took me quite some time to master. The gold powder and water are of utmost importance. The powder must indeed contain genuine particles of gold and silver, while the water must be the dew collected from graves at dawn, ensuring the proper density of yin energy. As she spoke, she had already crafted a bagua formation the size of a manhole cover on the ground, appearing quite authentic, a testament to her considerable practice. The comments continued to praise her. I never expected my goddess to not only possess beauty, but also such remarkable skills. Observing the intricately drawn bagua diagram, one can surmise that the artist has devoted considerable effort to perfecting their craft. It is indeed rare to encounter a broadcaster who is willing to endure such hardships. Will this peculiar broadcast not result in censorship during the late hours? Is it truly possible to summon spirits? I shall record this moment. Swiftly, the bagua array was completed, and the woman in white retrieved a piece of yellow paper from her bag. With a few strokes, she inscribed the characters and proclaimed, "Dear ones, this is the deceased's birth date and time. Please pay close attention, for I am about to summon the spirit." With that, she waved the talisman paper in front of the camera. Lei Hang scrutinized the scene, hastily pulling out his phone to examine the details of the deceased, confirming the accuracy of the birth date and time. Who is this woman? How did she acquire such confidential information? He resolved to inquire further later. The woman in white placed the yellow paper, inscribed with the birth details, within the bagua formation, and then produced a bowl filled with cold rice, covered with plastic wrap. Spirits have a fondness for cold rice. Let us offer this as well, she stated, placing the bowl within the array and lifting the plastic wrap. It is time to commence. The woman's expression turned serious as she formed intricate hand seals and chanted softly, "By the decree of the dragon god and the invocation of the ghost king, Zhongke, I summon thee with urgency." Her finger touched the yellow paper within the bagua array, yet nothing transpired. Lei Hang scoffed, shaking his head. If such simplicity sufficed to summon spirits, he could easily do so himself. Just as he prepared to depart, the yellow paper within the bagua suddenly ignited, transforming into ash in an instant. It was a success. The lady in white gasped with excitement, exclaiming, "Everyone, pay close attention. We are about to witness a ghostly encounter. After numerous live streams, I am finally on the verge of success." The viewers in the live stream flooded the chat with comments. "We are here to admire your beauty. Whether you summon ghosts or portray them is of no concern to us. Fear not, goddess. Include me in your next broadcast, and I shall cooperate wholeheartedly." Can this truly succeed? Seeing Rue bow so enthusiastic has sparked a flicker of anticipation within me. However, after a prolonged wait, the ground remained eerily still. It appeared to be a failure. Disheartened, the lady in white began to gather her belongings to leave when suddenly, the golden bagua array beneath her became chaotic, as if some unseen force was wreaking havoc upon it. What could this mean? The lady stared in astonishment at the shifting patterns on the ground, utterly perplexed. Lei Hang witnessed the bagua array becoming increasingly disordered, with certain sections fading into obscurity, all while no one intervened. Abruptly, a bowl filled with rice was overturned, scattering its contents across the floor. A chilling gust of wind swept through, causing Lei Hang to shiver involuntarily, goosebumps rising on his skin. As he pondered in bewilderment where such a cold breeze could originate in the height of summer. "This is bad," the lady in white shrieked, hurriedly grasping her phone stand and fleeing, exclaiming as she ran, "My master once warned that if rice is overturned, it signifies that the restless spirits do not wish to be summoned and may retaliate. We must leave immediately." No sooner had she spoken than she screamed, collapsing to the ground as if something were gripping her hair, dragging her toward the ruins adjacent to Wanhua Park. With a startled exclamation, Lei Hang rushed forward and aimed a kick at the head of the woman in white, but his foot met only air, as if she were being dragged by an invisible force. In desperation, he seized her hair, engaging in a struggle. "I have scissors in my bag." The woman in white, in pain from the tugging, swiftly produced a pair of scissors from her satchel. Lei Hang took them from her, swiftly cutting off half of her long hair, and immediately, the overwhelming force dissipated. He removed his shirt and wrapped it around her head, pulling her towards his hearse in a frantic dash. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed behind them, as if someone were in pursuit. Without the luxury of thought, Lei Hang exerted every ounce of strength to flee. Fortunately, the distance to the hearse was not far. He dashed to the vehicle, flung open the door, and first shoved the woman inside before leaping in himself, hastily shutting the door behind him. The world seemed to fall into a hushed silence as Lei Hang exhaled deeply. Yet, before he could revel in relief, a clattering sound emerged from outside, as if something were probing at the window. Suddenly, the door lock clicked ominously, and to his horror, the door swung open. What the hell? Lei Hang kicked out in panic, only to feel a sharp pain in his ankle, as if iron claws were attempting to drag him out of the vehicle. In that moment of sheer terror, he found himself at a loss. He had countless strategies to combat criminals, yet against this otherworldly force, he felt utterly helpless. Just as he was about to succumb to panic, a brilliant golden light illuminated the interior of the hearse, and the pulling sensation vanished. Lei Hang quickly slammed the door shut, started the engine, and pressed the accelerator, racing away with wild abandon. Until departing from Wanhua Park, the number of vehicles ahead gradually increased, allowing him to finally relax. With lingering trepidation, he inquired, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine," replied the enchanting woman in white, who seemed shaken. After a brief silence, she asked, "Could you take me home?" "I reside at Donghu Mountain." "Of course," he responded. Lei Hang drove at a swift pace, soon arriving at Donghu Mountain, a place characterized solely by its mountains and lakes, seemingly devoid of habitation. "Are you certain this is where you live?" Lei Hang questioned, glancing in the rearview mirror. He noticed that the woman had already exited the vehicle, leaving behind a card inscribed with her name, phone number, and a WeChat QR code. "Thank you for saving me today. Let us connect on WeChat. I'll come by to express my gratitude another day." Her voice faded into the distance. Yet, an unsettling feeling washed over Lei Hang as he observed the name, Li Rue, written on the card, evidently hers. Is this female broadcaster quite renowned? He pondered. He opened his mobile browser and searched for female broadcaster Li Rue. Instantly, the page was inundated with news links. Renowned adventure broadcaster Li Rue tragically fell to her death during a live stream. Chapter 7. Human or Ghost, Falling to One's Death. Lei Hang felt a tremor in his hands, unable to resist glancing back towards the spot where the enchanting woman in white had sat, only to find it eerily vacant. Could it be that he had been accompanied by a ghost all along? Yet, how could a specter engage in a live broadcast? For whom was she streaming? As this thought flickered through his mind, a cold sweat broke out upon him. Who else could a ghost possibly broadcast to but another spirit? Surrounded by the oppressive darkness outside, the place bore no resemblance to a residence. It seemed more akin to a graveyard. He swiftly turned the car around and pressed the accelerator with fervor, only regaining his composure upon reaching the city, where the vibrant nightlife was just beginning to flourish. Noticing the time, he realized it was already past 10 in the evening. He casually parked the car in a narrow alley and stepped out to order a plate of fried noodles to satiate his hunger. Ever since he had arranged his grandfather's funeral, he found himself short on funds, with the funeral home yielding no profit. If this continued, he would likely have to seek employment. As he ate and browsed on his phone, he suddenly stumbled upon a local news video with a headline that read, "Tragedy. Divorced mother dies in car accident, leaving behind 2 poor children." The footage depicted the very intersection where he had witnessed the bloody scene the previous night, with the car that had collided with the utility pole blurred out. Then, it showed an elderly woman weeping while cradling 2 children of 3 or 4 years old, her anguished cries echoing, my daughter, what shall I do with the children now that you are gone?" The video included subtitles stating, the deceased, Zhang Qianru, was a single mother raising her 2 children alone. Every day, she diligently works overtime, striving for the day when her child and mother can lead a better life, yet she never anticipated such a tragic occurrence. May peace reign upon the world, and may all be treated kindly. Safe travels. Life holds greater significance than mere time. Upon watching this video, Lei Hang felt an overwhelming sense of loss, rendering him unable to eat. His relentless pursuit of admission to the police academy was fueled by a desire to bring criminals to justice. Yet he never imagined that he would one day become the very perpetrator of violence against others. If his father were to know of this from beyond, he would likely never grant forgiveness. His hands are now stained with blood. He lingered at a small stall for quite some time before finally rising to settle his bill. He drove to a 24-hour supermarket to purchase a bag of glutinous rice, then procured some rooster blood from a barbecue shop, and even stopped a child by the roadside to acquire a bottle of urine, hurrying back to the funeral home. He resolved to confront the dark mist with unwavering determination. Just as he was about to exit the vehicle, his gaze fell upon the roof, where a massive red talisman was inscribed, though its color had faded to a dark crimson, with some areas even peeling. Was this the very object that had emitted golden light to save him earlier? Lei Hang found his grandfather increasingly enigmatic. The artifact he left behind seemed remarkably potent. Regrettably, the talisman on the car roof could not be removed. Otherwise, he would have taken it to combat the dark mist within the well. After exiting the car, he opened the roll-up door, clutching the rooster blood and glutinous rice, and made his way directly to the backyard. He overturned the massive stone covering the well, revealing a churning pool of blood that appeared to be boiling. "Come out, you coward!" Lei Hang casually seized a handful of glutinous rice and tossed it into the well, for it is said that this substance possesses potent yang energy, capable of warding off malevolent spirits, though the truth of such claims remains uncertain. Noticing the stillness within the well, he took another handful of rice and scattered it inside, cursing, "Come out, you turtle bastard!" Harboring the thought of pouring in some boy's urine, he hesitated, fearing that when the dark mist emerged, he would lack the means to confront it. Thus, he unfastened his belt and began to urinate into the well. "Allow me to introduce you to the finest tea." As the sound of his stream echoed, the moment his urine met the water, a surge of blood rushed forth, and a thick black mist swiftly coalesced, rising ominously. Lei Hang hastily withdrew and stepped back, but suddenly, a tremendous force surged forward, propelling him several meters before he collided with the wall, nearly shattering his body. "My servant, you have offended your master." The black mist above the blood well assumed a humanoid shape, albeit flickering and elusive. "To hell with your master," Lei Hang exclaimed, drawing a vial of boy's urine from his pocket and dousing the black mist with it. Yet the entity remained unaffected. "It appears you still do not comprehend." The mist surged towards him, leaving him no time to resist, and he was flung back once more. Despite his robust physique, dizziness engulfed him, clouding his mind. "Damn it, I shall fight you." With his left hand grasping another handful of glutinous rice and his right hand unscrewing the rooster blood vial, he hurled everything he had at the black mist. This act incited the mist's fury, causing it to writhe violently, transforming into a binding rope that ensnared his hands and neck. Lei Hang felt a searing pain in his neck and wrists, and with a sardonic grin declared, "Very well. Come on, kill me, do you dare? If you have guts, go ahead." The black mist suddenly shifted, taking on a human form, as a deep, gravelly voice echoed once more, "Such a disobedient servant. I shall not kill you. However, should you dare to show disrespect toward your master again, you will lose your beloved friends. Do you understand?" A tremor ran through Lei Hang's eyes as an overwhelming rage surged within him. He shouted, "If you have a grievance directed at me, leave everyone else out of this. You could choose to end your own life, but your friends would undoubtedly suffer a fate worse than death, enduring a lifetime of torment." The black mist began to retreat into the blood well, and Lei Hang felt utterly drained, crying out, "Why me?" The voice responded, "You chose this path. Remember to offer fresh souls to your master on every full moon night." The black mist vanished completely within the blood well. "Clarify your words. How is this my choice? Come out and face me." "I shall not offer fresh souls to your wretched master." Lei Hang charged towards the blood well, prepared to relieve himself once more, but was abruptly struck with tremendous force, sending him sprawling backward into unconsciousness. When he regained consciousness, the blinding sunlight made it impossible for him to open his eyes, and every part of his body ached. A painful reminder that everything that transpired the previous night was indeed real. Scattered on the ground were glutinous rice and chicken blood, and his belt was still undone. Damn it! What should have been a bright and cheerful spring day felt overwhelmingly oppressive to Lei Hang as he recalled the words spoken by the black mist, enveloping him in a profound sense of despair. After sitting in place for a considerable time, he slowly retrieved the green orb and began to roll it over his wounds. Before long, the injuries had completely healed, leaving only a metallic taste of blood in his mouth, indicating that his oral cavity had also sustained harm. He wiped the green orb and placed it in his mouth, allowing it to heal him from within. Rising, he approached the well and peered inside, discovering that the water was now clear, no longer tainted with blood, perhaps due to the daylight. "You wretched creature," he muttered under his breath, just as he was preparing to wash up. Suddenly, he spotted a woman clad in white standing at the back door. It was none other than the live streamer Li Rue, whom he had encountered the previous day. As he opened his mouth to speak, the orb unexpectedly lodged in his throat, and in a moment of desperation, he forcefully swallowed it. Chapter 8. Misunderstanding. At this moment, Lei Hang found himself utterly at a loss, as though his entire esophagus had been forcibly expanded by some foreign object, causing a painful sensation that radiated from his throat to his stomach, leaving him feeling nauseated. He rubbed his throat and pointed at Li Rue, exclaiming, "How could you appear during the day? Why can't I appear during the day?" Li Rue replied, her face a mask of confusion. "Although I only stream at night, I must also engage in activities during the day. I specifically came here to express my gratitude and to ask for your assistance with something." "Wait, how did you know I live here?" Lei Hang inquired, his mind racing with suspicion. "Isn't it written on your hearse?" "Lingyi Funeral Home. I simply searched for it online," she explained. "Oh." Lei Hang's bewilderment deepened. "So you are human?" Li Rue paused for a moment, blinking in surprise. "What do you mean? Are you insulting me?" "Not all. I meant to ask whether you're human or a ghost." After posing the question, Lei Hang felt somewhat abrupt and quickly clarified. "You see, I searched for news about you yesterday and discovered that it claimed you had fallen to your death." Realization dawned on Li Rue, and she chuckled. "I thought it was something serious. You should look again." Lei Hang took out his phone and searched for the name Li Rue, female, streamer once more. The same news article appeared, but scrolling down revealed other headlines. The claim of female streamer Li Rue's suicide is a rumor. The perpetrator of the slander has been legally dealt with. Li Rue let out a snort and remarked, "This is merely a nefarious tactic employed by competitors. Not long ago, when I was gravely ill and hospitalized, they spread rumors claiming I had fallen to my death, causing me to lose quite a few fans and leading to the termination of my contract with the platform. Just a few days ago, I finally won the lawsuit, yet these negative reports have yet to be retracted." Understanding dawned on Lei Hang, who felt a rush of embarrassment. Scratching his head, he said, "It's all a misunderstanding. Let us discuss this further ahead." "Indeed," Li Rue responded, pointing to his trousers. "However, I recommend you first to tent your belt." "Goodness." Lei Hang quickly pulled up his trousers and fastened his belt, explaining, "It's all a misunderstanding. Please take a seat while I freshen up." He hastily brushed his teeth and washed his face, then boiled a pot of water, using a cherished old porcelain bowl to prepare 2 cups of tea, which he presented. "Please enjoy this tea. I was rather abrupt earlier, and I hope Miss Li will not take it to heart." "Not at all," Li Rue replied with a slight smile, her expression softening suddenly. "You saved me yesterday. After all, in truth, I came not only to express my gratitude, but also to ask you for a favor. Feel free to speak." "I will certainly oblige to anything within my capacity," Lei Hang replied with a smile. "I wish to be your disciple." "Ah." Lei Hang was taken aback. "You wish to become my disciple? What do you want to learn?" "How to run a funeral home." "Do not play coy, uncle," Li Rue said with a mysterious smile. "I witnessed your remarkable skills yesterday. Having taken on many mentors, I can discern that you possess genuine talent. I implore you to accept me as your disciple. Please?" Lei Hang did not anticipate that this woman would display such a charming demeanor, rendering him somewhat flustered. He cleared his throat and said, "Miss Li, I believe you may be mistaken. It was not my hand that acted yesterday. It was entirely due to the funeral vehicle left to me by my grandfather. Beyond that, I have nothing to impart to you." Li Rue smiled faintly, picking up a bag from the ground and placing it before Lei Hang. "This is a small token of my appreciation. Consider it a token of apprenticeship." Lei Hang glanced into the bag, discovering it filled with vibrant red banknotes, easily amounting to at least 100,000 yuan. He could not help but swallow hard and shook his head, saying, I would be lying if I said I wasn't tempted by this some, but I truly have nothing to teach you. I sincerely apologize. That's all right. Li Rui suddenly stood and approached him. All I require is for you to be my master. Whether you teach me anything is of little consequence. What do you say? The distance between them closed abruptly, allowing Lei Hang to notice the intricate patterns on her dress and catch a faint, delicate fragrance. Very well, Lei Hang said, scratching his brow. But you mustn't have any regrets. Agreed, Li Rui exclaimed joyfully, clapping her hands. Let us now proceed to take a look at your funeral vehicle. What is there to see in a hearse? Lei Hang replied, yet he still led her outside to view the funeral car. Outside, in addition to his own hearse, there was a luxurious Range Rover, evidently Li Rui's personal vehicle. Li Rui eagerly climbed into the hearse, pulling out her phone to take pictures. Wow, this vehicle has quite the atmosphere. She explored her surroundings with curiosity, akin to an inquisitive child. Is this the place where the corpses are laid to rest? Have many souls found their repose here? There is blood here. This vehicle undoubtedly harbors a heavy aura. Otherwise, how could such a large symbol be drawn on its roof? However, it seems that this symbol is nearing its expiration. Aren't you planning to replace it? Lei Hang was taken aback by the fact that a girl could be so fascinated by the supernatural. He helplessly remarked, Aren't you afraid? Of course. There is a hint of fear, yet my curiosity triumphs over my trepidation, replied Li Rui from the passenger seat. Since childhood, I have yearned to discover whether there are indeed demons and spirits in this world. Thus, after graduation, I became a broadcaster specializing in midnight explorations. Regrettably, it wasn't until yesterday that I unearthed some clues after such a long search. I believe that accompanying you will surely lead to more incredible experiences. Is it your sole motivation? Lei Hang shook his head. I advise you to abandon this notion. It is best to keep a safe distance from these supernatural matters. They are perilous. I am not afraid. Li Rui's large, bright eyes fixed intently on Lei Hang. Will you take me with you when you go out at night? Are you not concerned that I might have ulterior motives? Not at all. I possess wolf repellent spray, a stun baton, and a powerful flashlight. Lei Hang's lips twitched, leaving him utterly speechless. After a moment of contemplation, he nodded and said, Very well. I shall take you with me at night from now on. However, I have some matters to attend to now. You should return home. Are you hiding something from me? Li Rui leaned back in his seat. Today, I will follow you. I am not going anywhere else. I have already become your apprentice, so you must take me to broaden my horizons. Lei Hang, utterly defeated, nodded and replied, Fine, but do not regret it. He exited the vehicle and entered the house, retrieving 20,000 yuan from his bag and placing it in his pocket. He then closed the rolling shutter door and, without uttering a word, got back into the car and drove off. Where are we headed? Li Rui inquired eagerly. To the provincial capital, Lei Hang answered impassively. At that moment, he felt utterly lost, seeking to unravel the mystery of the blood well in the backyard. Perhaps investigating the Go School Bus case would yield some insights. It was better than doing nothing at all. I'll navigate for you, Li Rui said, taking the initiative to open the navigation app on his phone. As dusk approached, Lei Hang noticed that the route was becoming increasingly desolate, prompting him to ask, Is this navigation accurate? Of course, Li Rui replied, winking and waving his phone. The route is perfectly fine. Just drive without worry. Half an hour later, Lei Hang brought the car to a halt, sensing that something was amiss. The number of vehicles ahead was growing, yet they were all parked along the sides of the road, with no one in motion. Soon, they approached a dark tunnel entrance, resembling the gaping maw of a colossal beast. Did you deliberately bring me here? Lei Hang coldly glared at the beautiful woman beside him. Chapter 9. The Man-Eating Cave Indeed. A sweet smile graced Li Rui's face. Uncle, this place is actually quite fun. It's called the Man-Eating Cave, and since we can reach the provincial capital from here, let us consider it an adventure. You, Lei Hang, frustrated and on the verge of reprimanding her, was momentarily silenced by her charming demeanor. Unable to voice his anger, he exited the vehicle and kicked the tire in exasperation. Are you upset? Li Rui quickly followed, tugging at his sleeve. I'm sorry. Please don't be angry. I just heard about this place and felt curious, thinking it would be a good opportunity to see it. If you don't want to go, we can just turn back. Seeing her pouting lips and her apologetic tone, Lei Hang found it difficult to maintain his irritation. Resigned. He replied, "I'm here on business. I don't have time to indulge in your whims." After all, the tunnel wasn't very long. Only 300 or 400 meters. Or so he had heard. "Uncle, let's just take a quick trip there?" Li Rue pleaded. "If we take a detour, it will take much longer." With a hint of annoyance, Lei Hang retorted, "You just said it's the man-eating cave. Are you still willing to go? Can't you see everyone parked here? Too afraid to proceed?" Indeed, several vehicles were lined along the roadside, their drivers gathered together playing cards. "Wait a moment, I'll go ask around." Li Rue retrieved her phone stand and headphones from her bag and surprisingly opened a live stream. Waving at the camera, she cheerfully announced, "Hello, everyone. Today's live stream is starting. We are currently at the infamous Hongling Tunnel, colloquially known as the Man-Eating Cave. It is quite terrifying, and we're about to investigate further." Approaching a group of truck drivers, she smiled and greeted, "Hello, gentlemen." The drivers, engrossed in their card game, were momentarily taken aback by the sight of such a beautiful woman who appeared to be a live streamer. They perked up, waving and responding, "Hello, beautiful. Are you alone? It's quite dangerous out here at this hour. Are you a streamer?" Li Rue, accustomed to such encounters, smiled and replied, "Indeed, I am a midnight adventure streamer. I was curious as to why so many people are gathered outside the tunnel, reluctant to enter." A man in his 30s interjected, "I can explain that. This tunnel is known as the Hongling Tunnel, also referred to as the Man-Eating Cave. It was constructed in the 1990s, and during its construction, there were numerous fatalities. Some were impaled by rebar, others buried under concrete. The project was significantly delayed until they enlisted a master to perform a ritual, after which the tunnel was finally completed. However, strange occurrences persisted once it was finished. The streetlights within inexplicably malfunctioned, despite multiple replacements and extensive rewiring. Since its completion, a series of accidents have occurred, predominantly at night, leading to a general fear of entering the tunnel after dark. Another driver added, "Even we seasoned freight drivers avoid it at night. If we happen to be caught, as dusk falls, we prefer to spend the night outside the tunnel and resume our journey at dawn." Over the years, we have encountered no unusual incidents. Having heard these rumors before, Li Rue nodded and inquired, "So, does entering the tunnel at night inevitably lead to an accident?" That may not necessarily be the case. Many vehicles traverse the tunnel at night without incident. However, I would advise against traveling at such an hour. It would be far more pleasant for us to embark together tomorrow. Thank you all." Li Rue waved in gratitude and addressed the camera, saying, "Did everyone hear that? The notorious cannibal cave is indeed terrifying. Next, I shall venture into the cave with this gentleman, my newly appointed master. Do you find him handsome?" He then directed the camera towards Lei Hang. Lei Hang frowned slightly, thinking, what a sycophant, speaking so effortlessly. "Do you not feel a pang of conscience?" "Indeed," Li Rue replied with a cheerful grin. "Although this gentleman, resembling a scruffy undertaker, possesses a unique charm. Let us anticipate his performance. Now let us set off." The two resumed their journey in the vehicle, as Lei Hang started the engine and cautioned, "Fasten your seatbelt. Soon you shall witness the art of hearse drifting." Just then, headlights illuminated the rearview mirror, revealing a large coach approaching. "Ah, this vehicle intends to enter the tunnel. Let's follow it," Lei Hang decided, guiding their vehicle to the roadside to allow the coach to pass before promptly trailing behind it. The coach appeared to be part of a tourist group, filled to capacity with passengers. Lei Hang maintained a safe distance, and upon entering the tunnel, he promptly activated the high beams. A chilling gust of wind rushed through the open window, causing both to shiver simultaneously. "Good heavens, I can feel that atmosphere," Li Rue exclaimed, hastily rolling up the window and crossing his arms. "My dear friends, as we just entered the tunnel, a cold draft swept in. Even the undertaker seems affected by the chill. Closing the windows has made things much more comfortable." The scene within the tunnel was rather unremarkable, akin to any ordinary tunnel. Li Rue captured the exterior views through his phone when he suddenly remarked, "Hey, where has that bus in front gone?" Lei Hang also noticed the anomaly and casually replied, "Perhaps it has ascended a slope or has already exited the tunnel." After a while, Lei Hang felt something was amiss, furrowing his brow as he asked, "How long is this tunnel?" 3 or 400 meters. Dismayed, he thought to himself that something was indeed wrong. I've been driving at 60 miles per hour for 2 minutes without emerging. I need to check the map, he said, hastily handing his phone over. Li Rue promptly opened the map application, discovering that the phone's location was advancing within the tunnel. Sighing with relief, he stated, "It's fine. We're progressing toward the exit. We just need to cover half the distance more." Lei Hang pressed the accelerator, increasing their speed. Suddenly, Li Rue gasped, "What is happening? Our location has reverted to the entrance." She quickly aimed the livestream camera at her phone, and indeed, the location fluctuated from the tunnel's entrance to its end and back again in a continuous cycle. The livestream chat erupted with excitement, inundated with comments. "Are we encountering a ghost wall? How eerie. Is this for real? Surely the host is just playing in some long tunnel." Some newcomers to the stream commented, "I've seen plenty of such tricks. It's merely a gimmick. Just watch and don't take it seriously." Stepping firmly on the brake, Lei Hang cranked open the window and tossed out a packet of tissues. Moments later, it reappeared. Indeed, this was also a first for Lei Hang. Continuing to flee was futile. He simply parked the car on the roadside, turning to Li Rue and asking, "So what now? Weren't you having a grand time with your mystical mumbo-jumbo yesterday? Got any solutions for this predicament?" Li Rue, his expression grave, responded, "My master once said that when encountering a ghost wall, one must use the urine of a virgin boy to break it." "Uncle Lei, are you still a virgin?" Lei Hang scratched his head, a bit embarrassed. "At my age? How could I possibly be a virgin?" Li Rue bit her lip, and after a long pause finally uttered, "I wonder if the urine of a virgin girl would suffice." Chapter 10. The Maiden's Body. Lei Hang scrutinized Li Rue once more, then nodded solemnly. "Disciple, I shall rely on you. I will wait for you outside the car. Use this." With that, he retrieved an urn from the back. Observing Li Rue's hesitation to accept it, he curiously inquired, "What is the matter? Do you find the opening too small? I have a larger one. It's certainly 1 tea spill." "Enough." Li Rue bit her lip, snatched the urn, and handed him the phone set up for live streaming, saying, "Wait for me outside. If you dare to peek, I shall have your eyes dug out." Rest assured, in this pitch darkness, what could one possibly see? Lei Hang replied as he took the phone and swiftly exited the vehicle. Upon noticing the barrage of comments flooding the live stream, he read, "Mr. in the hearse. I'll send 10 planes if you bring the phone back to the car, all right? I'll send 10 rockets. Just tilt the phone slightly upward. Make sure it's aimed at the window. I have cancer. Before I pass, I wish to see my Rue bow one last time. Can you fulfill my wish?" What are they thinking? Lei Hang ignored the vulgar comments from the fans, directing the camera instead at his teeth to commence cleaning away the grime. Shortly thereafter, Li Rue opened the car door and stepped out, cradling the urn. Lei Hang leaned in for a glance and nodded. "Not bad. The soup is clear and transparent. Quite healthy, though a bit fiery. You should refrain from spicy food lately." Li Rue smirked and retorted, "Care taste? It's top quality by Luo Chun." "No, thank you." Waving his hand dismissively, Lei Hang remarked, "Tea in the evening keeps me awake." He scoffed and, "You're not even a virgin. What right do you have to mock me?" Li Rue, cradling the urn, ambled to the center of the road and gingerly poured out the juvenile maiden's urine, sketching an arcane sigil upon the asphalt. With the sigil complete, a considerable amount of urine remained. "There, that should do it. This is a curse-breaking rune imparted to me by my predecessor, specifically designed to dispel phantom obstacles. Just wait and see." Li Rue cast the urn aside and re-entered the vehicle. "Is that all it takes?" Lei Hang queried, following suit and resuming their journey. Li Rue, addressing the camera on his phone with a smile, said, "I trust one haven't made a spectacle of myself. I am confident that we have now overcome the phantom obstacle and will soon emerge from this tunnel." Before long, another colossal urine sigil materialized ahead, making it clear that the phantom obstacle persisted. The livestream audience erupted once more. Some were thoroughly convinced, affirming that the streamer had indeed encountered a phantom obstacle. Others, however, promptly debunked the situation, asserting that the streamer had merely cordoned off an exceptionally long tunnel, making preparations in advance to stage a performance aimed at enhancing the realism of the livestream. "What's going on here?" Lei Hang inquired, halting the car once again. his face etched with doubt as he regarded Li Rue. "Are you certain you are still a maiden? What are you implying?" Li Rue retorted, incensed. "My excellence has precluded me from noticing any man, so I have never had a boyfriend. How can I not be a maiden? Just a jest. Don't be angry." Lei Hang hastily placated. "What now? Are there any other solutions? We can't remain trapped here indefinitely, can we? There is one other recourse," Li Rue coldly remarked. "I heard from my master that the middle finger is the locus where one's vital essence converges. By biting through the middle finger and letting a few drops of blood fall, perhaps we can break the spell. I have already contributed a virgin's urine. Now it is your turn." "Fine." Without further ado, Lei Hang produced his Swiss Army knife, sliced through his middle finger, and let a few drops of blood fall outside the window. He then switched on his flashlight to illuminate the area, only to discover that the blood he had just cast away had vanished. "Oh, come on." Lei Hang immediately exited the vehicle, flashlight in hand, and crouched down to inspect the ground for an extended period. Yet he found not a single drop of blood. The road was paved with concrete. If blood had fallen, it would have been conspicuously visible. "What's going on?" Li Rue followed suit and stepped out of the car. "I refuse to believe this." Lei Hang squeezed his middle finger once more, allowing a few vivid drops of blood to fall to the ground. But they quickly seeped into the surface and disappeared without a trace. "What is happening?" Lei Hang furrowed his brow in contemplation. "Could this mean we have broken the ghost wall? Let's check inside the car." Just as he lifted his head, he received a stinging slap from Li Rue, leaving his face burning with pain. "Are you insane? Why did you hit me?" Lei Hang, dazed from the blow, glared at Li Rue. Li Rue, her face etched with anger, retorted, "You scoundrel. I never imagined you were such a person. Wasn't it you who was groping me just now?" Before she could finish her sentence, her complexion turned ashen, and she screamed, suddenly darting to Lei Hang's side. "Someone touched me." "Someone touched you?" "In this tunnel. It was just the two of us." Suddenly, Lei Hang heard a splashing sound behind him. He swiftly directed his flashlight towards the source, only to glimpse a fleeting shadow. "Who is it?" he murmured, instinctively reaching for his Swiss Army knife. In that moment, he perceived what seemed to be a face embedded in the opposite wall, but when he redirected the light, it vanished without a trace. There was something peculiar afoot. A chill crept down Lei Hang's spine as he scanned the surroundings with his flashlight, grumbling, "Your master is truly unreliable." There was no issue before the blood was shed. But now that it has, these vile entities have been summoned. How was I to know it would turn out this way? Are there others in this tunnel? Perhaps we should head to the vehicle? Li Rue's voice trembled slightly. "Weren't you the one who claimed to be unafraid?" Lei Hang replied, shining the flashlight around. The tunnel was desolate, devoid of any presence, and even he felt a shiver of unease. "Let's go. We should get to the car." Li Hui, unable to contain her anxiety, hurried to the other side to enter the vehicle. Lei Hang opened the driver's side door when suddenly he heard a piercing scream from Li Rue. He rushed over, inquiring what happened. "Nothing, I just tripped," she replied, scrambling to her feet and hastily climbing into the car, leaving her phone behind. Lei Hang picked up her phone and, once inside the vehicle, allowed a sigh of relief. "Damn, this tunnel is too eerie. It truly feels like a den of horrors. Are you all right?" He glanced over at the passenger seat, where Li Rue was hugging her arms tightly, gently shaking her head, likely still shaken by the ordeal. "Do not fear. Once we embark on this journey, all will be well. This vehicle, inherited from my grandfather, still possesses some utility." Lei Hang glanced outside and inquired, "Do you think this illusory wall has been breached? Perhaps we should press onward and find out." He casually set his phone aside, twisted the ignition key, and pressed the accelerator, advancing further. As he shifted gears, his gaze inadvertently fell upon the screen of his phone, where an avalanche of comments flooded the live stream, declaring, "Mysterious driver, you have the wrong person. This individual is not Rue Bao. Rue Bao has been pulled into the wall by dozens of hands. The one beside you is not human, but a specter." Chapter 11. The morning stick felt a sudden chill run down his spine and hastily pressed the brake. It was one thing for a few comments in the live chat to raise suspicions, but when everyone echoed the same sentiment, it became glaringly clear that the person beside him was not Li Rue. "Who exactly are you?" Drew his military knife and turned to face the woman beside him. Although she donned a white dress, her long black hair obscured her face, leaving only a pair of eyes visible through the strands. "You have discovered my true nature," she said, gradually turning her head. One side of her face was flesh, while the other revealed bone, a faint smile playing at her lips as if she were amused. "Now you belong to me." With a chilling giggle, she began to loosen her dress, revealing her upper body, which was grotesquely marred by blood and flesh. "Get away from me," felt a wave of nausea rise within him as he desperately swung his knife, but his hands grew increasingly feeble, as if the very air had thickened around him. He glanced at the enormous talisman on the car roof, hoping it would glow once more to save him. But after a prolonged wait, it remained unresponsive. Instead, a sharp pain shot through his palm, as if someone were forcefully twisting his wrist. With a crack, the knife clattered to the ground. Realizing he had likely fractured a bone, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. A surge of determination ignited within him. He reached out with his other hand, grasping wildly until he seized a stick, which he brought down violently upon the ghost's head. "Ah!" A piercing scream erupted from the ghost, her eyes widening in terror as she leapt through the window, crashing into the tunnel wall. Remarkably, she seemed to sink into it like a drop of water, ultimately vanishing from sight. Lei Hang exhaled in relief, only then realizing that he was clutching a mournful stick. The handle of his stick was smooth to the touch, as if it had been caressed for an eternity, and the white paper clinging to it had become tattered and worn. Yet another treasure. Lei Hang recalled the urn containing Li Rui's ashes that he had carelessly tossed aside by the roadside. It too might have been a precious item. Li Hui. He suddenly became alert, swiftly turning the vehicle around to retrace his steps. In the distance, he spotted a hand clenched into a fist, struggling desperately against the wall. It appeared that the body had been nearly engulfed by the wall, leaving only this hand exposed. This hand was pale and slender, most likely belonging to Li Rui. Lei Hang seized the mournful stick and rushed forward, grasping the wrist, pressing his feet against the wall, and exerting all his strength to pull her out. It seemed that something within the wall was also resisting him. Abruptly, several hands emerged from the wall, gripping his arms tightly, intent on dragging him in as well. "Get away from me," Lei Hang shouted, raising the mournful stick and striking fiercely at the hands, which seemed to possess an inexhaustible power, causing them to retreat back into the wall. Still unsatisfied, Lei Hang relentlessly struck the wall with a mournful stick, shouting, "Come out, release her." Each blow echoed with a resounding thud, as if the entire tunnel vibrated in response, and anguished wails emanated from within the wall. Suddenly, a white figure tumbled out from the wall. It was Li Rui, though she lay unconscious. "Damn it!" Lei Hang swung the mourning stick and struck the wall fiercely several times, after which he hoisted Li Rui back into the vehicle and slammed the accelerator, racing out of the tunnel. It seemed that the blows to the wall had some effect. This time, the hearse successfully exited the tunnel. Above, the moon hung faintly amidst the stars, and the chorus of frogs and cicadas filled the air. They had finally escaped the clutches of despair. Lei Hang quickly halted the vehicle, gently patting Li Rui's cheek as he called out, "Hey, are you all right?" He reached out to check her breath, only to discover there was none. What the hell? Panic surged through him as he laid her down on the rear platform designated for the deceased. With both hands pressed against her chest, he began chest compressions. Yet after an eternity of effort, there was still no response. The green bead had vanished again. In desperation, he pinched her nose and leaned down to administer artificial respiration. Chest compressions and artificial respiration are the two essential techniques of emergency aid. Under this dual approach, Li Rui gradually began to breathe, coughing a few times before regaining consciousness. "Oh my, you scare me to death." Lei Hang finally exhaled in relief, leaning against the vehicle, gasping for air. "Did we make it out?" Li Rui slowly sat up. Despite the enveloping darkness, she could faintly discern the outlines of trees and flowers. "Yes, but what happened to you? How did you get pulled into the wall?" "I was pulled into the wall." Li Rui furrowed her brows, pondering for a while before replying. "I only remember falling when I was about to get in the car. My pendant around my neck fell to the ground, and I reached down to pick it up. After that, I have no recollection." She opened her palm to reveal a dark green amulet. "This is the object that saved your life." Lei Hang picked up the amulet and examined it closely, noticing the engraved figure of Mithra Buddha, which held no particular distinction beyond that. This was given to me by my grandmother. I've heard it has been enshrined at Lingyin Temple for many decades, blessed by Master Jigong, he remarked, cherishing the amulet once more. Jigong? Lei Hang chuckled, shaking his head as he picked up a morning stick nearby. My grandfather also left me many things. Who would have thought this morning stick could be a treasure? Oh no! He suddenly sat upright, slapping his thigh, exclaiming, I forgot to bring my urn. Oh dear! Li Rue, puzzled, inquired, what do you need the urn for? If you want some Biluakun tea, just come to me. I can always prepare it fresh for you. I'll give you a whack. Lei Hang retorted irritably. Everything in this vehicle might be a precious legacy from my grandfather. Never mind, this tunnel feels too ominous. Once he go back, I'll leave it behind. Our immediate concern is to find a hotel for the night. We're not far from the provincial capital. Let us head there directly, he continued, driving onward. By the time they reached the provincial capital, dawn had broken. He decided against resting and pressed on towards their destination. According to the address provided by the black dog, the family of the ghostly school bus driver resided in a village within the city's northern outskirts, a place shrouded in murky air and filth, where certain areas were inaccessible even to vehicles. He parked the car by the roadside, rousing Li Rue, and suggested they proceed on foot. Didn't we agree to rest? Li Rue yawned, still feeling overwhelmingly drowsy. Who said anything about sleeping with you? Don't tarnish my innocence, Lei Hang shot back. Lei Hang rolled his eyes and said, if you feel tired, you can find a place to rest. I will seek you out after I finish my business. He sighed, but then again, being alone is rather dull. Li Rue glanced around and inquired curiously, how peculiar. There's an elderly lady persistently rummaging through the trash bins behind us. It seems wherever we go, she follows. Is someone tailing us? Lei Hang turned to look, and indeed, not far behind, an old woman was sifting through the refuse. He approached her directly, intending to inquire for directions. Excuse me, madam, do you happen to know the way to Shago Alley? I do. The elderly woman lifted her head and flashed a wide grin. At that moment, Lei Hang's expression changed drastically. Her eyes were remarkably large, and her sharp teeth revealed her true identity. She was none other than Madame Cat's eye. Chapter 12. The Great Secret It Is You. Lei Hang was taken aback, instinctively stepping aside to shield Li Rue. It is it. Madame Cat's eye wore an enigmatic smile, her gaze meticulously scrutinizing Lei Hang, ultimately fixating on his abdomen. It is it. I can sense it. Madame Cat's eye appeared exhilarated, extending her hands as if to tear open Lei Hang's belly to extract whatever lay within. Lei Hang recalled the green orb he had swallowed, fearing it had now settled in his small intestine, harmoniously coexisting with certain entities. What do you truly desire? Lei Hang bellowed, resisting the impulse to kick the old woman away. You harbor a cat's eye within you. It is a treasure of our lineage. Where did you acquire it? Madame Cat's eye fixed her gaze on Lei Hang, her eyes gleaming with avarice. Lei Hang was perplexed, pondering if this individual was indeed not Madame Cat's eye. He scrutinized her closely, noting that although she bore a resemblance to Madame Cat's eye, with her large eyes and sharp teeth, her complexion appeared somewhat paler and her forehead broader. There were indeed discernible differences. He had initially allowed his assumptions to cloud his judgment, failing to notice these details. Since this person was not Madame Cat's eye, Lei Hang had no choice but to withhold the truth, replying coolly, a person who resembles you gifted this to me. She claims to be Madame Cat's eye, and I save her life. No, you are lying. I am also Madame Cat's eye. I am intimately aware of my kin's nature. She would never bestow the cat's eye upon anyone. The woman before him, with feline eyes, wore a smile, saliva glistening at the corner of her lips. Young man, she purred, that doesn't belong to you. You must return it to me. Lei Hang, his patience wearing thin, retorted, you want it? I'll give it back when I pass it. You won't, the cat-eyed woman chuckled, her gaze unsettling. It will require an incision, a single cut across your abdomen, and it can be retrieved. You're insane. Lei Hang snapped, eager to disengage from the unsettling encounter. He turned on his heel, Li Rue hastily following in his wake, a shiver running down her spine at the sight of the old woman. The cat-eyed woman's voice echoed after them. I will find you. The cat's eye will guide me. If within a month you haven't extracted it, or what? Lei Hang paused, turning back to face her. You will become like me. A peculiar smile stretched across the cat-eyed woman's face as she turned and departed. Lei Hang couldn't help but shudder. The thought of transforming into someone like the old woman was a fate worse than death. Who is she? What transpired between you two? Liru inwided. Had curiosity pijuit. Don't ask. I don't want to talk about it right now. Lei Hang's mood soured. He retrieved his phone, navigating to an address, and soon arrived at a desolate alleyway. The alleyway was quiet, yet teeming with hair salons, though sparsely populated. Do places like this still exist? Lei Hang muttered, a frown creasing his brow. What kind of place? A place you shouldn't be. Lei Hang halted before a salon named Inen, confirming the address before striding inside. It's not open yet. A woman's voice emanated from behind the counter, and soon she lifted her head. She was a rather greasy-looking woman, her face heavily coated with thick makeup. Upon seeing a man and a woman enter, she frowned and inquired, "What do you want?" "We're here for an investigation," Lei Hang replied, leaning against the counter and fixing his gaze on her. "You are Zhang Xiaoli, correct? We are looking into the case of the missing school bus from 4 years ago. Please cooperate with us." The woman, identified as Zhang Xiaoli, immediately changed her expression, her face turning cold as she retorted, "Isn't that case already closed? What more is there to investigate?" No comment. With a chuckle, Lei Hang responded, "You seem quite stubborn. Do you believe I won't send someone over tonight to seal this place?" "Do as you wish," Zhang Xiaoli scoffed. "It's not like I have any business here anyway. Investigate however you please. You can go in right now if you want." "Okay." Surprised, Lei Hang seldom encountered someone so unyielding. As he contemplated a softer approach, a sudden loud thump interrupted his thoughts. Li Rue slammed a stack of crimson bills onto the table, raising an eyebrow. "As long as your answers satisfy us, this money is yours." Zhang Xiaoli's eyes immediately lit up, and she eagerly nodded. "I will tell you everything. Just ask your questions." Lei Hang paused, a self-deprecating smile crossing his face as he inquired, "You are the driver's wife. What can you tell us about his social circle? Who are his friends?" Zhang Xiaoli replied rather irritably, "What friends could he possibly have? Just a bunch of useless companions, as I mentioned before. Don't you have any records?" Lei Hang indeed examined the files, yet the social connections identified proved to be of little consequence. As he received a wad of cash from Li Rue, he counted it while saying, "I wish to hear some pertinent information. Your husband, aside from these individuals, must undoubtedly have other connections. If you continue to spout nonsense, why would I part with my money?" Zhang Xiaoli swallowed hard and impatiently replied, "Very well, this scoundrel has been keeping a mistress named Hu Xian. Ugh, just a siren. During the days of the incident, he often frolicked with this temptress. You should inquire with her, as she must know everything." Without delay, Lei Hang jotted down Hu Xian's personal details and physical description, sending them to He Go for investigation. He then asked about various specifics regarding the driver before the incident, which closely matched the information in the files. Unable to extract any further revelations, Lei Hang finally handed her the money, preparing to leave with Li Rue. "Wait a moment." Zhang Xiaoli suddenly stood up, a smile on her face. "If you are willing to part with another 5,000, I shall divulge a great secret, well worth the sum. Do you take us for a money-printing factory?" Lei Hang would not allow himself to be that gullible. Even in the absence of funds, he would not acquiesce to her demands. He chuckled. "You may keep that grand secret as a family heirloom. I have no need for it. Farewell." Just as Li Rue was about to speak, Lei Hang quickly restrained her, signaling her with his eyes as he urged her toward the exit. Indeed, Zhang Xiaoli hurried after them, exclaiming, "Don't leave. How about I lower the price to 4,000? 3,000? Lei Hang disregarded her, continuing onward. 2,000. The lowest price. Whether you choose to listen or not is your loss. Be cautious, for if you neglect this matter, you may find your very lives at stake." With that, Lei Hang paused, turning to say, "Now, speak up. I am eager to hear what monumental secret you possess." Zhang Xiaoli extended her hand, stating, "You must first provide me with the money. I fear you may abscond." Li Rue then retrieved a bundle of cash from his bag, counted out 2,000, and placed it upon the table, saying, "Now, tell me your tale. If it is worth the price, it shall be yours." Zhang Xiaoli's expression turned avaricious as she cast several longing glances at the money. Lowering her voice, she confessed, "In truth, my husband passed away the day before the incident." Chapter 13, The Second Guest, Are You Out of Your Mind for Money? Lei Hang thought this woman was speaking nonsensically and was about to rise to collect her payment. Zhang Xiaoli, in a fit of urgency, stamped her foot and exclaimed, "I told you all that you wouldn't believe me. This is the truth. Just listen to me. Calm down, let her speak." Li Rui displayed great interest, quickly stopping Lei Hang and gesturing for Zhang Xiaoli to continue. "It's all right. Please go on. Be as detailed as possible. All this money is yours." Zhang Xiaoli promptly took the stack of cash and tucked it into her pocket, feeling reassured. She leisurely settled back onto the sofa, crossed her legs, and grabbed a handful of sunflower seeds, cracking them open as she spoke. "Don't think I'm just boasting. I told many people about this at the time, but no one believed me. Eventually, I stopped mentioning it altogether. You are fortunate to hear such an extraordinary tale." Lei Hang could not help but interject, "Enough of the nonsense. We're in a hurry to get back to sleep." Zhang Xiaoli surveyed the two of them and suddenly realized, nodding her head, "All right, I won't take up any more of your time." To make a long story short, the night before the incident, that wretched soul was definitely out gallivanting with a seductress and returned home quite late. I was livid then, scolding him fiercely and even slapping him twice, yet he remained completely unresponsive. In the past, he would have retaliated with punches and kicks. How can I describe that scene? He didn't eat his meal, and I struck him without any reaction. It felt as if he were a robot. In any case, I didn't bother with him afterward. I took a shower and went to bed. However, I tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to sleep, and upon reflection, I realized it was because that wretched soul was not snoring. After all these years of sharing the same bed, I had grown accustomed to his nightly snoring. On that particular night, when he was silent, I found it difficult to sleep. At first, I assumed he was merely awake, but after straining to listen, I realized he was not even breathing. At this point, Zhang Xiaoli's expression turned to one of alarm, and she curled deeper into the sofa before continuing. I felt it was strange and extended my hand to check for his breath, but there was not a single trace of air. I then touched his heart, and there was no heartbeat. In that moment, I believed he had passed away and hurriedly got out of bed to call for an ambulance. However, when I turned around, I was startled to see him sitting up, his eyes fixed on me as he asked, "What are you doing?" I was taken aback and could muster no response, merely stammering that I needed to use the restroom before fleeing to the bathroom to hide for a considerable time. Eventually, exhaustion overwhelmed me, and I thought perhaps it had been an illusion. Cautiously, I returned to the bedroom, only to find him asleep once more. I quietly reached out to feel for his breath, but still there was none. I dared not sleep beside him again. Instead, I spent the night in my daughter's room. The next morning, I rose early to prepare breakfast, attending to him as he ate in silence, not uttering a single word. I did not dare to inquire further. As I served him, I inadvertently brushed against his arm, and good heavens, it was ice cold, far from the warmth of a living person. That day, he behaved unusually, refraining from his usual tirades. He remained silent during breakfast, and I simply continued to tend to him as he left for the day. Relieved, I hurried out to meet friends for a game of mahjong to dispel my anxiety. Little did I know, that evening I would receive news of a school bus gone missing, and from that day forth, he was never seen again. After she exhaled deeply, she remained silent for a considerable time. Lei Hang, perceiving her sincerity, began to entertain the notion that her words held truth. He inquired, "Are you suggesting that your husband might have fallen victim to that Hu Xian? How do you know he was with Hu Xian that day?" Zhang Xiaoli replied, "There was a distinct scent of women's perfume on him, and strands of long hair clung to his clothes. Is there any need for further questioning? He often bore such fragrances in the past." Lei Hang, now convinced that locating Hu Xian would unveil critical information regarding the ghostly school bus incident, which in turn might lead to clues about the blood well in the backyard. "Well, your intelligence is rather underwhelming. It hardly merits 2,000. He stood to depart. "Wait, I have another secret to sell you, and this time it's a bargain at merely 500, Zhang Xiaoli interjected, her fingers splayed in a cheerful gesture. "Not a chance." Lei Hang rolled his eyes. "Do you have a trove of secrets waiting for us? Our funds do not grow on trees." nor can we withstand such extortion. Ah, consider it a gift. 200 is reasonable, right? Zhang Xiaoli pleaded, desperately clinging to him, lamenting the downer in her business. Making ends meet a struggle. Fine. Lei Hang was about to chastise her when Li Rue handed over the 200 yuan. It would be best if you divulged everything at once. Our patience is finite. This must be the last of it. Zhang Xiaoli cheerfully accepted the money, but her expression quickly turned serious as she lowered her voice. On the night following the disappearance of the school bus, my husband visited me in a dream. He told me he had been harmed by that vixen and felt cold below. He asked me to buy him some clothing. In the dream, he appeared pitiful, and upon awakening, I burned some funeral garments for him. You charge 200 just for a dream? Lei Hang felt a sense of being deceived. Zhang Xiaoli glared at him, insisting, I assure you, this dream was incredibly vivid, as if he were sitting right in front of me. I remember every detail distinctly. It was nothing like my usual dreams. Enough. Lei Hang, unwilling to prolong the conversation, called out to Li Rue and turned to leave. Zhang Xiaoli seemed reluctant to end the discussion, rummaging through her mind for any secret she could sell, but ultimately could only watch as the two benefactors departed. Do all streamers have such wealth? Lei Hang asked, looking at Li Rue with confusion. Why not take me along? I'd like to be a streamer too. Not a chance. My streaming account has already been banned, Li Rue shrugged. Streaming can indeed be quite lucrative, but one doesn't earn that much, perhaps a few million a year. A few million isn't a small sum. How did your account get banned? I was accused of promoting superstition. The platform requires that I declare all content in my stream is purely fictional scripting in order to be reinstated, or else it will remain permanently banned. This contradicts my original intention. I wanted to showcase the most authentic aspects of the world to everyone. Very well. Upon reflecting on the blood well in the backyard, Lei Hang found himself devoid of any desire for profit. He and Li Rue casually booked 2 rooms and spent the day in slumber. The following day, they drove back to the city, just as dusk began to descend. I am about to retire for the night. Would you care to join me? Lei Hang suggested, gesturing towards the 2nd floor of his funeral parlor. You scoundrel, Li Rue retorted with a scoff, driving off in his Land Rover. With a dismissive grunt, Lei Hang opened the roll-up door, his gaze falling upon the room filled with paper-made wreaths, the once light-hearted mood now heavy once more. The blood well in the backyard perpetually lodged in his throat like a thorn. Boss! A woman's voice suddenly echoed from the entrance. Lei Hang turned to see a pale-faced woman step inside, inquiring, Do you sell children's clothing here? Chapter 14. The Mysterious Note Children's Clothing? Lei Hang was momentarily taken aback, recalling a child who had come to him previously seeking candy, speaking in a similar manner. Could it be that the woman before him was not of this world? He scrutinized her once more, noting her pale complexion and plain attire. Aside from her pallor, there was nothing particularly unusual about her. He contemplated that it would be best to proceed with the transaction to avoid any potential enmity. Indeed, the shop had a few children's burial garments, albeit covered in a thick layer of dust, as the passing of children was a rare occurrence. There are only a few. Please feel free to choose. Lei Hang gestured toward the shelf. I'll take them all. Could you please retrieve them for me? The woman rummaged through her pocket for an extended moment, finally producing a stack of neatly arranged banknotes. This time, Lei Hang could clearly see that they were genuine currency, not joss paper. For pieces. I'll let you have them for 180. Noticing that she seemed not particularly affluent, he intentionally lowered the price. Thank you, the woman murmured softly, casting a furtive glance at Lei Hang. Unbeknownst to him, he failed to detect her subtle gesture as he packed the 4 garments into a plastic bag, accepted the payment, and casually placed it on the counter. Having heard numerous ghost stories, he was aware of instances where money paid would transform into ghost money shortly thereafter. Observing the woman hesitating to speak, Lei Hang inquired, Is something the matter? Do you have a concern? With a smile, the woman shook her head, saying, I'm merely curious. Last night, I dreamt that my son reached out to me, expressing that he felt cold below and wished for me to buy him some clothes. Moreover, I was specifically directed to this funeral home in the northern part of the city, where I was told there was a kind-hearted uncle, and to my surprise, it turned out to be true. Lei Hang's expression shifted subtly as he inquired, Is your son Connected to the school bus disappearance case from 4 years ago? Yes, yes. You are aware of that case? The woman exclaimed, her voice trembling with urgency. Has there been any progress? Has the bus been located? As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face. I know my baby might no longer be with us. Otherwise, why would he come to me in a dream? But if only we could find his body. It became evident that this woman was not a ghost. Lei Hang exhaled slowly, asking, what does your son look like? Does he have any distinguishing features? Wiping her tears, the woman retrieved an old, battered phone and handed it to him. The wallpaper depicted a little boy joyfully laughing, strikingly similar to the child who had visited her shop to buy candy that day. No wonder. After studying the photograph in silence for a while, Lei Hang recalled the scene from the dream involving the boy and the driver, both mentioning a sense of coldness. Why would they feel cold? With this thought lingering, he pressed further. In the dream, how did your son appear? Why did he mention feeling cold? The woman pondered carefully before responding. The dream felt incredibly vivid. I remember it quite well. The surroundings were dim, and I think there was something dripping nearby. He was wearing the short-sleeved shirt he had on when he left that day, but his body was covered in moss. No matter how much I tried to wipe it off, it wouldn't come clean. He only said he felt so cold and urged me to come here to buy him clothes. Covered in moss. Lei Hang murmured to himself. The school bus had gone missing in June. How could it be cold? In what kind of place would it be cold? Water still dripped down. The woman could not help but inquire, Sir, have you seen my son? Lei Hang, regaining his composure, shook his head and replied, No, but this case should yield results soon. Please provide me with your contact information, and I will inform you if there are any developments. Very well. The woman quickly took out her phone, and they exchanged WeChat details. Lei Hang noted her WeChat name was Zhao Haixia, presumably her real name. Zoya, your son may have met with an unfortunate incident. You must prepare yourself mentally. I had already suspected as much, Zhao Haixia said, her face etched with disappointment. It has been 4 years. I heard the school bus was involved in an accident. All I hope for is to find my son's remains, to give him a proper burial, so I may hold on to some semblance of solace. Lei Hang nodded solemnly. Return home and await news. After bidding farewell to the woman, Lei Hang closed the door, ascended the stairs, and began to investigate the terrain surrounding the city on his computer. The school bus had been driven for quite some time before the accident, and it was likely that the fuel was running low. After the crash, it would not have traveled far. Given the prevalence of surveillance cameras, there had been no further recorded sightings after the bus left the city. The next camera was nearly 30 kilometers away. Thus, the area where the bus might have vanished was likely within that 30-kilometer radius. The terrain was overgrown with moss and still damp, suggesting a dark and humid environment. After an extensive search, Lei Hang pinpointed his focus on the mountainous region to the northwest of the city, characterized by numerous gorges and rivers, fitting the criteria of darkness and dampness. Whether the school bus could have gone missing in such a location would require his personal investigation the following day. He stifled a yawn and collapsed into slumber, only to be jolted awake the following morning by the incessant pounding on the door and the shrill ring of his phone. You lazy pig, why are you still asleep? Came the voice of Li Rue from outside. With another yawn, Lei Hang dressed and descended to open the rolling shutter door. The sunlight outside was blinding, and there stood a stunning beauty, clad in form-fitting jeans and athletic shoes. Her legs were slender and straight, yet alluringly curvaceous, a true marvel. She wore a white cotton t-shirt that accentuated her flawless figure without reservation. Oh, have you changed your style? Lei Hang couldn't help but steal a few extra glances. Today, Li Rue had applied a light touch of makeup, transforming herself into an ethereal being, exuding an air of aloofness that made her seem untouchable. What activities do we have today? Li Rue eagerly stepped inside, her celestial aura dissipating instantly. It's better when you don't speak. Lei Hang yawned again, washing his face as he inquired, Didn't you say you'd be following me tonight? I'm bored, she replied. Today, we're going hiking to search for the missing school bus. Together, Li Rue's eyes sparkled with excitement. 2 hours later, Lei Hang's vehicle arrived at the mountainous region northwest of the city. Here, rivers crisscrossed the landscape, with only a winding mountain road leading to the village. The rest was barren land, making the search for the missing school bus exceedingly difficult. In such a vast area, How will we find it? Li Rue sighed, opting to lean against the passenger seat and doze off. Lei Hang, however, remained undeterred. Wherever there was a path for the car, he would venture in, leaving no small ravine unexplored, gradually drifting further from the road. As dusk descended, the surroundings grew increasingly desolate, and ahead there was even a lack of road. Li Rue finally regained consciousness, exclaiming in astonishment, "Where is this place? You can't possibly be intending to traffic in human beings, can you?" Lei Hang remained silent, sensing intuitively that the school bus might be nearby. In the distance, the thunderous sound of a waterfall echoed, prompting Lei Hang to assist Li Rue in disembarking the vehicle. They proceeded on foot along a winding stream, ultimately discovering a small waterfall. To the right of the waterfall lay a narrow gorge, several meters wide, shrouded in darkness and dampness. Yet the steep terrain made descent a formidable challenge. Lei Hang retrieved a rope from the vehicle, securing one end to a stone before climbing down along the rope to the base of the gorge. Soon, he discovered a platform emerging from side, though it was obscured by a dense tangle of vines. As Lei Hang pushed aside the foliage, a dilapidated school bus came into view. Affixed to its battered exterior was a note, seemingly newly placed, inscribed in elegant handwriting. "If you wish to discover what lies within the well, meet me tonight at Yongxi Cemetery." Lei Hang's heart raced. Could it be that someone knew the secret of the blood well behind his courtyard? What on earth resided within that well? Chapter 15, Eternal Thought Cemetery. A myriad of questions surged within Lei Hang's mind. The note was inscribed on a sticky pad, evidently affixed not long ago, as the moisture had yet to penetrate its surface. The elegant handwriting, unmistakably feminine, revealed no intent to conceal the writer's identity. It was apparent that this individual harbored no fear of exposure, but rather an apprehension that a mere investigation could unveil fingerprints. Yet, how could the author of this note have known he would find himself here? Who was she? The woman who purchased the funeral attire last night? Lei Hang's thoughts were in disarray, devoid of clarity. He could only secure the sticky note carefully, intending to return and have the black dog examine the fingerprints upon it. From above, he heard Li Rue's voice calling out, "Hey, be careful. Did you find anything?" "I found it," Lei Hang replied, attempting to grasp a vine and elevate himself onto the sunken stone platform, where the school bus loomed merely a meter away. He was perplexed as to how such a vehicle could appear in this location. Maneuvering it in would undoubtedly require exceptional skill. In the dim light, Lei Hang observed myriad dark red patterns scattered across the ground surrounding the bus, with similar markings adorning the walls. These enigmatic symbols coalesced, weaving a tapestry that seemed to ensnare the bus, instilling a sense of unease within him. At that moment, Li Rue began her descent along the rope. Lei Hang quickly cautioned her, "What are you doing down there? It's dangerous. I want to take a look too." She had evidently underestimated the challenges of climbing. After considerable effort, she finally reached the platform, gingerly stepping onto the stones and extending her hand, exclaiming, "Quick, grab hold of me." Lei Hang grasped her hand, feeling its slick, icy coolness. It was undeniably delicate and soft, causing his face to flush with embarrassment. Li Rue, however, was oblivious, utterly astonished by the sight of the school bus before them. "How on earth did this bus end up here?" he exclaimed. "Steady yourself. Be careful not to fall." Lei Hang gradually released her hand, retrieving his phone to capture a photograph of the bus. "Yes, I must first post this on social media." Li Rue also took out his phone, preparing to take a picture. "What are you posting?" "I'm taking this for research purposes, so please refrain from sharing on social media, or else the police will invite you for a chat." "Oh," Li Rue gasped as he spotted a desiccated child's corpse slumped inside a shattered window, instinctively retreating behind Lei Hang. "How can you be so timid and still engage in midnight live streams?" Lei Hang shook his head, donning rubber gloves from his pocket, and forcefully attempted to open the rusted bus door. Li Rue pressed himself against the wall, gripping the vines tightly, and trembled as he responded, "I've never encountered a real ghost during my live streams. It's only been in recent days that I've had such experiences, and I am profoundly afraid of corpses. Soon, you'll witness even more corpses." Lei Hang growled softly, straining to pry open the rusted door. A nauseating stench of decay wafting out from within. Inside the bus, the seats were littered with the desiccate. Lei Hang waved his hand through the air before retrieving his phone to capture several photographs. Ultimately, he decided against going up to investigate further and opted instead to call Hey Go to handle the aftermath. Let us go. We'll leave the remaining matters to the police, he said, noticing the encroaching darkness and feeling the rumble of hunger in his stomach, prompting him to seek sustenance in the car. Shall we not take a look inside the car? Li Rui inquired with curiosity, peering into the vehicle. Why don't you go? No, no, Li Rui replied, shaking her hand in refusal as she began to climb the rope. Being a person who valued cleanliness, she would have considered entering the car if it weren't for the possibility of cobwebs. The air in the ravine was humid, and as time passed, the rope became increasingly slippery. Suddenly, Li Rui's grip faltered and she began to fall. Be careful, Lei Hang reacted swiftly, grasping the rope with one hand while wrapping the other around her waist, pulling her back with strength. Li Rui instinctively clung to his neck, their bodies pressing closely together, each acutely aware of the other's warmth. Li Rui felt a profound sense of safety in the broad, warm chest of the man before her, a sensation that made her reluctant to part from him. Feeling her soft form against him, Lei Hang's face reddened once more. Be cautious, falling is no trivial matter. The rope is too slippery. Li Rui quickly released her grip and attempted to climb again. Wait a moment, I'll pull you up, Lei Hang said, concerned for her safety. He ascended first, instructing Li Rui to wrap the rope around her waist. Working in tandem, they finally managed to escape the ravine. That was close. Li Rui exhaled, recalling the intimate contact shared moments ago, feeling a touch of embarrassment. Let us grab something to eat first. I'm quite hungry. Lei Hang led her back to the car, driving the hearse onto the highway. Along the way, he made several marks to assist the black dog in locating this place. After a long day, shall I escort you home? You know my place, East Lake Mountain. Li Rui, weary, leaned back in her seat and closed her eyes to rest. ISNT East Lake Mountain, just a barren land? Where exactly do you live? Lei Hang inquired with great curiosity. You'll find out soon enough. 2 hours later, the hearse came to a halt halfway up East Lake Mountain, revealing a resplendent villa before them. The villa boasted a swimming pool and a golf course, epitomizing luxury. Wow! Lei Hang gasped in awe, realizing that the desolation he had witnessed previously was due to taking a side entrance. This time, they had approached through the main gate. Observing his envious expression, Li Rui offered, Shall we go inside for a while? My parents are not home today. This doesn't seem quite right, Lei Hang fidgeted, thinking that the implication was rather obvious. What's wrong with it? Besides, the only ones at home are bodyguards and housekeepers. I'm rather bored by myself. Wouldn't it be delightful if you accompanied me to watch a movie? No, I have other matters to attend to tonight. Let us save it for another day. Lei Hang recalled that he needed to visit Yongxi Cemetery later to meet the owner of that note. Another day might not present the opportunity. Never mind, you take care, and drive safely. Li Rui wearily waved her hand and turned to enter the grand entrance of the villa. With a sigh, Lei Hang drove his dilapidated hearse towards the Yongxi Cemetery. Along the way, he hastily consumed a bowl of noodles from a roadside stall. By the time he arrived at his destination, it was already past 10 in the evening. The Yongxi Cemetery was situated on a remote, desolate mountain, accessible via a dirt road that led to its entrance. Lei Hang parked his vehicle beneath a large tree, surrounded by an enveloping darkness, where he could vaguely discern the countless tombstones dotting the mountainside. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Uncle Han. Hello, Uncle Han. I noticed your hearse heading south while I was drinking earlier. That direction leads only to the cemetery. What business do you have there? I have some matters to attend to. What kind of matters? Be cautious, you rascal. That place is quite sinister. This last night, someone was frightfully scared to death. It's best you hurry home. Chapter 16. Trapped in despair, is it possible for someone to be frightened to death? Lei Hang chuckled, finding this notion utterly absurd. Throughout his years of investigation, he had never encountered anyone succumbing to fear. However, some elderly individuals with fragile hearts might indeed perish from fright. For an average adult, it is exceedingly difficult to die from sheer terror, whether you choose to listen or not. Uncle Han's cold scoff echoed through the phone. "You are simply too stubborn, and this will inevitably lead to your demise. I wonder how long you can maintain your arrogance." With that, he abruptly ended the call. "How much have you had to drink to be in such a foul mood?" Lei Hang retorted, also disconnecting the call. He retrieved a flashlight from the car, gripping the grim stick tightly as he ascended towards the mountain graveyard. This mournful stick was crafted from a peculiar wood, its weighty and sturdy nature making it suitable for warding off both human and supernatural threats. Finding a gravestone to conceal himself behind, he resolved to observe the unfolding events. The surroundings were enveloped in darkness, rendering visibility nearly non-existent, with only the occasional croak of frogs breaking the silence. An uneasy feeling settled in his heart, prompting him to bow slightly and murmur, "Esteemed brothers, I seek to intrude upon your sacred ground. I sincerely hope you will pardon my trespass. I shall take my leave shortly." Whether it was merely a psychological effect, he felt a surge of calmness after uttering these words. He cautiously shifted to a slightly different position, hiding behind a gravestone at an angle. He surmised that the one who had left the note must have been waiting here for quite some time, perhaps covertly observing him. However, given the pitch-black surroundings, it was unlikely that the individual would be able to discern his hiding place. Should the person fail to appear, he would remain until dawn. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until a shadowy figure appeared outside the cemetery. Lei Hang immediately sat up, concealing himself behind a gravestone to observe. The figure, clad entirely in black, scanned the surroundings while making his way up the steps toward the hillside. As he drew closer, Lei Hang discerned that the individual was wielding a shovel. Could he be a grave robber? Is it possible for someone to desecrate a public cemetery? Glancing down, he realized that this was indeed a burial ground, with patches of grass adorning each gravestone. He was likely standing atop someone else's grave. At that moment, he had no time for further contemplation, as the man with the shovel had reached a row of gravestones, inspecting each one meticulously before finally pausing before a particular stone. He muttered to himself, "This is the right one." At this point, Lei Hang was merely a few meters away, watching as the figure, positioned on a higher step, energetically began to dig. What could he possibly be excavating? An insatiable curiosity stirred within Lei Hang, compelling him to approach for a closer look, yet he hesitated, wary of revealing his presence. After much internal conflict, he resolved to stealthily advance, feeling confident against a solitary opponent. He deliberately softened his footsteps and crept closer, observing as the man had already unearthed the soil, revealing a coffin buried beneath. He thrust the shovel into the coffin seam and pried the lid open with force. As the lid was lifted, the corpse within was exposed, an eerily lifelike female body, strikingly beautiful, perhaps due to her recent interment. Lei Hang was perplexed by the man's intentions when he suddenly saw him standing at the coffin's edge, reaching out to tear away the clothes from the deceased form. Hey! He could no longer contain himself and let out a loud roar as he charged forward, for the sanctity of the deceased must be respected. The man had no idea what intentions lay behind his actions towards the corpse. Without a glance back, the individual turned and fled. Just as Lei Hang prepared to pursue, he suddenly felt a heavy blow to his head, causing him to lose consciousness. Upon awakening, a sense of dizziness enveloped him. As he opened his eyes, he was met with an impenetrable darkness. Beneath him lay something cold, and as he reached out to touch it, his fingers grazed against a frigid human face. What the hell? He gasped in shock, abruptly lifting his head, only to be met with excruciating pain at the back of his skull, as if he had collided with a wooden plank. A wave of dread washed over him as he began to explore his surroundings. Every direction he touched revealed wood, indicating that he was indeed inside a coffin, accompanied by another lifeless body. Hastily, he searched his person for his phone, but it was nowhere to be found. Instead, his hand grasped a flashlight. With trembling fingers, Lei Hang flicked the switch, illuminating the pallid visage of the female corpse that had just been unearthed. He had been buried alive. Desperately, he pounded on the coffin lid and shouted, but his voice failed to escape the confines of his prison. He then attempted to push upwards with all his might, but it was a futile effort. A heavy layer of earth pressed down upon the coffin, rendering it impossible to lift the lid. Damn it! Lei Hang inhaled deeply, striving to regain his composure. The space within the coffin was limited, and any vigorous movements would only hasten the depletion of oxygen. Fortunately, the female corpse beside him seemed to have been frozen in an ice coffin prior, and since she had only recently been interred, her body remained cold, devoid of any foul odor, merely confined within a cramped space alongside a lifeless body. He felt an incessant discomfort gnawing at his soul. Countless escape plans flickered through his mind, yet all proved futile. Lei Hang wiped his face, fully aware that this time it was irrevocably over. Entombed alive in this place, devoid of any means of communication, he faced an inevitable demise. Moreover, it was the dead of night, and no soul would wander through the cemetery. Perhaps, come dawn, some might visit to pay their respects, granting him a sliver of hope should he manage to tap on the coffin for aid. Yet, by then, the air within the casket might well have been depleted. Had he heeded Uncle Han's warning and returned home sooner, he mused. Lei Hang tugged at his hair in anguish, cursing his own carelessness. His adversary had come prepared, while he had underestimated the threat, leading to his dire predicament. Memories of N.I. Shan, Li Rue, and even his grandfather and parents flooded his thoughts. As he reflected upon nearly everyone he knew, time slipped away, and soon he felt a slight constriction in his breath. A glance at the clock revealed it was just past 3 in the morning. It seemed death was imminent. With a bitter smile, he found an odd sense of familiarity in the corpse beside him. Soon, they would share the same grave. Perhaps that was a sign of fate. "Hello, I am Lei Hang," he whispered, clasping the hand of the deceased. "I do not know your name, but when I pass, at least we shall have each other for company." Alas, the experience of awaiting death alone is truly unbearable. He shifted the body slightly, seeking a more comfortable position to lie down, determined that if he must die, he would do so in a manner that offered some semblance of comfort. The lifeless corpse beside him remained utterly still. Lei Hang, illuminating her face with a flashlight, remarked, "It would be nice if you could speak to me. How I wish you would rise from the dead or transform into a ghost. If you could somehow help me escape, I would honor you with offerings every day." The air within the coffin grew increasingly scarce, and Lei Hang felt his breaths becoming more labored, sweat beginning to bead on his skin. In that moment, every breath became a precious commodity. He inhaled deeply, striving to hold it, wishing to linger in this world a while longer. However, the oxygen continued to dwindle, and the sensation of suffocation was excruciating for his lungs. Lei Hang frantically struggled, pounding against the coffin lid, consumed by the singular desire for a breath of fresh air. Just one breath, and he would be willing to embrace death immediately. Lei Hang. Suddenly, a faint voice called out from outside. Chapter 17. A glimmer of hope. Lei Hang initially suspected he was hallucinating, yet soon the call echoed once more, affirming that someone was indeed coming to his rescue. He frantically pounded on the wooden planks above him, shouting, "I'm here! I'm here!" However, the voices outside seemed to fade, as if they could not hear his desperate cries. "I'm right here." Lei Hang's throat grew hoarse from his exclamations, but at last, the voice drew nearer, accompanied by the sound of earth being dug. He had never felt such exhilarating anticipation in his life. It was akin to a person desperately seeking a restroom, finally spotting one in the distance. Taking a deep breath, he held it, unwilling to succumb to unconsciousness, uncertain if he would awaken should he faint. Finally, a series of thuds resonated from above as the coffin lid was pried open just enough for him to see. Lei Hang could hardly contain himself. He surged upward, inhaling deeply through the opening. "Oh my goodness, you nearly scare me to death," came Uncle Han's voice from outside. "I thought you had risen from the dead." "Lei Hang, is that you?" "Yes, it's me. It's me," Lei Hang exclaimed, greedily gulping in fresh air, feeling it was the most exhilarating sensation he had ever experienced. As the coffin lid was fully lifted, he was greeted by the brilliance of the starlit sky, overwhelmed with emotion to the point of nearly shedding tears. Standing at the edge of the coffin was a burly man who stared at him for a long moment, shaking his head in disbelief. "You lucky fellow, what brings you to this place to sleep with a corpse?" Lei Hang shot him a displeased glance, slowly extricating himself from the coffin and adjusted the position of the corpse within. "Did you bring your phone?" he inquired. "What for? Are you planning to call the police?" Uncle Han replied. Handing over his phone, Lei Hang accepted the device, activated the camera, and captured an image of the corpse inside the coffin. Ah, typical of you youngsters. Always want to post on social media first, Uncle Han remarked, shaking his head disapprovingly. Lei Hang, uninterested in explanation, replaced the coffin lid and, together with Uncle Han, covered it with earth once more. Noticing Uncle Han's hands were caked with dirt and stained with blood, it was evident he had clawed his way out. Thank you, Uncle Han, Lei Hang expressed, touched. Enough with the chatter. I told you to head back early, but you didn't listen. Getting buried alive here was your own doing. Uncle Han grumbled, smoothing the soil and placing the turf back in its original position. Lei Hang, curious, asked Uncle Han, "How did you know I was here?" "I thought I was a goner." "You should be grateful that Master Han was in a good mood today," Uncle Han replied, casting a stern look. "I know your stubbornness well. I figured I'd show some mercy and check on you." To my surprise, the car was parked outside, but you were nowhere to be found. I nearly left after searching a mountain for you. So how did you know I was buried here? Lei Hang pressed further. Uncle Han gestured towards the muddy footprints on the steps and remarked, "These prints are fresh. I followed them all the way to this gravestone. And upon noticing the mourning stick discarded nearby, I knew something must have gone awry." He picked up the mourning stick and continued, "This is your grandfather's treasured possession. I reckon you are well aware of its value. Otherwise, you wouldn't carry it with you. Such a precious item left lying around surely indicates trouble." Curiously, at that moment, I had not considered that a person might be buried beneath, as the grave appeared new, with freshly laid turf. I assumed you had been kidnapped and was contemplating reporting it, when suddenly a fruit offering in front of the gravestone fell, fortuitously blocking my path. Lei Hang glanced towards the gravestone and saw an apple rolling to the roadside. He hurried over, picked it up, and placed it back. A look of astonishment flickered in Uncle Han's eyes as he continued. "Having worked in the funeral business for so many years, I have witnessed many odd occurrences. Sensing something unusual about this grave, I decided to dig it up, and to my surprise, I unearthed you. Today, you not only owe your gratitude to Uncle Han, but also to that young lady," he said, pointing at the gravestone. Indeed, Lei Hang nodded vigorously, taking a photograph of the gravestone. "I will pay my respects to her when I return, for she is my savior. Uncle Han, you're also my savior. You deserve my gratitude as well. Get lost." Uncle Han playfully smacked him, adding, "Having just regained a life, you're already being so generous. I'm famished. Take me out for a meal." "Absolutely." Lei Hang drove the hearse directly to the night market, ordered 2 roasted lamb legs, and a few plates of spicy lobster and clams, before heading to the supermarket to purchase a bottle of Maodai. "Oh, you're really splurging. Is the funeral home opening?" "No, it's not," he replied. "If it's not, why the fuss? Just get a couple of bottles of Erguo 2 instead. Come on, it's fine for you to drink." If I were short on cash, would I be so polite? Lei Hang patted his pocket, having just taken on an apprentice and feeling quite affluent. "What apprentice?" Uncle Han asked, puzzled. "A little wealthy woman insists on learning ghost-catching techniques from me, but I don't even know them myself." Lei Hang poured the liquor, and the two clinked their glasses, yet he noticed Uncle Han's expression darkening. "What's wrong, Uncle? Have you hit a counterfeit? How's that matter in your backyard coming along?" Uncle Han set down his glass, his brow furrowing deeply. At the mention of the issue, Lei Hang also grew despondent, sighing, "There's no progress. It's quite mysterious." He then recounted in detail the events from the day he dealt with the ghost school bus incident up until yesterday. "With that bad temper of yours. You brought this upon yourself. How many times have I told you not to operate at night? Your grandfather never conducted business at night." Uncle Han took another sip of his drink, his expression suddenly shifting as he slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "Doesn't your grandfather know you better than I do?" "Of course," Lei Hang responded, pouring him another glass. While gnawing on the lamb leg, he added, "After all, I'm his own grandson, raised by him." Uncle Han then inquired, "Did he ever instruct you not to operate at night?" He had mentioned it to me that day when he left, but I did not take it to heart. "Indeed," Uncle Han murmured, "I am well aware of your temper. How could your grandfather be oblivious? Why would he only tell you once? If he truly wished to prevent you, he would not merely speak in passing." "Exactly." Lei Hang suddenly grasped the implication, pondering, "Could it be that my grandfather acted intentionally? It is not beyond the realm of possibility." Uncle Han rubbed his head, inquiring, "Did he leave you a letter or anything of the sort?" "No," Lei Hang recalled carefully, shaking his head. "That shouldn't be the case." After pondering deeply for a moment, Uncle Han rose and declared, "Let us visit the funeral parlor. Your grandfather must have left something for you." The two promptly drove back to the funeral parlor, rifling through boxes and cabinets, yet they found nothing. Lei Hang approached the altar, gazing at the portrait as he murmured, "Old Lei, you cannot be so inconsiderate to your grandson." Suddenly, a thought struck him. He picked up the frame, dismantled it, and withdrew a letter from within. Chapter 18. The letter from grandfather found it. Lei Hang exclaimed, swiftly tearing open the envelope to reveal a letter within. Uncle Han hurriedly leaned in to read aloud. "Dear Hang, by the time you read this letter, you must have come to understand certain things." Old Lei truly possesses foresight, yet I did not expect it to be me who has gained clarity. You still need to exercise your mind a bit more. Ignoring the comment, Lei Hang continued to read, discovering the letter stated, "I know you are intensely curious and have always doubted the existence of spirits. No amount of admonition will be of any use, and you will undoubtedly disregard the rule about operating at night. Conducting business after dark invites the presence of unclean entities, and should you encounter a ghost, the blood well in the backyard will be reopened." Blood well. Lei Hang felt a surge of excitement as he was on the verge of uncovering the mystery of the blood well in the backyard. His hands trembled slightly. However, his enthusiasm quickly waned as he continued reading. "In truth, your grandfather knows very little about the blood well as well. I cannot offer you much assistance. This blood well has been passed down through generations, and it was not until your great-grandfather's final moments that he revealed the truth to me. Within the blood well dwells a demon. If one heeds its commands, all wishes may be fulfilled. However, disobedience will result in the loss of one's dearest kin. Throughout his life, he served the blood well as a slave for 47 years, contributing over 500 souls, equivalent to 500 lives, under the guise of coroner. As a blood servant, he was required to offer a life as a sacrifice on every full moon." Upon reading this, a chill ran down Lei Hang's spine. He had already sacrificed a life. Did this mean he would be doomed to bring harm to others for the entity residing within the blood well for the rest of his days? He remained frozen for a moment, before continuing to read on. "At first, I was incredulous, considering it all mere folly. On a moonlit night, the entity in the well sought me out, presenting a vial of blood before me and compelling me to pour it by the lakeside while reciting an incantation of sorts. Lest I lose my dearest kin, fearful of defiance, I acquiesced and performed the grim task at midnight. The following day, I was met with the harrowing news of Uncle Lee's demise by drowning. The weight of guilt bore down upon me as I realized I had unwittingly caused his death. In my anguish, thoughts of suicide crossed my mind, yet the demon within the blood well threatened me, proclaiming that should I take my own life, my son would inherit my plight and continue to suffer. With no alternative, I capitulated, and with over 20 days until the next full moon, I journeyed to the Donglin Temple in Lushan to seek the counsel of an old friend. He was a renowned monk of this era, who, upon hearing my tale, summoned another adept, a Taoist, reputed for his formidable skills. The two spent 3 days and nights at the well, devising a solution, ultimately revealing that they could seal the well for 50 years of peace. Overjoyed, I slept soundly that night, only to awaken the next morning to find my esteemed monk friend missing. The Taoist appeared suddenly aged, his hair turned white, and he informed me that their ritual had lasted all night, but the demon was too powerful. In a desperate act, the monk had sacrificed himself by plunging into the well, a necessary measure to seal it for 50 years. However, during this span, no one must approach the well, or the entity would be awakened once more. Overwhelmed with guilt, I felt utterly unworthy of such a noble sacrifice. As the old Taoist was departing, he advised me to live well for the next 50 years, leaving behind some talismans for exorcising malevolent spirits, along with a journal that meticulously recorded the protocols for confronting supernatural entities. I have bequeathed this journal to you. Recently, I have pondered what you would do should I pass away. With merely 2 years remaining until the blood well reopens, you shall find no sanctuary. For the demons within possess myriad ways to summon you back. Unless someone is willing to assume your place, who would voluntarily choose a life of malevolence? Lei Hang, your skepticism towards the supernatural and your relentless pursuit of the root of every problem speaks to your impatient nature. If you could approach challenges with composure, perhaps a definitive solution to the blood well could be unearthed. It is not insurmountable. Otherwise, it would not have been sealed for 50 years. Regrettably, the old Taoist who once sealed it passed shortly after returning. Had he lived longer, he might have provided invaluable guidance. Regardless, do not surrender. Since you harbor a strong aversion to evil, shoulder this responsibility and ensure the blood well is permanently sealed. This letter concludes here. Lei Hang sighed, his emotions a tangled web. He contemplated finding someone to take his place as the servant of the blood well. Yet those who would consider such a role were likely to be society's most malevolent, turning the blood well into an instrument of crime. It seems the burden lies solely upon him. It appears your grandfather held great faith in your potential. Uncle Han patted him on the shoulder, reassuringly stating, "Do not fear. I shall support you in spirit. Keep pressing on." Lei Hang was indeed torn, his gaze fixed upon the letter for an extended moment before he suddenly inquired. "My grandfather mentioned a journal left for me. Where is it? Look for it." Two individuals rummaged through the room, yet their efforts yielded no results. Lei had a penchant for the enigmatic. Uncle Han reclined in the armchair, muttering to himself, "Why does this old man take such delight in hiding things? What on earth is he up to?" As he spoke, he succumbed to slumber, his snores resonating in the stillness. Lei Hang furrowed his brow. Uncle Han's words had sparked a realization. It seemed the old gentleman wished to refine himself, suggesting that his temperament was overly hasty. Thus, he resolved not to rush, but to take his time. Drawing a deep breath, he decided to abandon the search, locked the shop, and ascended to rest. That night, Lei Hang enjoyed a rare and restful sleep. When the sun rose high the next day, no one called at the door, and he stretched languidly. Descending the stairs, he was astonished to see Uncle Han still lost in a deep slumber, his snores thunderous. "Hey, wake up!" Lei Hang roused him. After both refreshed themselves in the bathroom, Uncle Han reminisced, "Back in the day, I would drink with your grandfather for an entire day and night, drunkenly attending to others' funerals, and once, we nearly toppled the coffin. That time almost landed us in a heap of trouble." Upon noticing a tea set resting atop the corner table, Lei Hang recalled that brewing tea was one of his grandfather's favorite pastimes, as he believed it brought tranquility to the heart. "Let's have some tea," he declared. Determined to transform himself, he approached the tea set, only to have a small plastic bag tumble out. Picking it up and opening it, he discovered a vintage hardcover notebook within. Could this be the journal left behind by the old master? Thunder Hang's heart raced with excitement as he opened the book, revealing a plethora of illustrations and writings, including talismans and intricate formations, each more peculiar than the last. Uncle Han leaned in closer, murmuring the words inscribed upon the pages. "If struck by lightning, the corpse adheres to the tree. No living soul must come into contact. At this time, one must seek a bowl of pure water and roast it over the fire." So this is where your grandfather acquired his ghost-repelling skills. This old man is quite the enigma, indeed. Thunder Hang could now ascertain that this notebook was indeed the very manuscript his grandfather had spoken of. He eagerly began to search through its pages, hoping to uncover any references to the Bloodwell. Chapter 19. The Spirit Regulation Group. The two individuals spent the entire morning hunched over the tea table, diligently poring over numerous accounts of exorcism and the banishment of evil spirits. Yet, to their dismay, they found no records pertaining to the Bloodwell. How could this be? Lei Hang pondered with growing unease. Since that Taoist priest was aware of the Bloodwell's existence, he ought to have left behind some methods or means to address it. Otherwise, future generations would be left without a remedy. Uncle Han interjected, "You know nothing. The priest's decision to withhold this information undoubtedly serves a purpose. One that is beyond the comprehension of mere mortals like yourself. Indeed, it was plausible that the Taoist was concerned that such knowledge might fall into the hands of malevolent individuals, becoming a tool for wreaking havoc upon the world." Lei Hang nodded thoughtfully, sighing, "Well then, let's simply enjoy some tea." He washed the tea set and brewed a pot of aged tea. The two of them sat together, savoring the brew slowly. This tea lacks flavor. How can you enjoy such a thing? Uncle Han exclaimed, casting aside his teacup in frustration. Why doesn't Tea Old Lei teach me a few exorcism techniques? Then I can make a living too. Does he suspect me of something? Noticing the expression on Uncle Han's face, which seemed to question whether Old Lei no longer cared for him, Lei Hang stroked his chin and replied, After all these years of friendship between you and my grandfather, how could he possibly be wary of you? Have you not asked him to teach you anything in the past? Uncle Han stammered, Well, I have. I studied for a few days, but the lessons were too complex, and I gave up. That serves you right. Lei Hang shook his head, tossing the journal onto the table. I see you're merely intrigued by the novelty of it all. When it comes time to truly learn, you cast it aside. To you, drinking is of utmost importance. Where would you find the time to learn such things? It seems I had the foresight to involve you in this funeral affair. Alas, alcohol leads to misfortune. I must certainly abstain. Uncle Han raised his cup and drained it of tea. Lei Hang chuckled, wholly unconvinced. He twirled the teacup in his hand, fixing his gaze on Uncle Han, and remarked, Uncle, you ought not to involve yourself in the matter of the blood well. It is far too perilous, and I fear for your safety. I have no intention of meddling. Uncle Han replied with a dismissive grunt. My daughter is about to graduate from university, and I am eagerly anticipating the arrival of my grandchild. My family and I are harmonious. I have no desire to entangle myself in your troublesome affairs. Yet, despite his words, a cloud of melancholy lingered upon his brow. After downing a couple more sips of tea, he sighed and tossed the teacup onto the table, stating, Let's leave it at that for now. Should anything arise, you may call me. I must return home, lest that formidable matriarch summon me once more. Don't bother seeing me off, Lei Hang said, watching him depart. He then retrieved a note from his pocket, the very one he had taken from the school bus that day. Just as he was about to call Black Dog, the latter's call came through. Hello, Hanggu. Are you free now? I'm on my way to see you. I was just hoping to reach you. Come to the Lingi funeral parlor. I'll be there shortly, along with a few friends. I hope you won't mind. With that, the other end abruptly hung up. Damn it, I do mind, Lei Hang exclaimed, tossing aside his phone. He rose to boil another kettle of water. Not long after, the sound of screeching brakes echoed outside, and Black Dog was the first to burst through the door. Lifting the curtain, a middle-aged man with a square face entered the room, clad in a camel-colored jacket and dressed modestly, yet exuding an undeniable aura of authority that could only be cultivated through years of holding a high position. The Black Dog showed great respect towards him, indicating that his identity was indeed significant. Shortly thereafter, another figure followed. Surprisingly, it was Enai Shan. Observing her vibrant demeanor, it was evident that her injuries had substantially healed. Lei Hang cast an inquiring glance at the Black Dog, who promptly smiled and introduced, Brother Hang, this is a person of great importance, here from the provincial level. I cannot disclose his identity at the moment. The middle-aged man raised his hand to pause the conversation and smiled, saying, There is no need for such secrecy. Hello, Lei Hang, I am Zhang Wanming, the leader of the Anomaly Investigation Group, and I have come specifically to meet with you. Greetings, Lei Hang replied, shaking his hand and gesturing for everyone to take a seat. Please, make yourselves comfortable. My humble abode is rather simple. As they settled into their seats, Lei Hang curiously inquired, What exactly is this Anomaly Investigation Group? Zhang Wanming explained, The Anomaly Investigation Group, in full, is dedicated to the investigation and resolution of cases that defy scientific explanation. Since these matters cannot be brought to light, all operations are conducted discreetly, with all files and documents kept confidential to the extent that one might not even be aware of our department's existence. Do you understand? Understood, Lei Hang nodded, surprised to learn of such a governmental entity. He poured each person a cup of tea and added, It's just plain tea. I hope you do not mind. Zhang Wanming lifted his teacup and drank it dry, smiling as he said, Let us get straight to the point. You have handled the Go School Bus case exceptionally well, and I hold you in high regard. I am considering appointing a group leader in Hayong City. Would you be interested? Group leader? Me? Lei Hang responded, astonished. Indeed, Zhang Wanming replied earnestly. I have reviewed your previous records, and you align perfectly with my vision of the ideal candidate. I sincerely hope you will accept the position of group leader. In recent years, such cases have been on the rise and can sometimes pose a threat to the public. We are overwhelmed at times. By joining the Lingdiao group, you will have an official position, government employment, a regular salary, comprehensive social insurance, and no need to clock in at work. Does that not entice you? Indeed, it is somewhat tempting. Let me ponder this, Lei Hang said as he picked up his teacup and began to contemplate the matter seriously. The black dog, growing impatient, could not help but interject, Brother Hang. What are you waiting for? This job is far more comfortable than your current position in the police force. Yes, just look at your funeral home. You hardly have any business, and Naishan added, surveying the surroundings with a dismissive expression. Lei Hang disregarded their comments and continued to reflect for a considerable time before nodding in agreement. All right, I accept. Zhang Wanming responded with delight. Excellent. It is settled then. I will take care of all your paperwork. You will be officially registered in the city's archives while actually working with the Lingdiao group on investigations. We have an internal communication platform where any matters can be discussed among the group. He glanced at the time and remarked, I have other commitments, so I must take my leave. Let us connect on WeChat, and I will notify you once your employment is confirmed. Understood. Lei Hang, and he exchanged WeChat contacts, inquiring, what about the other members in this group? What members? Zhang Wanming chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. The Lingdiao group of Hayang City has now officially been established. You are both the leader and a member. There are no assistants. Of course, you may seek help, but any applications for onboarding must still undergo scrutiny from above. Wow, this is... Lei Hang wanted to protest, but Zhang Wanming had already waved goodbye. The black dog hastily interjected, I'll see Zhang off. And I team, please keep Chingu company. I'll come back for you shortly. Damn. Lei Hang scratched his head, feeling somewhat deceived. What the heck? You little rascal. You have no idea how lucky you are, do you? And Shan chuckled. With such a shabby establishment, do you really expect to make a living? Speaking of which, how have you been getting by these days? Surely you Haven T latched onto some wealthy woman? Just as she finished speaking, a stunning beauty with an ethereal aura stepped through the door. Uncle, what events do we have today? Chapter 20. The Wealthy Woman Today. Li Rue adorned herself in a chic ensemble, featuring a khaki chiffon blouse paired with loose-fitting white trousers. She carried an exquisite, yet unostentatious handbag, but her Patek Philippe watch on her wrist was rather conspicuous, bestowing upon her an air of affluence that unmistakably marked her as a genuine socialite. And Aishan's expression shifted slightly as she abruptly turned to Lei Hang and inquired, who is this person? She's my apprentice. Lei Hang replied with a subtle smile, gesturing towards Li Rue. Hello, I am Li Rue. She introduced herself, extending her hand in greeting. Iam Nishan, Lei Hang's former girlfriend, and Aishan emphasized the term former with deliberate weight, asserting her place in the narrative. Oh, the former girlfriend, Li Rue echoed, placing emphasis on the word former as she smiled lightly at Lei Hang. You seem to have risen quite early today, uncle. Is there still no business at the shop? Indeed. Please take a seat, Lei Hang invited, motioning to the two women. It's perfect timing for some morning tea. Without hesitation, the two took their seats. Li Rue elegantly prepared and served tea for them both. Lei Hang couldn't help but compliment her. Your skills are truly remarkable, apprentice. Even the act of making tea appears so graceful. And Aishan's demeanor abruptly shifted as she scrutinized Li Rue from head to toe and remarked, Miss Li, you don't seem to belong to an ordinary family. How is it that you are friends with our little Hang? He has little more than this funeral parlor to his name, hardly affluent. With a gentle smile, Li Rue responded, Miss and I, you are mistaken. My family background is quite ordinary, and I have never judged friendships based on one's lineage. Is that so? As Aishan was preparing to retort, her phone suddenly rang. Upon answering, she immediately rose and said, I will be there shortly. Just before stepping out, she seemed to recall something, turning back to Lei Hang with a charming smile. I will come to find you tonight. What do you need me for tonight? Lei Hang asked, his face a mask of confusion, as he mistakenly assumed she had something significant to discuss, and dismissed the thought. Li Rue chuckled. Your ex-girlfriend is quite intriguing. It appears she still harbors feelings for you. She seemed rather antagonistic upon seeing me. Is that so? Lei Hang's heart skipped a beat, as if struck by a hidden truth. He stroked his chin and replied, "We broke up a long time ago. Our personalities simply clashed. We could never be a couple again. Perhaps we can manage to be friends, but as partners. We would argue incessantly. There was even a time when she nearly shot me." "Wow, your life is quite the spectacle," Li Rue remarked with keen interest. "Do tell me more. What is there to recount?" Lei Hang shook his head in refusal. "Come on, share it with me. I'm in a rather sour mood today, and specifically sought you out for a drink. Are you really not going to offer some comfort to your apprentice?" Li Rue, although smiling, had a hint of red around her eyes, suggesting she had been crying. Lei Hang felt a wave of helplessness wash over him and sighed. "Where's your drink?" "Delivery." At that moment, a delivery person entered, placing a plethora of bags on the table with a beaming smile. "Please remember to give a 5-star review. Goodbye." Seeing the table laden with an assortment of red and white beers, along with various snacks, Lei Hang quizzically inquired, "Are you trying to get me drunk?" Li Rue directly uncorked a bottle of red wine, pouring a glass for each of them, and downed half of his own in one go. Lei Hang followed suit, taking a couple of sips before inquiring, "What troubles you? If you share your burdens with your master, perhaps I may not be able to assist, but at the very least—" He paused, then added, "Never mind, let us drink instead." He realized he possessed no capacity for offering guidance. Li Rue smiled and asked, "Did your parents ever pressure you into blind dates?" "No." Lei Hang shujijit. 15 years ago, they perished in a vendetta, and I'm still in pursuit of their adversaries. Recently, my grandfather also passed away, leaving me a solitary figure. Li Rue initially intended to share his own woes, but upon hearing this, he felt deflated. Covering his face, he lamented, "I truly despise the idea of blind dates, yet my parents have never considered my feelings. To them, it's all about business. They believe that marrying me off to a business partner will yield greater profits." Perplexed, Lei Hang asked, "Why do you feel compelled to heed your parents? You're an adult now, after all. Do you fear they might resort to violence if you disobey? Or is it a matter of moral obligation, where disobedience equates to filial piety, perhaps even threats of death? Perhaps all of the above?" Li Rue sighed heavily, taking another sip of wine. "Sometimes I envy you. You have no one to answer to and can live as you please. You truly have a knack for humor." Lei Hang chuckled. "If I were in your position, I would first secure a portion of my parents' assets, then leave home to make them truly feel the weight of my refusal to be controlled. After that, we could sit down for an equal conversation. After all, we are all human, and just because you're my father does not grant you the right to dictate my life, does it?" "That makes sense." The two individuals indulged in several more drinks, the effects of the alcohol fostering a sense of camaraderie between them. At that moment, a figure burst through the door. It was Black Dog. "Where's Team and I?" he inquired. He had something to attend to and left early. Lei Hang gestured for him to come closer. "Have you made any progress on the files regarding the blood wells?" "Nothing significant, but I've gathered all the information on that Hu Xian you asked about. I'll send it to you." Black Dog transmitted the data, his gaze landing on Li Rue, and he was instantly struck by her beauty, thinking to himself how there existed such an exquisite woman in the world. "Hang, is this your girlfriend?" A sly grin crept across Black Dog's face. "Don't be ridiculous. She's just a friend." Lei Hang retrieved a note he had taken from the school bus and handed it to him. "Please help me identify the fingerprints on this and analyze the handwriting as well." "Absolutely." Black Dog carefully accepted the note and tucked it away, cautioning Hang, "That woman named Hu Xian seems rather ominous. If anything arises, remember to call me." "Understood. Would you care for another drink?" "No, I can't drink while on duty. I must take my leave." Black Dog departed reluctantly, glancing back 3 times as he exited. Lei Hang glanced at his phone, noting that the file contained comprehensive information about Hu Xian. However, his mind was foggy from the drinks, and he lacked the motivation to read further. He tossed his phone aside and raised his glass to Li Rue. "Cheers! Cheers!" The two engaged in a spirited exchange, drinking until the night enveloped them in a haze. Li Rue had never consumed such an abundance of alcohol before. After one round of red wine and white liquor, he felt as though the world were spinning. Unable to walk steadily, leaning against a recliner with a bottle in hand, he began to sing. "Is this unacceptable?" Lei Hang chuckled heartily and took a swig of his drink. Although he felt disoriented, his mind remained lucid. Suddenly, blinding lights illuminated the entrance, followed by the incessant screech of brakes and the thunderous sound of footsteps. A large contingent of bodyguards clad in black stormed in, encircling the establishment without an inch of space to spare. "What are you doing?" Lei Hang furrowed his brow. A young man, exuding an air of affluence, pushed his way through the crowd, waved dismissively at the air in front of him, and glared at Li Rue. "What business do you have drinking a place like this? Come with me." Chapter 21. The uninvited guest. Why should I return with you? I have grown up. I am free, and I refuse to go back with you. Li Rue shouted loudly, clutching a bottle of wine. The young man, with a cold expression, retorted, "You were born a member of the Li family, and you will die as a ghost of the Li family. From the moment we entered this family, we have known no freedom. Now, come back with me at once, or I will not hesitate to take action. Try it if you dare," Li Rue exclaimed, discarding the bottle, forming hand seals, and shouting, "Supreme Lord Laozi, urgently as commanded, gather for me." The room full of bodyguards exchanged awkward glances at the young man. Lei Hang, unsteadily rising to his feet, puzzled, inquired, "Who exactly are you people?" "A group of intruders barges into my home, shouting. Do you even understand the concept of trespassing? According to Article 245, Paragraph 2 of the criminal law, I can impose a 15-day detention on you. Do you comprehend?" Finally, the young man shifted his gaze to Lei Hang, scrutinizing him from head to toe, and calmly replied, "I am Li Ding, Li Rue's elder brother, here to escort her home. Is there an issue with that? Or are you attempting to deceive a woman with ulterior motives? Shall I take you to the police station to sober up?" Lei Hang chuckled heartily and shook his head. "Young man, you are naive if you think you can play these games with me. You may call the police right now. I have the entire night to entertain you." As he spoke, he patted Li Ding on the shoulder. The bodyguard nearby turned pale with rage, rebuking, "You brat, remove your filthy hands and understand who you are addressing." In the midst of his words, a baton swung towards him, and if it struck true, it would surely break a bone. With a swift motion, Lei Hang retracted his hand, narrowly avoiding the strike of a baton that grazed his sleeve. A cold sweat broke out across his body, and the effects of the alcohol faded significantly. Infuriated, he exclaimed, "Are you looking for trouble?" and charged forward with a bottle in hand. The other bodyguards encircled him, ready to unleash a flurry of punches and kicks. Suddenly, a cacophony of joyous sounds erupted from outside, accompanied by the rhythmic beating of drums and the lively notes of a suona, akin to the celebratory atmosphere of a wedding procession. The sound grew increasingly closer and eventually halted at the entrance. All commotion within the room ceased, and, seizing the opportunity, Lei Hang kicked one assailant away and stepped back, adjusting his attire. Above, the overhead light flickered ominously before extinguishing with a sharp crack, plunging the room into darkness. "What is happening? Turn on the lights." "Where are the lights?" In the ensuing chaos, as everyone scrambled to illuminate their surroundings with their phones, the curtain at the door was suddenly lifted, revealing two individuals clad in vibrant red ceremonial attire. They bowed respectfully to Lei Hang and then extended their hands, seemingly requesting something. The darkness obscured their features, but their pallid faces bore an unsettling resemblance to the dead. "What kind of trickery is this? Get out!" one impatient bodyguard exclaimed, pushing one of the figures. In an instant, the figure looked up, seizing the guard by the collar and drawing closer, as if to inhale his very essence. The captured guard's face contorted in agony, his screams piercing the silence, while his body rapidly withered, ultimately transforming into a desiccated husk, a lifeless figure clad in black. Within the confines of the room, numerous bodyguards, accustomed to a lifetime of violence, had never encountered such a scene. Some, overwhelmed by fear, let out a scream and fled for the exit. The remaining individuals, driven by a primal instinct for survival, wished they had been blessed with additional limbs, scrambling out in a frantic rush. In the blink of an eye, only Lei Hang and Li Rue remained, alongside the lifeless corpse on the floor. Li Rue, paralyzed with terror, had already collapsed onto a recliner, too frightened to move. The two figures at the door once again bowed to Lei Hang, extending a hand towards him. Lei Hang swallowed hard, increasingly convinced that these individuals were perhaps not human at all, but rather part of a ghostly wedding procession seeking a bit of good fortune. He surveyed the room, then seized 2 thick stacks of paper money meant for the deceased, trembling as he offered them to the pair. They examined the offerings, shook their heads, and pointed towards the altar by the wall, where hung a portrait of Lei Hang's grandfather, accompanied by an incense burner and offerings. Beside it lay a string of prayer beads, a relic of his grandfather's life, crafted from pear wood, worth little, yet retained solely for sentimental value. Could it be that they desired this? Lei Hang picked up the beads, feeling a pang of reluctance, but in his desperation to appease the two, he extended them forward. The figures accepted the prayer beads, seemingly satisfied, and procured a piece of candy, offering it to him. Lei Hang hastily took the candy, noting its exquisite wrapping in red paper, square and meticulously crafted. However, the two remained, as if waiting for him to consume the confection. Lei Hang found himself in a predicament. The offering bestowed by the specter was not something he could easily digest. The two men stood their ground, seemingly resolute that they would not depart unless he partook of the confection. What if, in a fit of displeasure, they transformed him into a mere strip of jerky? Reluctantly, he mustered the courage to unwrap the candy, extracting a dark, unappealing morsel and placing it in his mouth, determined to expel it after their departure. To his astonishment, the candy was icy cold, sliding down his esophagus and settling into his stomach. Startled, Lei Hang felt a sudden chill envelop him, prompting an involuntary shudder. The two men appeared quite satisfied and finally turned to leave. The electric light within the room flickered twice before illuminating once more. Lei Hang dashed outside, catching sight of a wedding procession vanishing into the night, a sigh of relief escaping him. However, he soon felt a tumultuous churn in his stomach, compelling him to rush to the restroom. "Where are you going?" Li Rue grasped his sleeve, pursuing him. In a panic, Lei Hang exclaimed, "I need to relieve myself. Why are you following me?" "I'm coming with you. I'm frightened." Li Rue pointed at the lifeless corpse on the ground, her heart racing with terror. For this was their family's bodyguard, with whom they had shared several conversations. "Fine." Lei Hang, preoccupied with his urgent need, hurriedly made his way to the restroom. After a flurry of activity, he felt an immense sense of relief, yet his stomach remained icy, as though something was in turmoil within. Soon a loud expulsion erupted, filling the air with a foul stench. Good grief! Lei Hang felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him as he hastily tidied up, striving to maintain an air of composure as he exited the restroom. Li Rue stood by the restroom, her face pale and filled with terror as she stared at the lifeless corpse. "What is wrong?" Lei Hang sensed something amiss and inquired, "What has transpired? Has it risen from the dead?" "No, just now." A dark mist emerged from the back room, swirling around the body twice before dissipating. "Am I seeing things?" Li Rue's complexion was ghostly, evidently shaken to the core. "It's nothing. You must have imagined it. Drink some hot water," Lei Hang said, hastily pouring her a cup. "This place is rather perilous. Perhaps you should return home?" "I do not wish to go back," Li Rue replied, biting her lip. "I cannot bear to stay in that house for another moment." "Then go upstairs and rest. I will handle matters here," Lei Hang urged as he escorted her to the upper floor. After much deliberation, he finally decided to call Zhang Wanming. "Hello, Team Leader Zhang. We've just had a homicide incident here." Chapter 22. The Greed of Humanity in a Phone Conversation. Lei Hang recounted the events that transpired, and before long, Zhang Wanming arrived in person to examine the lifeless body. He appeared somewhat accustomed to such scenes, donning rubber gloves to inspect the corpse, furrowing his brow and inquiring, "Was it a wedding ceremony? Are there any surveillance videos?" "Yes, but I haven't had the chance to review them yet," Lei Hang replied, pulling out his phone to access the footage from the entrance. However, the recordings revealed no sign of the wedding party. Instead, it captured Li Ding and his entourage storming in, only to flee in haste. Strangely, the Baiwa mirror above the door failed to emit its usual golden light, thus missing the wedding ceremony entirely. Rubbing his temples, Zhang Wanming suggested, "Let the police handle this. The number of eyewitnesses complicates matters. It would be prudent to keep this information under wraps to avoid inciting panic. Allowing the public to stir up public opinion is not advisable." as it could provide an opportunity for wrongdoers to exploit the situation. Understood, Lei Hang replied, promptly contacting Go. Soon, an Aishan arrived with several familiar colleagues. Let us proceed through the standard protocol, Zhang Wanming instructed. Informed that the deceased suffered an electric shock and died without apparent cause. He clapped his hands and turned to an Aishan, saying, "You should know how to handle such matters. Provide the family of the deceased with a scientific explanation, and advise the witnesses to refrain from excessive spreading of the news. Even if they do, it hardly matters, as no one is likely to believe it." He yawned, adding, "Let us leave the case at that for now. We will address any developments as they arise." He placed a reassuring hand on Lei Hang's shoulder and said, "Fear not. You will gradually acclimate to this. You are fortunate to encounter it on your very first day in office. Merely a trifle, do not dwell on it." Lei Hang managed a strained smile, replying, "Take care, team leader Zhang." After Zhang Wanming departed, the black dog and others lifted the corpse into the vehicle, preparing to take it away for examination. "What about that wealthy lady of yours?" An Aishan inquired as she turned to leave. She has left," Lei Hang replied, wishing to avoid any unnecessary complications, thus resorting to deception. An Aishan scoffed, her gaze suddenly falling upon an exquisite handbag resting on the table. Clearly the one Li Rue had carried earlier that day. "You're lying to me," an Aishan exclaimed in anger. "You slept with her? I wager she's upstairs right now, is she not?" "No, what are you thinking?" Lei Hang retorted impatiently. "She merely drank too much and is resting here. Moreover, consider our respective statuses. It is utterly impossible. She simply came to seek my mentorship. Do not misconstrue it." After uttering these words, he found it odd that he felt compelled to clarify himself. And Aishan huffed, "If I discover that you two are having an affair, just wait and see." With that, she stormed off. "I say, are you out of your mind?" Lei Hang muttered to himself, feeling quite vexed. "What do you mean by affair? What if we did have an affair? Why is it automatically assumed? Oh, forget it. Damn it, I need to sleep." He pulled down the shutter door, stumbled up the stairs, and upon entering his bedroom, he was greeted by the sight of a pair of long, fair legs before him. Li Rue had just finished her bath, clad in her oversized shirt, sprawled on the bed in a deep slumber, utterly oblivious to the indecorousness of her position. Lei Hang swallowed hard, his heart racing uncontrollably. Undeniably, Li Rue was a transcendent beauty, her figure exquisite to the utmost degree, capable of stirring desire in any man who beheld her, especially in such a tantalizing scenario. Under the influence of alcohol, he found himself inexplicably seated at the edge of the bed, his hand gradually reaching for her ankle. Li Rue's foot twitched slightly, yet she soon succumbed back into her deep sleep. A car passed by outside, its headlights illuminating the room momentarily, casting a fleeting glimmer upon the commendable officer's medal hanging on the wall. Suddenly jolted awake, Lei Hang struck his own face with a resounding slap, turned, and exited the room. He splashed cold water on himself in the bathroom, feeling considerably more alert. He had already committed one grave misdeed and could not afford to undertake a second. Clenching his fists, he returned to the room where his grandfather once resided and attempted to sleep, but his mind incessantly replayed the alluring image of Li Rue, interspersed with haunting visions of malevolent spirits. It was unclear how long it took before he drifted into a troubled sleep. A gust of cool wind swept through, rousing Lei Hang from his slumber. Upon opening his eyes, he was confronted by a swirling mass of dark mist before him. "My servant, you have done well. I find this fresh soul quite appealing. Now, speak your wish." Lei Hang, perplexed, pondered, thinking that the individual had been completely drained. Could it be that only the essence was extracted, leaving the soul intact? He dared not inquire further, and after a moment of contemplation, he asked, "For each soul I offer, will you fulfill one of my wishes?" "Indeed. Does this imply that on the night of the full moon next month, I shall no longer be required to offer you my soul?" "As you wish." Lei Hang, unexpectedly finding himself having fulfilled his task ahead of time, due to a twist of fate, pondered for a moment and then declared, "I desire an abundance of wealth. Let me begin with several billion in currency to spend." It is said that money can compel even the most stubborn of spirits with wealth at his disposal. It would certainly be more convenient to investigate the blood well would it not? A swirling black mist enveloped the space, from which a deep, sinister laughter emanated. Human nature is inherently greedy, my servant. While I cannot grant you currency, I can bestow upon you the ability to attain it, such as enhancing your physical prowess. Is that so? Lei Hang responded with skepticism. Then I wish for my strength to increase. No sooner had he uttered these words than he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body. With a mere squeeze, he deformed the steel pipe at his bedside. This is the power of a soul. If you seek to acquire more, you must exchange it for additional souls. You can elevate yourself to a level far beyond the limits of humanity. The black mist gradually receded into the backyard. Lei Hang hastily interjected. You have yet to fulfill your end of the bargain regarding the last soul. Last time, I saved your life, you greedy servant, came the response, followed by the complete vanishing of the mist. Stingy wretch. Just as Lei Hang finished his retort, he was blinded by a piercing light. Dawn had broken, revealing that what had transpired was merely a dream. Yet, the deformed steel pipe at his bedside left him in uncertainty as to whether this was indeed a dream or reality. Grasping the pipe with both hands, he twisted with force, easily breaking it into two segments. His strength had truly increased. Lei Hang murmured in disbelief as he gazed at his own hands. The notion that a single soul could bestow such immense power upon him was staggering. What if there were many? As his thought took root, a chill of trepidation washed over him. How could he entertain such an idea? No. He resolutely sprang to his feet and hurried to the bathroom to splash cold water on his face, striving to regain his composure. Those who would barter the lives of others for their own gain were no different from criminals. With a fierce determination, he struck the wall with a heavy fist, gritting his teeth in anger. You scoundrel, do not think you can tempt me into a trap. To his astonishment, the bathroom wall, being merely a single layer of bricks and weakened by age, gave way, and his punch created a gaping hole. A scream pierced the air. It turned out that Li Rui, next door, was in the midst of changing clothes. Chapter 23. Kidnapping. Lei Hang confessed that he had glimpsed a fleeting white figure, leaving him momentarily speechless. He hastily exclaimed, I apologize. I had no idea you were awake. I saw nothing. It is nothing. I shall take my leave. He hurried downstairs, inwardly cursing his embarrassment. Before long, Li Rui, now dressed, rushed down the stairs and interrogated, What is this? Skipping the peeping stage and going straight to making holes in the wall. No, I truly made an error. Lei Hang stammered, unsure of how to explain. Rubbing the back of his head, he added, In any case, I meant no offense. Forgive me, my esteemed disciple. Allow me to offer you a cup of tea. He then presented a cup of overnight tea to her. I prefer hot. Of course, I shall prepare it right away. Lei Hang brewed a pot of hot tea and brought it to her, attempting to feign nonchalance as he inquired, How did you sleep last night? Quite well, Li Rui replied, a fleeting blush crossing her face. She took a delicate sip of tea and asked, What about that bodyguard? What has been done with the corpse? It has been handed over to the police. We are no longer responsible for it. The thought of the incident weighed heavily on Lei Hang, prompting a deep sigh as he remarked, It appears your family background is indeed quite formidable. Your brother brought a considerable entourage yesterday, and his bodyguard paid the ultimate price. This enmity has been established. I doubt your brother will let this go, making my situation rather precarious. Are you trying to drive me away? Li Rui's expression shifted dramatically. That is not my intention. Lei Hang scratched his head and said, If you wish to stay, Master can certainly provide you with long-term accommodation and meals. However, this situation cannot persist indefinitely. Your family will not indulge you in such a manner. Conflicts are bound to arise, and should a repeat of yesterday's incident occur, would you prefer I give your brother a beating, or shall he do so to me? You merely wish to drive me away. Li Rui's expression turned furious as she stood up, grasping the bag from the table and heading for the door. I shan't disturb you. I will take my leave. Hey! Lei Hang swiftly grasped her wrist, anxiety evident in his voice. I never intended to chase you away. In fact, I would be delighted if you chose to stay, even for 1,000 or 10,000 years. In his moment of desperation, he had unwittingly spoken the truth. He cleared his throat and continued. What I mean to convey is that I find myself rather lonely, and, of course, I yearn for companionship. However, my abode is quite shabby, and I fear it may not suit your preferences. Furthermore, I am concerned about potential conflicts with your family. If things escalate, we may not even remain friends." Upon hearing his sincere words, Li Rue felt a surge of happiness. She turned back with a smile and reassured him, "Rest assured, I will return home today to have a serious discussion with my parents. I promise they will not trouble you again. Wait for my news. I shall come back to find you soon. If you dare to act alone, you shall be in grave danger." With that, she hurriedly exited. Perplexed, Lei Hang pondered to himself why such a captivating beauty, a prominent streamer, would harbor such an interest in investigation. Could it be that she was enamored with his handsome visage and noble spirit? He swiftly dismissed the thought, recognizing himself as rather straightforward, with a notably low emotional intelligence, incapable of bringing joy to others. If he could not even manage someone like an Aishan, how could he possibly be worthy of a goddess like Li Rue? Her interest in supernatural events was purely innocent. At that moment, the black dog hurriedly entered, casting a glance around the room, and inquired with curiosity, "Where's that beautiful woman from yesterday?" Lei Hang replied, "She left." "What is it to you? Have you taken a liking to her? Coming here before work just to see a pretty face?" "Absolutely not. How could that be? I merely passed through while on a mission and thought I would take a look," the black dog chuckled. Lei Hang scoffed. "And Aishan sent you, didn't she? Isn't a bit absurd? You've broken up, yet she still doesn't want me to date anyone else? One should not speak so lightly," the black dog sighed. "Your relationship is perplexing. You clearly have mutual feelings, yet constant conflicts arise. You two cannot be mere lovers. Perhaps it would be better to forge a brotherhood instead." "That's an intriguing idea," Lei Hang remarked, eagerly pouring a cup of tea. "Brother, I toast to you. After so many breakups and reconciliations, nothing truly changes. The moment we reunite, it's chaos again. I will tell her about this brotherhood tomorrow." The black dog was taken aback by his seriousness and exclaimed, "I was merely jesting. You mustn't attribute this idea to me." "Rest assured," Lei Hang said with an okay gesture, then asked, "Where are you off to now?" "Where else? I'm going to find those bodyguards from yesterday and inquire about the situation." The black dog picked up the unfinished chicken leg from the table, gnawing on it as he remarked, "You are unaware that yesterday the autopsy report was released. That individual was devoid of a single drop of blood, utterly pristine. Even a machine would struggle to extract blood so thoroughly. This case should be entrusted to your spiritual investigation team. Let's collaborate, shall we? It's arduous work." Lei Hang patted his arm and inquired, "How did your investigation into that paper go yesterday?" "Nothing emerged from it. There were no fingerprints on the paper. Yet the handwriting undoubtedly belonged to Hu Xian." The black dog returned the paper and asked, "Have you visited the Yongxi cemetery? Did you encounter Hu Xian there?" "Encounter her? Nonsense." Lei Hang recounted the events of that night, asserting that Hu Xian had undoubtedly set a trap for him, intending to bring about his demise. However, he could not fathom what grievances existed between them that would warrant such malice. "I will investigate her residence shortly. You likely won't find anyone." The black dog shook his head. "This person seems to have evaporated from the mortal realm, exhibiting no signs of activity for the past year. You will certainly find no one at her abode." "No signs of activity? That is inconceivable," Lei Hang frowned. "As long as she remains in the city, there must be traces of her presence, unless she has fled elsewhere." "Indeed, there are none. It is truly eerie." The black dog wore a face of despondency. One would think that as a living person, she could easily be traced through her identification card. However, she had not utilized her ID in the past year. No one had laid eyes upon her, nor had any surveillance captured her image. It was as though she had evaporated from existence. Yet she seemed to linger in this world like a specter. After expressing his thoughts, he retracted his neck and stood up, stating, "In any case, this case is now yours. We are overwhelmed with tasks and cannot manage more. I can assist you in gathering some information, but I must take my leave." With that, he hastily grabbed 2 chicken legs and exited in a hurry. Lei Hang fell into a deep contemplation, retrieving Hu Xian's information for further examination. This individual must be connected to the blood well. Otherwise, how would she know of its existence? Yet, her intention to kill him remained a perplexing question. To unravel these mysteries, it was imperative to locate Hu Xian, a figure who appeared to have vanished from the earth while precisely orchestrating his every move. Just then, his phone chimed with a message alert. Li Rue had sent a message, "I want your woman. Arrive at Longphone Community at 12 o'clock this morning." Accompanying this was a video showing Li Rue bound, his mouth taped shut, struggling desperately. Chapter 24. The leap. Lei Hang abruptly sprang to his feet, meticulously confirming that the individual in the video was indeed Li Rue. He promptly placed a call to Black Dog, inquiring, "Is it possible to locate a mobile phone now? I'm outside." "What's the matter, Hango?" "I can have the brothers from the information department assist you. There's been a kidnapping. In 2 minutes, provide me with the location of a phone number. I will send the number to your mobile." Lei Hang dispatched Li Rue's phone number, and after 2 minutes, Black Dog sent back a confirmation. He immediately dialed Li Rue's number, and fortunately, the call went through after a couple of rings. "Who are you?" Lei Hang inquired in a low, stern voice. "Cut the nonsense. Arrive at Longphone Community at noon sharp today, or I will send your woman to her demise," came a low, gravelly voice from the other end, seemingly altered by a voice modulator. Lei Hang, incensed, let out a laugh. "Is this how you want to play? If I surmise correctly, my disciple is not at Longphone Community. It's merely a trap awaiting me, isn't it? You're too inexperienced to engage in this game. Hand over the person, and we can negotiate. If you dare to harm my disciple, I will ensure you face a fate worse than death. You lack the standing to impose conditions. Obey, or your woman will suffer the consequences." With that, the line went dead. Lei Hang attempted to call back, but the other phone had been turned off. "I have tracked them down. The location is near Yunin Temple in the eastern part of the city. I have already dispatched someone to the scene. Who has been abducted? It wouldn't be that beautiful woman, would it?" "Yes." Lei Hang scratched his head and said, "Do not act recklessly. Wait for me to arrive." He promptly left, driving a hearse towards Yunin Temple. The temple is rather remote, frequented mostly by tourists during the day. But as today is not a Sunday, there are not many people around. Lei Hang circled the temple, searching for any suspicious activity when his phone rang again, this time displaying an unfamiliar number. "I knew you wouldn't behave," came a hoarse, synthetic voice from the other end. "Is this lowly tactic of locating someone really necessary? I warned you to comply, or your woman would suffer the consequences." There was a pause, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. It was Li Rue's voice. "What have you done to her?" Lei Hang slammed on the brakes, unable to contain his roar. The voice on the phone chuckled darkly. "Oh, it's nothing much. I merely severed one of her fingers." "What did you say?" Lei Hang could hardly believe it and cursed vehemently. "You must be insane." Just then, a notification chimed on his phone, and a picture arrived. It depicted a slender, delicate finger with a gruesome, bloody severance. Lei Hang's mind went blank, his body trembling with rage. The voice on the line laughed once more. "So, shall we have a proper discussion now? There remains but half an hour until midnight. Should you arrive a minute late, I shall sever one of her fingers. Once I have done so, I will proceed to her toes. I neglected to mention that I possess a chainsaw, but rest assured, she shall not perish." "Madman!" Lei Hang hastily shifted gears, pressing down hard on the accelerator, recklessly racing through red lights towards Longphone Community, nearly colliding with other vehicles along the way. Yet, despite his urgency, he found himself ensnared in a traffic jam, the cars ahead forming a serpentine line. Anxious and frantic, Lei Hang glanced at his phone. Only 10 minutes remained until midnight, yet he was still 13 kilometers from his destination. Without hesitation, he abandoned his vehicle at the roadside, commandeered a motorcycle, and sped towards his goal, simultaneously calling Black Dog to succinctly relay the situation and instruct him to continue tracking the location. Fortunately, his motorcycle skills were commendable, and he arrived at 11:58. He quickly retrieved his phone, preparing to make a call, only to be met with an incoming voice message from the other party. "Excellent. It appears you are quite attentive to your woman, but I wonder how far you are willing to go for her. Now, proceed to building 3 and take the elevator to the rooftop. What do you intend to do?" Lei Hang bellowed, startling Passersby. The call was met with silence, save for the anguished cries of Li Rue. A photo arrived, depicting yet another finger severed. Even with his resilient mental fortitude, Lei Hang felt his heart shatter. He picked up his phone once more, inhaled deeply, and stated, "Very well, I shall comply with your demands, but should you dare to harm her further, We shall both face ruin. I have made it clear, you are not in a position to negotiate with me. The call was abruptly terminated once more. Lei Hang hastily made his way to Building 3, during which he contacted Black Dog, inquiring, "Have you located the target? The tracking has been successful. We are en route to retrieve them and should arrive in approximately 10 minutes. Good, hurry." After ending the call, Lei Hang felt a slight sense of relief. He took the elevator to the top floor and ascended to the rooftop via the staircase. The rooftop was a vast expanse, utterly deserted. At that moment, his phone chimed again, notifying him of a stranger attempting to add him on WeChat with the unfamiliar nickname Xian Xian. Who's Xian? A wave of unease washed over Lei Hang, filling him with a foreboding sense of dread. He promptly accepted the friend request, and the stranger initiated a video call. Upon answering, he was met with Li Rui's pale visage. She was bound to a chair, her expression one of anguish and terror. Her left pinky and ring fingers had been severed, though the wounds were hastily bandaged, indicating some attempt at staunching the bleeding. Desperately, Lei Hang searched the video for any clues regarding their surroundings, but the backdrop was merely a white wall, devoid of any discernible details. The synthetic electronic voice resounded once more. "Now, step to the edge of the rooftop." Lei Hang's countenance darkened as he shouted, "What do you want? If you have a grievance, direct it at me. Leave her unharmed." In the video, a knife was poised above Li Rui's fingers, gripped by a gloved hand, obscuring the assailant's identity. "I believe you have yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. I need you to comply without raising your voice, understood? Now, kneel and apologize." "Very well, I apologize. I was wrong." Lei Hang immediately softened and knelt down. "Very well. It seems this woman holds great significance for you. Your vulnerability lies in your excessive emotions, which render you ill-suited to survive in this world. Therefore, it is time for you to die. In your demise, her life may be spared. You have 1 minute to contemplate this." The blade in the video slowly ascended, pressing against Li Rui's neck. Lei Hang was drenched in sweat as he glanced at the clock, realizing there were still 2 minutes remaining until the 10 minutes mentioned by the Black Dog. Before long, the minute elapsed and the knife descended, now resting on Li Rui's fingertip. "You have ample time to ponder. For every additional minute, I shall sever one of his fingers." "Fine, I shall die at once." Lei Hang gradually stood up and walked to the edge of the rooftop. At that moment, a call from the Black Dog came through. Lei Hang hastily answered, and the frantic voice of the Black Dog echoed through the phone. "There is only one phone here, and no one else." Chapter 25. A glimmer of hope. What? Lei Hang felt a chill run through his entire body. He never anticipated that the adversary would be so cunning. "Brother Hang, what should we do now? What's the situation on your end?" The anxious voice of Black Dog came through the phone. Lei Hang slowly ended the call when another video call from someone named Xian Xian soon followed. "I had anticipated your tracking efforts. This strike serves as a punishment for your disobedience." In the video, a blade was pointed at Li Rui's forehead, slicing her face open down the middle. The flesh rolling back, blood gushing forth. Lei Hang could even glimpse the bone beneath, sending a shiver down his spine. Li Rui's eyes widened in shock, as if her sanity was unraveling. The psychological blow was far more severe than the physical pain. "Have you made your decision?" The blade in the video pressed down slowly. "For every additional minute you deliberate, I will slice her again, reducing her to mere shreds." "Enough. You've won." Lei Hang slowly stepped to the edge of the rooftop, with a drop of over 100 meters below. The pedestrians on the street below, witnessing someone poised to leap from the heights, screamed and hurriedly moved aside. The ground beneath was a hard concrete surface. A fall from such a height would likely result in a fatal outcome. At that moment, Shan was racing towards Long Phone Community, repeatedly calling Lei Hang's phone, but it consistently went unanswered. Frustrated, she resorted to calling Black Dog, shouting, "Where is he? Why hasn't the fire department arrived yet?" "Almost there. I'm on my way," came the reply. Useless. Shan hurled her phone aside and drove into the community, her heart sinking as she spotted a solitary figure standing on the rooftop in the distance. She drove the car downstairs and hurriedly took the elevator to the rooftop. On the roof, Lei Hang slowly raised his phone, where the video displayed Li Rui, tears streaming down her face, pleading, "What should we do? Please don't jump." I can't bear to lose you. I'm sorry for dragging you into this. Lei Hang was at a loss for words, his mouth opening in a silent gasp, engulfed by confusion and despair. You have 3 minutes to say goodbye to your loved ones, echoed the raspy, synthesized voice once more. At that moment, hurried footsteps approached from behind, and Aishan burst into the corridor, exclaiming, Lei Hang. Lei Hang turned slowly, a bitter smile gracing his lips. I always thought I would meet my end in the line of duty. Nonsense. And Aishan protested, advancing cautiously. Why? Who is threatening you? I don't know. Lei Hang replied, waving his phone. I have 3 minutes left. And Aishan's gaze fell upon the video featuring Li Rui, and her anger flared. So it's her. Are you willing to die for her? I would also die for you, Lei Hang said, a bittersweet smile lingering on his face. I cannot bear to see others perish because of me. If I don't jump from here today, the abduction will not cease. The next victim could be you, Uncle Han or Black Dog. Their aim is simple, to see me dead, or to inflict upon me a lifetime of torment. Who is it exactly? And Aishan seethed, wishing to rend the unseen foe into 1,000 pieces. An invisible and intangible presence, Lei Hang murmured, gazing up at the distant sky. As long as I am gone, you all shall remain safe. Who knows if we will face consequences if you die? And Aishan exclaimed, her composure crumbling. Wiping away her tears, she continued, what if she seeks vengeance? As long as you are alive, you can protect us. If you die, who will shield us? Are you trying to evade responsibility? Lei Hang was taken aback. He indeed felt a sense of impending liberation. Death would free him from the blood well, from the tangled emotions, and from thoughts of revenge. Living seemed far more burdensome than dying. And Aishan pressed on. In your days with the police force, you had 1,000 strategies to deal with criminals. No matter how challenging the case, you could always find a solution. Why are you so despondent now? Your death would only bring suffering to those who remain. Do you understand? But what can I do now? I must save her. Lei Hang glanced at his phone. You must have a solution. Nisan insistiv. I may not be as clever as you, and I cannot devise a plan, but you can. Calm down and think carefully. You will surely find a way. Closing his eyes, Lei Hang felt a sudden chill surging up his spine as an icy sensation rushed through him. In that moment, his mind was flooded with the image of the pale-faced ghost who had presented him with wedding candies that fateful night. It felt as though an unseen connection had formed between them. A cold voice emanated from his phone. You have 1 minute remaining. Quickly, Lei Hang rummaged through the notebook, recalling that within its pages lay accounts of an incident involving an evil spirit's possession, along with a detailed explanation of the principles behind it. Fortunately, the pages in the notebook were marked, allowing Lei Hang to swiftly locate the case. He meticulously reviewed the outlined procedures, and without hesitation, leaped from the edge of the rooftop. Biting his middle finger, he rapidly inscribed a talisman on the wall, mirroring the diagram in the notebook. What are you doing? Came the voice of his captor from the phone, demanding an answer. You have 30 seconds left. If you do not jump down, I will kill her without hesitation. At this juncture, Lei Hang found himself with no alternative. After completing the talisman, he inscribed the birth details of Li Rui below it. This information had been casually revealed during their conversation the previous day. Thanks to his long-standing profession as a detective, he had developed a keen awareness of others' identities, leading him to naturally commit it to memory. Once he finished writing the birth details, Lei Hang formed a hand seal according to the instructions in the notebook. The seal was not particularly complex, easily recognizable at a glance. However, upon forming it, he experienced an extraordinary sensation, an ineffable feeling that was both mysterious and profound. According to the notebook, he needed to concentrate fully, focusing his mind without distraction to chant the incantation and summon the spirits. Gathering his thoughts, Lei Hang shouted, Flying Talisman. Swift as thought, heed the call of the clouds. Supreme Black Decree, bind the spirits. Urgently, as the law commands. In an instant, the visage of the pale-faced ghost who had presented him with wedding candies the previous night flashed in his mind. His expression turned icy, as if traversing vast distances. He suddenly found himself in a room. Before him stood a figure clad in black, masked and indistinct. Despite the obscured features, the woman's curvaceous form was evident. Most importantly, she wore black gloves and held a knife in her hand. Could it be that the specter had possessed Li Rui? Lei Hang had no time to ponder further, as the assailant lunged forward with her blade. With a roar, he focused his thoughts and actions, causing the body bound to Li Rui to shatter inch by inch. He deftly evaded the dagger and leapt into the air, delivering a spinning kick that sent the woman in black sprawling. Recognizing the peril, she swiftly turned to escape. Lei Hang wished to pursue her, but an overwhelming chill enveloped him. His head grew heavy, and darkness consumed him as he fainted. An eye shone, witnessing this in astonishment, rushed forward. She watched in disbelief as Lei Hang flailed about, as if possessed, chanting incantations, seemingly engaged in a battle, before suddenly collapsing. "Wake up!" she exclaimed, delivering 2 sharp slaps to his face. Slowly, Lei Hang opened his eyes, his voice weak as he urged, "Hurry, the person is in the opposite residential building. Probably on the 3rd floor. Don't mind me." Chapter 26 Turning Point. How could An Shan disregard him? She promptly contacted the Black Dog, instructing him to search for Li Rui in the adjacent residential building, while she supported Lei Hang down the stairs, deftly drawing her firearm from her waist. She could not allow this man to encounter any further peril. Should anyone dare to threaten him, she would not hesitate to eliminate the threat with a single shot. Dazed, Lei Hang was transported to the ambulance, and when he regained consciousness, he found himself in a hospital room, the distant rumble of thunder heralding an impending storm. "You're awake. Drink some water," An Shan said, her face unusually graced with a gentle smile as she hurriedly offered him a glass of warm water. After he gulped it down and wiped the moisture from his lips, he inquired, "Where's Li Rui? How is she?" "In the intensive care unit. Her family had already arrived." An Shan's smile gradually faded, her expression turning impassive as she began to peel an apple. "However, I advise you not to seek her out just yet. This woman comes from a remarkable background. Moments ago, her bodyguard nearly barged in to take action. I must go see her," Lei Hang insisted, throwing off the covers in preparation to rise. An Shan placed a hand on him to restrain him, questioning, "Do you harbor feelings for her?" With a slight sigh, Lei Hang replied, "If someone nearly lost their life because of you and was left disfigured, could you remain indifferent?" An Shan's expression softened somewhat. "I will accompany you." "No." Lei Hang shook his head vigorously. "I do not wish for anyone else to be embroiled in my troubles. I will handle matters concerning Li Rui's family myself. You must not get involved." With that, he slipped on his shoes and hurried out towards the intensive care unit. He was unaware of the ward number, but upon witnessing a throng of bodyguards clad in black stationed before a particular room, he was certain that Li Rui was within. "Do you still dare to come here?" The bodyguards in the corridor converged upon Lei Hang as he appeared. "Make way." Li Ding forcefully pushed aside the guards before striding towards Lei Hang, fury radiating from him as he delivered a powerful punch to Lei Hang's face. Lei Hang did not evade, and the blow sent him tumbling to the ground, taking a considerable time to rise again. "Do you have any idea what you've done to my sister?" Li Ding seized Lei Hang by the collar, his voice laced with hatred. "If she hadn't been entangled with you, she would be fine now." Lei Hang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his head bowed in remorse. "I didn't know it would turn out this way. It's my fault. Please, let me see her." "You think you deserve that?" Li Ding kicked him away, cursing. "Get out of my sight. This matter is far from over." Shouting, a deep voice resonated from the ward as a middle-aged man in a tailored suit emerged, accompanied by a tearful noblewoman. Lei Hang surmised that these two were most likely Li Rui's parents, and shame washed over him. Who would wish for their daughter to have her fingers severed and her face scarred? "My daughter was kidnapped because of you, wasn't it?" The man's voice was icy. "Yes." Before Lei Hang could finish his sentence, he was violently kicked to the ground, the pristine leather shoe pressing against his head. "I could crush you as effortlessly as one might squash an ant. Henceforth, you are forbidden from any further contact with my daughter. Within a month, uncover the identity of the individual who abducted her. Otherwise, I shall have you dismembered and fed to the dogs. Do you comprehend?" Lei Hang did not struggle, but replied, "I can ascertain the perpetrator within a month. Allow me to see her just once. I vow never to see her again. I must see her. It is utterly incomprehensible what merits your admiration." That foot gradually withdrew. She remains unconscious. "I shall grant you 5 minutes." Lei Hang rose unsteadily and stumbled into the hospital room. Li Rui lay upon the bed, her head swathed in bandages, her eyes tightly shut, with only her eyes and nose visible. The index and middle fingers of her left hand have been irrevocably severed. "I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry." Lei Hang knelt beside the bed, overwhelmed with guilt. He understood that no matter how many apologies he uttered, Li Rui's face would never revert to its former state, and her fingers would not regrow. Yet, apart from uttering apologies, he felt utterly powerless. Though their acquaintance had spanned merely a few days, Lei Hang had already opened his heart to this girl. The thought that she would have to face the world bearing a scarred visage filled him with torment and self-reproach. He would gladly sacrifice his own limbs to restore her to wholeness. The 5 minutes passed swiftly, and Lei Hang was unceremoniously ejected from the hospital room by 2 bodyguards. Li Ding reminded him, "You have 1 month. Should you fail to identify the culprit, you will bear the blame in their stead." Lei Hang stumbled out of the hospital, the torrential rain pouring down outside. He walked into the rain, allowing the droplets to cascade upon his face as the anguish within him seemed to dissipate somewhat. An umbrella appeared above his head, and Inai Shan quietly emerged behind him, offering solace. "What has happened has transpired. Focus on how to make amends. Self-reproach will not alleviate your suffering. You must gather your strength, find the perpetrator, and bring them to justice." Justice? Lei Hang's lips curled into a scornful smile. He envisioned the perpetrator's dismemberment. "Let us not meet again." He turned to face her. "At least until I possess the means to protect you, we should avoid each other. Take care of yourself. I shall handle this case alone. Consider it a favor, if you will." A glimmer of moisture welled in Inai Shan's eyes as she nodded, extending the umbrella towards him. "Take the umbrella." Lei Hang, with a dismissive flick, sent the umbrella crashing to the ground, cautioning, "Perhaps the murderer is observing us from somewhere," playing the entire charade. With that, he pivoted and strode away. Inai Shan gazed at the umbrella lying on the ground, aware it was all an act, yet still feeling a profound sense of loss. On the bus, Lei Hang opened his phone and clicked on the account he had previously added, named Xian Xian. However, the Moments section was devoid of any posts. He decided to pass the account to Black Dog, requesting assistance in tracking down the link phone number. Before long, Black Dog returned the call. "Brother Hang, the phone number indeed belongs to Hu Xian, but we cannot locate her. She is likely turned off. If this person never shows herself, how does she eat? Where does she stay?" After a moment of contemplation, Lei Hang inquired, "Is it possible to classify her as a suspect, issue a nationwide manhunt, and restrict her access to her bank account? This seems rather inappropriate, does it not? We lack concrete evidence. Were there any footprints recovered from the scene where Li Rui was abducted? You are merely conducting an investigation, not pursuing an arrest. If she has committed no wrongdoing, why does she hesitate to show herself?" "Very well, I shall attend to it immediately." Upon ending the call, Lei Hang exited his vehicle, parked beside the hearse, and drove back to the funeral home. Inside, the room was in disarray. The remnants of last night's revelry with Li Rui still lingered on the table, untouched. Lei Hang paused for a moment, then retreated to the bathroom for a warm shower, changing into a fresh set of clothes. Outside, darkness had enveloped the sky. He had no intention of conducting business today and was about to close the doors and ascend to his quarters for the night, when, suddenly, a flash of lightning illuminated the room, casting a hunched silhouette against the door curtain. "Who goes there?" Lei Hang lifted the curtain to reveal an elderly woman with large eyes and sharp teeth, her face adorned with a peculiar smile. "You must desire for your beloved's appearance to be restored to its former glory to regain her fingers. I can assist you." Chapter 27. The Catwoman Lei Hang's expression shifted slightly as he recalled the pearl nestled within him. Was he to resort to opening his abdomen to retrieve it? Upon further contemplation, he realized that Li Rui had only caused him trouble. What did it matter if he had to undergo such an ordeal? "Come in," he beckoned, stepping aside to allow her entrance. The elderly lady surveyed the room, her eyes gleaming upon spotting the remnants of a meal on the table. She rushed toward it, ravenously devouring the cold meat with her left hand while downing the white liquor with her right, as though she hadn't eaten in days. Lei Hang seated himself opposite her and inquired, "What is your relation to Madame Cat-Eye, And how should I address you? You may call me Madam Cat-Eye. There are many in this world with that name, she replied, a smile gracing her lips as she continued to chew incessantly, her large eyes fixed intently upon Lei Hang. Very well. Lei Hang averted his gaze, focusing instead on the food and drink before him, unable to shake off the memory of the previous evening's revelry with Li Rue. After a prolonged silence, he asked, "Is it necessary to open my abdomen to extract the pearl?" "It is too late," Madame Cat-Eye declared, having finally satiated her hunger and wiping her mouth with her soiled garment. "You have consumed something from the realm of the dead. The cat's eye has been activated and is now intertwined with your very essence. It cannot be removed. What shall I do then?" Lei Hang inquired, his anxiety mounting. Madame Cat-Eye licked her lips and replied, "Allow it to continue its activation, fully merging with your body. Then, take your heart's blood and pour it upon the wound. This will ensure complete healing without scarring." "Can it also regenerate severed limbs?" Lei Hang asked, puzzled. "No, the cat's eye is indeed remarkable. It falls short of the ability to regenerate severed limbs. You might as well offer her your own fingers." "What? Are you jesting?" Lei Hang inquired, perplexed. "Are you suggesting that a girl should use a man's fingers? Moreover, our fingers are not of the same size. Even if they were, we cannot ascertain if our blood types match." Madame Cat-Eye shook her head repeatedly, asserting that cat blood is universally applicable. It harmonizes foreign limbs with one's original body. "Observe my hands. These two hands were acquired from a man, and there are no visible signs of amalgamation." She extended her grimy hands, deftly rotating them. Her 10 fingers were exceptionally sharp, reminiscent of cat's claws. A chill ran through Lei Hang as a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to ask, "Wouldn't it be easier to reattach one's original fingers?" "Absolutely." Lei Hang promptly retrieved his phone and called Black Dog, inquiring, "What about the fingers severed from Li Rue?" The time elapsed was not long. "They should be reattachable. They were not found." Black Dog's voice was somewhat subdued, likely indicating that the assailant had taken them away. The scene bore only traces of blood, and the fingers were nowhere to be seen. Otherwise, the hospital would have already reattached them. "I understand." Lei Hang ended the call, contemplated briefly, and nodded. "Very well, I can offer her my fingers. But what exactly is this heart blood? How is it obtained?" Madame Cat-Eye smiled and reassured him. "Do not worry, I will assist you." "And what are the terms?" Lei Hang remained skeptical that this elderly woman would aid him without cause. "Quite simple," Madame Cat-Eye said. "I require 10 drops of your heartfelt blood. Do not worry. Once the essence of cat-eye merges with your bloodstream, those 10 drops will swiftly replenish, holding little value for you, yet possessing great significance for me." Lei Hang pondered for a while before nodding and inquiring, "One final question. What exactly is cat-eye? Is it true that I will become like you?" "Indeed, it is true. You will soon perceive the transformation within yourself." Madame Cat-Eye rose with a smile, rummaging through her pocket until she produced a small glass vial. "Drink this. In the following 3 days, cat-eye will accelerate its integration with your body. I shall return to find you after 3 days." She left the vial behind and turned to depart. Lei Hang picked up the small glass container, observing the viscous green liquid within, reminiscent of mucus. Upon opening it, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, akin to a restroom in an internet CAF that had not been cleaned for a year. "Goodness, how am I supposed to drink this?" After deliberating for a while, he resolved to down the viscous green liquid in one swift motion, followed by several gulps of strong liquor to mask the repugnant taste. A searing sensation ignited within his stomach, rendering him quite uncomfortable. Stumbling upstairs, he collapsed onto his bed, clutching his abdomen and writhing in distress as the fiery sensation spread throughout his entire body, as if he were on the verge of melting away. Ultimately, he succumbed to the intense heat, losing consciousness completely. As the morning sun gently caressed his face, Lei Hang slowly opened his eyes and rubbed them, suddenly sensing an unusual change in his fingers. He gradually unfurled his hand, only to discover that his nails had curled into sharp points. Recalling the words of Madame Cat-Eye from the previous day, he hastily leaped up and rushed to the bathroom. In the mirror, he noticed that his eyes had widened significantly, his teeth had become considerably sharper, and his ears appeared to sport pointed edges. He had indeed transformed. A wave of despair washed over Lei Hang. He was on the brink of becoming a monster. He returned to the bedside and sat down, feeling as though he was about to detach from this world. In this state, he found himself incapable of solving cases, nor did he possess the desire to do so. He remained seated until darkness enveloped the sky, and once more, the burning sensation in his stomach began to resurface. He endured the torment until midnight, when he fainted again. The following morning, he hurried to the bathroom once more, only to find that his head had morphed into a triangular shape, his teeth had sharpened even further, and his pupils had transformed into vertical slits. By the third day, Lei Hang had completely lost his human semblance. Should he attempt to don a different outfit, it was likely that no one would recognize him. That evening, Madame Cat's eye appeared at the shop. Upon witnessing Lei Hang's drastic transformation, her smile grew more radiant. Excellent. Truly excellent. The degree of fusion surpasses my expectations. Come with me. Where to? Lei Hang was now highly sensitive to the idea of venturing outside. To save the life of your beloved. Madame Cat's, I strode decisively toward the door. I have already spoken with the Lee family. Tonight, we shall go to their home to restore their daughter's appearance and reattach her severed fingers. Very well. Lei Hang donned his hat and hurriedly departed, driving his dilapidated vehicle towards the Eastern Lake Mountain Villa. Having visited once before, he navigated the route with ease and swiftly arrived at the villa's entrance, where a considerable number of individuals awaited. Among them was the middle-aged couple he had seen previously. Lei Hang had already perused the information. Li Rui's father, Li Xianhai, was a businessman, and her mother, Li Filan, hailed from a prominent family. Master, you have arrived. Upon spotting Madame Cat's, I alight from the car. Li Xianhai promptly approached with utmost respect. My daughter is inside. Allow me to escort you. Chapter 28. Restoration of appearance. Lei Hang was bewildered by the methods employed by Madame Cat's eye, which had managed to instill such fear in the Li Xianhai family. Li Ding recognized the hearse and the attire worn by Lei Hang, and hurriedly approached, inquiring, Xianshi, why has this person arrived? What connection does he have with the treatment of my sister? Indeed, he is connected. Without him, your sister's finger would not be able to heal properly. Madame Cat, I chuckled softly and strode into the villa. It was only then that Li Xianhai took notice of Lei Hang and frowned. Is this the same person from the hospital last time? Yes. Li Ding could not see Lei Hang's features, but he was able to deduce his identity from his physique and clothing. Keep a close watch and ensure he does not cause any disturbances. Rest assured, father, I have installed surveillance in the room. Their every move will not escape our notice. This was Lei Hang's first time entering the villa. Previously, he had only glimpsed it from the outside. He was taken aback by the opulence within, a luxury he had only ever witnessed on television, illustrating the substantial wealth of the Li family. Please, Xianshi, this way. Li Ding guided the two upstairs and opened the door to a bedroom. There lay Li Rui on the bed, eyes closed, seemingly in slumber. To spare my sister any distress, we had the doctor administer a sedative. She is now in a deep sleep, free from pain. Excellent. It matters not, Madame Cat, I replied as she entered the room, addressing Li Ding. No one must enter. We require a tranquil environment. Understood. Li Ding closed the door and swiftly guided the others into the adjacent bedroom, where the computer screen vividly displayed the image of Madame Cat's eye and Lei Hang. At that moment, Lei Hang removed his hat, revealing his true visage. The occupants of the room gasped in astonishment. What is this? How did this person transform in such a manner? He resembles a hairless cat. Have you not noticed that this old master bears a striking resemblance to a feline as well? Li Xianhai frowned and remarked, there is no need for such alarm. Peculiar individuals often appear thus. As long as they pose no threat to Xiao Rui, we must not allow anyone to enter. In the adjacent bedroom, Lei Hang slowly approached. Observing as Madame Cat's, I delicately peeled away the layers of bandages from Li Rui's face, ultimately revealing her true countenance. A grotesque scar stretched from her forehead to her chin, her lips and nose severed into halves. Though stitched, it was evident that her appearance had been irrevocably marred. Noticing the redness and swelling in Li Rui's eyes, clearly a result of her tears, Lei Hang resolved to restore her beauty to its former glory. Now we shall commence. Madame Cat's, I turned her gaze towards Lei Hang, a smile gracing her features, instructing him to remove his clothing. After a brief hesitation, Lei Hang shed his coat and shirt, revealing his well-defined physique. The young man possessed an impressive build. Madame Cat's eye greedily began to explore his body, which made Lei Hang feel increasingly uncomfortable. He impatiently urged, "Can we expedite this process?" "Very well." Madame Cat's eye extended her sharp fingers, making a small incision at the region of his heart, as a faint green light seeped into the wound. "It may hurt a little. You must endure it." No sooner had the words left her lips than Lei Hang felt a sharp pain in his heart, unable to suppress a low growl as his body trembled. A single glistening drop of blood was extracted from the wound, and in Madame Cat's eyes flickered an eerie light. With a slight motion of her fingertip, the blood, enveloped in a green glow, slowly descended onto Li Rui's wound. Instantly, it permeated the gash, which began to heal at an astonishing pace, transforming the once grotesque and terrifying injury into a mere memory in the blink of an eye. "It is done." Madame Cat chuckled softly, extending her sharp nails to deftly remove all the stitches that had mended the wound. The formerly intricate punctures vanished without a trace, and Li Rui's face was restored to its original state, smooth and exquisite. Those who were watching the surveillance, including Li Xianhai, were visibly moved. Li Feilan exclaimed, "I had no idea such methods existed in this world. This old lady is truly extraordinary. Our investment of 100 million is indeed justified." Seeing Li Rui's face restored, Lei Hang felt a wave of relief wash over him. As long as she was well, he thought, his own sacrifices were inconsequential. It was time for the next procedure. Madame Cat turned her gaze back, smiling as she inquired, "Are you ready? I am about to sever your fingers. Here we go." Lei Hang took a deep breath, extending his left index and middle fingers. "If it becomes too painful, you may administer anesthetics. The advancements in technology are remarkable. When I underwent this procedure, there were no anesthetics available. No need, it's just 2 fingers." In the past, Lei Hang had endured numerous injuries. Thus he regarded this pain with indifference, harboring a vague belief that he must experience the suffering that Li Rui had endured to achieve a sense of balance. The smile on Madame Cat's face gradually faded as she nodded, first unwrapping the bandages from Li Rui's hands to reveal 2 severed fingers. She then glanced around the room and retrieved a pair of sharp scissors from the dressing table. What was she intending to do? The Lei family members before the surveillance camera widened their eyes in shock as they witnessed Madame Cat directing the scissors towards Lei Hang's fingers, a wave of unease coursing through them. Li Feilan furrowed her brow, reluctant to continue watching. Taking a deep breath, Lei Hang turned his gaze towards the window, gritting his teeth tightly. With a sudden snap, despite his mental preparation, Lei Hang could not suppress a scream of pain, instinctively grabbing the collar of his shirt and biting down hard. Yet another. Madame Cat swiftly snipped off his middle finger, blood gushing from the severed stumps. Lei Hang's face turned ashen as he hurriedly tore a piece of bandage from the bedside table to wrap around the wounds. "Do not worry. Having consumed the cat's eye, you inherently possess the ability to heal your injuries. It shall mend swiftly," Madame Cat assured, holding the 2 severed fingers as she approached the bedside. Li Feilan, in disbelief before the surveillance, thought, "Is she truly Feilan?" Feeling helpless, settled down and continued to observe. At that moment, Madame Cat's eye had once again extracted 2 drops of blood from Lei Hang's heart, letting them fall upon the severed ends of his fingers. The 2 thick fingers, initially mismatched with Li Rui's wound, began to transform under the influence of the blood. The injury gradually healed, and the fingers slimmed down significantly, ultimately resembling 2 delicate, fair digits, almost indistinguishable from their original state. Despite the excruciating pain causing him to sweat profusely, Lei Hang couldn't help but smile upon witnessing the restoration of his hand. "Well, it is now time for you to fulfill your promise." Madame Cat's face radiated with a fervent smile as she approached Lei Hang, placing her hand upon his heart. Lei Hang had anticipated she would merely extract 10 drops of blood, but suddenly he was seized by a sharp pain in his chest, as if his very heart were being gripped. Looking down, he was astonished to see that Madame Cat had actually removed her own heart. Chapter 29. Heart Exchange You. The expression on Lei Hang's face was one of sheer terror. He attempted to struggle, yet felt an overwhelming weakness engulfing him, leading him to collapse softly onto the ground, while his heart remained firmly in the grasp of Madame Cat's eye. Astonishingly, the heart continued to throb vigorously. Indeed, it was it. Madame Cat's eye, with a covetous gleam in her eyes, glanced at the motionless Lei Hang sprawled on the ground and remarked with a smile, "It is indeed this." As she spoke, she unfastened her garments, revealing her withered, aged form. With a deliberate motion, she sliced open her chest to extract her own heart, which beat with a languid rhythm. In a swift motion, she placed Lei Hang's heart into her own chest. The gaping wound sealed itself rapidly, and a remarkable transformation ensued. Her shriveled skin began to regain its fullness. The signs of age faded, and her once silver hair shimmered into a lustrous black. In the blink of an eye, she morphed into a radiant young beauty. What a delightful sensation it is to feel youthful. Madame Katz, I let out a soft giggle, gracefully approaching Lei Hang and gently placing her own, slowly beating, aged heart into his chest cavity. I commend your loyalty and sense of honor. Thus I shall spare your life and assist in mending your wounds. With that, she sliced open her chest once more, allowing a drop of her heart's blood to fall near Lei Hang's heart. The injury healed swiftly, restoring it to its former state. However, Lei Hang's body began to age rapidly. His skin wrinkled, his visage became haggard, his hair turned gray, and his movements grew increasingly sluggish. The sole advantage lies in reverting to a semblance of normalcy, shedding the previous feline-like form. You have returned my heart." Lei Hang grasped her collar, yet his hands felt devoid of strength. "No, the heart was inherently mine. You took the cat's eye, and this is the price you must pay, is it not?" Madame Katz, I chuckled mischievously, her form shrinking as she effortlessly slipped out of her tattered garments, striding to the wardrobe to don an elegant dress, instantly transforming into a figure of refinement. Quite splendid. She flashed a bewitching smile at Lei Hang before leaping through the shattered window, vanishing into the cloak of night. "Return my heart." Lei Hang rushed to the window, coughing incessantly, yet lacking the courage to leap. Given his current frail condition, such a fall would surely spell his demise. The members of the Lee family stood transfixed before the surveillance monitor, utterly astonished. Had they not witnessed it firsthand, they would scarcely believe such extraordinary events could transpire. Were they truly exchanging hearts just now? My heavens! Lee Filan felt her breath becoming increasingly labored. Such occurrences exist in this world. Li Xianhai murmured thoughtfully. "Quickly, let us check on Xiao Rui." The trio dashed into Li Rui's room, where they beheld her visage restored to its former glory, her fingers reattached, and they could not help but laugh. Meanwhile, Lei Hang was unceremoniously ejected from the villa by the bodyguards. He landed with excruciating pain, taking a long while to rise, gazing into the vast, dark night, feeling as though life had lost all hope. Time passed unnoticed, and a sudden chill swept through, causing Lei Hang to shudder. Only then did he realize that it was already deep into the night. He sluggishly made his way to his hearse and drove back to the funeral home. Inside, the place remained a chaotic mess. He tidied up the remnants of wine bottles and leftover food, casting them into the outdoor trash bin. The establishment was restored to a semblance of order, reminiscent of the days when his grandfather was still present. Lei Hang stared blankly for a long while, ultimately summoning the courage to approach the bathroom. A visage marked by age stared back at him from the mirror, appearing as a stranger. Everything had vanished. He let out a bitter laugh, slowly retreating from the reflection and sinking to the floor, desperately clutching his own hair in anguish. As time ticked away, his weary body succumbed to fatigue, and he returned to bed for a brief slumber. Upon awakening, daylight had already broken. He hastily prepared a cup of instant noodles to quell his hunger, and then collapsed back into sleep. At that moment, he had no desire to investigate the case, care for his own well-being, or concern himself with the blood well in the backyard. He merely wished to sink into oblivion and await death. Before long, a sudden series of knocks echoed from outside. "Lei Hang, open the door." It was Anai Shan's voice. Lei Hang chose to ignore her, pulling the covers over himself to continue sleeping. The knocking persisted for a while before, eventually, fading into silence. Moments later, the bedroom door was abruptly kicked open, revealing a striking figure at the threshold. And Aishan stood there, clad in form-fitting jeans and a black leather jacket, her long hair tied back, exuding vitality and vigor. "What's the matter with you?" For several consecutive days, there was no response to my calls or messages. "I thought you had vanished." And Aishan casually lifted the blanket. "Revenez à wideur de visage." "Who are you?" she gasped, stepping back in shock. "Who am I?" Lei Hang chuckled softly, slowly rising. "I am uncertain of my own identity. You may call me the monster." Recognizing the familiar gaze and figure before her, and Aishan's expression shifted in alarm. "What has happened? How could you have transformed into this?" "Not much. I simply wished for solitude," Lei Hang replied, turning away. "What on earth is going on?" And Aishan, now anxious, reached out and pulled him up from the bed. Lei Hang's face remained impassive, his eyes devoid of life. Having worked alongside him for many years, she had never witnessed such despair in him. In her memory, this man was resolute and courageous, unyielding in the face of adversity. How had he suddenly succumbed to such a state? Tears streamed down her face as she embraced Lei Hang tightly, pleading, "Please tell me what has transpired. I do not care whom you love, regardless of whether we could be together or not. Let us confront any challenges together. I fear nothing, not even death. Just say something." At last, a flicker of emotion stirred within Lei Hang's desolate heart. He realized he had not been forsaken by the world. There remained someone willing to share both life and death with him. Slowly, he extended his hand and gently patted an Aishan's back, his voice hoarse. "I am fine. You merely grasped my throat too tightly." Understanding her excessive force, and Aishan quickly released him and began to massage his neck. A faint smile graced Lei Hang's face, and he mused how delightful it would be if you could remain this gentle forever. "I shall treat you better from now on." And Aishan managed to force a smile. Yet the sight of his aging visage still brought her discomfort. "Could you tell me what transpired?" Lei Hang recounted the events that had unfolded, leaving Aishan utterly astonished. Fortunately, after enduring so much, her preconceived notions of the world began to shift gradually. After a moment of silence, she inquired, "Do you harbor feelings for that wealthy woman? If I were to be kidnapped because of you and had 2 of my fingers severed, would you be willing to sacrifice 2 of your own for me?" Lei Hang chuckled softly, wiping away the tears from her cheek, and replied, "Regardless of whether you lose 2 fingers because of me, whether you're harmed in hand or foot, I would willingly exchange anything of mine for you." No sooner had he spoken than Aishan embraced him passionately, showering him with fervent kisses. Chapter 30. Hopes shattered. Lei Hang struggled to catch his breath, finally managing to push away the woman who was as relentless as a wild bull. He coughed a couple of times and remarked, "I never imagined your tastes were so intense. Not even an old man like me is spared. Do you still love me?" And Aishan gazed intently at him, her eyes like shimmering water. Lei Hang was at a loss for words, offering a wry smile as he replied, "I cannot quite articulate it. I would traverse mountains and seas of fire for you. Yet it seems we are truly incompatible. It feels akin to—" He recalled what the black dog had once said and nodded. "Yes, like brothers." "Brothers?" And Aishan seized his hair, her voice laced with fury. "After all this time spent together, you dare to equate our relationship to that of brothers? Should I then swear brotherhood with you?" "Well, that's not entirely out of the question." Lei Hang pleaded, "I can no longer contend with you. Spare my life." "Oomph." And Aishan released her grip, exhaling deeply. "Fine. Brothers it is. I too believe we are ill-suited as lovers." Lei Hang forced a smile. "Moreover, I am already quite the old man. Would you find it repulsive to be in a romantic relationship with me?" "Listen closely," and Aishan declared, stepping onto the bed and pointing at his head. "Whether you transform into a child or an old man, I shall never find you distasteful. Do you understand?" "Understood." Lei Hang nodded vigorously. "Enough," and Aishan waved her hand. "Change your clothes. We are heading to the hospital immediately." "What for?" "To get a heart transplant. Did you not mention that your heart was replaced by that old hag? Why not procure a younger heart instead? Modern medicine has advanced remarkably. A heart transplant has become merely a minor procedure." "This is feasible." Lei Hang promptly sprang up to change his attire, though it remained uncertain whether a suitable heart could be found. Each day, numerous individuals perish in car accidents. By communicating with the families of the deceased, we shall undoubtedly locate a compatible heart, no matter the cost, rest assured. The two drove directly to the largest hospital for consultation. The doctor initially ordered a comprehensive physical examination, which consumed an entire day to complete. As the day drew to a close, they finally approached the doctor with the results. "Doctor, how did it go?" Sean inquired with concern. The doctor shook his head and replied, "It's not feasible. Your elder's organs have significantly aged, while the heart itself shows no apparent issues. Undergoing a transplant at this juncture holds little merit. Furthermore, given his advanced age, the surgical risks are considerable, with a success rate of less than 10%. It would be best to focus on maintaining his health." "All organs have aged? How could this be?" Sean picked up the report and scrutinized it, discovering that all indicators fell outside the normal range. Osteoporosis, hypertension, cerebral infarction, gastritis, and a plethora of other ailments. How could this happen? She gazed at the report in her hands, her last glimmer of hope extinguished. The two had arrived brimming with optimism, only to leave in dismay. Upon exiting the hospital, Lei Hang offered consolation, saying, "It's all right. The elderly have their own way of living. It's merely a matter of living a few decades less. I don't take it to heart." He then patted Sean on the shoulder and added, "Moreover, with a brother as wonderful as you, this life has been worth living." Shan's face contorted into an unsightly smile as she inquired, "Do you think it is possible to capture that old woman you mentioned and compel her to return your heart?" "It is not entirely implausible. This wretched creature has stolen my heart, constituting a criminal act, and she is now wanted across the entire internet." Now that Lei Hang has regained his composure, his spirits have notably lifted. After all, she has rejuvenated herself. Let us examine the surveillance footage from the Li family and disseminate her image. I refuse to believe we cannot locate this old hag. I shall set forth immediately. With that, Sean departed without hesitation, driving off in a police car. Lei Hang opted for a taxi to return to his residence. As night descended completely, he hastily prepared a meager meal to satiate his hunger before lying down, his mind racing with plans to find Hu Xian. As long as this woman remains at large, his loved ones will never find peace. Even if it costs him his life, he is determined to eliminate this vile creature first. Resolute in his decision, he resolved to seek out Leeds the following day. In the dead of night, a chilling breeze stirred him from his slumber, and he beheld a swirling mass of black mist at the edge of his bed. "You again? Must you not allow me a moment's respite? I have little time left and no heirs. Do hurry and seek your new servant, shall you? You shall not perish." "My servant," came a faint, raspy voice from the darkness. "With the sacrifice of one more fresh soul, I shall grant you a powerful heart, and you will be younger and stronger than ever before." In that instant, Lei Hang's thoughts turned to Hu Xian, the woman who nearly took Li Rui's life and indirectly caused his own wretched state. She should bear the burden of it all. In due time, he would offer this woman as a sacrifice. Contemplating this, he promptly consented. "Very well, it is settled." The dark mist emitted a low, sinister chuckle before vanishing through the crack of the door. The following morning, Lei Hang arose early, washed up, and donned a fresh set of attire. His grizzled hair was meticulously styled. Despite his advanced age and frailty, he endeavored to present himself as a spirited young man. After enjoying a light breakfast, he drove toward a technology company in the city center. The documentation indicated that Hu Xian had previously been employed there, making a place rich in social connections. Investigating her former colleagues would be relatively effortless. Previously, he had received a sum of over 100,000 yuan from Li Rui. He first ventured to a shopping mall, where he spent several thousand on a luxury lipstick. Arriving at the company's entrance just before closing time, he awaited her departure. Hu Xian had a good friend at the company named Huang Xiaoyue, who could potentially serve as a breakthrough, but to elicit the truth from someone, one must be prepared to pay the price. The records showed that this woman had a penchant for adornment and remained unmarried to this day. Soon, a stream of white-collar workers began to exit the building, and Lei Hang approached one of them with purpose. "Miss Huang." "Good day," he greeted with a smile. Huang Xiaoyue was engaged in cheerful banter with her colleagues when she suddenly spotted the sprightly elderly gentleman before her, initially mistaking him for a company executive. She quickly extended her hand for a handshake. With deliberate casualness, Lei Hang revealed the branded lipstick packaging in his hand and gestured towards the CAF across the street. "Might Miss Huang be interested in a brief conversation?" he inquired. Huang Xiaoyue's female colleagues exchanged knowing smiles, greeted them, and then discreetly departed. A sense of inner conflict enveloped Huang Xiaoyue. This individual could potentially be a recruiter seeking talent, yet might also be pursuing her personally. Despite appearing somewhat mature, he exuded an undeniable charm and seemed financially well off. In no time, she resolved to accompany Lei Hang to the CAF across the street. "This is a gift for you." As soon as they settled into their seats, Lei Hang pushed a box of luxurious lipsticks, complete with an array of shades, toward her. This is inappropriate. "We have only just met," Huang Xiaoyue protested internally, feeling a flutter of excitement. Such a complete set of lipsticks would cost at least 6 or 7,000 yuan. A splurge she could not afford, even with her monthly income of 10,000. "I only wish to ask Miss Huang a few questions," Lei Hang said, his confidence solidifying as he smiled. "Regarding Hu Xian." Huang Xiaoyue's expression shifted dramatically, her demeanor turning frosty. "There is nothing to discuss," she replied curtly before standing up and leaving the CAF. Chapter 31. The Hell of Devouring the Living. Lei Hang did not anticipate her sudden change of demeanor. He hurriedly grabbed the bag and rushed outside, trailing closely behind her. "I am a member of the Municipal Special Investigation Team. She is already a suspect in a criminal case and is being pursued nationwide. Do you still have any contact with her? If you do, we will assign personnel to monitor you around the clock until Hu Xian is apprehended." This proclamation seemed to resonate, causing Huang Xiaoyue to halt in her tracks. Taking a deep breath, she replied, "I no longer have any contact with her. Please, do not entangle me any further." Lei Hang stopped before her, speaking with earnest gravity. "It is not my desire to trouble you, but Hu Xian poses a serious threat to public safety. We must locate her to clarify certain matters, as this concerns the safety of all citizens. Surely, you do not wish to see her descend further into a path of crime?" His words were a blend of truth and deception. Huang Xiaoyue's expression shifted, and after a prolonged silence, she finally said, "Very well. What do you wish to inquire?" "Everything you know about Hu Xian." The pair returned to the CAF, where Huang Xiaoyue unabashedly ordered a filet mignon, cat poop coffee, and a selection of after-dinner desserts. As she dined, she recounted, "I lived with her for a while, yet I do not know her well. All I am aware of is that she hails from a rural background, her family circumstances are rather poor, and her parents exhibit a preference for sons over daughters, showering all their affection upon her brother while remaining indifferent to her. Hu Xian is a diligent and earnest individual who, through her own capabilities, gained admission to a prestigious university. However, her parents were singularly focused on marrying her off at an early age, prompting her to flee from home. She worked various jobs to finance her education, ultimately completing her 4 years of university studies. After graduation, she secured employment at her current company, where I first met her. Despite her beauty, her peculiar temperament rendered her somewhat unlikable, leading to a rejection from other women. Nevertheless, numerous men pursued her, yet she dismissed them all. During a company banquet, the general manager attempted to take advantage of her, only to be met with a resounding slap, resulting in his dismissal. Shortly thereafter, her parents came to the city seeking financial assistance for her brother's wedding, threatening suicide if she did not comply. Reluctantly, she relinquished her hard-earned savings for her brother's nuptials, leaving her destitute. During this tumultuous period, her temperament deteriorated, and her mental state appeared to waver. At times, she even threatened me with a knife, instilling fear within me, prompting my decision to move away. Since that time, I have had no further contact with her. At this juncture, she finished her steak and began to indulge in sweets. Lei Hang, devoid of any appetite, inquired further about her romantic history, questioning whether she had ever had a boyfriend. Huang Xiaoyue paused before responding, revealing that she had indeed dated someone in university. However, that relationship was merely a fleeting encounter, as her partner had been interested solely in physical intimacy. Once he grew bored, he callously ended things and pursued another woman. This experience profoundly impacted her, leading her to refrain from dating thereafter. Have you truly never crossed paths since then? Lei Hang asked. No. Huang Xiaoyue's response was swift and decisive, instilling further doubt in Lei Hang. He gazed intently at Huang Xiaoyue for an extended period before suddenly exclaiming, "You are a homosexual, aren't you?" Instantly, her complexion changed and her hand trembled slightly. Observing her reaction, Lei Hang knew he had hit the mark and smiled, saying, "Given the depth of your feelings, how could you not have met? The more you conceal, the more detrimental it is for her. While she is yet to commit any crimes, there remains a chance for redemption. Once she begins to harm others, it will be too late." Huang Xiao bit her lip and inquired, "What exactly has she done?" "That is classified information. I cannot disclose it," Lei Hang replied, leaning back on the sofa, patiently awaiting her decision. After a prolonged silence, Huang Xiaoyue requested the waiter to bring her paper and pen. She wrote down an address and handed it over, stating, "The last time I saw her was here, but I cannot say if she is still present." "Thank you." Lei Hang took the note, glanced at it, and stood up, saying, "Pleasure collaborating. Enjoy your meal." He settled the bill at the front desk, and upon exiting, drove his hearse toward the address noted on the paper. Unbeknownst to him, the sky gradually darkened, with thick clouds gathering, hinting an impending downpour. Lei Hang sped along, and after half an hour, he finally reached his destination. Jingjing Community, indeed. It was a cluster of aging, gray residential buildings, only 6 stories high, comprising roughly a dozen structures. As Lei Hang alighted from the vehicle, raindrops began to descend from the heavens, and he dashed towards building number 7. Just as he stepped through the entrance, a torrential downpour enveloped the surroundings, casting a pall of desolation over the landscape. The rain was indeed relentless. Lei Hang brushed off the droplets clinging to his clothes, and as he turned around, he was startled to confront a ghostly visage before him. Startled, he stumbled back a couple of paces, only to discern that it was a man in his 30s, his pallid complexion a testament to prolonged exposure to the sun's absence. The individual appeared frail, as though a gentle push could topple him. "Are you a resident here?" Lei Hang inquired, noticing the man's peculiar demeanor and wishing to interrogate him. Yet, the man merely fixed an unblinking gaze upon him, seemingly disinclined to engage in conversation. "Forget I spoke," Lei Hang muttered, sidestepping the man and proceeding into the building. However, he sensed the man's eyes persistently tracking him. Just as he approached the entrance, a voice echoed from behind, "You should not be here." Turning back in confusion, Lei Hang regarded the man with a furrowed brow. The man continued to scrutinize him, stating, "You carry an aura of death." "An aura of death?" Lei Hang replied, astonished, then chuckled, "So you can perceive that? Indeed, at my age, my days are numbered." After a brief pause, he pressed further, "Do you know the occupant of room 604 in this building?" A look of terror washed over the man's face, and he hastily shook his head. "No, I do not know. Please do not question me." Seeing the man's agitation, Lei Hang realized he must possess some knowledge and, without hesitation, seized his shoulders, demanding, "What do you know? Tell me. I'm a police officer, here to investigate a case." I know nothing." The man struggled desperately, realizing he was no match for the old man and could only lean against the wall in despair, closing his eyes and trembling. Lei Hang held him down firmly, saying, "You surely know something. If you refuse to speak, I will take you upstairs to find her." "No." The man instantaneously opened his eyes, gripping Lei Hang's clothing tightly, his face a mask of terror. "Do not go up there. The room is not inhabited by a person, but by a malevolent spirit. No one who enters ever returns. It is a hell that devours the living." Lei Hang felt a chill run down his spine and asked again, "Did you see something?" "I saw nothing." The man, fueled by an unknown strength, suddenly broke free and dashed into the rain, screaming wildly, "I saw nothing." Chapter 32. A mother hangs from the roof. As Lei Hang watched the man vanish into the rain, he felt a sudden sense of recklessness about his arrival. After all, times have changed, and this frail body now belonged to an aging individual. The man's terrifying words suggested that the adversary would not be easily subdued. However, summoning Uncle Han or N.I. Shan for assistance was out of the question. He could not bear the thought of endangering them should he meet his demise. After much contemplation, he resolved to investigate alone. The corridor lights, long neglected, had all ceased to function, casting an eerie gloom on this rainy day. He ascended directly to the 6th floor and crouched by the door of room 604, listening intently for any signs of life. Perhaps they were not home? Just as he was about to knock, wary of startling any potential threats, he paced in place a couple of times before deciding to explore the rooftop. This was the topmost floor, and should the residents have left their windows ajar, he might be able to slip inside from above. On such a rainy day, with negligible foot traffic, he reasoned that if he acted swiftly, he would remain undetected. Ascending the staircase to the rooftop, he found the area in disarray. Some had erected makeshift awnings, nurturing an array of flowers and even cultivating vegetables. Grabbing a piece of plastic to shield his head, he plunged into the downpour, peering over the edge of the rooftop to discern whether the windows below were open. While visibility was poor, he noted the absence of security bars. With a length of rope, he could potentially lower himself into a room. As he turned to seek out some rope, a sudden glimmer caught his eye, a fleeting pair of eyes in the distance. Upon closer inspection, nestled amidst a heap of clutter, lay a dog cage, within which a filthy little girl was confined. Her eyes, wide with curiosity, fixated on him, and it was only through careful observation that he discerned her presence. The little girl was drenched and remained motionless in her prison. "How did you end up here?" Lei Hang hurried over, noticing the cage was locked, and inquired, "Where are your family? Who put you in here?" The girl remained silent, her gaze cast downward. Perceiving her reluctance to respond, Lei Hang ceased his questioning, retrieving a piece of wire from the ground to unlock the cage and liberate her. Once freed, the little girl dashed down the stairs without affording him an opportunity to inquire further. With no time to ponder her departure, Lei Hang circled the rooftop, discovering a lack of rope, compelling him to descend to his vehicle for a length of it. He hastily ascended the rooftop once more, preparing to secure the rope when he beheld the girl once again imprisoned within the dog cage, this time secured with a new lock. "What on earth?" Lei Hang exclaimed in bewilderment, advancing to ask, "Who has locked you in here? Can you hear me?" Doubts crept into his mind regarding whether the girl was deaf or mute. Yet, she continued to avert her gaze, remaining unresponsive. With no other recourse, he grasped the wire once more to unlock the cage. The girl emerged and hurried towards the stairwell. Casting a glance at the dog cage, Lei Hang noted its lack of sturdiness and, in a fit of frustration, delivered a powerful kick, shattering it to pieces. Resolving to investigate the matter further once he had completed his other tasks. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching cry pierced the air. The little girl, having witnessed the dog cage being shattered, sat on the ground, weeping inconsolably. Lei Hang was utterly taken aback. He approached slowly, crouching down to inquire, "What has transpired? Is your uncle, or perhaps your grandfather, a policeman? Please tell me." The little girl continued to wail without uttering a word. Frustrated, Lei Hang scratched his head, realizing that if this continued, he would be unable to attend to his pressing matters. He contemplated whether to summon the black dog for assistance when, suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed in the corridor. An elderly lady hurriedly approached, swiftly pulling the little girl behind her and guarding her with vigilance. "Who are you?" she demanded. "I am here to investigate a case and happen to encounter this child locked in a cage. Each time I release her, someone returns her to confinement. What is the story behind this? Are you a family member?" Lei Hang asserted, adopting an authoritative demeanor that dissipated the old woman's suspicion. She sighed deeply and replied, "This child's parents are divorced, and just days ago, her mother passed away, leaving her alone and forlorn. I am her neighbor and have taken it upon myself to care for her." Furrowing his brow, Lei Hang asked, "So, you are the one who locked her in the cage?" The elderly woman's expression became pained as she shook her head. "No, it was she who locked herself in." Noticing Lei Hang's disbelief, she hastily added, "It is true. Her mother often abused her, frequently confining her in the dog cage. Ever since her mother's demise, she has taken to locking herself in the cage on the rooftop. I cannot fathom why." After a prolonged silence, Lei Hang exhaled deeply, realizing she is waiting for her mother to come and unlock the cage. The elderly lady suddenly realized, shaking her head with a sigh, lamenting the misfortune. Her father was still imprisoned, and no other relatives were willing to take her in. If no one looked after her in the coming days, she would most likely be sent to an orphanage. How did her mother pass away? Lei Hang was somewhat curious about this matter. Upon mentioning it, the elderly lady's expression grew somewhat unnatural. She glanced vaguely downstairs and gently patted the little girl's head, saying, "Chi-Chi, you should go back now. Grandma will come to see you shortly." Chi-Chi stared blankly at the dog cage for a while before silently turning to descend the stairs, the sound of the door opening and closing resonating from below shortly thereafter. Lei Hang was astonished. "She lives directly across from 604? Indeed," the elderly lady replied in a hushed tone. "I always feel that the woman living in 604 is rather peculiar. She seldom leaves during the day and only ventures out at night clad in black, returning just before dawn." "What does she look like?" Lei Hang inquired, pulling out his phone to show Hu Xian's photograph. "Is it someone like this?" The elderly lady glanced at it briefly, shaking her head and saying, "I don't know. I've never seen her. I can only hear the sounds of doors opening and closing from upstairs at night. I live in 504, so I can hear everything clearly. The little girl's mother suddenly committed suicide, and I suspect it is somehow related to this woman." "What kind of connection could there be?" Lei Hang asked eagerly. The elderly lady sighed and replied, "I have mentioned this to the investigators, but they do not believe me. On the night of the incident, I heard Chi-Chi crying. It is likely that her mother was drunk and had struck her. In such moments, it is typically my role to offer comfort. On that day, I ascended the stairs as usual, only to discover the door was locked. However, since I frequently care for Chi-Chi and her mother had entrusted me with the key, I unlocked the door and entered. Inside, I found Chi-Chi huddled alone in the corner of the living room, crying. I inquired, "Chi-Chi, why are you crying?" She pointed towards her mother's bedroom and said, "My mother is hanging from the ceiling, swaying back and forth." My heart skipped a beat, and I hurried into the bedroom, only to find Chi-Chi's mother calmly seated at the table, applying her makeup, dismissing the incident as a mere misunderstanding. I casually advised her to take good care of her child before returning to my slumber. The elderly lady swallowed hard at this point, recounting that the peculiar events unfolded that very morning. Chapter 33. Ahead that morning, the rain was falling steadily. The elderly lady's voice was notably somber. I awoke around 4 o'clock. You see, as one ages, sleep becomes elusive. I tossed and turned, unable to find rest, and after an indeterminate period, the sound of a door opening from the floor above suddenly pierced the stillness. I could distinctly identify it as the door of Chi-Chi's home. Lei Hang nodded in acknowledgement. The sound insulation in this building was quite poor, and after residing above for some time, one could easily discern who was entering or exiting the apartments above and below. With a sigh, the elderly lady continued, "If only others would believe me." That day, I heard someone from Chi-Chi's family open the door and step out. The sound of high heels echoed sharply. After a few steps, there was a knock at the door. I found it peculiar, as none of us were familiar with the residents of Unit 604. Why would Chi-Chi's mother seek someone out at such an hour? Before long, the door to 604 swung open, and I heard the distinct sound of high heels making their way inside, followed by the door closing. My curiosity was piqued, prompting me to listen intently to the commotion from above. From that moment on, I never heard the door of 604 open again, nor did Chi-Chi's mother emerge from that room. By noon, sensing something amiss, I decided to ascend to Chi-Chi's home. Upon entering, I found Chi-Chi huddled in a corner, trembling all over, pointing towards the bedroom and exclaiming, "Mom is hanging from the ceiling, swaying back and forth." I called to her, but she does not respond. I thought to myself, what mischief is this child up to? Upon entering the bedroom, my heart sank. There was Chi-Chi's mother, hanging lifelessly from the ceiling fan, suspended by a belt, her body swaying gently. At this point, the elderly lady clutched her chest and exclaimed, "Oh dear, I was utterly terrified at the time." I rushed to call the police. Later, I heard the autopsy report revealed that the individual had passed away at midnight that very night. However, something does not add up. I went to persuade Chi-Chi's mother at midnight, and she seemed perfectly well. Lei Hang furrowed his brow and inquired at that time, "Did Chi-Chi say her mother had hanged herself?" "Indeed," the elderly lady gasped in horror. "Are you suggesting that when I saw Chi-Chi's mother, she had already died?" "It is highly probable. Otherwise, how could Chi-Chi claim her mother had hanged herself?" Lei Hang noted the unsettling familiarity of this scene, reminiscent of when he heard Zhang Xiaoli recount her husband's story at the salon. This is impossible. Could it be that after Chi-Chi's mother died, she somehow climbed down again? The elderly lady murmured. Moreover, at around 4 o'clock, I distinctly heard her mother open the door to the opposite side, and then she never emerged again. What could possibly explain this? She grasped Lei Hang's arm and insisted. You must investigate room 604. There is undoubtedly something amiss there, though it may be unoccupied. I haven't seen her for several days. Unoccupied? Lei Hang felt a twinge of disappointment, but simultaneously breathed a sigh of relief. A direct confrontation might not bode well for him. Let's first check on Chi-Chi. I am eager to hear her account. Lei Hang and the elderly lady descended the stairs and opened the door to room 603. The sight that met them was of an antiquated television set and a cold, uninviting sofa, devoid of any warmth or life. In the corner of the living room, Chi-Chi was huddled, staring blankly in the direction of the bedroom. Chi-Chi? The elderly lady draped a blanket over her shoulders and softly inquired, Is it all right if this gentleman asks you a few questions? Chi-Chi looked bewildered, gazing at the two of them as she replied, Mom just came by. What? The lady's expression turned perplexed as she whispered to Lei Hang, Do you think this child might be experiencing some mental issues? Lei Hang shook his head, crouching down before her and asking, Chi-Chi, can you tell me how your mother entered just now? Chi-Chi pointed towards the doorway and said, Mom came in through the door, saying she was just going to grab something before leaving. When I asked her when she would be back, she said she wouldn't return and told me to take care of myself. Lei Hang hurriedly inquired, What did Mom take with her? Chi-Chi shook her head, uncertain. It seemed like she didn't take anything at all. This left Lei Hang somewhat puzzled. He stood up and went to check the bedroom, where he found the furnishings to be quite old, a yellowed fan hanging from the ceiling, and the room in disarray, with unmade beds and scattered cosmetics on the table. As he opened a drawer to search for anything of value, he found nothing worthwhile. Just as he was about to head over to room 604, Chi-Chi suddenly appeared at the door, asking, Will Mom not come back? Lei Hang gently patted her head and said, She won't be coming back. Your mother has gone to another place, but she still cares deeply for you. Perhaps when you grow up. Yes. Chi-Chi seemed to believe this wholeheartedly. Nodding her head, she then asked, Why is Mom swinging from the ceiling? Could she go to another place that way? Lei Hang was taken aback and quickly said, Doing this cannot take you to another place, and it will hurt. Are you afraid of pain? Chi-Chi nodded eagerly. Lei Hang gently patted her head and remarked, You must study diligently. Only then will your mother feel at ease in another place. After a pause, he inquired again, Tell me, on the night your mother was found hanging from the ceiling, did she go out at all? Chi-Chi pondered for a long while, then softly nodded. That day, I fell asleep here, but I heard the door creak as if someone had stepped out. However, when I checked the bedroom, my mother was still hanging from the ceiling. Good. You are such a well-behaved child, Lei Hang said as he lifted her into his arms. For the next few days, stay with your grandmother. Do not come back here. He took the little girl to her grandmother's house, reminding her to take good care of her, and then he ascended to the rooftop once more, preparing to climb back into the house. By this time, the rain had ceased. Lei Hang secured a rope to a nearby pillar and lowered the other end down the rooftop, gradually scaling to the window of room 604. The view inside was obscured by the curtains, rendering everything indistinct. He pushed against the window. It was locked from the inside, yet this old-fashioned window had deteriorated over time, and the latch had rusted. With a firm shove, the window creaked open, and he swiftly slipped inside. Before him lay a modest living room, shrouded in darkness and permeated by a faint odor of decay. Lei Hang drew back the curtains and was immediately struck with a jolt of shock. The entire living room was adorned with vivid red talismans. He could not discern what these symbols represented, but they bore an unsettling resemblance to the markings he had observed near the school bus by the cliff that day. He promptly retrieved his phone, pulling up the photograph of the school bus taken that day, and compared it with the interior of the house, which bore a striking resemblance. The room was sparsely furnished, containing only a sofa and a coffee table. The layout of the house comprised 2 bedrooms and a living room. After a casual glance, Lei Hang pushed open the door to the first bedroom. It remained shrouded in darkness, yet the stench of decay had intensified. Lei Hang switched on the light, revealing that the bedroom was adorned with blood-red symbols, devoid of a bed, and occupied only by a bathtub. The foul odor seemed to emanate from a nearby cabinet. As Lei Hang opened one of the cabinets, he was suddenly confronted by the sight of a decayed human head. Chapter 34. A glimmer of clues to his astonishment. Lei Hang was taken aback. Although he had encountered corpses before, discovering a decaying human head ensconced within a cabinet was an unprecedented experience. He scrutinized the grotesque sight. The head, with its long, flowing hair, unmistakably belonged to a woman, yet her identity remained elusive. One certainty lingered. It was not Huxian herself. Without delay, Lei Hang retrieved his mobile phone and contacted an Aishan, requesting her to bring a team and capture the moment with a photograph. However, upon taking the picture, an unsettling realization struck him. The head's eyes had abruptly opened. He glanced upward, only to witness the head within the cabinet now staring intently at him. Its pupils transformed into an abyssal black, fixated in a menacing glare. What on earth is happening? Just as he prepared to approach for a closer inspection, the head surged upward, its mouth agape in a grotesque snarl, lunging toward him with alarming ferocity. Heavens! Lei Hang shouted in disbelief, instinctively throwing a punch that sent the head rolling out the door, where it vanished from view. He hastily pursued it, only to find the living room devoid of any trace of the disembodied head. Come out! In all his years, this was the first time he had been assaulted by a head, igniting a tumult of fear and fury within him. The living room offered scant hiding places for the head, prompting him to draw the baton from his waist and cautiously make his way towards the bathroom, intent on conducting a thorough search. Kicking the bathroom door open, he found nothing amiss inside. At that moment, a pungent stench invaded Lei Hang's nostrils. Without a second thought, he turned and hurled the baton in his hand, striking the head that rolled upon the ground as if incited to fury. Its long black hair fanned out like a peacock's plumage, lunging once more at Lei Hang. "Out of my way!" he shouted repeatedly as he sent the head flying. Yet it remained undeterred, charging at him again and again. His own stamina had evidently waned, leaving him feeling utterly fatigued, beads of cold sweat trickling down his brow, and utterly incapable of coping with the relentless assault. If this continued, he feared he would be bitten to death by that very head. As the head surged toward him once more, Lei Hang swung his baton and sent it flying, swiftly retreating into the restroom and slamming the door shut. Fortunately, the restroom door of this old building was wooden, and the head outside collided violently against it, producing a resounding thud. Lei Hang hastily retrieved his journal, searching for a method to combat this entity. Soon, he stumbled upon a page that detailed, any living corpse must be manipulated by a malevolent force. To dispel this sorcery, there are two methods. First, capture it and reduce it to ashes. Second, employ spiritual techniques to erase the traces of malevolence from the living corpse. The second method appeared rather intricate, occupying 2 full pages. Deciding against it, he resolved to resort to the first method instead. Glancing around the restroom, he noticed a bath towel hanging on the wall, and an idea sparked in his mind. He stepped forward and pulled the towel down. This towel measured approximately 1 square meter, quite large and thick. The pounding outside intensified, and the door latch began to tremble precariously. With the towel in hand, Lei Hang grasped its corners and waited in silence. Bang! As the door was forcefully flung open, the head indeed surged inside. Lei Hang, with remarkable agility, swiftly draped a towel over it, deftly securing it by grasping its corners, and then ventured outside to find a length of rope to bind it shut, effectively subduing the head entirely. "You dare to be so arrogant!" Lei Hang exclaimed, giving it a kick that sent it sprawling outwards, though the head continued to thrash wildly within the room. To prevent it from making a dash for the window, he seized it once more and tethered it to the table leg with a rope. Letting out a sigh of relief, Lei Hang pushed open the door to another bedroom. This room appeared far more ordinary, furnished with a bed and a wardrobe, exuding a faint, pleasant aroma. Equipping himself with rubber gloves, Lei Hang opened the wardrobe, revealing an array of fashionable women's clothing, including several intimate garments. From these items, he could ascertain Huxian's height and figure with relative certainty. Just then, a knock resonated from outside. Lei Hang stepped out and peered through the peephole to find Anai Shan and her companions, promptly opening the door. "Why are you out here alone again? Do you not comprehend the danger?" Anai Shan scolded him upon entering. "All right, I acknowledge my mistake. I'll bring you all next time." Lei Hang surrendered, raising his hands in defeat. The black dog, noticing a white, spherical object tethered by the table, inquired curiously, "What is this? A cat or a dog? It seems rather fierce, doesn't it? I hope it doesn't bite. Better not touch it." "Inside is a head," Lei Hang replied, pulling out his phone and presenting it to Anai Shan, asking, "Do you recognize this head?" Anai Shan glanced at it, her expression shifting as she realized. "Isn't this the very head that went missing from Moore a couple of days ago?" "Black Dog, come over and confirm," called out. Black Dog hurriedly approached, glanced, and nodded, saying, "Indeed, this is the head that went missing a couple of days ago. The deceased is Zhang Shui, who seems to be a resident of this neighborhood. It appears she committed suicide by hanging." Lei Hang, taken aback, inquired, "Isn't that from the opposite side?" "A woman committed suicide in 603 across the hall. Check if it's her." Black Dog immediately made a call for inquiries and soon received confirmation. "Yes, it is indeed the woman from 603 across the hall. But how did her head end up here?" "This is one of Hu Xian's hideouts. This woman can now be classified as a wanted suspect. Contact her family to inquire about her whereabouts." Anai Shan began instructing her team to search the premises for evidence. Lei Hang returned to the previous bedroom to continue his search, followed closely by Anai Shan and Black Dog, both donning gloves, meticulously examining the room. Black Dog opened the wardrobe and was greeted by a collection of beautiful garments. He picked one up and held it to his nose, taking a deep sniff. Lei Hang, puzzled, remarked, "Isn't that a bit excessive?" "Excessive? I learned it from you." Black Dog retorted, grabbing another piece of clothing and inhaling deeply. "Don't you recall that one time we apprehended a suspect based on the scent from their clothing? This woman's scent is unique. I'm memorizing her body odor to aid in the investigation." Finding merit in the logic, Lei Hang picked up a garment and sniffed it, nodding in agreement. "That makes sense. This piece is a chemical odor." The Black Dog sniffed the air and nodded, saying, "This potion bears a striking resemblance to the scent found in hospitals. Only those who have spent considerable time in such places would carry this aroma, wouldn't they?" Lei Hang turned to look around and rummaged through the trash can, retrieving a tattered identification holder, though it was merely an empty shell devoid of any informational tag. "This is a crucial piece of evidence." Lei Hang scolded. The presence of the medicinal scent suggests that the individual may frequently visit hospitals. "Did you not mention that the deceased had lost their head? Hu Xian could very well have assumed a different identity while working in a hospital. If we can ascertain which hospital utilizes this type of identification holder, we could significantly narrow down our search and locate Hu Xian herself." At that moment, Anai Shan's phone rang. After answering and listening for a moment, she hung up and stated, "It is yet another homicide. The victim's name is Huang Qiaoyue." Chapter 35. I betrayed you. The name Huang Qiaoyue seemed vaguely familiar to Haigu, who furrowed his brow in contemplation. She was once Hu Xian's roommate, and I had just encountered her today. Lei Hang's expression darkened, his fists clenching involuntarily. It was likely that Hu Xian was behind this, undoubtedly monitoring me from the shadows. The specifics remained unclear. We would ascertain the situation upon arrival at the scene. Anai Shan turned to Haigu, instructing, "This is your responsibility. Handle it swiftly and join us at the scene." Lei Hang followed her as they proceeded to the location where Huang Qiaoyue had tragically taken her own life in her residence through a gruesome act of self-disembowelment, leaving a harrowing message on the wall. "I betrayed you." The time of death was recent. A neighbor had noticed the door ajar and entered to investigate, only to discover the body and promptly alert the authorities. Check the surveillance footage. Lei Hang and Anai Shan hurried to the community monitoring room, scrutinizing the corridor where Huang Qiaoyue lived for an extended period, but found no one aside from her entering the premises. They then reviewed the footage from the preceding days. With advancements in technology, many communities now employed cloud storage for their surveillance systems, allowing access to recordings from as far back as a month. They meticulously examined the past 10 days of footage, but yielded nothing. No suspect had entered Huang Qiaoyue's home, nor had any significant items been transported inside. Could it truly be a suicide? and Sean felt a deep sense of unease regarding the case, based on Lei Hang's account. Huang Xiaoyue had appeared to be in excellent mental health, making it implausible that she would choose to end her life in such a horrific manner over the alleged betrayal of a friend. The manner of death was undeniably brutal. Typically, those who succumb to such a fate endure hours, if not an entire day, of excruciating agony before they pass away. Such suffering is beyond the tolerance of ordinary individuals. It is not merely a case of suicide. Perhaps it involves some form of dark sorcery. Lei Hang articulated his hypothesis. What kind of sorcery? Since the incident involving the haunted school bus, Shan had abandoned her unwavering skepticism towards the supernatural. There are countless malevolent forces capable of manipulating individuals. Which specific type, I cannot ascertain. Lei Hang rose, stating, I must return to investigate further. It is getting late, so we shall leave it at that for now. Remember to take care of yourself. Hu Xian is perpetually monitoring our actions, so do not allow her to exploit any weaknesses. Rest assured. Shan exhaled deeply, realizing that this case would likely be classified as a suicide, for there exists no evidence to substantiate a homicide. Could it be that such imperceptible methods of murder truly exist? She felt her resolve severely shaken. As a police officer, her purpose was to protect the public from harm. If someone could indeed commit murder without a trace, what then was the significance of her existence? Upon returning to the funeral home, the night had fully enveloped the surroundings. As he prepared to unlock the door, he suddenly noticed headlights illuminating the distance. A scooter was slowly approaching. It's not easy to catch you. I thought you had gone in it all. Uncle Han's voice rang out, revealing a young woman in the back seat of his scooter, her face obscured by a mask, rendering her age and appearance indeterminate. Uncle Han, what brings you here? You could have just called. Why are you lurking about? Lei Hang opened the door and switched on the lights within. Uncle Han and the woman entered, and upon seeing the aged visage of Lei Hang, Uncle Han's expression shifted slightly as he gravely inquired, I have heard from your former girlfriend. Who is responsible for this? I do not know. I only remember her appearance. Her identity remains unclear. Lei Hang prepared 2 cups of tea, offering one to Uncle Han and the other to the woman accompanying him. The room was brightly illuminated, allowing Lei Hang to observe the woman clearly. She possessed a delicate complexion, her hair a deep black, intricately braided, and she wore a mask that concealed all but her eyes. Although her features were obscured, her eyes were clear and bright, elegantly shaped, and extraordinarily beautiful. Thank you, the woman said, accepting the teacup with both hands and placing it on the table. Allow me to introduce my daughter, Han Xian. She has just returned after graduating from university abroad and is preparing to intern at a large company. Uncle Han spoke with a sense of pride. She is studying psychology. I suspect you might have some psychological issues, and she could help you with that. I am perfectly fine, Lei Hang retorted with annoyance. You should be more concerned about your own health. I knew you would say that. My daughter mentioned that those who are psychologically unwell often believe themselves to be healthy, much like a drunkard insisting they are sober. All right, you may be right. Lei Hang conceded, taking a few sips of hot water, expressing gratitude. Nevertheless, I appreciate your concern. I'm quite well. I apologize for making you wait today. Uncle Han rolled his eyes and remarked, Indeed, the wait has been lengthy. I feared you might deliberately evade me upon learning of my visit, which is why I lingered here. I haven't eaten since. Please wait. Lei Hang promptly ordered some snacks and drinks. Han Xian did not touch her chopsticks, not even sipping water, her mask firmly in place. Uncle Han, having indulged in food and drink, leaned back in his chair, idly picking his teeth, and said to Han Xian, Darling, have a chat with him. Ease his mind a bit. We mustn't let important matters be delayed. Han Xian glanced at Lei Hang, remaining silent, yet he discerned that she was silently seeking his consent. After a moment's contemplation, unwilling to dismiss Uncle Han's goodwill, he nodded. All right, let's converse. We can go up to the rooftop. The air there is refreshing. The rooftop had not been cleaned for several days. Lei Hang wiped down the tables and chairs, allowing Han Xian to sit first before taking his place beside her. Noticing she still wore her mask, he could not help but inquire, Is there a particular reason for your mask? Han Xian gently shook her head, a glimmer of mirth evident in her eyes. I simply wish to avoid causing any discomfort to my patients. Previously, Many have developed feelings for me due to my appearance, which can hinder treatment. Is that so remarkable? Lei Hang felt an insatiable curiosity arise within him. Then, does that mean you possess beauty that could bring nations to ruin? Han Shiyun chuckled softly, remaining silent. So, how do we proceed with treatment? Is it necessary to use hypnosis or something of that sort? Though he had studied criminal psychology, he was unfamiliar with the procedures of psychological counseling. Today, we will not be treating, we will simply chat. We can discuss anything, Han Xian replied, her clear gaze shining brightly in the night. For reasons he could not quite grasp, Lei Hang felt an immense sense of trust in this young woman and began recounting all the events that had transpired since the incident with the ghost school bus. Han Shiyun listened quietly, occasionally posing a question, her expression growing increasingly astonished as the narrative unfolded. After approximately an hour, Lei Hang concluded his account with a sigh, remarking, "Your therapeutic approach is commendable. After sharing it, I do feel somewhat alleviated." Noticing Han Shiyun lost in thought, Lei Hang smiled and added, "It's perfectly fine. Consider it merely a tale." Suddenly, Han Shiyun lifted her gaze and inquired, "If what you say is true, then Hu Xian is a highly intelligent criminal, astute and possessing a formidable awareness of counterdetection. How could she allow you to uncover any clues? Would she really leave such an obvious flaw in the trash bin for you to find?" Lei Hang immediately became alert, exclaiming, "Are you suggesting she is setting a trap for me?" Chapter 36. The trap. Han Shiyun nodded lightly. It was highly probable. Cold sweat trickled down Lei Hang's back. He had consistently underestimated the woman, Hu Xian, and in his eagerness to capture, he had overlooked such a simple issue. "Thank you, Teacher Han." Lei Hang expressed his heartfelt gratitude, genuinely surprised that she would believe his tale. "I did not fully embrace your narrative. I merely analyzed it based on character traits. Even if it were a fabricated story, Hu Xian should not have committed such an error." Lei Hang pondered her words, chuckling. "Teacher Han possesses a remarkable talent for solving cases. Perhaps you should consider a career in law enforcement, where you could punish the wicked and eliminate evil, serving the public good. Though our endeavors differ, our ultimate goal remains the same, to render this world a better place. The distinction lies in your pursuit of criminals, while we strive to prevent individuals from straying into malice." Han Shiyun's voice was exceedingly gentle, as comforting as a breeze, and Lei Hang found himself utterly enchanted. In this regard, the field of psychological counseling holds greater merit. A sage does not treat the already ailing, but seeks to prevent illness before it manifests. They do not rectify chaos, but aim to avert it. In my years as a criminal investigator, I discerned that all offenders, to varying degrees, grapple with psychological issues. Most often, these stem from a lack of education in their formative years, leading to character flaws and, ultimately, a path to crime. If every individual in the world were psychologically healthy, crime would cease to exist. Han Shiyun nodded in agreement, lamenting that psychology has yet to reach full maturity, with the domestic psychological industry in utter disarray. Everywhere, individuals exploit the title of psychological counselor for financial gain, leading many to exacerbate their mental ailments, even resulting in tragic suicides. These unqualified counselors are the true culprits, yet we find ourselves powerless against them. The world exists in such chaos. Lei Hang murmured, gazing vacantly at the night sky. Han Xian glanced at her watch and stood up, saying, "It's getting late. I must take my leave. We shall converse again next time. I'll see you off." Lei Hang accompanied them to the door. Han Xian waved and said, "Goodbye. I've left my contact information for you. Remember to set a time with me." "Absolutely." Lei Hang watched them depart, then noticed a note on the table with a phone number written upon it. He promptly took out his phone to add her on WeChat. Recalling the perilous encounter of the day, he extracted his journal, lit a lamp, and prepared to delve deeper into the study of Taoism. Otherwise, should he face similar circumstances in the future, he would be left helpless. To prevent the loss of his journal, he meticulously photographed each page and uploaded them to the cloud for safekeeping. For several consecutive days, Lei Hang refrained from venturing outside, aware that Hu Xian might be monitoring him from some hidden location. Thus, he chose to remain indoors and focus intently on the contents of his journal. On the third day, he received a package filled with silicone raw materials. This was an order he had placed online days earlier. intending to craft several silicone masks to conceal his identity. Previously, he had consulted with colleagues from the technical department regarding the relevant processes and, having honed his skills, he was adept at crafting the item. After 2 days of relentless effort, he successfully created a silicone mask. This mask conformed perfectly to the contours of his own face, adorned with pores and facial hair, and dyed to match his skin tone. Adhered with makeup adhesive, it was nearly impossible to detect any flaws. Perfection. Lei Hang admired his handiwork in the mirror, extolling his craftsmanship, fearing that such an exquisite mask might be beyond the capabilities of even a machine. That evening, a torrential downpour enveloped the vicinity of the funeral home in darkness. Donning a black outfit and the mask, Lei Hang scaled the backyard wall and navigated through several alleyways, patiently awaiting a taxi by the roadside. At last, one arrived. To the People's Hospital, he instructed, hiring the taxi for a thorough search of all nearby hospitals centered around the People's Hospital. Upon entering each establishment, he scrutinized the nurses' name tags, swiftly moving on if any discrepancies arose when compared to the photographs. As the night wore on, at 5 o'clock in the morning, he finally uncovered a lead. At the third People's Hospital on the second ring road, he noticed that the nurse's name tag was identical to the ID holder discovered in Hu Xian's home. He immediately departed, seizing the opportunity to return home before dawn. Scaling the wall back into his residence, he washed up and collapsed into bed, only to awaken the following day, having slept for an entire day and night. Lei Hang, opting not to sleep any longer, rose from his slumber and proceeded to freshen up. He prepared the vermilion paper and, at his desk, crafted several talismans. Subsequently, he stowed the morning stick into his bag and set out in his spiritual vehicle at dawn, meandering through various hospitals. This endeavor was intended to confound Hu Xian, signaling to her that he had commenced his investigation. Simultaneously, he contacted an Aishan, requesting her to dispatch a few fresh faces to masquerade as patients. Lying in wait at the third People's Hospital. After wandering through the hospitals for the better part of the day, Lei Hang arrived at the third People's Hospital. Once inside, he began to scrutinize all the nurses. He was certain that Hu Xian would provide him with new leads, enabling him to delve deeper into the situation. At that moment, a faint, enticing fragrance wafted by, invigorating Lei Hang. It was the very scent that emanated from Hu Xian's wardrobe. He turned to see a nurse brushing past him, making her way towards the end of the corridor. This nurse, approximately 165 centimeters tall, possessed an exquisite figure that perfectly matched the dimensions of the garments he had seen in her wardrobe. It was her. Lei Hang discreetly followed her. At the corridor's end lay a dimly lit staircase. The nurse descended the stairs, and Lei Hang trailed behind as the corridor grew increasingly shadowy. In the distance, 3 cold words illuminated the gloom. Mortuary. Such a place was seldom visited by anyone, and Lei Hang could already ascertain that Hu Xian had laid a trap for him there, eagerly awaiting his arrival. He couldn't help but wonder about the reliability of the individuals Anai Shan had sent. Recalling the mournful staff strapped to his back, Lei Hang gritted his teeth and hastened forward, calling out just as the nurse was about to enter the door. "Hey!" The nurse paused, slowly turning her head to regard him, a hint of a wicked smile gracing her lips. Despite the dim light, Lei Hang could see clearly that this woman was stunningly beautiful, a stark contrast to the photograph of Hu Xian in her dossier. He even questioned whether he had mistaken the person. She pushed open the door to the morgue and stepped inside. Lei Hang quickly advanced, drawing the mournful staff from his bag, and kicked the door of the morgue wide open. The morgue was eerily silent and devoid of life. After entering, Lei Hang first inspected behind the door before surveying the scene before him. Opposite him stood a row of body cabinets, and on the floor lay several corpses draped in white cloth, with no other area to accommodate more. Could it be that Hu Xian lay upon one of the gurneys? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed, as he noticed that one of the bodies on a gurney had an alluring silhouette, unmistakably female. Clutching the mournful staff in his left hand and a baton in his right, he cautiously approached and lifted the white cloth. Upon revealing the visage of the corpse, Lei Hang was seized by a violent tremor, and the baton clattered to the ground. The body upon the gurney was none other than Li Rue. Chapter 37. Illusion. How could this be? Lei Hang's eyes widened in disbelief. Despite his utmost efforts to sever ties with Li Rue, why could she not be left alone? Hu Xian, come out here! Lei Hang bellowed, turning to survey the morgue. In a moment of dread, he lifted a nearby white sheet, revealing none other than Uncle Han lying beneath it. No, it cannot be. Trembling, Lei Hang fumbled for his phone, intending to call for help, only to realize that the morgue was devoid of any signal. Suddenly, the sound of wind rustled through the air. Lei Hang swiftly swung the morning stick in his hand, striking a head that rolled to the ground. Yet, almost immediately, another head emerged from beneath the sheet, and the two heads attacked him in tandem, rendering him powerless to retaliate. Memories of the notebooks he had pored over for countless sleepless nights flooded his mind. He had studied the methods to deal with zombies no less than 10 times, even going so far as to draw several talismans for this purpose. However, drawing talismans was not as simple as he had imagined. It required intense focus and completion in one breath, with zero room for error, lest the spiritual energy dissipate and fail to achieve the desired effect. As the two heads approached him from either side, he hastily produced 2 talismans and, with a swift motion, pressed them onto the foreheads of the heads. A horrific scream echoed as the 2 heads rolled across the floor, and the light around him suddenly brightened, transforming the morgue in an instant. Upon closer inspection, Lei Hang discovered that the body lying on the table was not Li Rue, but rather an unfamiliar woman. Standing by the wall was a stunning beauty clad in a white coat, the very nurse he had seen earlier, now regarding him with a chilling smile. Hu Xian? Lei Hang chuckled, finally showing her face. Where did you get that makeover? The effect is quite impressive. Hu Xian's expression revealed a trace of disdain. You are no match for me. Today marks your demise. Lei Hang furrowed his brow. Why do you wish to kill me? Do we have a grudge? You will understand once you're dead. Hu Xian waved her hand, and once again, 2 heads soared into the air, this time at an even swifter pace. Lei Hang deftly maneuvered past the disembodied heads and charged towards Hu Xian, wielding his mournful staff with the intent to strike her atop the head. Having served as a criminal investigator for many years, he had apprehended countless criminals and engaged in numerous life and death struggles. His skills were undoubtedly formidable. He anticipated that this blow would at least incapacitate her, but to his astonishment, Hu Xian effortlessly seized the staff, a chilling smile gracing her lips. Before Lei Hang could react, he felt a searing pain in his abdomen as he was propelled backward by a kick, colliding with several parked hearses, his body nearly crumbling under the impact. In his youth, he might have withstood such a blow, but now, in his advanced years, it was nearly life-threatening, leaving him gasping for breath. I told you, you're no match for me. Submit to your fate. Hu Xian approached slowly, retrieving a scalpel from her pocket. Lei Hang found himself unable to rise, resorting to stalling for time as he struggled to catch his breath. Why are you intent on killing me? Please, let me die with clarity. You will understand once you are dead, she replied. With an impassive expression, Hu Xian was poised to slice open his throat with a scalpel when, suddenly, the morgue door was flung open. A group of young individuals burst in, shouting, "Don't move! Raise your hands!" Several guns were aimed squarely at Hu Xian. He calmly raised his hands, his demeanor remarkably serene. Lei Hang, aware of Hu Xian's formidable nature, shouted with all his might, "Shoot!" The young assailants hesitated. After all, the perpetrator had yet to make a further move, rendering them reluctant to fire recklessly. At that moment, Hu Xian staggered slightly and kicked a nearby gurney, sending it flying. The young men quickly took cover, and by the time they regained their composure, Hu Xian had vanished. Quick pursue! Lei Hang struggled to rise from the ground and rushed outside, only to find the corridor eerily empty, devoid of any presence. The young individuals had already chased after him, but Lei Hang understood that their chances were slim. Damn it! He exclaimed, slamming his fist into the floor. Contemplating how much better it would be if Black Dog were here, he would undoubtedly have fired his weapon. Just then, Lei Hang noticed a figure materializing behind him, a scalpel raised aloft. Without a moment's hesitation, he leaped aside, feeling the sharp edge of the blade graze his neck, slicing through his collar and narrowly missing his throat. Hu Xian had not left. Realizing he was no match for her, Lei Hang bellowed, "Come back. The person is right here." Yet, the young men had already ascended the stairs, completely oblivious. Hu Xian delivered a kick, and although Lei Hang recognized the impending strike, his body failed to respond in time, and he endured the full force of the blow. He felt as though his head had been struck by a vehicle, dazed and disoriented. A persistent buzzing echoing in his ears, his vision blurred to the point where he could only vaguely discern Hu Xian lunging at him with her blade once more. This time, there was no opportunity for evasion. The knife was poised to pierce his heart when, suddenly, a series of resounding bangs reverberated through the corridor. Hu Xian was struck in the shoulder by a bullet and swiftly turned to flee. Despite her injury, her speed was remarkable, and in the blink of an eye, she vanished into the safety passage, with the remaining bullets finding their mark nowhere. Lei Hang turned to see Inai Shan standing at the end of the corridor, her gun still drawn. "You saved my life once again," Lei Hang said with a rueful smile, lamenting his weakened state that rendered him unable to handle even a woman. Inai Shan holstered her weapon and approached to assist him, her expression filled with bewilderment. "How is this woman so formidable? Where are the people I sent? Your dispatched individuals were unable to apprehend her. She possesses skills akin to those of a martial artist and likely employs sorcery. We have underestimated her." Lei Hang replied with a soft sigh. "To capture her, we would need more manpower. Having failed this time, she will undoubtedly be more cautious, and she may very well seek revenge out of indignation. What shall we do now?" Inai Shan pondered before suggesting, "Perhaps I should move in with you, and we can summon Black Dog as well. Gather any friends you have. We shall stand together, giving her no opportunity to exploit." Lei Hang paused for a moment, then slowly nodded, contemplating that it might not be a bad idea. "I have only a few friends, though the place is somewhat dilapidated and may not be the most comfortable. I apologize for the inconvenience. At such a moment, what is there to discuss about grievances? Simply surviving is a blessing. We must swiftly apprehend this woman. You wouldn't want everyone to live in fear, would you? Indeed, she must be captured without delay." Lei Hang slowly rose to his feet and advised, "First, investigate Hu Xian's new identity. I will procure some daily necessities and make arrangements for you all. Rest assured, she wouldn't dare act against me in a public setting during the day. Otherwise, she would have taken action long ago. Just be careful." "Understood." Lei Hang waved his hand and turned to ascend the stairs, limping out of the hospital. A luxurious Mercedes-Benz van was parked in the space to his right. The door swung open, revealing a graceful figure stepping out. "Li Hui." Lei Hang was taken aback, hurriedly turning around to hasten towards the exit. Yet, Li Rui had already spotted him, calling out, "Lei Hang, halt." Chapter 38. False Identity. Ray Huang, deaf to the world around him, quickened his pace towards the exit. He wished to avoid Li Rui, not wanting her to encounter any peril due to his presence, especially given that he now bore the visage of an aged man. The sound of high heels clicking rapidly behind him signaled that Li Rui had finally caught up, her hand grasping his arm. Reluctantly, Ray halted and turned slowly to face her. Li Rui's expression shifted, astonishment evident in her voice. "You. How have you come to look this way?" Ray observed her today clad in a delicate light blue professional outfit, emanating an air of elegance and authority, reminiscent of a high-ranking corporate executive, which only deepened his sense of inadequacy. With a wry smile, he replied, "It is merely the result of an unusual ailment." Li Rui exhaled in relief. "If it is an illness, then there is hope for recovery. But why have you not answered my calls or responded to my messages these past few days?" Ray steeled his resolve, saying, "I believe it is unnecessary for us to maintain contact any longer." "Why?" Li Rui asked, perplexed. "I do not hold you responsible for my abduction. Even though my injuries remain unhealed and I have yet to regain my fingers, I bear you no ill will. I simply do not wish to be a burden to you." Ray averted his gaze, his voice cold as he responded, "My life is already in shambles. Your involvement only exacerbates my struggles. We are fundamentally from different worlds and cannot be friends. How can you say we are from different worlds? Here we stand face to face, and you claim we are not of the same realm?" Li Rui turned to face him, gazing into his eyes, and said, "You are deceiving me. If you truly despised me, you would not have risked your life to rescue me when I was kidnapped. Your reluctance to maintain contact stems from your fear of implicating me, rather than the other way around. Am I correct? Lei Hang opened his mouth, contemplating why this outcome diverged so significantly from the script of a television drama. Shouldn't this woman be heartbroken and departing in despair? A faint smile crept onto Li Rui's lips as she realized she had pierced through his facade. I wish to befriend whom I desire, unimpeded by familial circumstances. It matters not whether one is a beggar or a billionaire. I am aware that my father must have threatened you, urging you to sever ties with me. But we are adults now. Why should we allow another's words to dictate our encounters? Lei Hang sighed, shaking his head. You do not understand. Li Rui retrieved a bank card from her bag and placed it in his hand. Take this money for your medical expenses. You must prioritize your health above all else, and I am willing to invest any amount necessary. The password is 6 zeros. No, my illness is beyond remedy. Lei Hang was adamant in refusing this unexpected fortune. Intending to return the card, Li Rui pressed down on his hand, her expression serious. Do you believe I am unworthy of your friendship? Lei Hang replied helplessly. Of course not. Then accept it. Li Hui insisted softly. I have few friends, and those I do have are but superficial acquaintances. You are the only one willing to risk everything for me. What is money in comparison to that? Lei Hang fell into a profound silence, and after a considerable pause, he spoke. However, it is truly perilous to befriend me. I may bring misfortune to many. Last time, you merely lost a finger. Next time, it could cost you your life. I fear not, replied Li Rui. Should difficulties arise, we shall face them together. If one must always consider their own interests, what value does friendship hold? With a deep sigh, Li Rui continued. In recent days, as I manage my family's business, I increasingly perceive this world as a murky pond. Many appear polished on the surface, yet engage in unspeakable acts behind the scenes. You have shown me that there are still trustworthy companions in this world. So please do not cast me aside, all right? Given the gravity of his words, Lei Hang could only nod in agreement. Li Rui smiled and reassured him. Rest assured, I shall not place you in a difficult position. If the need arises, we may simply refrain from meeting. However, there is one condition. You must answer my calls and respond to my messages. Currently, I am accompanied by bodyguards, so there's no cause for alarm. Lei Hang glanced around and indeed spotted several figures in black nearby, watching him intently. That is reassuring. At least for now, we shall avoid meeting. He tucked away his card and cautioned, never let your guard down, even at home. Remain vigilant. This world is filled with extraordinary individuals, far beyond the ordinary person's capacity to handle. Li Rui, curious, inquired, my father has mentioned the same. Presently, our home is swarming with bodyguards, and the company has installed facial recognition systems. Has something occurred? Nothing of consequence. Just take care of yourself. Avoid conversing with strangers and refrain from going out at night. I will inform you when it is safe. Understood. Li Rui smiled in response, but her gaze suddenly drifted to the figure behind Lei Hang, her smile gradually fading. And Aishan approached with purposeful strides, intertwining her arm with Lei Hang's, chiding him lightly. I told you to come home early. What are you still doing here? After appraising Li Rui with a few glances, she chuckled. You've recovered so quickly. Congratulations on your healing. Thank you. I came to the hospital for a checkup today. Li Hui replied politely, stepping aziji. Observing Li Rui's courtesy, and Aishan felt a twinge of reluctance to pursue further confrontation and cleared her throat, saying, Be careful lately. The kidnapper who targeted you is still at large and may strike again. Li Rui smiled slightly. Lei Hang has already warned me about that. Well then, we shall take our leave, and Aishan said, pulling Lei Hang towards the dilapidated vehicle. Unable to contain her curiosity, Li Rui inquired, Have you two reconciled? Nissan Holteeth, turning with a smile. What? Are you interested in this old man? He likely has only a few days left. We haven't reconciled. If you have feelings for him, you should speak up soon, lest you miss your chance. Li Rui opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. Nissan smiled nonchalantly, ushering Lei Hang into the worn-out vehicle as they slowly departed. Li Rui remained rooted in place for a long while, feeling a sense of loss, unsure of her true feelings for Lei Hang. In the car, and Aishan glanced at the rearview mirror and remarked, Did you see clearly? No man dislikes beauty, And no woman is indifferent to handsome men. She dismisses you because she views you as an old man, hence her disinterest. Lei Hang, somewhat exasperated, remarked, "Are you merely idling away your time? My relationship with her is strictly platonic. She harbors no ulterior motives towards me, regardless of my age. Let's not dwell on this. How is the investigation into Hu Xian's identity progressing? Why is she able to work incognito at this hospital? Indeed, it is rather peculiar." And Aishan, suddenly invigorated, straightened her posture and replied, "Hu Xian's identity at the hospital is listed as Tang Ruini. Records indicate that she has been employed here for 5 years without any discrepancies. Furthermore, her most recent medical examination confirms that her blood type and DNA correspond entirely to those of Tang Ruini. Therefore, the individual we are pursuing is not Hu Xian, but rather Tang Ruini." "That is impossible," Lei Hang exclaimed, slamming on the brakes, utterly astonished. Chapter 39. A gifted beauty, he meticulously recalled the recent events that had transpired, finding no evidence to suggest that the shadowy figure behind it all was indeed Hu Xian. But where was Hu Xian? Was she alive or dead? If she were alive, why was she nowhere to be seen? If she were dead, how could someone be wreaking havoc under her name? And who was this Tang Ruini? What connection did she have with Hu Xian? Lei Hang felt as though his mind was on the verge of explosion. He despondently rested his head on the steering wheel, staring blankly at the road ahead. And Aishan shrugged and said, "Tang Ruini is an orphan, raised in a welfare institution. After graduating, she worked as a nurse at the Third People's Hospital for 5 years, having no relation to Hu Xian. Of course, they might have some connection, but we cannot ascertain that." Tang Ruini, Hu Xian, grasping his hair in frustration, Lei Hang suddenly straightened up and declared, "Regardless of whether it is Tang Ruini or Hu Xian, my sole focus is to unearth the mastermind behind this. I care not whether their surname is Tang or Hu." And Aishan nodded in agreement. "Tang Ruini is now under a nationwide manhunt. We should receive results soon. Damn, this is truly taxing on the mind." Lei Hang drove Aishan to the police station, then headed to the mall to purchase some essentials. By the time he returned home, it was already afternoon. He sent a message to Han Shiyun, inviting her and Uncle Han to meet later that day. The funeral home was modest in size, comprising only 2 floors, with 2 bedrooms located on the upper level. Lei Hang tidied up the larger bedroom for the 2 young ladies, while he discarded the bed in the other room, clearing out the furniture and laying down tatami mats for 3 gentlemen to rest upon. Soon, Uncle Han and Han Xian arrived, bringing along food and drinks. Lei Hang welcomed them into his abode and said earnestly, "Uncle Han, there is a matter I wish to discuss with you. Recently, I have encountered some troubles. There may be individuals who intend to harm those close to me. My social circle is rather limited, with only a few I hold dear, and you too are among them. Therefore, before I apprehend the perpetrator, I would like to invite you to stay with me for a while." "Of course, no problem at all. Her mother has returned to her family home, so I have no objections," Uncle Han replied, glancing at Han Xian. "What do you think, my dear?" Han Xian hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I have no objections either, but I will be starting my job at the company in 6 days. 6 days will suffice." Lei Hang interjected, waving his hand. "I will certainly catch the culprit within that time. I apologize for any inconvenience this may cause you." "Oh, spare me the talk of inconvenience. Just ensure that there is plenty of good food and drink for me," Uncle Han chuckled. "Rest assured," Lei Hang said, feeling the substantial wealth in his pocket. He had checked his bank account earlier and discovered a staggering 5 million. Before long, and Aishan and Black Dog also finished work and arrived. Both were single, striving alone in this city, without many relatives or friends, and their social connections were likewise uncomplicated. The funeral home was unexpectedly lively as Lei Hang reserved a table adorned with leeks. 5 individuals gathered around the table and completed their self-introductions. The Black Dog, unable to suppress his curiosity, inquired, "Miss Han, do you wear a mask even while dining?" It was only then that Han Shiyun remembered her mask, and with an apologetic smile, she replied, "I'm sorry, I completely forgot." She glanced at Lei Hang, hesitating slightly. Uncle Han urged, "It's fine, take it off. Let them see how beautiful my daughter is." Han Shiyun gently nodded and removed her mask. All eyes were fixated on her, and even breaths were held in anticipation. At the moment she unveiled her face, an enveloping silence descended upon the room. Lei Hang had anticipated her beauty, yet he was taken aback by the extent of her allure. Her beauty could only be described as flawless. Her porcelain skin was devoid of any imperfections, as if the most exquisite features had been carefully curated from the finest of creations, achieving perfection without a single flaw. Li Rue was already a rare beauty in the world, yet Han Xiun transcended that, seemingly reaching the zenith of human attractiveness. The black dog gawked in astonishment for quite some time, oblivious to the drool escaping his mouth. And Aishan delivered a slap to his head, scolding, "Enough already. Look at you like a pig. Can't you leave a better impression?" Snapping back to reality, the black dog hurriedly grabbed a tissue to wipe his mouth. Offering a sheepish grin, "I apologize for the embarrassment. It's just, she has truly a feast for the eyes." He swallowed hard, unable to resist stealing another glance at Han Xiun. Lei Hang finally comprehended why Han Xiun donned a mask while providing psychological counseling. Possessing a countenance of such celestial beauty undoubtedly poses a distraction for her patients. However, he was profoundly perplexed, scrutinizing Uncle Han for an extended period, and inquired, how could a man of such rough demeanor father a daughter of such exquisite beauty? The black dog was immediately taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment. Could it be? What are you thinking? Uncle Han took a sip of his drink, disdainfully snorted, "My daughter was remarkably beautiful even as a child, not resembling me or her mother. We suspected that the child might have been swapped at birth, so we specifically conducted a paternity test at the hospital, and it yielded a compatibility rate of 99.9%. She is undoubtedly my biological child." Upon finishing, he bore an air of pride, as if her beauty were solely his accomplishment. "All right, come, our gathering is a matter of fate. Let's toast with tea in lieu of wine." Lei Hang raised his glass, and the group clinked their cups together, joyously finishing their meal as nightfall enveloped them. Sated in content, Lei Hang cleared the dining table and set up a blackboard in the open space, stating, "Now we must discuss serious matters. I intend to rescue the mastermind within 5 days. We shall provisionally codename the mastermind Huxian. She is currently injured and has fled, and she will not relent, surely plotting another attempt against me. My strategy is as follows. I will serve as bait to lure the prey into a designated encirclement, while you will be lying in ambush within that perimeter to effectuate the capture. As for the specific ambush location and escape route, we need to deliberate thoroughly." "I disagree." And Aishan expressed her dissent, deeming the situation exceedingly perilous. "Given your advanced age, you're hardly a match for them. I suggest allowing the black dog to take your place." Her opposition proved futile. Lei Hang, with unwavering patience, explained, "Hu Xian is exceptionally cunning. The black dog could never deceive her. Trust me, this is the simplest, most effective, and swiftest course of action. This time, I shall not allow her to succeed. I will capture her." He was resolute in preventing anyone from risking themselves, thus ensuring compliance from all present. Subsequently, the group meticulously deliberated the details, deciding to conduct an on-site investigation the following day before making a final decision. As time grew late, and Aishan and the others ascended the stairs to wash up and rest, while Lei Hang remained below to continue planning the specifics. "Boss, we need to purchase some items." Suddenly, a voice echoed through the room. Lei Hang looked up to see an oddly dressed individual standing at the entrance, surveying the shop. The person had appeared without warning, even lacking the sound of footsteps. Lei Hang realized this was likely a special guest and promptly rose to greet them. Chapter 40. The Banquet of the Underworld Greetings. "How may I assist you?" He scrutinized the man before him, who appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, garbed in a peculiar ensemble of black and white. The individual was adorned with an array of oddities, including iron chains, small bells, a wine gourd, and a flute. The most unsettling feature was his eyes, which were entirely devoid of any white. They were a deep, unreflective black, exuding an aura of sheer darkness. Lei Hang was no longer the naive novice he once was. Although his heart raced with trepidation, his countenance betrayed none of his inner turmoil. "I desire an incense burner," he stated. The man surveyed the surroundings before approaching the shelf, where indeed 2 wooden incense burners lay. Lei Hang recalled their presence since his childhood, Over the span of 20 years, they had gathered a thick layer of dust. Excellent. Quite splendid, the man remarked with a smile as he picked up the two burners. Your wares have always been commendable, though the selection seems to dwindle. It is time for new stock. Indeed, Lei Hang replied with a forced smile, accepting the incense burners and diligently wiping away the dust before placing them in a plastic bag. I intend to gift this, so please package it appropriately. The man's brow furrowed in concern. My apologies, I shall search for suitable wrapping. Lei Hang scanned the room, but found no sign of packaging. Suddenly, he recalled the pristine boxes he had seen while tidying up a few days prior, tucked beneath the shelf. He hurried over and rummaged, successfully retrieving a tattered cloth bag from beneath the shelf. The bag contained 3 paper boxes, their designs remarkably antiquated, reminiscent of artifact from the Republic of China era. Each box was adorned with a vividly depicted soaring crane, exquisitely rendered. Without further contemplation, Lei Hang placed the 2 incense burners inside the boxes, securing them with a red silk ribbon before presenting them to the man. Excellent, the man remarked, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. How much? Lei Hang, utterly oblivious to the value of the incense burners, chuckled. Let us stick to the old price. I truly appreciate your establishment as quality and affordability. The man retrieved 2 coins from his pocket, placing them on the table. He then turned to leave, but paused after a few steps, producing an invitation card from his bosom and laying it on the table. Today marks my child's full moon celebration. Do join us for the feast later. Lei Hang picked up the invitation, scrutinizing it carefully, only to find it devoid of any written details. After a moment of hesitation, he inquired, May I ask where you are hosting the banquet? Just take a right out the door and walk 100 meters, the man replied with a smile before departing. Lei Hang examined the invitation for an extended period, detecting no peculiarities. His gaze then fell upon the 2 coins the man had left behind. Each coin was no larger than a typical coin, entirely black, and upon touching them, they felt akin to iron, yet bore a resemblance to stone, chilling to the touch and lacking any intricate designs. What kind of currency is this? Lei Hang pondered, perplexed, and ascended the stairs to summon Uncle Han for guidance. Uncle Han furrowed his brow in contemplation for a while, then shook his head and remarked, I have never encountered such a thing before, but I can assert that the person who just came to make a purchase was certainly not human. I had a feeling the shop was peculiar, with both the living and the dead frequenting it. He pondered, what should we do now? He told me, we must go. Will he seek revenge if we do not? Lei Hang toyed with 2 pieces of illicit currency, his heart in turmoil. Shall we go take a look? Uncle Han's eyes sparkled with curiosity. The issue is, 100 meters to the west, there is nothing but an ancient locust tree. Stepping outside to survey the surroundings, Lei Hang observed a large locust tree by the roadside 100 meters away, perplexed as to why it had not been felled during the roadwork, but rather, the path had been diverted around it. Uncle Han suddenly had an epiphany, slapping his forehead as he recalled, I remember hearing from an elder that ancient trees harbor spirits. The locust tree, heavy with een energy, is often a gathering place for ghosts. It is said that if one circles the tree 3 times clockwise and then 3 times counterclockwise, one can glimpse the unclean entities. I do not know if it is true, but we might as well give it a try. With that, Lei Hang closed the door and, together with Uncle Han, made their way to the locust tree. It was only a little past 8 in the evening, yet the street was nearly deserted, with few vehicles passing by, and the surroundings were enveloped in darkness. The 2 quickly arrived beneath the locust tree, and Uncle Han instructed, place your hand on my shoulder and follow my lead. Do not let go, or you may get lost. Lei Hang was taken aback, hastily resting his hand on Uncle Han's shoulder. Can we really get lost? Will we be able to return? How would I know? This is my first time as well. Uncle Han took a deep breath and said while walking, for the first 3 laps, walk clockwise with your eyes open. For the last 3 laps, walk counterclockwise with your eyes closed. Lei Hang placed his hands on Uncle Han's shoulders and slowly circled beneath the old locust tree. Engaging in such absurdity in the dead of night filled him with a peculiar sensation. All right, turn around. Uncle Han turned, resting his hand on Lei Hang's shoulder. Now it's your turn to lead, but keep your eyes shut. Whatever you do, do not open them. Why can't I open my eyes? Though Lei Hang posed the question, he still closed his eyes and began to walk counterclockwise. Why inquire further? The elder must have his reasons. But how will I know how many laps I've completed with my eyes closed? Lei Hang reached out to touch the tree trunk and began to circle slowly. I don't know either. Just keep walking and consider it a game. Lei Hang ceased his inquiries, oblivious to how many laps he had walked. Suddenly, he sensed a brightness before him, and he gradually opened his eyes. The scenery had completely transformed. No longer was he on a pitch-black street, but in a desolate wilderness, with only the old locust tree remaining unchanged. The sky bore neither sun nor moon, yet the surroundings were vividly clear, albeit rendered in shades of black and white. The grass, earth, and stones all appeared devoid of color. This sensation was akin to being ensnared in a remarkably vivid dream. A narrow path stretched into the distance, yet its end remained shrouded in mystery. We have arrived." Uncle Han's voice trembled slightly, his curiosity piqued. He had never anticipated truly reaching such a place. "Let us proceed, for since we have arrived, we shall partake in the feast." Lei Hang took the lead, following the narrow path ahead. As they ventured further, the scenery ahead became increasingly vivid. A quaint little town emerged before them, with bustling streets teeming with pedestrians, appearing no different from ordinary folk. Numerous stalls lined the streets as well. Upon approaching, a grand archway came into view, beneath which stood two figures clad in white garments, indistinguishable in gender. Noticing newcomers intending to enter the town, they demanded a token resembling a badge. Only with this token could one gain entry into the town. "What shall we do? We do not possess such a badge." Uncle Han craned his neck, scrutinizing the tokens of others to discern their appearance. "Surely, an invitation would suffice?" Lei Hang stroked his chin, taking Uncle Han by the arm as they stepped forward and presented the invitation. The two figures in white examined the invitation with astonishment, promptly signaling behind them, whereupon a dozen or so similarly attired individuals hurried forth. Chapter 41. Dragon Blood Sand, What is Happening? Lei Hang was secretly astonished to see their fervent calls. As he pondered whether to flee, several individuals in white attire approached, examining the invitation for a moment before respectfully returning it to Lei Hang, gesturing politely for him to proceed. Lei Hang breathed a sigh of relief and, accompanied by Uncle Han, ventured deeper into the town. Even after walking a considerable distance, he could still feel the piercing gazes of those individuals upon him. Uncle Han whispered, "What kind of banquet do you suppose we are attending?" Those who delivered the invitation seemed to possess quite a distinguished status. Could they be from a prominent family? "I have no idea," Lei Hang replied, his attention drawn to the various stalls lining the street, showcasing an array of peculiar items. From Buddhist statues and calligraphy to everyday necessities like towels and basins. Everything appeared similar to what one might find outside, albeit in a monochromatic palette of black and white. A sense of unease enveloped Lei Hang. Though the street bustled with people, an eerie silence lingered, with not a single word uttered. "How strange! Why is everyone silent?" Lei Hang inquired quietly. "When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Let us refrain from speaking as well," Uncle Han advised, tucking his hands into his sleeves and adopting a leisurely pace akin to the townsfolk. Lei Hang fell silent, his gaze flitting about as he noticed the stall owners were similarly reticent, standing with their hands clasped in their sleeves, welcoming customers without a sound. Before long, the crowd ahead thickened, revealing an imposing mansion that blended modern architectural elements with an air of antiquity. The courtyard was teeming with people, while two individuals in white stood sentinel at the entrance, bearing an ambiguous appearance of gender, much like those at the town's entrance. Lei Hang presented the invitation, and the other party immediately granted access. The courtyard bustled with activity, yet silence reigned. Only the sounds of footsteps and the clatter of moving objects broke the stillness. Inside the hall, a vibrant atmosphere thrived, but the space was so packed that two individuals could hardly squeeze in, relegating them to a table outside, where they awaited their meal. The companions at the table were strangers to Lei Hang. When he noticed someone nodding and smiling in his direction, he reciprocated with a nod and a smile. Soon, the dishes were served, and as Lei Hang picked up his chopsticks, he was taken aback to find a plate of cold dogtail grass before him. Goodness, can one actually consume this? His chopsticks hovered mid-air as he exchanged a glance with Uncle Han. In unison, They raised their glasses and drank, only to discover the wine's flavor was exceedingly mild, revealing but a hint of its essence. After downing a cup, they managed to consume the entire plate of dogtail grass. Subsequently, various inedible items like tree bark and pine needles were brought forth, while the other diners relished their meals with delight, leaving the two men to gaze at each other in bewilderment, pouring more wine down their throats. Finally, a plate of tofu appeared, and as Lei Hang picked up a piece, he was met with a chilling sensation devoid of any tofu flavor. Perhaps it was best to continue with the wine. As the banquet drew to a close, they rose to take their leave. Upon exiting, Uncle Han patted his stomach and sighed. Lei Hang shrugged. He was indifferent, believing it was better to abstain from food in the evening, feeling that the hour was ripe for rest. He prepared to head home early when he was irresistibly drawn to a nearby stall. Displayed before him were numerous jars and bottles, showcasing an array of elixirs such as King Kong pills, mighty pills, and indestructible pills. Lei Hang glanced at Uncle Han and pointed at the Jin Chang Budao one. Uncle Han let out a soft grunt, gesturing for Lei Hang to proceed. Suppressing a smile, Lei Hang retrieved a black coin from his pocket, pointed to the Dali Yuan, and raised a finger. He wished to ascertain whether this currency could be spent in such a place. The man at the stall nodded, poured a pill from a bottle, handed it to him, and accepted the black coin. After rummaging through his pockets for a while, he produced 5 white coins for Lei Hang. Upon receiving the white coins, Lei Hang noted their chilling touch. They bore the same material as the black coins, differing only in hue. It appeared that the value of white coins was somewhat lesser than that of black ones. Lei Hang smiled at the man and casually tucked the pill into his pocket. This town was likely a realm of the dead, since this currency was accepted here. He could easily sell funeral goods to the departed and then use them in the afterlife. However, it seemed that items in the underworld were rather scarce, with few useful items available. While he pondered deeply, he suddenly felt a tap on his back. Turning around, he saw an old man carrying a shoulder pole. The old man flashed a grin, cautiously scanning the surroundings before beckoning Lei Hang to follow him. Lei Hang glanced at Uncle Han and decided to pursue the opportunity. The two followed the old man into a deserted alley, where he set down his burden and lifted a white cloth, revealing the contents within. One side neatly arranged with talisman papers, and the other side filled with jars of various sizes. The talisman paper lay blank, devoid of any markings, its hues varying in depth and suggesting a spectrum of colors, though here it manifested solely in black and white. While Lei Hang displayed indifference, Uncle Han trembled with excitement. Retrieving a small jar from his burden, inscribed with the words Dragon Blood Sand, Lei Hang was well acquainted with these characters, having encountered them multiple times in his writings. It was said that Dragon Blood Sand was a superior grade of vermilion, rare in the world, and an ideal choice for talisman crafting. He was astonished to find it available in such a place. Without hesitation, he produced the remaining coins from his pocket, 1 black coin and 5 white coins. The Dragon Blood Sand was priced at 10 coins, and uncertain of its true value, he handed over all he had to the old man. The elder smiled and presented him with 5 sheets of talisman paper of a lighter hue. Lei Hang deduced that this paper was likely ordinary yellow paper. He had given 5 sheets, corresponding exactly to the 5 white coins, implying that the black coin was worth 10, and each white coin held a value of 1, suggesting the existence of even larger currency denominations. He carefully stowed away the small jar of dragon blood sand and the talisman paper, his mind brimming with questions. Picking up a twig, he inscribed on the ground, "Why is no one speaking here?" The old man took the twig and wrote 4 characters in response. "Evil men consume ghosts. Evil men consume ghosts." Lei Hang was genuinely perplexed. He had heard tales of malevolent spirits devouring humans and had even witnessed such horrors, but the notion of evil men consuming ghosts was entirely new to him. Could there be other living souls present here? He inscribed another question in the dirt. "Is this the underworld?" The elder wrote another line, pressed an object into Lei Hang's hand, and hastily departed, shouldering his burden. Lei Hang picked up the object handed to him by the old man, discovering it to be a token for entering the town. Upon lowering his gaze, he noticed inscribed on the ground were the words, "Land of the departed. Leave before the fog rises. or return to the realm of the living shall be arduous. Indeed, it was a realm of shadows. Lei Hang's heart raced as he realized he had unwittingly wandered amidst the spirits. Uncle Han, observing the encroaching mist, hurriedly rubbed away the inscription on the ground, urging them to depart swiftly. The two left the town and returned to the old locust tree, employing the method of turning 3 circles clockwise with eyes open, followed by 3 counterclockwise circles with eyes closed to navigate back to familiar streets. Surrounding them was still a shroud of darkness. Lei Hang exhaled a sigh of relief and promptly re-entered the funeral parlor with Uncle Han. Chapter 42. Murder. It turns out the underworld resembles this. Leaning back in his recliner, Lei Hang pondered the scenes he had just witnessed. Had he known, he would have taken a few photographs with his phone. Who could have imagined such a place existed in this world? But what would it have mattered? The spirits bore a striking resemblance to humans, and in the end, they would merely have been monochrome images. Uncle Han extended his hand, saying, "Come, let us examine the dragon blood sand and talisman paper you just purchased." Without hesitation, Lei Hang produced the 2 items. Indeed, upon being brought to the mortal realm, they transformed into vibrant colors. The small jar containing the dragon blood sand appeared unremarkable, no larger than a teacup, and when opened, revealed a strikingly vivid and fine vermilion powder. The 5 sheets of talisman paper were undeniably yellow, meticulously cut with no rough edges, and the paper itself was pliable. Stacked together, they were perfectly uniform in size, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Uncle Han held the 2 items with an affectionate grip, shaking his head in disbelief. "My boy, you have stumbled upon a remarkable treasure. You have no idea how much your grandfather used to pay for dragon blood sand and fiber cloud paper. These items can significantly enhance the power of your talismans, far surpassing anything you might have casually drawn. Your grandfather only employed such talismans for significant undertakings. It seems there are indeed benefits to operating at night. After taking over the funeral home, your grandfather never opened the doors after dark, and many valuable items were sold off as scrap. What a shame, truly a waste." Lei Hang sighed, wondering what was so special about that incense burner. Why did they not purchase other items? Isn't this your family's inherited craft? Did your grandfather not teach you? Uncle Han expressed his bewilderment, saying, "I have seen him craft paper figurines before. His techniques are indeed peculiar. Did you not acquire any skills yourself?" Lei Hang shrugged, replying, "Back then, I was entirely engrossed in studying criminal investigation. I hardly had time for paper crafting. Do you think he might have left me some secret techniques? Surely, he wouldn't want his ancestral craft to fade into obscurity. It is not entirely out of the realm of possibility." Uncle Han stroked his chin thoughtfully and remarked, "I recall once seeing your grandfather with a jade seal that resembled an imperial seal. It appeared quite antiquated. Since then, I have not laid eyes on it again. It must hold significance. Do take some time to search for it. We can discuss this another day." Lei Hang yawned. "I need to rest, as I must venture out to survey the terrain tomorrow." The following morning, Lei Hang set out with Uncle Han and Han Xian, traversing through Hayang City until they identified the most advantageous ambush location. Subsequently, they commissioned a blacksmith to forge several large animal traps and procured fishing nets, steel nails, and various tools intended for capturing large beasts. To evade any clandestine surveillance by Hu Xian, Lei Hang opted to scale the wall at night with Uncle Han, taking the equipment to their chosen site. The ambush location was a derelict building, a place seldom visited by people, ensuring that their traps would not be inadvertently triggered, while also being conveniently close to the outskirts of the city. After a night of arduous labor, the traps were set, and the interior of the abandoned structure was adorned with fishing nets and spiked clubs fashioned from steel nails. Lei Hang personally tested the traps, confirming their formidable strength capable of severing a cow's leg completely. On the 3rd morning, Lei Hang departed alone, instructing Enai Shan, Black Dog, and Uncle Han to remain concealed at the ambush site. On that day, Lei Hang deliberately chose to traverse the deserted streets, affording ample opportunity for his target to reveal herself. Yet, Hu Xian seemed to have evaporated from existence, leaving him with no leads throughout the entire day. Lei Hang even began to suspect whether his ambush had been compromised. On the 4th day, he continued to wander aimlessly, still unable to lure her out. Truly, she was a cunning adversary, and Lei Hang found himself at his wit's end. Upon returning to the funeral home that evening, the group reconvened, the atmosphere heavy with silence. With their plans having failed, a more aggressive approach was imperative. Frowning in contemplation, Lei Hang pondered the audacity of this individual. There was no reason for her to endure such humiliation. Suddenly, Han Shiyun interjected. Could it be that she's recuperating? Did you not mention that she was injured? She might also be dead, and Aishan remarked, her expression devoid of emotion. It is not so simple. One must see the living or the dead, Lei Hang replied. Turning to Aishan, what have you uncovered about Tang Ruini? Aishan shrugged, stating, no trace has been found at her residence. I suspect she has other hideouts. Much like the one in Jinjiang Community, Room 604. Longfeng Community, Lei Hang exclaimed, recalling that she had previously coerced him into jumping from a building there. The choice of that location could not have been arbitrary. I have already investigated and confirmed that a rental apartment under Tang Ruini's name exists near Longfeng Community. Aishan said, producing her phone and handing it to Lei Hang. Upon receiving it, he observed a video of the rental unit. The furnishings were sparse, and a set of black clothing hung on the wall, devoid of the blood-red talisman drawings that adorned the walls of the Jinjiang Community. However, when the bathroom door swung open, Lei Hang felt a tremor in his heart. Inside, there was a blood curse painted just like the one in the Jinjiang Community. Aishan remarked, there is nothing of significance in this room, even fewer clues than we obtained from the Jinjiang Community. We have now issued a nationwide manhunt for Tang Ruini and discovered 2 additional residences rented under her name, both bearing the same blood curse. Yet, since the day she was injured, she has not been seen again, nor has she made any purchases or returned to her rental property. What about the surveillance footage outside the hospital? Lei Hang inquired. Surely, by examining the video, we could uncover some clues. Aishan shook her head. It's futile. We have been collecting all the surveillance from the vicinity of the hospital, and we have also retrieved footage from the intersection. However, the workload is overwhelming, and thus far, we have uncovered nothing. With a long sigh, Lei Hang leaned back in his chair, closing his eyes in contemplation. Han Xian also took the phone to glance at it. Her curiosity piqued. What purpose does this symbol on the wall serve? It exudes a peculiar aura. Abruptly, Lei Hang opened his eyes. He recalled the deranged man he had encountered in the Jinjiang Community. Perhaps he had seen Hu Xian's house and understood the purpose of these symbols. The following morning, Lei Hang rose early and drove to the Jinjiang Community, knocking on the door of the elderly woman from before. Ah, leader, do come in and sit. The elderly lady greeted him with warmth. No, thank you. Lei Hang smiled politely. I would like to inquire if there's a man living in this building. Pale-faced, around 30 years old, somewhat eccentric. Oh, now I understand. This individual is clearly unhinged and rarely ventures outside. You must seek him out. He resides in room 404, and he is likely still asleep at this hour. Thank you. Lei Hang descended the stairs and rapped upon the door of 404. Yet after a prolonged period of knocking, there was no response from within. Just as he was contemplating summoning a locksmith, the door unexpectedly swung open, revealing the man standing there. His expression devoid of emotion as he gazed at Lei Hang. Do you require something? I'm here to ask you a few questions. Without hesitation, Lei Hang stepped inside, when suddenly a gust of wind caught his attention from behind. Turning around, he was met with the horrifying sight of the man wielding an axe, poised to strike at his face. Chapter 43. Skin change. Lei Hang was utterly unprepared for the ferocity with which the man attacked him. Fortunately, he possessed experience in countering assaults with a long axe. Instead of retreating, he advanced boldly, crashing into the man's embrace and delivering a powerful punch to his abdomen. The solar plexus, situated at the center of the lower stomach, is an area that can induce excruciating pain when struck. As anticipated, the man let out a pained cry. Doubling over, seizing the opportunity, Lei Hang snatched the long axe from his grasp, weighing it in his hands before remarking with a smirk, "You've got some nerve, lad. Are you truly intent on taking a life?" The man stumbled backward, pressing himself against the wall as he screamed, "Leave. You enter that room. You are a devil. You will bring about my demise. You are mistaken. I shall not be your executioner," but I can certainly Lei Hang leaned in closer, grinning ominously. If you dare to lie, I shall ensure you never attain rebirth. The weight of those words sent a shiver through the man, as if all his strength had been siphoned away. Grasping Lei Hang's arm tightly, tears streaming down his face, he pleaded, I will say anything. Just do not condemn me to eternal damnation. Rest assured, Lei Hang replied, deliberately allowing a sinister smile to creep across his face. What is your name? My name is Jules, man. And your age? 34. How many family members do you have? Just myself. What are your parents? They are deceased. Do you have a wife and daughter? They have both passed away. All gone. Lei Hang asked, astonished. How'd they die? Jules' man's expression darkened with pain, as if the question was too heavy to bear. He closed his eyes and murmured, My parents succumbed to illness. My daughter was in a car accident. And my wife took her own life. Truly tragic, Lei Hang remarked, feeling a flicker of sympathy for the man. What did you see in room 604? At the mention of 604, Jules' man shuddered, his eyes snapping open as his breathing grew labored. Take your time to recollect, Lei Hang urged, striving to soften his tone. I possess the power to vanquish all evils in this world. No one can harm you. Now, tell me what you witnessed in 604. In room 604. Jules' man's lips quivered as he recounted. That day, while I was on the rooftop gathering laundry, I deliberately glanced at room 60 on my way down. The woman residing there struck me as peculiar, piquing my curiosity, compelling me to steal a few more glances. To my astonishment, I noticed a red hue emanating from her peephole. Intrigued, yet apprehensive, I approached to investigate further, only to find a crimson expanse within, obscuring my view of anything else. Sensing something was amiss, yet unable to quell my curiosity, I returned to my room and retrieved a peephole viewer, clandestinely ascending the stairs once more. I positioned the viewer at the door and peered inside, and what do you suppose I beheld? His eyes widened in disbelief as he continued. I saw a woman seated within, the walls aglow with a sinister red light. She was tearing her own skin, revealing a blood-soaked head, while simultaneously stripping the skin from another woman on the floor, affixing it to her own face piece by piece. At long last, the skin adhered perfectly, transforming her into another woman. Yet her form appeared fragmented, akin to a shattered vase hastily glued together. She then proceeded to mutilate the other woman's abdomen, extracting her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys, and relocating them in her own body. Is this the woman? Lei Hang interjected, presenting Tang Ruini's photograph before him. Yes, that's her. Jules' man exclaimed in shock. Lei Hang inquired what happened next. Then the mysterious symbols painted on the walls began to stir, coalescing into a black aperture. The woman discarded the skinless, organless corpse into the void, which gradually sealed shut. Overcome with terror, I fled back, unable to bear witness any longer. Jolman still shivers at the recollection of that day. Is that all? Lei Hang furrowed his brow. Have you not seen her since then? In a state of terror, Jolman exclaimed, Why would I want to see her? I do not wish to encounter her. After posing a few more inquiries and realizing that Jolman possessed no further information, Lei Hang rose and said, Rest assured, I have cast a protection spell on you. From this moment forth, no malevolent creature shall harm you. Do you understand? Really? Jolman grasped at this lifeline, his excitement palpable. Thank you so much. Lei Hang nodded. Your family is thriving on the other side. Do not worry. If you live in misery, you would have no face to meet them in the afterlife, would you? Yes, you make a valid point. I must take good care of myself. Jolman felt an instant surge of confidence as he rose from the ground. Tomorrow, I shall seek employment. Lei Hang patted him on the shoulder. That's the spirit. However, the matters discussed today must remain confidential. Otherwise, the protection spell will fail, and no one will be able to save you. Do you remember? I remember. I shall never speak of it to anyone, Jolman solemnly promised. Farewell. As Lei Hang departed, he noticed the impoverished state of Jolman's home, cluttered with instant noodle boxes. He withdrew several thousand yuan from his pocket and placed it on the table. Live well. Your loved ones are watching over you. Do not disappoint them. Yes, thank you. Jolman was on the verge of tears, overwhelmed with gratitude. Leaving the Jinjiang community, Lei Hang drove towards the police station. Along the way, many of his lingering questions were elucidated. It became evident that Hu Xian possessed the skill of skin-changing, which clarified why Tang Ruini was embroiled in this affair. Currently, it was likely that Hu Xian refrained from taking the offensive, as she was perhaps sequestered somewhere, undergoing a transformation, changing her internal organs, and consequently had no time to attend to him, let alone fall into his trap. When she reemerged with a new visage, capturing her would prove to be a formidable challenge. According to Zhu Ermin's account, after Hu Xian underwent her transformation, her body was in a state of disarray, necessitating time for recovery and healing. Thus, it is conceivable that she was hiding away to recuperate, and he must seize the opportunity to apprehend her before she metamorphosed into another identity. Otherwise, this woman would remain oblivious to the countless innocents she might yet harm. Chapter 44. The greatest flaw with this thought, Lei Hang was instantly invigorated, accelerating towards the police station with fervor, determined to personally investigate the surveillance footage from the hospital vicinity on that fateful day. Just then, his phone rang. It was a call from N.I. Shan. "What do you want?" he inquired. On the other end, N.I. Shan's voice resonated with a light-hearted cheerfulness. "What's the matter? You don't sound quite right. Aren't you supposed to be working on a case today?" "No, today I wish to surprise you. Come to number 36, Huiyan Street, or you'll miss out." "What on earth? I'm rather busy." Lei Hang was singularly focused on reviewing the footage and was reluctant to partake in her surprise. N.I. Shan's tone shifted abruptly. "Are you coming or not? If you don't show up, I'll track you down and sabotage your plans, ensuring you accomplish nothing." All right, you win," Lei Hang conceded, aware that she was a woman of her word. He ended the call and steered his vehicle towards Huiyan Street. Huiyan Street lay in a tranquil area near the 4th Ring Road. Given its secluded location, the road saw little traffic aside from the occasional bus, flanked by towering trees that had stood for decades, creating a shadowy atmosphere that felt desolate. Número 36. Following the navigation, Lei Hang parked his car at the entrance of a courtyard that appeared to be an abandoned government facility, the sign clearly marked with a number. He drove in and noticed that N.I. Shan's vehicle was already parked within the premises. This is an old courtyard, modest in size, featuring a 2-story building that appears to be an abandoned unit. Neither new nor old, neither large nor small, with debris scattered throughout the yard. "You've arrived," N.I. Shan exclaimed as she emerged from her room, beaming as she wrapped her arms around his. "I have some delightful news. Can you guess what it is?" Lei Hang, puzzled, replied, "Did you get promoted? Have you secured a new office space?" "Incorrect." N.I. Shan revealed a mysterious smile. "I have resigned and applied to join the spiritual adjustment team. Team leader Zhang has already approved it, which means you are now my direct superior." "And me too." A dusty head poked out from the room as Black Dog chimed in, grinning. "I've also resigned. After all, I was a lone wolf. It's far more enjoyable to be with you all. Are you both out of your minds?" Lei Hang scolded. "Do you have any idea how perilous this is? The individuals we confront in the police force are tangible threats. Now we're facing dangers that may not even be human, and we could lose our lives at any moment. Do you yearn for a shorter existence?" "I have made my decision." N.I. Shan turned defiantly. "The reason I chose to work with the spiritual adjustment team is that the responsibilities they bear are far more significant, and the criminals they confront are more formidable. If you refuse to support me, I'll simply seek team leader Zhang for assistance." Lei Hang, frustrated, rubbed his temples and shook his head repeatedly. "Black Dog," interjected Brother Hang. "Someone has to undertake this task. Why do we become police officers if not to eradicate evil and ensure everyone's safety? There must be individuals who lead the charge. We are among the first to step into the fray." Lei Hang fell silent for a moment and gently patted N.I. Shan, inquiring if this was to be their new territory. N.I. Shan remained motionless, evidently still upset. In the past, Lei Hang would have ignored her and focused solely on his own affairs. However, after enduring numerous life-threatening situations, he began to recognize the significance of those around him. With a soft sigh, he positioned himself in front of her and said, "Can we not be angry anymore? I never wished for you to be in danger. Each time you were injured, my heart raced with fear." The Black Dog nodded vigorously, affirming, "Indeed, last time you were shot, Brother Hang sat alone in the corridor, wiping away his tears. I witnessed it all. And Aishan could no longer hold back, tears streaming down her face as she choked out. Did you know that I was terrified every time you were hurt? Now that you have become like this, I don't know how much time we have left together. I just want to spend this last bit of time with you, and I'm not afraid of any danger. Do not worry, I will be fine. Lei Hang reassured her, placing his hand on her shoulder. I will do everything in my power to survive. We have a long time ahead of us to work together. Okay, and Aishan replied, wiping her tears away. Can I hug you? Lei Hang smiled and opened his arms to embrace her. And Aishan wiped her tears and nose on him, letting out a soft sigh. I know you like that wealthy woman. If you like her and she likes you in return, then go travel together and enjoy yourselves. As long as you are happy. I do not want you to leave this world with regrets. Lei Hang opened his mouth at a loss for words. He himself was uncertain about his feelings for Li Rue. If he were to say he liked her, it seemed to be just a hint of affection. Yet if he didn't, then why would he so readily risk his life for her? Oh dear, you all have had your fill. There is a multitude of tasks awaiting our attention. The black dog, unable to bear the sight any longer, tapped the steps with his broom. And Aishan released her grip and remarked with a smile, Look, this is the office space specially arranged for us by team leader Zhang. There is no rent to pay. All utilities are reimbursed, and we receive an annual budget of 300,000. Should there be any major expenses, they can be reimbursed separately. 300,000? This fellow is rather stingy. Isn't? Lei Hang felt somewhat disheartened. After all, he was also an officer, earning over 4,000 a month. After deducting living expenses and material costs from the annual budget, hardly anything would remain. Be content. And Aishan rolled her eyes and said, We are undertaking a covert mission and currently engaged in poverty alleviation. The funds allocated by the state are already limited. With 3 of us, if we exercise a bit of restraint, it should suffice. Besides, did you not cozy up to a wealthy woman? Hasn't she given you any pocket money? Last time, I saw her slip you a card. How much was it? Materialistic, Lei Hang rebuked. That was merely her pity, a charitable act. Can it be considered a source of pride? After a pause, he added, It was probably around 3 to 5 million. My goodness. The black dog abruptly tossed aside his broom and shouted, Quickly summon a caretaker. I have been toiling away all morning. And Aishan, with a hint of envy, remarked, This woman is truly considerate of you. Her generosity amounts to 3 to 5 million, and she treats us to takeout every day. We must arrange a grand feast for tonight. All right, how about treating you all to a lavish buffet this evening? The courtyard was suddenly filled with cheers and shrieks. Lei Hang waved his hand dismissively and said, Enough of this frivolity. Quickly retrieve the surveillance footage from the vicinity of the 3rd hospital. I need to track Hu Xian's whereabouts. The black dog pounded his chest and assured him, Rest assured, leave it to me. The special operations team can access any police department's archives. I will arrange it immediately. Soon, the computer Lei Hang ordered arrived, and the black dog logged into the police department's network, pulling up the hospital's surveillance footage. He remarked, We have examined this repeatedly. Once a person enters this shopping mall, they vanish completely. Lei Hang's eyes sparkled with realization as he chuckled. The absence of flaws is, in itself, the greatest flaw. Chapter 45. Misleading. Lei Hang first accessed the surveillance footage from the 3 hospitals, intending to initiate a thorough investigation. Nowadays, public institutions are equipped with comprehensive surveillance systems, leaving no blind spots. Unless Hu Xian possessed the ability to vanish without a trace, it was nearly impossible for her to evade detection. Previously, law enforcement had meticulously examined the recordings, and the black dog had directly retrieved the footage from the hospital's rear entrance, pointing out a woman clad in a red coat. This woman is Tang Ruini. She donned a red coat to obscure the bloodstains on her attire and even altered her hairstyle. She stuffed a pillow under her clothing to simulate a pregnancy, consistently avoiding a clear view of her face. It took us dozens of reviews before we could confirm that this woman was Hu Xian. Dozens? Have you lost your mind? How could it take so long to identify one person? And Aishan interjected. The black dog replied, somewhat aggrieved, with so many individuals entering and exiting the hospital each day. We had to scrutinize each one, which inevitably required time. Moreover, she had another woman of similar build wear her clothes and exit in advance to mislead us. It was only later that we realized we had investigated the wrong person and had to backtrack. That aligns with Hu Xian's modus operandi. She is indeed a cunning individual. Lei Hang remarked, shaking his head. And Sean then inquired, "So how did you confirm that this woman was Tang Ruini?" The black dog flashed a mysterious smile and looked at Lei Hang, asking, "Brother Hang, can you take a guess?" After reviewing the footage of the woman in red passing through the surveillance, Lei Hang pointed to her calf, noting, "There's a drop of blood there." "Precisely." The black dog nodded and said, "Next, we gathered all the surveillance footage from the intersections and shops near the hospital. This woman is exceedingly cunning. She first visited a clothing store to purchase an entire outfit, then slipped into an alleyway devoid of any cameras. The alley is a labyrinth, and she must have changed her clothes to continue her disguise. Who knows from which passage she will emerge? Brother Lei, what do you propose we do in this situation?" Lei Hang pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us first examine the surveillance footage from the store to see what she purchased." "Indeed, that is precisely our course of action," the black dog concurred. However, he shook his head and continued, "This woman bought a total of 10 outfits." And Sean suddenly realized, "So, you intend to search for her based on the combinations of these 10 outfits?" A bittersweet smile appeared on the black dog's face. "Exactly. We reviewed the surveillance footage from all the alley exits and identified these 10 outfits, but none of them were worn by her. She had given those outfits to others to wear while she disguised herself as an overweight individual. It took us numerous attempts before we finally uncovered the truth." As he spoke, he pulled up another image, revealing a plump figure clad in an oversized blue top, wearing a mask and appearing to weigh at least 200 pounds, with a buzz cut, moving with considerable difficulty. Lei Hang nodded. She must have shaved her hair short and stuffed her clothing with sponges to impersonate a heavier person. The only flaw in her disguise is that her head does not appear sufficiently round. Indeed, the black dog gritted his teeth. The surveillance footage was not particularly clear. So how could we have noticed a heavy-set individual, especially with her wearing a mask? Yet, ultimately, she cannot escape our watchful eye. The cameras continuously tracked her as she entered this shopping mall. The mall was bustling with an overwhelming number of patrons, rendering the task of identifying individuals through surveillance increasingly challenging. Fortunately, this particular establishment was equipped with a considerable number of cameras. With a chuckle, the black dog remarked as we observed her entering the restroom. However, the distance of the camera prevented us from discerning her facial features, compelling us to investigate another camera positioned along a likely thoroughfare. Ultimately, we managed to identify our target, who had disguised herself as a cleaning woman. He retrieved another surveillance video and stated, "We have scrutinized everyone who exited the restroom. Their appearances and physiques do not match. The only individual fitting the description is this cleaning lady, who is wearing a mask and loose clothing. Aside from her, there is no one else." He then pulled up a clip from an external camera, remarking, "The cleaning lady was busy until evening, dressed in this attire, and left the mall wearing a mask. Isn't that peculiar?" Subsequently, we learned that the lady had been rendered unconscious and confined in the restroom, her cleaning uniform stripped away. As we continued our pursuit, we discovered that after leaving, she boarded a bus and disembarked at an industrial park, a location devoid of surveillance, thereby leaving us without a trace. And Aisha nodded, saying, "Hu Xian has gone to great lengths to delay our investigation. However, we have been diligently probing around the industrial park these past few days, and we should have results soon." Lei Hang exhaled deeply, adding, "She is unlikely to engage in any skin-changing activities in secluded mountains. Most likely, she has selected an address near the industrial park." "Skin-changing?" And Sean and the black dog exchanged bewildered glances. Lei Hang proceeded to elaborate on the events recounted by Zhu Ermin earlier that day, leaving both of them with their mouths agape, struggling to grasp the incredibility of the situation. Could it be that Zhu Ermin is mentally unstable, entirely concocting these tales? Nisan inquired. Lei Hang responded, "I am inclined to believe in the veracity of these claims. It is the only explanation for how Hu Xian could transform into Tang Ruini. We ought to enlist the police's assistance to intensify the search efforts, and let us also embark on our own quest." That day, the trio ventured into the industrial park for a thorough investigation. Many areas had already been ruled out, leaving only the last distillery unexamined. However, as darkness descended, They were compelled to return home, preparing to continue their search the following day. That evening, Lei Hang kept his promise, treating An Shan, Go, and Uncle Han and his daughter to a lavish buffet. The next day, they resumed their search at the last distillery. Yet after a morning of relentless searching, they found nothing. This shouldn't be the case, Go remarked, his face etched with despair. We have scoured a 5-kilometer radius over the past several days. If we venture further, surveillance cameras will surely capture Hu Xian's movements. Could it be that she truly has hidden herself in the wilderness? Perhaps we should revisit the place where the school bus was previously concealed? That is unlikely. Lei Hang slowly shook his head. To change her appearance, she would need a living person. At that time, she was injured and could not have traveled far. Moreover, she would require another individual to recreate those symbols. She must not have had much time and could only return to a prearranged hideout. She undoubtedly has other safe havens. But we have searched every inch within a 5-kilometer radius, An Shan admitted, feeling disheartened. What aspect of this endeavor has gone awry? Lei Hang tapped his forehead, deep in thought for a moment before sighing. Let's return for now and contemplate our next steps. Lei Hang returned to the funeral parlor with the 3 individuals, where Uncle Han was resting in a recliner while Han Shiyun sat beside him, engrossed in a book. Noticing the dejected expressions on their faces, Han Shiyun inquired, "Do you have no leads at all?" Lei Hang shook his head, explaining that they had searched within a 5-kilometer radius, and beyond that, surveillance cameras were in place, revealing no sign of the woman. "She is truly cunning," he remarked. After a moment of contemplation, Han Shiyun suddenly suggested, "Have you considered that the person who took a car to the outskirts might not be her? If I were in her position, I would ensure that no trace was left on the surveillance footage. She is likely trying to mislead you." With a sudden realization, Lei Hang sprang to his feet and declared, "She must have switched places with someone on her way to the mall. Let's review the surveillance footage immediately." Chapter 46. A new identity. Lei Hang promptly led An Shan and the black dog to the office to review the surveillance footage once more. There was something amiss with the rotund figure, for he was the only one wearing a mask throughout the entire encounter. Under Han Shiyun's guidance, a moment of clarity washed over Lei Hang. Shiyun was absolutely right with Hu Xian's astuteness. It was inconceivable that she would leave behind any traces for us to follow. She could easily evade the cameras, and her intent was to mislead us, stalling for time by shifting the footage to after the plum man exited the alley. The black dog quickly retrieved the surveillance images, revealing Hu Xian, disguised as the hefty figure, donning a mask as he emerged from the narrow passage. Shortly after, he entered another alley. Lei Hang inquired, "How long did she linger in this alley?" "Let me take a look." The black dog examined the timestamps and suddenly slammed his hand on the table, exclaiming, "I forgot to check the time. She remained in the alley for 10 minutes. Given the brevity of the passage, it is impossible for her to have spent that long without engaging in some activity. 10 minutes is ample time to switch attire with another individual," An Shan speculated. "She likely hired someone and exchanged outfits. We should investigate the individuals who entered and exited the alley." The trio convened to scrutinize the surveillance video, and indeed, they discovered that one woman entered the alley without a hat, only to emerge wearing one, evidently to conceal her short hair and features. This time, Lei Hang meticulously compared the profile and confirmed that this individual bore a resemblance to Tang Rue and I. He exhaled deeply and declared, "Continue the pursuit. We must ascertain where she vanished." He added, "Allow me to input the photograph for further inquiry." The black dog input Tang Ruini's ID photo, allowing the computer to automatically recognize all faces captured by the surveillance. Ultimately, it yielded no results. She must have concealed her face, thus, only manual identification remained. "Let us commence, for there is considerable work ahead tonight." The trio dispersed, diligently searching before their screens. As the night wore on, they succumbed to exhaustion, and by dawn, all 3 had succumbed to slumber at their desks. Lei Hang was awakened by the piercing sunlight, rubbing his eyes and realizing it was already past 11 in the morning. He recalled how he had been utterly fatigued the previous night and intended only to rest his eyes momentarily, but had instead fallen into a deep sleep. Beside him, An Shan and the black dog were both in a state of deep slumber, one drooling while the other snored incessantly. "Rise and shine," Lei Hang declared, tapping each of their foreheads. Yawning, he suggested, "Let us go out for a meal, and then we shall resume our work after dinner." "Food, food," exclaimed the black dog, springing to his feet, somewhat disgruntled. "I was just dreaming of eating at that hot pot place on the second ring road. It was simply delicious." "Fear not. We shall feast well, and then work diligently," Lei Hang assured as he took the two for lunch. Aware of his limited capabilities, he summoned Uncle Han and Han Xiun to join in the surveillance review. Though their combined efforts significantly increased efficiency, an entire day passed with still no results. As night fell, Lei Hang exhaled deeply, saying, "All right, let us call a night. Everyone return home and rest. We shall continue our search tomorrow." The group rose one by one, and just as Han Xian was about to shut down the computer, she suddenly spotted a familiar figure on the surveillance screen. The surveillance footage captures the night scene, with a title indicating it is from the Hanheim Mansion Villa area, precisely focused on the back door of a villa. A woman, resembling Tang Ruini, opens the door. There is no vehicle parked outside, and she carries no handbag. After opening the large door, she hurriedly enters the villa, inputs a code, and steps inside. At the moment she crosses the threshold, a car passes by, its headlights illuminating the glass and reflecting the woman's face. Han Xian zooms in on the surveillance image, and the woman's features gradually become clearer. Her expression shifts slightly, and she exclaims, "Come and take a look." The others quickly gather around, and they see the woman's face on the glass, which closely resembles Tang Ruini. "It's her. Let us head to Hanheim Mansion." Lei Hang rushes out, starting his spirit vehicle. The others follow suit, but when Lei Hang sees Han Xiun running up, he quickly says, "Xiun, this is quite dangerous. You shouldn't come." Han Xiun shakes her head, replying, "It's all right. I have won multiple short-distance running championships. If danger arises, I will escape. Perhaps I can be of assistance." Uncle Han urges, "Let us go. My daughter's sprinting speed could rival that of the national team. I will protect her, so don't worry." With no further objections, Lei Hang sets off, distributing a talisman to each person. "This talisman is one I created myself. There are only 5, and I'm uncertain of their efficacy, but we'll make do." The spirit vehicle swiftly drifts through the streets, soon arriving at the entrance of Hanheim Mansion. The security guard initially intends to stop them, but upon hearing Lei Hang's intention to retrieve a body, he curses under his breath and quickly grants them passage. Lei Hang parked his vehicle in front of the villa captured by the surveillance footage, which lay shrouded in darkness, leaving him uncertain of any presence within. He distributed a steel pipe to each individual, while he himself grasped a mournful staff. Enai Shan weighed the pipe in her hands and inquired, "What if there is no one inside? Let's first venture inside and ascertain the situation. Everyone proceed with caution." The villa's walls were not particularly high, allowing the 5 of them to scale over effortlessly. Lei Hang instructed Enai Shan and He Go to guard the front entrance, while Han Shu and Han Xiun secure the rear. He then ascended the drainage pipe towards the balcony above. The balcony was enveloped in silence as Lei Hang cautiously removed the mournful staff from his waist, treading lightly towards the glass door. At that moment, the glass shattered abruptly, and a figure wielding a knife emerged. Lei Hang shouted instinctively, hurling the mournful staff, only to find that the assailant grasped it with ease. In that instant, Lei Hang felt as though his staff was ensnared in an iron grip, rendering it immovable. The blade lunged towards him, leaving him no choice but to release his hold and roll away, narrowly evading the attack. In the fleeting light of the street lamps outside, he finally discerned the features of the individual before him. A complete stranger, seemingly youthful, with faint red lines adorning her face, indicative of wounds that had yet to heal. He could now ascertain that this person was indeed another identity of Huxian. As he witnessed the adversary charging towards him once more, Lei Hang realized he was outmatched and could only leap from the balcony. Fortunately, he landed on the grassy lawn, rolling to his feet. However, before he could regain his composure, a glint of cold steel flashed before him as Huxian followed suit, lunging at him with a knife. Just then, Enai Shan and Black Dog rushed in, swinging a steel pipe with ferocity towards Huxian. With a fierce expression, Huxian deflected the blows, striking the pipe with her fists, bending it with incredible force. Lei Hang gasped in disbelief. Her strength seemed to have increased dramatically, rendering their group utterly impotent. The most critical factor was that since Anai Shan had transferred to the spiritual adjustment team, she was unarmed and devoid of any weapon to intimidate Hu Xian. As Hu Xian lunged at him again, Lei Hang turned and fled, fully aware that a direct confrontation would only lead to his demise. Chapter 47. The potent pill having endured the torment inflicted upon Li Rue, Lei Hang resolved not to burden anyone further, instinctively seeking to divert Hu Xian's attention. Fortunately, it appeared that Hu Xian's focus was solely on him. With a swift motion, he vaulted over the wall and fled desperately into the distance. Hu Xian erupted into maniacal laughter, exclaiming, "Just as I was about to seek you out, you come right to me. Today, no one can save you." Lei Hang sprinted with all his might, quickly covering 100 meters. Yet, Hu Xian was faster, and the distance between them rapidly diminished. Just then, a voice pierced the air. Han Shiyun shouted from behind. Lei Hang glanced back to see her swinging a steel pipe aimed at Hu Xian's lower body. With remarkable agility, Hu Xian evaded, but the pipe struck his legs, causing him to lose balance and crash to the ground. At that moment, Lei Hang noticed a row of shared electric scooters positioned along the pathway. He hastily retrieved his phone to scan for a ride. As Hu Xian regained his footing, Lei Hang successfully activated the electric scooter. He mounted it and twisted the throttle, propelling himself forward at impressive speed, momentarily leaving Hu Xian behind. A sigh of relief escaped him, but his triumph was short-lived as he observed Hu Xian accelerating once more, hot on his heels. Without hesitation, Lei Hang pushed the throttle to its limit, the scooter surging ahead, the scenery blurring past him. Logically, such speed should render it impossible for a typical person to keep pace, especially after Hu Xian had been running for so long. Surely exhaustion would set in? Yet, Lei Hang quickly dismissed this notion. Hu Xian seemed possessed, determined to capture and annihilate him. By now, the hour was late, and the streets lay desolate, devoid of any passers-by, or even a patrolling officer. Even with Lei Hang's presence, he dared not seek help lightly, for this woman was capable of bending steel pipes with a mere punch. If the patrolling officers were unarmed, engaging her would only lead to needless fatalities. Fortunately, although Hu Xian was swift, she could not catch up with the electric bike. Lei Hang pondered that this situation was untenable. Should Hu Xian truly close the distance, he would likely meet his demise. He needed a strategy. Ahead lay a major thoroughfare, bustling with traffic. If he could force Hu Xian to stop, he was confident he could flag down a vehicle and flee. With Lei Hang, with keen focus on the spot where he had buried the animal traps, surged forward with all his might. However, the path beneath him was treacherously uneven, and his electric bike suddenly struck a brick, causing him to topple sideways. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Lei Hang had no time to glance back. He quickly scrambled to his feet and dashed ahead. The sound of pursuing footsteps echoed ominously behind him, and he understood that being caught would spell certain doom. Yet, he still had nearly 100 meters to reach the location of his concealed traps. This distance would determine his fate. With a fierce roar, he mustered every ounce of strength and surged forward, finally spotting a blue plastic bag lying on the ground ahead. Beneath the bag lay the traps. He had set several of them, confident that they would ensnare his pursuer. Nevertheless, anxiety gripped him. He could not afford to reveal any signs of distress, lest Hu Xian grow suspicious. Fortunately, the traps were strategically placed, and he navigated carefully, avoiding them successfully. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air behind him. Lei Hang turned to see Hu Xian stumble into a pit, the jagged teeth of the trap embedded in her flesh, though not yet breaking any bones. "Why have you stopped chasing?" he taunted, panting as he leaned on his knees. "Are you truly so reckless? Do you not know when to retreat?" Hu Xian's eyes blazed with fury as she let out a primal scream, reaching for the trap and slowly attempting to pry it open, seemingly intent on freeing her foot. Lei Hang's expression shifted. He could not allow her to succeed. Swiftly, he seized a nearby stone and brought it down forcefully towards her head. With a resounding thud, Hu Xian stumbled momentarily, yet her hands remained deft, swiftly extricating her foot from the animal trap. Good heavens! Lei Hang had never encountered such a fierce individual. Knowing she would undoubtedly pursue him after freeing herself, He hurriedly turned and dashed into the dilapidated building, where other traps awaited. Once Hu Xian removed the trap, she lunged at Lei Hang again, albeit with newfound caution, carefully following his footprints. However, due to the grievous injury to her leg, her speed was considerably hampered. This afforded Lei Hang a brief respite as he pushed through the fatigue in his legs and bolted into the dark recesses of the abandoned structure. Inside, the darkness enveloped him, making it difficult to discern his surroundings. He could only navigate by touch, but Hu Xian seemed impervious to the shadows, swiftly closing the distance and delivering a powerful punch to Lei Hang's back. The force of the blow was far from that of a woman. He felt a sharp pain radiate through his back, causing him to stumble forward, struggling for breath. Upon hitting the ground, he rolled several times, desperately attempting to rise. But the impact had left him momentarily incapacitated, making even the act of standing a daunting task. Keep running. Hu Xian's voice was laced with indignation and fury. After all, anyone would be enraged after being ensnared by such a formidable trap. She approached, limping, and with her uninjured foot, she delivered a fierce kick to Lei Hang's face. In an instant, his mind went blank. He felt blood gushing from his nose and a metallic taste in his mouth, as if his entire face had gone numb and lost all sensation. With great difficulty, he opened his eyes and caught sight of a rope hanging from the wall a few meters away. If he could only pull it down, the fishing net above would descend. Lei Hang summoned every ounce of strength to crawl forward, while Hu Xian, unhurried, followed behind with a smile, sneering. You are truly difficult to deal with. I have slain many, yet you prove to be the most challenging. What does it matter? In the end, you will still perish at my hands. As she spoke, she lifted her foot and stepped on a Lei Hang's calf. A sharp crack resounded, and he let out a cry of agony, realizing his leg bone had been shattered. This woman was undeniably ruthless. At that moment, he was merely 3 meters away from the rope, which felt like an insurmountable chasm. Lei Hang had no strength left in his body. Searching his pockets yielded nothing but a flattened pill, the potent strength pill he had procured in the underworld. In such dire circumstances, he could not concern himself with its authenticity. He opened his mouth and swallowed the pill whole. Instantly, he felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through him. With a mighty roar, he exerted all his might to lunge forward and pulled down the rope, causing the fishing net to fall successfully upon Hu Xian. He then reached into the pile of debris and retrieved a spike club. Chapter 48. Successful capture. The mace he wielded was a self-made weapon, featuring sharpened steel spikes welded onto a sturdy iron rod, adorned with minute barbs that even a black bear might struggle to withstand. When Hu Xian found herself ensnared within the fishing net, astonishment washed over her, prompting her to fervently tug at the netting. Yet, the material of the net was peculiar and exceptionally resilient, rendering even a shark incapable of breaking free. No matter how great her strength, she could not tear it apart. In a fleeting moment, she altered her strategy, retreating while simultaneously attempting to flip the net off her body. Lei Hang understood that success hinged on this decisive moment. He could not afford to be preoccupied with his own physical pain. With fervor, he swung the mace down upon Hu Xian's legs. After consuming a potency-enhancing pill, his strength surged, and the sharp mace pierced flesh, extracting significant strips of meat upon withdrawal, eliciting a harrowing scream from Hu Xian as the agony rendered her powerless. With relentless determination, Lei Hang struck her body in various places, blood splattering through the air. Hu Xian writhed and roared like a wild beast. Yet her struggles gradually waned until she lay motionless. Lei Hang, refusing to let his guard down, continued to bring the mace down with force until he had shattered both of her leg bones, finally relenting. He then retrieved a length of hemp rope, binding her securely, and checked her breathing. It was faint, yet she was still alive. Damn it, she still wishes to kill me. Lei Hang panted heavily, discarding the mace. Observing her deformed calf, he pondered whether it would ever heal. The exhilarating surge of strength was dissipating, indicating that the effects of the potency pill lasted merely 2 to 3 minutes. He pulled out his phone, revealing dozens of missed calls, all from N.I. Shan and others. At that moment, another call came in, and Lei Hang answered it casually. The perpetrator had been apprehended, and the scene at the unfinished building was set. Shortly thereafter, lights appeared in the distance as a hearse approached, and Aishan and her companions rushed out, their eyes widening in shock at the sight of a bloodied figure lying on the ground. Han Xiun, frightened, took a couple of steps back and hid behind Uncle Han. This was her first encounter with such a gruesome scene, and managing to refrain from vomiting was quite an achievement. Is he still alive? The black dog reached out to touch the man's neck, astonished. How is he not dead? Meanwhile, Aishan was solely concerned about Lei Hang's injuries. Noticing his leg had already deformed, she frowned and said, "We need to get you to the hospital immediately." "No, there's no rush. First, set my bones." Lei Hang instructed Clan. "Aren't you skilled at this? Get on with it." Uncle Han hesitated. "It's going to be very painful." "Are you sure you don't want to go to the hospital for some anesthesia?" "To hell with that. Hurry up." Lei Hang was solely focused on returning Hu Xian and making a deal with the black mist in the bloodwell. Uncle Han ceased his protests, squatted down, and gripped Lei Hang's broken leg, suddenly twisting it back into place. Lei Hang let out a scream, his body drenched in cold sweat, nearly losing consciousness from the agony. That was brutal. The black dog winced at the sight and asked, "What we do now? Should we call the police?" "No need. Just take her back. Help me into the car." Both Lei Hang and the faint Hu Xian were lifted into the vehicle, which sped back to the funeral home. Lei Hang first pulled out his phone to turn off the shop surveillance cameras, then said to Uncle Han, "Uncle, you and the black dog take her to the backyard." Uncle Han suddenly grasped the situation, his expression turning grave as he spoke. "Are you suggesting that well?" "Hurry." Lei Hang slowly rose, supported by Aishan, and made his way to the back courtyard to sit down. Uncle Han and the black dog had already carried Hu Xian to the edge of the well. Lei Hang took a deep breath and gestured, "You all go inside the house." "What on earth is happening?" Aishan asked, utterly bewildered. "What do you intend to do? Isn't Hu Xian supposed to be handed over to the police? How should we handle this?" Lei Hang brushed aside the woman's hair, revealing that she was no longer Hu Xian. She seemed to have adopted another's skin, transformed into a different person. "You claim she is Hu Xian? Who would believe that? So you wish to dispose of her? Toss her into the well?" Aishan shook her head, spinning in place twice as she insisted. "I believe we must inform Team Leader Zhang to manage this situation." Lei Hang was momentarily at a loss for words. Even if Zhang were to handle it, she would still face dire consequences. What other options were there? A lawsuit? How would the family of this body perceive that? Imprisonment? On what grounds could we imprison her? If something unforeseen were to occur, who would be accountable? This is a matter of life and death. Killing her would be a crime. Aishan pleaded earnestly. "Listen to me. We should hand this over to Team Leader Zhang. He can take care of it." Lei Hang, growing impatient, replied, "Enough. You all leave. Do not involve yourselves in this matter." "What has happened to you?" Aishan retorted, with her hands clasped behind her back. "I refuse to ignore this. We must inform Team Leader Zhang immediately." Lei Hang ran his fingers through his hair, having anticipated this day would come. He nodded and said, "Fine. Let me explain to you why she must die." The four individuals in the courtyard listened intently as Lei Hang recounted his experiences, from the first encounter with the ghostly school bus to the final meeting with the ominous fog. After he finished, a profound silence enveloped them, as they were all struck by the absurdity of the events. Lei Hang, with a stern expression, stated, "Thus the identity of this servant, which will befall you after my demise, will ultimately concern the ones you hold dear. Do you comprehend? This is precisely why I have endeavored to sever ties with you. Yet it proves futile unless I metamorphose into a heartless individual, indifferent to the lives of any among you. So, who among you wishes to take on this burden?" Aishan, taken aback by the intricate and convoluted nature of the tale, found herself momentarily speechless. Ultimately, she bit her lip and declared, "If it truly ensures your well-being, then everything is worth it. I would forever be willing to be the one to replace you." With that, she turned and exited the courtyard, followed in succession by the other three. After a brief silence, Lei Hang grasped a basin of rainwater nearby and, with a sudden motion, drenched Hu Xian completely. Hu Xian stirred from her stupor, moving her fingers, only to discover excruciating pain coursing through her body, rendering her utterly powerless, save for a feeble attempt to turn her head. She fixated her gaze on Lei Hang for a protracted moment, then glanced at the well beside her. offering a wry smile as she said, "I concede, I never anticipated losing to a novice such as you." Lei Hang furrowed his brow and inquired, "What do you mean? Are you familiar with this well?" "This well?" Hu Xian paused, then a scornful smile crept across her face. "It appears you are indeed a complete novice. You shall have to figure out for yourself, as I shall utter not a single word. Is that so?" Removing his socks, Lei Hang forcibly inserted them into her mouth. He then seized upon a laceration inflicted by the spiked club, probing it with his finger. A muffled scream escaped Hu Xian's lips as visible signs of agony manifested on her forehead. Lei Hang remarked with a faint smile, "I possess a plethora of methods to torment you, and the night is still young. I am in no hurry." He withdrew his finger, proceeding to penetrate another wound. An orifice initially the size of a nail was forcibly distended to accommodate his finger. Overwhelmed, Hu Xian frantically nodded in acquiescence. Lei Hang yanked the sock from her mouth, revealing her pallid complexion, as she uttered in a trembling voice, "There exists more than one blood well in this world." Chapter 49. The Mystery of the Blood Wells. Are there more than one blood well? Lei Hang's expression changed slightly. "Are you saying?" "Indeed," Hu Xian replied with a grim smile. "I am also one of the blood slaves. Unlike you, for years ago, I killed that despicable manager and obtained the first blood well, exchanging a whole school bus full of fresh souls for immense power. The following year, I discovered another blood slave, whom I killed to acquire the second blood well. This is the reason I intend to kill you." A chill ran down Lei Hang's spine. He never anticipated that the blood wells were not singular. He murmured, "Then how many blood wells exist in this world? Who knows?" Hu Xian's breath grew fainter as she gazed at the night sky above, tears suddenly streaming from her eyes. "The blood spirits can grant us anything we desire, even immortality, as long as we can provide the requisite fresh souls. They are our gods." "Were you also responsible for the school bus incident as soon as their lips met?" It seemed as though Hu Xian expelled a slippery substance akin to jelly from her mouth, which swiftly penetrated into Lei Hang's mouth and slid down his throat. "What on earth?" Lei Hang exclaimed, overwhelmed by the metallic taste of blood. Enraged, he cursed, "What have you made me consume?" He scrambled to the side, clawing at his throat in a frenzied attempt to vomit. Yet even after expelling the remnants of yesterday's meal, he found nothing amiss. Hu Xian coughed twice, her laughter echoing. "It's futile. You have ingested my child, and you shall bear it." "What are you saying?" Lei Hang stepped forward, seizing her collar. "What is this about childbirth?" A perpetual smile adorned Hu Xian's face as she replied, "You will come to understand. I have even aided you. This is the method of the blood spirit. It compels you to gradually descend into madness, beginning with the death of one, and then the toll will grow larger." Her voice dwindled into a whisper, ultimately fading away, her eyes wide open in eternal shock, unyielding in death. Lei Hang stared at her lifeless form, his mind a tempest of confusion. Suddenly, from the blood well, a deep growl reverberated, and a swirling black mist emerged, enveloping the body above. Lei Hang could faintly discern a barely perceptible essence being drawn into the black fog. Ah, a fresh and potent soul, and two new companions. A low and exhilarated voice resonated from mist. The ground trembled slightly as two crimson lights ignited, revealing two pitch-black apertures on the ground, equal in size to that of the blood well. As Lei Hang peered into the abyss of the black hole, he beheld a tumultuous sea of blood, from which two tendrils of dark mist surged forth, merging seamlessly with the preceding one. "My servant, you have grown powerful," intoned three voices in unison. A haunting amalgamation of a deep, raspy timbre and a bright, resonant tone. The eerie chorus sent a chill down Lei Hang's spine. One was already a formidable adversary, and now three had manifested. "Are you the blood spirit spoken of by Hu Xian? How many more blood wells exist in this world?" His mind swirled with questions, yearning for clarity. "You need not know," came the reply. "You have performed admirably this time. This is the reward you deserve." From one of the blood wells, a pulsating heart began to rise slowly, its vigorous beats echoing with life. It hovered delicately before Lei Hang, and as a crimson light enveloped it, his chest was cleaved open. The aged heart within him was extracted and replaced by this powerful organ. In that instant, a surge of vitality coursed through Lei Hang. He felt a sudden exhilaration as the wrinkled skin of his hands transformed at a visible pace, regaining its smoothness. His entire being underwent a profound metamorphosis. His eyesight and hearing sharpened remarkably, and his physique grew robust and potent, surpassing his former self. The dark mist coiled around his severed leg momentarily, and even the broken bones that had been trampled upon restored themselves. With a sudden leap, he felt capable of delivering a fatal blow to a bull. A low, mocking laughter emanated from the black mist. Some belongings of the servants you have slain are kept here. They now belong to you. Go and inspect the well. Lei Hang gradually moved to the edge of the well, peering down into its depths. Suddenly, a drop of fresh blood splattered onto his forehead, swiftly seeping into his skin. In an instant, a surge of unfamiliar memories flooded his mind. Mysterious crimson symbols and strange incantations all found their answers within him. It became clear that the symbols drawn by Hu Xian on the wall were incantations for a skin-swapping ritual. The room served as a makeshift altar. By inscribing these symbols, one could summon enigmatic powers to facilitate the exchange of skin and organs. The incantations were the key to unlocking the blood well. With a single drop of blood as the key, accompanied by the incantation, one could open the well at any time and place. At that moment, the blood within the well roiled and surged, gradually revealing an array of treasures, countless banknotes, gold bars, and exquisite jade stones. Lei Hang was astounded, pondering if these were Hu Xian's remnants. Where had this woman acquired such wealth? He slowly reached in and retrieved a bundle of banknotes, pristine and undeniably real. He then pulled out a gold bar, its weight substantial, at least 5 or 6 pounds. Enjoy it well, my servant. The black mist began to recede into the well, taking with it the corpse on the ground. Remember, on the night of the full moon, you still require 2 fresh souls. Startled, Lei Hang exclaimed, "Wait, are you saying I must sacrifice 3 souls each month?" "Indeed, for you possess 3 blood wells." The black mist vanished completely, and the 3 wells on the ground followed suit, as if the ancient well had never existed at all. Lei Hang stepped forward and kicked twice, only to find the surface was solid concrete. He wished fervently that all of this was merely an illusion, that the blood well had never existed. Yet, the gold bar in his hand and the stack of cash served as stark reminders that everything was indeed real. Damn it! In a fit of rage, Lei Hang hurled the gold bar away, contemplating how he could possibly take 2 lives. Was he truly destined to become a murderer? He refused to accept such a fate. Clenching his fists, he was unwilling to be manipulated by this entity known as Blood Spirit. After pondering in the courtyard for a considerable time, his gaze gradually turned cold and resolute. "Blood Spirit, I shall play this game with you at my own pace." He retrieved the gold bar and returned indoors, where the shop was brightly lit, and the other 4 had yet to retire for the night. Upon seeing Lei Hang rejuvenated, Aishan was overjoyed and rushed to grasp his hand, exclaiming, "You're back to normal. It's real." Lei Hang felt no joy. Instead, he tossed the stack of cash and the gold bar onto the table, cradling his head as he said, "On the night of the full moon next month, 2 living sacrifices are required." The once joyful atmosphere instantly turned heavy. Chapter 50. Concealed malice. Lei Hang cast a glance at Han Xiun and placed the card given to him by Li Rui before her, saying, "Xiun, you must not involve yourself in this matter. I have no family. Should any misfortune befall me, the blood spirit will choose the person I hold dearest to inherit the identity of a blood servant. I do not wish for you to become that person. While there is still time, let's not meet again. You have worked hard these past few days. Take this money and pursue endeavors of greater significance." "What do you mean?" Han Shu looked at him askance. "Are you saying you cannot contend with this entity?" Lei Hang nodded solemnly. Han Xian inquired, "What if we combine our strengths?" Again, Lei Hang shook his head. Han Shu sighed, gazing at his daughter. "This young man speaks wisely. While there is still time, you should refrain from participation. Did you not wish to establish a psychological consulting studio? The funds on this card should suffice. I have only you as my daughter, and I cannot bear the thought of you coming to harm." Han Xian gently shook her head. "I can no longer withdraw." Han Shu's expression shifted, and he hastily asked, "What is happening? What have you done?" Han Shiyun remained silent, scanning the room until her gaze fell upon An Shan. If Lei Hang were to meet with misfortune, Sister Shan would become the next servant. If something were to happen to her, it would likely fall upon Black Dog or my father. And if my father were to encounter a mishap, realization dawned upon Han Shu, and he shuddered involuntarily. His daughter had always been his utmost concern. He could not allow her to face any danger. Yet, even so, it was best she refrained from involvement. It was far too perilous. Lei Hang wished to bear this burden alone, not wanting to endanger anyone else. Life in this world entails inherent dangers in all endeavors. Han Shiyun remarked with a sense of calmness. Even if one were to remain seated at home each day, the possibility of illness or sudden demise looms. For the essence of life remains enigmatic. Moreover, as long as Lei Hang survives, we shall be unharmed. Aiding Lei Hang equates to aiding ourselves. Decades hence, when all have departed, this matter will bear no significance. Does this resonate with everyone? An Shan chuckled softly, patting Lei Hang's shoulder, saying, "In essence, you serve as our shield. As long as you remain unscathed, we will be safe." Lei Hang ceased his objections, reflecting somberly. But what of two lives? An Shan inquired. What precisely constitutes a fresh soul? For instance, does a car accident scene represent a fresh soul? What about a condemned prisoner facing execution? Does that qualify as a fresh soul? Lei Hang shook his head, responding, "I cannot say, yet I know that those whose souls are drawn away shall have no chance of reincarnation." Do you believe in the concept of reincarnation? An Shan at her core remained skeptical of the supernatural, pondering that perhaps another form of life exists, invisible to us. Yet the notion of rebirth post-mortem seems implausible. Lei Hang, once a non-believer, found himself unable to dismiss the possibility after his myriad experiences, countering, if death extinguishes life like a snuffed candle, what then is the nature of the fresh souls sought by the blood spirit? Perhaps it is a kind of essence inherent to the human form? An Shan shook her head and said, "I simply do not believe that when a person dies, they are reborn. If that were true, wouldn't humans achieve a form of eternal life? Nothing in this world can exist indefinitely. Even the universe has its moments of destruction, let alone humanity." Lei Hang then inquired, "How do you explain the ghost school bus incident? I personally witnessed children entering the shop to buy candy from that bus. If those weren't the souls of children, could they be the children themselves? Perhaps it is merely an illusion?" An Shan consistently found various reasons to justify her stance. Lei Hang felt unable to communicate with her effectively, so he stood up and said, "Forget it. We have all been exhausted for a day and a night. Let's wash up and retire early. The full moon night is still a while away. We can ponder our strategies gradually." That night, Lei Hang tossed and turned restlessly, finally succumbing to a deep slumber just before dawn. The others, too, were wearied from the day and night, awakening only the following afternoon. At this rate, we shall all become nocturnal creatures. The Black Dog yawned widely, slowly rising from the floor, and nudged Uncle Han and Lei Hang, saying, "Time to get up, breakfast awaits." The three of them shared a single room, with only a simple tatami mat spread on the floor. The conditions remarkably rudimentary, reminiscent of a criminal hideout. Lei Hang, bleary-eyed, sat up, feeling a tumultuous churn in his stomach, as if something was about to surge forth uncontrollably. He sprang up and dashed toward the door, only to find the bathroom door locked. "Oh dear, who is in there? Please, let me go first." A voice from within replied, "Just a moment. I'm in the shower. Early in the morning, why would one take a bath?" "Oh, ugh." Lei Hang was uncertain whether he had consumed something foul the previous day, as he was beset by agonizing abdominal cramps. He hastily squeezed his legs together and began to tiptoe about. The heat was oppressive, and waking up drenched in sweat. He found no air conditioning or even a fan in sight. Inside, An Shan was showering while lamenting, "With all your wealth, at least install an air conditioner. How can one possibly reside here without it? Hurry up, I can barely hold it." Lei Hang's forehead was beaded with sweat, and he suspected he might have truly upset his stomach. "If you can't hold it any longer, just come in." The door creaked ominously as An Shan seemed to unlock it. Lei Hang paused. Although they had once been lovers, that was a relic of the past, and it would be inappropriate to act in such a manner in public view. Before long, Sean emerged from the bathroom, and Lei Hang rushed inside, frantically attending to his needs. Upon glancing down, he was taken aback to find the basin filled with a dark, murky substance tinged with crimson, reminiscent of congealed blood. Suddenly, a horrifying thought struck him. Could it be that he was to bear a child? How utterly terrifying! Just as he was mulling this over, another wave of turmoil surged through him, accompanied by an even greater expulsion of dark, clotted matter, laced with a faint metallic scent. Damn it! Lei Hang cursed under his breath, continuing to exert himself. Outside, a voice called out, "Hurry up, brother! Are you in there wrestling with steel bars?" "Shut up," Lei Hang retorted, feeling his stomach finally settle. He swiftly flushed the toilet, tidied up, and opened the door. A pungent stench permeated the air, causing the black dog blocking the doorway to hastily pinch its nose and flee, only to retch uncontrollably beside the trash bin. "Quick, open the windows for ventilation." In an instant, every door and window was flung open, and the two young women, along with the dog, darted outside in search of fresh air. Uncle Han, deep in slumber, was jolted awake by the foul odor. He gagged a couple of times before rolling his eyes and fainting. Uncle Lei Hang, covering his nose with a towel, rushed forward to lift Uncle Han, hastily carrying him outside and laying him on the tattered sofa at the entrance. "Dad, what happened to you?" Han Shiyun exclaimed in shock, preparing to rush over to check on her father, only to be assaulted by the overwhelming stench that struck her consciousness, causing her to faint as well. Chapter 51. The Funeral Emporium, Get Away From Me, Sean exclaimed, covering her nose with her sleeve as she struck and kicked. "Bushingulai angazide. This is unacceptable." Lei Hang sniffed his sleeve and promptly retched. You, keep your distance." The black dog lay on the ground, barely clinging to life, teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. With the last remnants of his strength, he crawled forward, his eyes brimming with an ardent desire for survival. How could this happen? Lei Hang distanced himself, patting his stomach, feeling utterly helpless. Before long, Uncle Han and Han Shiyun stirred from their stupor, the memory of the foul stench still haunting them. Sean shouted at him from afar. "How could you produce such a horrid mess? What did you eat yesterday?" Lei Hang, reluctant to elaborate, simply shrugged in resignation. After a considerable pause, the group gradually regained their composure. The black dog leaned against the wall, lamenting, "I can't eat anything today. I can't even enter this room." Lei Hang replied, "Well, it's safe now. Let's all go our separate ways. You shouldn't stay here tonight. The odor will linger for days." The others remained silent, a sense of reluctance lingering in their hearts. The black dog scratched his head and said, "I'm not going back. Being alone in that rented place is rather dull. I'll stay here. I'll return my rental tomorrow." Sean shared the same sentiment, stating, "Now that we're colleagues, it's more convenient to live together. I'll return my place too. You should hurry and install the air conditioning." "Goodness, I see you two are just angling for free meals. How audacious of you to act so brazenly." Lei Hang was rendered speechless by these two individuals. The black dog grinned and remarked, "Who could blame you? Our esteemed leader Lei? It matters not. The conditions here are rather poor. I shall have someone renovate the place shortly. No need for renovations. Just look at its dilapidated state. It's practically a death trap. It would be wiser to acquire the adjacent land and establish a flagship store." "A flagship store for selling floral wreaths? How amusing," Lei Hang chuckled. Uncle Han interjected, "Let us not forget the nature of your business. It is vital to adapt to the times." "Indeed," Lei Hang conceded, observing the neighboring old buildings and their proximity to the funeral home. He surmised that they would not be overly expensive. With the current financial resources at hand, purchasing them posed no issue. Establishing a flagship store might indeed enhance business prospects. The more profit derived from the underworld, the greater the acquisitions that could be made, like those powerful pills he had procured last time, which proved invaluable at critical moments. That very day, Lei Hang engaged in negotiations with the two neighboring households, successfully acquiring their land and entrusting the entire project to a contractor, preparing to establish a grand funeral flagship store. That evening, Lei Hang extracted 4 gold bars from the blood well, distributing one to each individual as remuneration for their perilous endeavors. According to market value, each gold bar could be exchanged for nearly 1 million yuan, justifying the risks they had taken. The following day, while Lei Hang was overseeing the construction, a police car suddenly screeched to a halt, and a middle-aged man in his 40s emerged. It was none other than the former deputy team leader, Wan Hong, who had ascended to leadership following Ni Shan's resignation. "Captain Wan, what brings you here?" Lei Hang inquired, aware that his personal visit likely signified a matter of great importance. Wan Hong chuckled. "Xiao Lei, I indeed have a matter of importance that requires your assistance. Recently, I have encountered a particularly vexing case, and the higher-ups have instructed me to seek your help. You must lend a hand." "Higher-ups' instructions?" Lei Hang pondered, realizing that matters concerning the spiritual investigation team are generally unknown to the public. Only a select few officials are privy to such information. Given that the directive came from above, it was likely a homicide case, and potentially of a supernatural nature. "Very well, let us first examine the scene. What transpired?" Without hesitation, Lei Hang boarded the vehicle, with Wan Hong following suit. "This morning, we received a report from a young man claiming that someone had hanged themselves. I promptly dispatched personnel to investigate, only to discover that the deceased had not committed suicide by hanging. There were signs of a struggle within the room, indicating that the victim had been forcibly suspended from the balcony. However, we found no trace of another individual at the scene. The hallway surveillance has been reviewed, revealing no entries or exits throughout the night, and the community security cameras have also been scrutinized, yielding no suspicious individuals." "How peculiar!" Lei Hang furrowed his brow, sensing the complexity of the situation. Before long, the vehicle arrived at the apartment complex where the incident occurred, which was swarming with police vehicles. Lei Hang followed Wan Hong up the stairs, where the corridor was filled with law enforcement personnel. A young man leaned against the wall, undergoing questioning, appearing visibly distressed. "This is the individual who made the report." Wan Hong gestured toward the young man. "He resides in the apartment across the hall." Lei Hang paused and inquired, "Could you recount the events as they unfolded?" The young man hesitated, swallowing hard, and began to speak. "I reside directly across from here. This morning, upon waking, I casually glanced towards this balcony. Initially, nothing seemed amiss. Clothes were simply hanging out to dry. However, upon a second, more discerning look, I was startled to notice a pair of feet swaying amidst the garments. I was utterly terrified and immediately alerted the authorities." Detective Lei Hang inquired with a hint of skepticism. "Given a multitude of balconies facing yours, what drew your attention specifically to this one?" The young man, seemingly concerned he was under suspicion, quickly defended himself. "It's simply because the woman who lives here is remarkably beautiful, with an alluring figure. I often admired her from afar. Today, it was merely a coincidental glance." I was just looking. There's no crime in that, is there?" "No crime," Lei Hang affirmed. Upon entering the apartment, Lei Hang observed that the body had been carefully placed on the floor. The deceased was a young woman, and the photographs on the table confirmed her beauty. However, due to the extended period of suspension, her complexion had turned a ghastly purple, and her tongue protruded, presenting a truly distressing sight. The forensic pathologist present offered his preliminary assessment. Based on initial estimations, the time of death is approximated to be around 2 a.m. last night. In addition to the ligature marks on the victim's neck, there are also distinct impressions of fingers, suggesting she was strangled before being hanged. Analysis of the fingerprints indicates the assailant was an adult male, approximately 2 meters in height. Furthermore, there is evidence of a struggle. The victim has several contusions on her body. 2 meters? Lei Hang mused, perplexed. Surely, such a distinctive characteristic would make the perpetrator relatively easy to identify. Wan Hong handed over the tablet, stating, "This footage is from the community surveillance. Over the past few days, no one has entered or exited the deceased room. We speculate that the individual may have entered through the window. However, the community is equipped with high-altitude object monitoring, and after inspection, nothing was found. We have also thoroughly examined the room, and there are no openings that would allow a man of 2 meters in height to infiltrate." Lei Hang inquired further, "Are there no footprints on ground?" "No footprints, only those of the deceased," came the reply. This was indeed peculiar. Lei Hang circled the room and asked, Have you identified the deceased? The deceased was the manager of Taiwan Electronics Factory. Detailed information is still under investigation. Lei Hang nodded. If we cannot identify the perpetrator, we must scrutinize the deceased's past associations for any potential grievances. Investigate thoroughly. Just then, someone called out, "We have found a mobile phone here. It contains a video." Chapter 52. Video Murder. Bring it here. Wan Hong urgently waved his hand, and Lei Hang quickly moved closer. The video displayed a clip from a film, depicting a murderer brutally slaying a woman and hanging her on a balcony, strikingly reminiscent of the crime scene. What does this mean? Wan Hong pondered, bewildered. At that moment, the film concluded, revealing a man with a sinister grin on his face. "In 3 days, I will kill you using the method shown in this video." Wan Hong hastily exclaimed. "Quickly trace this individual. We are already investigating," came the response. Soon, the results were in. There was no record of such a person. How is that possible? This is a living, breathing individual, and you cannot find him? Wan Hong fumed in frustration. Lei Hang took the phone and examined it. Noticing the video was stored in the contacts, suggesting it wasn't sent by anyone else. He turned to the technician and inquired, "Is it possible to trace who sent this video to her?" The technician shook his head. "It cannot be traced. The video appears to have been pre-existing on the phone, possibly downloaded from some source, but there are no records in the browser." "Interesting. An individual who does not exist?" Lei Hang mused thoughtfully. Wan Hong frowned, declaring, "Since this person appeared in the footage, he must exist in this world, whether dead or alive. The database should certainly yield results. He is likely an unregistered individual. Issue a bounty. Anyone who locates this person will receive a reward of 100,000 yuan. I refuse to believe we cannot find him." As no further valuable clues remained at the scene, Lei Hang felt there was little reason to linger. He turned to Wan Hong and remarked, "This case does not exclude the possibility of continued offenses. Let us thoroughly investigate the deceased's social connections and inform me of any developments." "Very well. Thank you for your efforts. I will arrange for someone to escort you back," Wan Hong replied. "There's no need. I can return on my own," Lei Hang insisted. He departed, heading straight to the office of the Ling Qiao team, where N.I. Shan and He Go had already arrived. The duo was overseeing the transport of furniture and office supplies. Although little progress had been made on the case, they were well prepared with all necessary equipment. Another bizarre homicide had arisen. Pouring himself a glass of water, Lei Hang recounted the details of the entire incident. Upon hearing his account, N.I. Shan furrowed her brow in perplexity. Is this truly the case? The murderer neither entered through the door nor the window. How then did they commit the crime? He Go chuckled. Perhaps it was like a scene from a horror film, where the killer emerged from the television, committed the act, and then retreated back into the screen. "Enough of your nonsense." N.I. Shan rebuked him before falling into deep contemplation. Yet, Lei Hang found a semblance of logic in He Go's jest. After all, where could the assailant have appeared from? Days passed with no progress in the investigation, and on the 4th day, another murder was reported. Early that morning, Lei Hang was summoned to the scene, accompanied by N.I. Shan and He Go. The victim was a male, single, aged 30, who lived with his parents and had neither a spouse nor a girlfriend. Upon Lei Hang's arrival, he found the victim's parents seated on the sofa, weeping inconsolably. Both elderly individuals, nearing 60, had hair that was predominantly gray. The elderly woman wailed mournfully, "Oh, dear heavens, we have but one child, whom we hope would carry on our lineage. Now he's gone just like that. My son, your death is so tragic." The cries within the room were heart-wrenching, resonating painfully in the air. The scene unfolded in the bedroom. Wan Hong whispered softly, leading 3 others into the chamber, where bloodstains marred every surface, on the walls, the floor, and the blankets. The lifeless body lay on the ground, cruelly pierced by iron wires. Not a single inch of the head, torso, or limbs remained unscathed. The sight was utterly harrowing. Lei Hang examined the corpse, noting that the victim had perished in excruciating agony, a towel stuffed into his mouth. The forensic expert nearby remarked, "The time of death was around 2 o'clock in the morning, and there are no fingerprints or footprints, no clues linking to the perpetrator." The elderly couple had discovered the body that morning, and according to their statements, they had heard no sounds during the night. Even at dawn, The father of the deceased had risen to use the restroom without noticing anything amiss. No sounds at all? How much strength must the assailant possess to subdue an adult male? And Aishan crouched down to inspect the body, observing certain areas marked by bruised handprints, evidently left by the assailant. The size of the hand in relation to the body suggested that the perpetrator stood around 2 meters tall, indicating that the same individual was responsible for this crime. What about the victim's mobile phone? Lei Hang inquired. Soon, the technician delivered the hacked phone, which contained a video. Upon opening it, I was met with a scene from the film Saw, eerily reminiscent of the circumstances surrounding the victim's demise. The video concluded with the man's sinister grin, ominously proclaiming, "In 3 days, I shall take your life in the manner depicted." Lei Hang turned to Wan Hong and inquired, "Have we yet identified this individual?" "Not yet," Wan Hong replied, shaking his head, his demeanor weary. Having just assumed his position, he was confronted with 2 major homicide cases in quick succession, and the absence of any leads on the perpetrator was undoubtedly a source of immense pressure. What the surveillance footage? And Aishan requested access to the community's video surveillance. After scrutinizing the recordings, she found no suspicious individuals. Last night, no one had entered the elderly couple's home. The scene yielded no clues regarding the assailant, leaving the investigation at an impasse. And Aishan exhaled deeply. This was her first encounter with such a perplexing case. Lei Hang recalled something and asked, "Is there any connection between this victim and the previous one?" "There is indeed a connection," Wan Hong confirmed. "According to our investigation, the victim had worked at the Tyne Electronics factory 6 months prior. He was arrested for stealing equipment from the factory and sentenced to 6 months in prison. He has only recently been released and held a subordinate position to the previous victim." "The same electronics factory?" Lei Hang nodded. "Let us inquire at this factory." He took Aishan and He Go with him, heading straight to the Tyne Electronics factory in the outskirts. Recently, numerous employees had come to ask about the situation. Upon explaining their purpose, the security personnel immediately granted them access and summoned the factory manager. The factory director, a balding man in his 50s, approached Lei Hang immediately upon seeing him, extending his hand in greeting. "Comrade, hello. I am the director here, Wang Ning. I wonder if there has been any resolution regarding the murder case of our manager Zhao." Lei Hang shook his head. "There has been no resolution. And now another person has died. The deceased, Lu Xing, once worked at your factory. Do you recall him?" "Of course I remember. He was caught stealing equipment. Has he also met his demise?" Wang Ning's expression darkened as he spoke quietly. "Comrade, this matter must not be disclosed to the factory employees. If some of them become frightened and resign, I would have no idea where to find replacements." Lei Hang nodded in understanding. "If you remain silent, no one will know. I simply wish to inquire about the relationships that Manager Zhao and Lu Xing had within the factory. Did they offend anyone? Wang Ning pondered for a considerable time before exclaiming, "Indeed, there is someone." Chapter 53, the third video. Lei Hang and his companions were ushered into the reception room. Wang Ning, with a strikingly beautiful secretary pouring water, leisurely remarked, "This factory is not actually mine. I am merely an employee here. I transferred here 2 years ago when the factory had just been established and was in dire need of personnel. There were numerous applicants, among whom was a man named Qiu Yang. I shall show you his information." Rising from his seat, he rummaged through a cabinet behind him and handed a sheet of paper to Lei Hang. The document contained personal details about an employee, complete with a photograph, albeit one that was rather disturbing. The individual depicted bore an unsettling visage, as if scalded by boiling water, with a face marred by patches of red and white, rendering him quite grotesque. The records indicated he was a graduate of a prestigious university. However, due to his appearance, no one was willing to employ him, and he was left with no choice but to work at this factory. Sighing, Wang Ning continued, "At that time, I learned of this man's plight and felt a deep sense of pity for him. This young man, Qiu Yang, came from a disadvantaged background in the countryside. His father tragically perished in an accident shortly after his birth, leaving his mother to raise him alone. At the age of 5, while assisting his mother with work, he accidentally fell into a burning coal furnace. Fortunately, he was rescued in time, but his face was left disfigured. Throughout his schooling, he faced discrimination and ostracism from his peers. He once heard a teacher proclaim that diligent study could alter one's fate, and thus he devoted himself to his studies with fervor, ultimately gaining admission to a prestigious university. Yet his destiny remained unchanged. Wang Ning lit a cigarette and took a deep drag before continuing. He mentioned that after graduation, he took his university transcripts and sought employment everywhere. Yet no one was willing to hire him, simply because his appearance was too daunting. He faced repeated rejections, applying to over 100 companies without success, not even qualifying for a janitorial position due to the fear of scaring away customers. With no other options, he resorted to factory work. At that time, I found this young man quite pitiable, so I decided to take him under my wing. He worked diligently in the factory, never taking a break and relentlessly putting in overtime. Our factory operated on a piece rate basis, and in his first month, he earned over 10,000 yuan, all of which he sent back home to his mother, who suffered from diabetes and required expensive medication each month. About 3 months later, I suddenly noticed our manager, Zhao, and Xiu Liang growing quite close. At this point, Wang Ning chuckled and confessed, to be honest. Zhao Yaxin became a manager because she slept with me. This woman will do anything for money. Relying on her looks, she sometimes even seeks out wealthy heirs to entertain, akin to a pet dog. And Aishan frowned and remarked, "It's inappropriate to speak ill of the deceased." Wang Ning merely chuckled in response, taking another drag from a cigarette. During that time, I observed her closeness with Xiu Liang and assumed she had taken a liking to him. But then I reconsidered. It was impossible for someone like Zhao Yaxin to be interested in him. I had even warned Xiu Liang. Yet that fool still fell for her tricks and ended up investing tens of thousands in financial products she duped him into, losing everything. Wang Ning let out a cold laugh, certain that Zhao Yaxin had colluded with the swindlers, pocketing a substantial sum herself while masquerading as a victim. With no evidence for the police to pursue, the matter faded into obscurity. Xiu Liang, feeling helpless and with his elderly mother awaiting treatment, sought out Zhao Yaxin's residence to confront her. However, at that moment, Zhao Yaxin had become entangled with a wealthy heir who brutally assaulted Xiu Liang. I even visited him in the hospital, covering his medical expenses. Lei Hang inquired what conflict existed between Lu Xing and him. Wang Ning shook his head. Lu Xing is also a troublemaker, forming cliques at the factory and frequently bullying Xiu Liang. At times, he extorted money from him or concocted excuses to beat him up. Although Lu Xing's parents had some rapport with me and had even offered me money, it was difficult to dismiss him outright. I merely issued verbal warnings, which proved ineffective. Eventually, he resorted to stealing equipment from the factory and was finally incarcerated. And what became of Xiu Liang? Lei Hang asked. He has passed away. Passed away? The three of them were momentarily stunned. Did he jump from a building? Wang Ning scratched his head and lit another cigarette, stating he had taken out a small loan. And right after being discharged from the hospital, he was confronted by creditors demanding repayment. How could he possibly have the funds? Those loan sharks recommended he borrow from other platforms to cover his debts. At that time, he was utterly broke and had no choice but to comply. He returned to the factory, working tirelessly. On one occasion, despite having a fever, he continued to work overtime, ultimately collapsing on the assembly line. Upon regaining consciousness, he resumed working, but by the time he earned enough to repay his debts, his liabilities had ballooned to over 100,000. Over 100,000, and he spends all his money on medicine for his mother each month. When will he ever be able to repay his debts? Ultimately, his mother ran out of medicine. Her condition worsened, and she passed away in a hospital. With that, Xiu Liang lost all hope for survival and jumped from the building in the community where Zhao Yaxin resides, an event that transpired merely 3 months ago. Zhao Yaxin, terrified, moved away to her current residence. And Aishan glanced at Lei Hang and shrugged. The clues have run dry. Xiu Liang is already dead. Could someone possibly be seeking vengeance on his behalf? Wang Ning shook his head and replied, if Xiu Liang had relatives, his mother Wu Ti have died from a lack of medicine. When Xiu Liang jumped, there wasn't even anyone to identify the body. It lay there for a day before being sent to the crematorium. Haigu pondered, but both deceased had conflicts with Xiu Liang, aside from him. Who else could possibly have a motive for murder? Have these two offended anyone else? That, I cannot say. Wang Ning exhaled a puff of smoke. Zhao Yaxin usually carries herself with an air of superiority in the factory, although some may speak ill of her behind her back. It's not to the extent of murder. Lu Xing, despite his flaws, hasn't had any physical altercations with anyone in the factory. The only person he bullied was Qiu Yang. Yet I cannot guarantee they haven't crossed paths with others outside of work. After a moment of reflection, Lei Hang inquired, "Is there anyone else in the factory who had conflicts with Qiu Yang?" "If there is," Wang Ning mused, "it would likely be Zhao Yaxin's close friend. This woman carries herself with an excessive sense of pride and has undoubtedly been involved with numerous wealthy heirs." He then instructed his secretary, "Please summon Zhang Shui." Before long, a fashionably dressed woman entered, appearing to be in her 20s, exquisitely adorned, with a beauty mark at the corner of her mouth and her head held high, exuding an air of indifference. "Do you seek my attention?" Zhang Shui's gaze briefly swept over Lei Hang and the others before settling on Wang Ning. The black dog stood up and introduced, "Greetings, we are here to investigate the case of Zhao Yaxin." As he extended his hand toward her, Zhang Shui completely ignored him, her impatience evident as she retorted, "Haven't we already discussed this? If you have inquiries, make them swift. I have matters to attend to." With that, she seated herself and began fiddling with her phone. Suddenly, she frowned and exclaimed, "What nonsense is this? Who sent me this video?" The individuals present distinctly heard a voice emanating from the video, declaring, "In 3 days, I will kill you using the method shown in the video." Chapter 54. No solution. Have you received the video? The black dog urged, "Quickly hand over your phone." Zhang Shui frowned and retorted, "On what grounds? What authority do you have to search my phone? Don't think I am ignorant of the law. I have friends in the police force." "Are you out of your mind?" Black Dog, despite his usual calm demeanor, could no longer contain his anger and snapped, "We're trying to assist you, yet you behave so arrogantly. You might as well wait to meet your demise at home. Why are you yelling at me?" Zhang Shui shot back, her temper flaring. "Understand this. You are the ones questioning me. I'm not feeling well and need to return home to rest. I have no time to waste here." With that, she turned to leave, and Aishan leisurely interjected, "Previously, Zhao Yaxin and Lu Xing received similar videos, and now they are both dead. Tragically so. One was strangled and hung on a balcony. The other was found pierced with wires all over his body." Zhang Shui's steps faltered, her earlier bravado dissipating, replaced by sheer terror. "Are you saying Lu Xing is dead?" "Indeed, it just happened this morning," Lei Hang replied, extending his hand. "So, Miss Zhang, are you now willing to let us see your phone?" "Yes, I am willing." Zhang Shui quickly handed over her device. Lei Hang opened the video and began to watch, revealing content reminiscent of a gruesome gangster film, where one individual brutally shattered another's bones with a steel pipe, subsequently contorting the lifeless body into a spherical shape. The video concluded with the same man's sinister grin, proclaiming, "In 3 days, I will kill you using the method shown in this video." Lei Hang meticulously examined all the mobile applications, yet found no clues. Thus, he returned the device. How did this video come to be? He wondered. Zhang Shui, her face drained of color, picked up her phone and stared at it for a prolonged moment. "It just appeared on my phone," she exclaimed, bewildered. "No one sent it to me. It simply materialized in my album. I have never seen this video, nor have I ever downloaded it." Her voice trembled with fear. After another moment of scrutiny, she added, "Wasn't there before I sat down. Let me check the time. It appeared 2 minutes ago. I don't know how it got here. What should I do? Am I going to die? Has the Xin received such a video as well?" Lei Hang nodded. Zhao Xin received a video of a hanging, so the murderer will undoubtedly strike within 3 days. You must not linger at the factory any longer. Head to the police station immediately. I will arrange for your protection. "All right. Thank you, officer." Zhang Shui managed to muster a faint smile. Lei Hang escorted her to the police station, where she was assigned to a secure room equipped with surveillance cameras. Guards monitored the entrance around the clock, keeping a vigilant eye on the footage. Should any untoward incident occur, they would rush in to provide assistance. Zhang Shui found herself effectively under house arrest, with designated personnel delivering her meals. Apart from trips to the restroom, she remained within the surveillance scope at all times. "I am keen to see how this murderer plans to succeed this time," and Aishan remarked skeptically, doubting that any mishap could transpire under such stringent monitoring. Given the large presence of police personnel, Lei Hang felt no need to oversee the situation further and returned home to continue supervising his work. Uncle Han and Han Xian have already moved away, yet they occasionally come back for a visit. The room now only contains Lei Hang and the black dog, while An Shan resides in another bedroom. 3 days later, in the early hours, Lei Hang's phone rang insistently. Upon answering, he heard Wan Hong's urgent voice. Something had happened to Zhang Shui. Lei Hang promptly slapped the black dog, who was sound asleep beside him, and urged, "Get up quickly. Something has happened to Zhang Shui. We must go see." He hastily donned a piece of clothing and went next door to rouse An Shan. And together they drove to the police station. The atmosphere at the police station was bustling with activity. The room previously occupied by Zhang Shui was cordoned off. Lei Hang pushed through the crowd and entered, only to find a peculiar body lying on the ground. It was indeed Zhang Shui herself, completely unclothed, her joints and bones grotesquely contorted, as if she had been forcibly twisted into a spherical shape. A towel was stuffed into her mouth, and her eyes were wide open in shock. Lei Hang approached the body and noted it was still warm. "What about the surveillance footage?" he inquired, rushing out to the computer. An Shan and the black dog joined him, eager to uncover how the murderer had struck under such tight security. The video revealed Zhang Shui lying in bed, seemingly in a deep slumber. Suddenly, her limbs began to tremble slightly, and beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead, as if she were experiencing a nightmare. Moments later, she jolted awake, threw off the covers, and headed towards the bathroom, the time indicating it was 2:30 in the morning. For privacy reasons, the bathroom lacked surveillance cameras, but the sound of running water could be heard. She appeared to be taking a shower. After a full 10 minutes had elapsed, the sound of water continued unabated, prompting the individual responsible for guarding the door to sense something amiss. Upon entering to inquire, he was met with silence. Thus, he forcefully flung open the door, only to have a spherical corpse roll forth. The restroom was devoid of any presence. How could this be? How had the murderer managed to infiltrate? This left An Shan utterly bewildered, as the case had completely transcended her understanding. Lei Hang meticulously reviewed the surveillance footage, noticing that Zhang Shui's phone, placed beside her pillow before she succumbed to a nightmare, had suddenly illuminated, only to dim shortly thereafter. It was at this moment that Zhang Shui began to dream, and upon awakening, she proceeded to the restroom until the body emerged. Once again, the phone screen flickered to life. Both before and after Zhang Shui's tragic demise, her phone had glowed on 2 occasions. Lei Hang rapped his fingers on the table. Lost in contemplation, An Shan, puzzled, asked, "What do you mean? Are you suggesting that the murderer crawled through the internet to commit the crime? That possibility cannot be dismissed." Lei Hang replied gravely. An Shan was about to mock him, but recalling the events of recent days, she hesitated to make any rash judgments. What about Zhang Shui's phone? Lei Hang retrieved it, examining the message log. There were no messages sent to her before or after her death. Thus the screen could not have illuminated spontaneously. At that moment, Wan Hong arrived, first reprimanding the guard at the door, then reviewing the surveillance footage, standing there in a state of shock. In his decades of experience, he had never encountered a case like this. The entire room was sealed, lacking windows, and with no ceiling nor any voids. Could the murderer have possibly emerged through the sewer? This case appears to be fundamentally unsolvable. Lei Hang inspected the bathroom once more, yet found no evidence pointing to the perpetrator. However, numerous bruised handprints adorned Zhang Shui's lifeless body. The assailant had forcibly disassembled the bathroom sink, mercilessly shattering every bone in Zhang Shui's body and contorting her into a spherical shape. "What shall we do now?" An Shan approached and whispered in inquiry. Lei Hang's fists cracked as he clenched them tightly. "This time, we have been negligent. We can only hope to identify the next individual who received the video. If such a person exists, there remains a chance for apprehension. If not, we will be left with no recourse, and we shall seek the counsel of Team Leader Zhang." As they spoke, a voice from outside called out, "We just received a report. Another person has received the video." Chapter 55. Ripping apart the living, Wan Hong hurriedly inquired, "Who is it? Have him come to the police station at once." It is the son of the chairman of the Xianhai Group, named Li Ding. He requests our protection at his residence. The Xianhai Group? Let us proceed immediately. Without hesitation, Wan Hong entrusted the scene to the deputy team leader and gestured to Lei Hang. Come, let us go see. Lei Hang hesitated briefly and shook his head. Never mind. I have some grievances with the Li family, so I shall not accompany you. And Aishan, you go with Black Dog and check it out. Report back to me. Then we shall not go either. Just have team leader 1 send the information later. And Aishan remarked, unwilling to assist the Li family. Having witnessed firsthand how they treated Lei Hang, Wan Hong found himself in a quandary, but the higher-ups insisted that you could solve this case. If you do not go, we will be at a loss. With a calm smile, Lei Hang replied, just report my name later. If they are sincere, they will come and find me. Let us go. Having said that, he departed with Enai Shan and Black Dog. Wan Hong sighed, resigned to lead his team to the location. Brother Hang, what grievances do you have with the Li family? Is it due to that beautiful woman? Black Dog inquired curiously on the way. Enai Shan smacked him lightly and admonished, do not ask foolish questions that are not your concern. With a gentle smile, Lei Hang remarked, there are always those who believe themselves to be superior, as if wealth can accomplish anything. This time, they shall learn that money does not grant them the power to act without restraint. He then patted his stomach, saying, I am feeling somewhat hungry. Let us find something to eat. The trio parked their vehicle in front of a hotel that operated around the clock and ordered an extravagant feast. Lei Hang devoured most of the spread by himself. And Aishan and Hei Go stared in astonishment, perplexed, and inquired, when did you become such a voracious eater? It had merely been a few days, and no matter how much he consumed, he remained unsated. Lei Hang glanced at his slightly distended belly, likening it to a bottomless pit, and declared, allow me to demonstrate how to down a bottle of liquor in one go. With that, he seized a bottle of white spirit and gulped it down without a hint of inebriation. Goodness impressive, my brother, Hei Go exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. And Aishan furrowed her brow, expressing concern. You're not unwell, are you? Is it related to the last time you had food poisoning? Perhaps, Lei Hang replied, not wishing to alarm her. He refrained from disclosing Hu Xian's final words regarding childbirth. However, he felt his abdomen enlarging day by day and noticed blood clots each time he used the restroom, though they were no longer as foul as the first instance. After their meal, the three returned home to sleep, turning off their phones and ignoring all calls. Meanwhile, Wan Hong had led a team to the Li family villa, where the opulence of the residence astonished everyone. The villa was ablaze with light, and the 4 members of the Li family sat in the living room, their faces etched with worry. Outside, dozens of bodyguards patrolled, while a dozen more capable guards stood within the living room. Wan Hong hurried inside and shook hands with Li Xianhai, asking, what kind of video did you receive? Li Yanke Gisherto Li Ding, instructing, display the video on the television so everyone can see. Soon, the television displayed a video, revealing an unknown animated series. In this scene, a giant ruthlessly dismembered another character, tearing off limbs and ultimately twisting off the head, vividly portraying brutality and gore. Although animated, the depiction was enough to evoke a sense of horror and bloodshed. Li Xianhai furrowed his brow and inquired, I heard that 3 others have received similar videos. Has the case been solved? Wan Hong Fazed acknowledged that while police cases were typically confidential, it was not difficult for someone like Li Xianhai to uncover the details. He shook his head and replied, we cannot solve it, as the perpetrator remains unseen. The previous victim, Zhang Shui, was under our strict surveillance at the police station, yet she still met her demise. This case has transcended our understanding. Li Ding expressed his confusion. Are you allowing the murderer to continue their rampage? Surely your superiors have provided some assistance? At this moment, Wan Hong grasped why Lei Hang harbored grievances against the Li family. Such a person could easily create animosity with anyone. Maintaining his composure, he explained, indeed, assistance has been dispatched from above, but this individual claims to have a conflict with the Li family and is unwilling to cooperate. Li Ding Skufa. There are plenty who bear grievances against our family. What is this person's name? Lei Hang. Lei Hang. Li Rue was taken aback. Li Ding recalled the name, recognizing him as the one who had been entangled with his sister. After having confronted him and warned him against pursuing a relationship with her, He realized there was indeed some friction. However, as public servants, they ought to prioritize the welfare of the people, shouldn't they? They could not remain inactive due to personal disputes. Wan Hong shrugged and remarked, "He has long since resigned and no longer qualifies as a public servant. The higher-ups merely suggested he could resolve this matter and send him to assist us. Whether he chooses to do so rests entirely with him." Li Ding expressed his dissatisfaction, saying, "Is he the only one in this world capable of solving cases? Surely, we have other talents available. Currently, we do not. Such cases are handled by specialists. And Lei Hang is our designated expert." Wan Hong replied with a slight smile. "There is nothing in this world that money cannot resolve." Li Xianhai turned to Li Ruwei and instructed, "Tomorrow, you should seek him out. Regardless of the cost, ensure he comes to assist us." Li Hui hit tortid ungridi. "Why must it be me? You were the ones who advised me to avoid meeting him. I followed your counsel and severed ties with him. Now you expect me to approach him with a humble face? Do I not have any pride left? I want to do it. If you do not go, then who will? You are the one most familiar with him." Li Ding implored earnestly. "You are not begging him. Our family does not need to grovel. Maintain a dignified stance and simply use money to persuade him." "Such noble words. Why don't you go yourself?" Li Ruwei scoffed. "Oh, stop arguing." Li Filan interjected. "Si Qing biziji Li Hui. Xiao Ruwei, this is a crucial moment. Do not let such matters trouble you. Saving your brother's life is paramount. If something were to happen to you, your brother would certainly lower himself to seek help from others." Li Ruwei fell silent for a moment, his expression cold as he said, "My pleas may not yield results. I will make a phone call first." She took out her phone and dialed Lei Hang's number, only to be met with a message indicating that the user's phone had been turned off. "The device has been powered off. There is no need for haste. Perhaps he is currently resting, and I shall personally seek him out tomorrow." Li Xianhai rose to his feet and addressed Wan Hong. "My son is on the verge of becoming the next victim. I hope you can allocate more police resources to assist us. Rest assured, no effort will be in vain." Wan Hong shook his head and replied, "This is not a matter of effort. Deploying more personnel will yield no results. Even if we were to oversee the situation ourselves, it would be of little consequence. Since the murderer has declared he will strike 3 days hence, Mr. Li will be safe during this period. It will be prudent for you to locate Lei Hang as soon as possible. Stand down." Wan Hong, unwilling to further engage with these arrogant individuals, promptly led his team away. Chapter 56. An apology? Oh dear, why is he, a mere captain, being so arrogant with us? Li Ding was quite displeased. "I refuse to believe that we cannot match this person named Lei with so many of us. Father, why don't we reach out to that celestial master we contacted last time? If she can even change hearts, her abilities must be extraordinary." "Change hearts? What do you mean?" Li Ruwei was filled with confusion. She only knew that her parents had sought out a highly skilled celestial master for her, but she was completely unaware of the details. Not even knowing that Lei Hang had visited, Li Xianhai chose not to respond, exhaling deeply. Last time, the master had come to them. Such esteemed individuals are not so easily found. Nevertheless, I will summon some renowned masters from the vicinity as a precaution. Ideally, that Lei Hang will be able to resolve this matter. If not, a glint of coldness flickered in Li Xianhai's eyes. Li Ding is his only son and the future heir to the company. Should any misfortune befall him, he would ensure that this Lei would pay with his life. The following morning, Lei Hang was awakened by the noise from the construction crew next door. With funding secured, the foreman was working diligently. In just 10 days, the old house had been demolished and the foundation laid. They were now beginning to construct the load-bearing structure. And Aishan had prepared breakfast, and after the three had washed up, Lei Hang took out his notebook to study. He had nearly completed reading the entire volume, most of its contents committed to memory. He was beginning to ascertain that this video murder case was not the work of an ordinary individual. It was highly likely the result of some supernatural entity. However, the nature of the specter remains unrecorded in the journal, leaving Lei Hang to seek similarities in hopes of discovering a solution. At that moment, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was a call from Li Ruwei. Anticipating this, Lei Hang answered, "Hello." The gentle tone of Li Ruwei's voice conveyed an urgent request. Noticing her stiff demeanor, he surmised there were others listening in and calmly stated, "I understand what you wish to convey. Have your father and brother come see me in person." With that, he promptly hung up. His actions were not directed at Li Rue, but stemmed from a desire to reclaim the dignity he had lost. In the past, he had been trampled upon by the Li family, and he could not swallow that humiliation. On the other end of the line, Li Rue sighed softly, casting a helpless glance at her family. "You all heard that." Frustrated, Li Ding fumed. What audacity does a penniless funeral director have? Yet, Li Xianhai fell into contemplation and after a moment declared, "Come, Li Ding, let us go together. If he can indeed save you, it indicates he possesses some skill, and such individuals may prove useful in the future. If he fails to rescue you, then he shall pay the price." Reluctant, Li Ding protested. "What if he makes things difficult for me?" Li Xianhai patted his face, saying, "As long as he can save your life, you must kneel if he demands it. Everything else can be negotiated. If he cannot save you, we have ample means to deal with him." Reluctantly, Li Ding acquiesced. The two of them, accompanied by a large entourage of bodyguards, set off towards the Lingyi funeral home. Lei Hang was squatting at the entrance, indulging in a bowl of noodles. Now, he felt the incessant need to eat, lest he succumb to an overwhelming sense of hunger. An expensive Rolls-Royce was parked at the door, followed by several black vans, from which emerged a formidable entourage of bodyguards. Lei Hang glanced up momentarily, then returned to his meal. "Mr. Lei," Li Xianhai greeted with a hearty smile, approaching with Li Ding in tow. "Such flattery. I am merely a poor fellow. How could I presume to associate with the esteemed Li family?" Lei Hang retorted to Li Ding. Li Ding, hands tucked in his pockets, surveyed his surroundings with a hint of resignation. Li Xianhai continued, "We were unaware that Mr. Lei was indeed a person of great stature. Our previous actions were rash. Today, I have brought my son to offer our sincerest apologies. In this world, interests take precedence. Let us not dwell on the past, but rather focus on future collaborations that could benefit us all. Would you not agree?" Mr. Li certainly possesses a grand vision. "For the sake of Li Rue, I shall not make things difficult for you," Lei Hang replied, gesturing towards Li Ding. "Let him apologize to me, and we shall consider the matter settled. From now on, let us coexist peacefully, without any contempt." "Absolutely," Li Yankai chuckled, signaling to Li Ding. "Very well, I apologize. I was in the wrong before. May your generosity prevail and not hold my mistakes against me," Li Ding responded, still with hands in his pockets, displaying an air of arrogance that belied the essence of an apology. It seemed that young Master Li still did not grasp my intent. "If you hold me in such disdain, why seek my favor?" Lei Hang chuckled softly, returning to his noodles with unwavering focus. Li Ding was on the verge of expressing his ire, but upon noticing his father's stern demeanor, he could only suppress his anger, take a deep breath, and bow respectfully. "I apologize, Mr. Lei. It was my fault before. I hope you can be magnanimous and not hold it against me. In the future, I shall treat you with utmost respect." Lei Hang regarded him for a moment before nodding. "Very well. I hope you remember what you have said today. Stay home for the next couple of days. Do not venture out. I will visit your home the day after tomorrow." "Thank you, Mr. Lei. If you can save my son's life this time, I shall certainly offer my profound gratitude," Li Xianhai said, a faint smile gracing his face. "Indeed," Lei Hang replied, nodding. At that moment, the sound of an electric scooter interrupted the conversation. It was Uncle Han accompanied by Han Xian. Since her true beauty had been revealed last time, Han Xian no longer wore a mask. As she dismounted the scooter, she captivated a throng of onlookers, including not only the bodyguards present, but also the construction crew next door, who were left spellbound, finding her even more enchanting than the stars on television. Li Ding's heart raced. Having encountered countless women, he had never seen one as stunning as her. He felt a stirring within, contemplating that only such a beautiful woman was worthy of him. He resolved to make her his bride. Han Xian preferred to avoid outsiders. She nodded slightly at Lei Hang and entered the funeral home. Li Ding felt a twinge of jealousy, pondering how a mere funeral home operator could attract such a beautiful woman. "Mr. Lei, I shall not disturb you further. I take my leave," Li Xianhai announced, promptly leading his entourage away. The throng departed as impressively as they had arrived, leaving the nearby workers in awe. "Ah, this is truly life," the foreman exclaimed, urging, "Hurry up and get to work. Haven't you had enough of the excitement?" A group of laborers promptly set to their tasks, suddenly finding the bricks in their hands lacking allure. Lei Hang, having barely finished a bowl of noodles, noticed yet another Range Rover pulling up at the entrance. He was all too familiar with this vehicle. Li Rui emerged from the car, adorned in a pastel blue long dress, her hair styled in a long ponytail, exuding a refreshing charm that left the nearby construction crew momentarily speechless. This woman may not have possessed the striking beauty of the earlier encounter, yet her exceptional allure was undeniable. The owner of the funeral home certainly had an eye for remarkable women. Whispers circulated among the workers, envy gleaming in their eyes. At that moment, Shan and Han Shiyun emerged hand in hand, colliding directly with Li Rui. Chapter 57. The Curiosity of Women. Miss Li, is there something you need? Shan expressed a lack of fondness for this affluent young lady, preferring the company of more modest and unpretentious individuals like Han Shiyun. I need to speak with Lei Hang about something, Li Rui replied with a faint smile, striving to appear as amicable as possible. All right, make it quick. We have other matters to attend to, Shan said before taking Han Shiyun by the hand and departing. Li Rui stole a few glances at Han Shiyun, who was strikingly beautiful, more so than any woman she had encountered. Both her visage and figure seemed to possess an overwhelming allure. This woman could only be described as perfect, devoid of any flaw, evoking a sense of unreality. She resembled a celestial being, always feeling out of place in this world. Her gaze shifted to Lei Hang, and she exclaimed in surprise, "You have recovered from your illness?" Lei Hang had previously refrained from informing her of his rejuvenation, but he nodded affirmatively. "Your father and brother visited me earlier. They have humbled themselves and acknowledged their mistakes. I will assist them, so rest assured." "Thank you," Li Rui responded, uncertain of her own motives for seeking him out, momentarily at a loss for conversation. She gestured toward the funeral home across the street, suggesting, "There's a park inside. Shall we take a stroll? You enjoy wandering in such places?" "Very well, let us go. After all, we have some leisure time." Lei Hang guided her across the road and into the funeral home, where the serene environment provided a tranquil respite, making it a pleasant retreat in the absence of any solemnities. Two individuals walked side by side along the tree-lined path. Li Rui cast a furtive glance at him and inquired, "Does our meeting imply that the danger has dissipated?" "I can only say that, for the moment. There is no immediate peril," Lei Hang replied, his hands shoved deep into his pockets, exhaling a sigh. "For someone like me, the absence of danger is an impossibility. In the future, the threats will only multiply. To be candid, I wish to sever all ties with you. It would eliminate one more leverage for my adversaries. However, such a task proves exceedingly arduous, for while I can deceive others, I cannot deceive myself." "I am indifferent," Li Rui responded nonchalantly. "The shadows cast by my recent abduction linger, yet for reasons unknown, I have come to regard life and death with a certain detachment. Upon reflection, I have always lived under the dominion of my parents. After graduating from university, I endeavored to break free from their control by engaging in midnight broadcasts as a form of rebellion, yet it proved futile. Ultimately, I still obediently report to the company, and perhaps, in the future, I will be coerced into blind dates. There is little in this existence that I cherish. Even the prospect of death does not instill fear within me." Noticing the melancholy that clouded her expression, Lei Hang, with a glimmer of understanding, asked, "Do you have friends?" "You are my friend," Li Rui replied with a smile. "Who else?" Lei Hang probed further. Li Rui's smile gradually turned bittersweet as she gently shook her head and murmured, "Sometimes I envy you all. I wish I had been born into an ordinary family. It would spare me a multitude of worries." "That may not necessarily be the case," Lei Hang countered. Lei Hang smiled faintly and remarked, "In this world, perfection is an elusive concept. Born into an ordinary family, one must toil for sustenance and confront the anxieties that accompany financial hardship. Perhaps marital bliss is also a rarity, and after the arrival of children, life often revolves around their needs, leading to a lifetime spent in such a manner. Just the other day, I fell gravely ill, and without financial resources, would you not feel a pang of sorrow? Life is about navigating the edges of rules to seek equilibrium, striving to make one's existence as comfortable as possible. I can only tell you that you have matured. There is no need to compromise yourself for anyone. Do not attempt to oppose your parents. Express your feelings openly. If they truly care for you, they would not compel you to engage in things you despise. Li Rue seemed to recall a painful memory, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. What if I voice my true feelings and they remain obstinate? Does that imply they do not love me? Lei Hang shook his head. I firmly believe that there are no parents in this world who do not love their children. If such a scenario existed, our ancestors have made it abundantly clear. If a father is unkind, the child will seek refuge elsewhere. If a child is unrighteous, righteousness will sever familial ties. Sometimes, making decisions is not as daunting as it seems. One simply seeks to remain true to oneself. The hour grows late. It is time to return. As they approached the entrance of the funeral home, dusk descended. Li Rue bid him farewell and drove away. Lei Hang watched her car disappear into the distance, gazed up at the vast expanse of stars, and turned back inside. Within the room, Uncle Han and 3 others were gathered, partaking in a meal. And Aishan, with a hint of sarcasm, inquired, "Oh, back from the rendezvous? How did it go with the affluent lady? Did she confess her feelings? You should head to the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow to obtain your certificate." Lei Hang helplessly remarked, "Why do you harbor such strong opinions against her? What if one day we actually start dating? Wouldn't that drive you mad?" And Aishan huffed in response, "Rest assured, we are brothers, after all. I am merely expressing my concern for you. If you truly enter into a relationship, I will be delighted." "Oh," Lei Hang replied nonchalantly, casting a glance at Onkel Han. "What brings you here today? Did Annie kick you out? How can you say that? Is it not permissible for me to come and see you?" Onkel Han retorted, his eyes wide. "It's just that your aunt is preoccupied with playing mahjong and dancing in the square. The house is cold and uninviting, and I have no desire to cook, so I thought I might as well come here for a meal. I want TB leaving today. Not a problem at all." Lei Hang welcomed the idea of a lively household, especially with the presence of more beautiful women, adding vibrancy to his life. How was the Xiun studio coming along? Not even a hint of progress. Uncle Han shook his head. Han Xiun smiled and said, "I am now more intrigued by your detective work. I heard that a significant case has arisen recently, and I would like to accompany you to observe." "Absolutely not. The scene is far too dangerous," Lei Hang firmly declined. "Even so, I must go. If there are matters I cannot comprehend, I will surely lose sleep over it." Han Xiun set down her chopsticks, seemingly intent on negotiating with him. Seeing her determined demeanor, Lei Hang realized he could not refuse. He quickly agreed, all right, I will take you with me then. For now, just stay at home and don't go anywhere." "Thank you." Han Xiun's face lit up with joy as she smiled brightly. After dinner, the 5 individuals engaged in casual conversation before gradually ascending the stairs to rest. Lei Hang remained alone in the shop, soon feeling hungry again, and hastily grabbed a chicken leg from the table to indulge in. Over the past couple of days, his belly had grown increasingly pronounced, now slightly protruding, resembling that of a woman in her 3rd or 4th month of pregnancy. At times, he would even rise in the night to satisfy his hunger. He casually flipped through the calendar, noting that there were 18 days left until the 15th day of the lunar month, a time when he would need to procure 2 fresh souls. Lei Hang pondered for a moment, stroking his chin. The previous 2 fatalities had not yielded any dark mist, likely due to the souls being too stale from the passage of time. Should he deliberately allow Li Ding to perish this time? The thought emerged, causing a wave of agitation within him, as he resolutely reminded himself that he must not succumb to the desires of the blood spirit and must steadfastly uphold his principles. Just as he was lost in contemplation, the lights in the room suddenly flickered twice before extinguishing completely. A long shadow was cast from outside the door. Chapter 58. The Awakening of Guangong. A shiver ran through Lei Hang's heart as he sensed the arrival of a distinguished guest. Previously, when the procession for the ghost marriage approached, the lights in the room extinguished, leading him to wonder if another formidable entourage had arrived. "Boss." A melodious voice rang out from outside, accompanied by soft, tinkling laughter, suggesting the presence of a young woman. Lei Hang, feeling a sense of urgency, hastily grasped the mourning stick placed upon the counter. As the curtain was lifted, A woman clad in a white wedding gown stepped inside, veiled in gauzy fabric. She held a handbag, obscuring her features, yet one could sense her beauty was likely remarkable. However, her appearance in a wedding dress at such an hour to purchase items was undeniably peculiar. "May I inquire what you wish to purchase?" Lei Hang stood up, concealing the mourning stick behind him. The woman giggled softly, surveying the room before suddenly exclaiming, "I believe I have heard something extraordinary." She gracefully approached Lei Hang, her hand brushing against his chest, and with a soft hum remarked, "What a vigorous heartbeat you possess. It sends delightful shivers through me." Lei Hang furrowed his brow slightly and took a step back. "May I ask what you intend to buy?" "If you do not wish to purchase anything, I must insist you leave, as we are closing for the night. There is nothing here that piques my interest, save for one thing, the little spirit residing within your belly." The woman slowly lifted the veil, shrouding her head, revealing her true visage. She was an exceedingly beautiful woman, her figure exquisite and her countenance captivating, with eyes brimming with seduction, evoking thoughts more lascivious than aesthetic. She licked her lips, and in the dim light, they appeared as crimson as fresh blood. "Apologies, but I currently have no intention of selling it." Lei Hang shook his head, uncertain of what he possessed, yet observing the woman's covetous gaze suggested it must be something of great value. "Really?" She chuckled softly, leaning closer to Lei Hang's ear, whispering, "What if I were willing to share a bed with you tonight?" Her voice was laced with seduction, likely irresistible to any man. Lei Hang felt a stir within him, yet years of investigative work instilled a profound vigilance, swiftly quashing such thoughts. He smiled and replied, "I am not interested." The woman paused, seemingly reassessing Lei Hang, before opening her handbag and emptying its contents onto the table. The clattering sound resonated as the surface was soon covered with an array of circular coins, reminiscent of the two illicit coins Lei Hang had received previously. However, most of these were golden, with only a few black, and the sight of white money was nearly non-existent. It appeared that the denominations were substantial. Lei Hang shook his head, resolute that no amount of money would sway him. The more lavishly she spent, the more he believed that what he harbored was of even greater worth. "Why must you be so unyielding?" The woman pouted playfully. "I genuinely wish to discuss business with you. Please consider my offer. If not, I could serve as your devoted servant for a year, fulfilling any desire you may have." With that, she sensuously licked her lips and slid the strap of her wedding dress down. "I have already stated that I will not sell," Lei Hang replied, feeling overwhelmed by the unfamiliarity of the situation, and instinctively took a step back. The woman seemed to have realized that he was not at all disinterested in feminine allure. With a playful giggle, she allowed her long, lustrous hair to cascade down and softly remarked, "I find myself increasingly intrigued by you. Do not worry. You need not sell yourself. Let us first become acquainted, shall we?" She sauntered towards Lei Hang with an exaggerated feline grace. Lei Hang, having witnessed countless schemes and traps, understood that this woman's unsolicited attentions were undoubtedly laced with deceit. He brandished the mournful staff he held, issuing a stern warning. "This is your final opportunity. Leave now. You have mistaken your target by employing such tactics in my presence." The smile on the woman's face gradually faded. "You truly are one who turns away from grace, compelling me to resort to other means, are you?" No sooner had she spoken those words than blood began to seep from her chest, instantly staining her bridal gown crimson. Her once enchanting visage morphed into a grotesque mask, reminiscent of decaying flesh. Lei Hang nearly retched at the sight, recognizing that the woman was poised to strike. He swung his mournful staff, aiming for her. The staff struck her shoulder, releasing a plume of white smoke. Her expression hardened, and her raven hair surged forth, ensnaring Lei Hang's hand with an unyielding grip. "You wretched fool!" he exclaimed, attempting to kick free, only to discover that his limbs were ensnared by her hair, rendering him immobile. "Such self-inflicted misery," she scoffed, seizing a fruit knife from the table and aiming it towards his abdomen. In a flurry of thoughts, Lei Hang contemplated employing a spell recorded in his notes. Suddenly, the lights in the room blazed to life, and a commanding voice bellowed from the doorway. "Wretch, cease your actions at once." The man clad in black and white appeared at the doorway, extending his hand to grasp the bell at his waist and giving it a gentle shake. At once, the woman let out a piercing scream, transforming into a wisp of light that was captured within the bell. Lei Hang exhaled deeply, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." "No need for thanks," the man replied with a slight smile. "It was merely a fortuitous encounter. Subduing such a malevolent spirit is but a trivial task." Noticing the substantial amount of gold and illicit currency left behind by the woman on the table, Lei Hang promptly gathered it all. Presenting it to the man, "I'm immensely grateful for your timely rescue. Please choose anything from my establishment as a token of my appreciation." "There is no need," the man replied, shaking his head. "Since this malevolent spirit has come here, this money rightfully belongs to you. Nay, without your intervention, what use would I have for this money?" Lei Hang insisted. The man, unable to decline further, accepted only 10 coins, smiling as he said, "This shall suffice." "Very well." Lei Hang acquiesced, pocketing the remaining money and inquiring, "May I ask how to address you?" "You may call me Meng Ping." "Mr. Meng," Lei Hang nodded, committing the name to memory. Meng Ping circled the room a couple of times, pointing to several lanterns hanging in the corner. "I shall take all of these." Lei Hang hurriedly removed the paper lanterns. Although crafted from paper, they were exquisitely made, suitable for regular use, with a pattern of a spirit crane imprinted at the base. He carefully packaged the lanterns in a paper bag, smiling apologetically. "Mr. Meng, consider these lanterns a gift from me. Please do not refuse." Meng Ping nodded and said, "Then you help me return, and I shall give you something in return." "All right, no problem." Lei Hang promptly shut the shop door, lifted the lantern, and followed Meng Ping towards the locust tree from last time. Upon reaching the locust tree, Meng Ping vanished without a word. Following the method taught by Uncle Han, Lei Hang spun 3 times clockwise and then 3 times counterclockwise, finding himself once more in the shadowy realm of the underworld. The town remained bustling with activity, and upon arriving, Meng Ping remained silent, directly entering a shop. Before long, he emerged cradling a statue of Guandi. This statue, crafted from pure copper, stood over 2 feet tall, embodying a fierce demeanor, eyes closed, with the Qinglong Yinyuan knife glinting ominously in his hand. The moment he laid eyes on Lei Hang, Guandi suddenly opened his eyes. Meng Ping's expression shifted dramatically. Chapter 59. The colorful rope. Lei Hang had heard whispers of a peculiar legend. The statues of the revered Guan Yu typically remain with their eyes closed, and should they ever open them, it foretells death. Could the statue of Guan Yu truly intend to claim his life? Suddenly, a resounding clang echoed from the statue, igniting a profound sense of peril within Lei Hang. He swiftly rolled aside, feeling a chilling breeze as a tuft of his hair was severed. As he observed the statue's fierce gaze, seemingly intent on pursuing him, a story from his notes surfaced in his mind. Without a moment's hesitation to ponder its efficacy, he bellowed, "Om Hung." According to the records, a Taoist priest had once encountered a monk from the Tibetan region during his travels and had the fortune to learn this 3-syllable incantation. It was said that uttering it with focus would dispel any illusions or malevolent forces. Indeed, as he cried out the incantation, the very ground appeared to tremble in resonance. Passers-by nearby were struck with alarm, scattering in every direction to seek refuge. The once furious gaze of Guan Yu suddenly closed, and silence enveloped the surroundings. Meng Ping, emerging from his astonishment, regarded Lei Hang with newfound respect, handing him the statue and urging him to flee. Lei Hang nodded in gratitude, aware of the trouble he had stirred. He grasped the statue, its weight formidable, at least 100 pounds. Fortunately, since his heart transplant, he had grown significantly stronger and hastened towards the outskirts of the town. As he passed through a narrow alley, he once again spotted the elderly man from his previous encounter, hurrying alongside others, all seemingly desperate to find a place to hide. This time, Lei Hang possessed substantial resources and promptly stopped the old man, intending to purchase something. However, the elder persistently shook his head and hastily retreated deeper into the alley. Noticing a rope draped over the old man's burden, Lei Hang instinctively pulled it down, finding it surprisingly light, almost insubstantial. The old man immediately became agitated, signaling for him to return it. In response, Lei Hang extracted a coin from his pocket, yet the elder continued to refuse, insisting on keeping the rope. The more the old man desired it, the more Lei Hang perceived its value, prompting him to withdraw another coin. Still, the elder resolutely declined. Could it be? Determined, Lei Hang fished out a handful of coins, appearing to number 7 or 8. The old man was taken aback, hesitating for a moment. As the number of passers-by dwindled, he suddenly stamped his foot in frustration and accepted the coins before hastily departing. Lei Hang pondered, feeling the weight of his pocket. Only half of the money he had acquired from the ghostly woman remained. What could be so extraordinary about this rope that the old man valued it so highly? With the town now deserted, he dared not linger and swiftly exited, making his way to the locust tree. In the distance, a rhythmic thumping echoed, as if some monstrous entity approached the town. Lei Hang quickly circled the locust tree 3 times, then turned around thrice, finally returning safely to his funeral parlor. He placed the statue of Guan Gong upon the table and lit 3 sticks of incense. There must be a reason Meng Ping had gifted him this statue, and its imposing presence was undeniable. Not only was it exquisitely crafted, but it also exuded an extraordinary aura. Most strikingly, its eyes seemed to blaze with lethal intent. With such a treasure guarding the funeral parlor, what malevolent spirits would dare to cause a disturbance? After offering tribute to the statue of the revered Guangong, he finally had the opportunity to examine the rope in his hand. This rope appeared utterly ordinary, seemingly woven from colorful strands, measuring over 1 meter in length. It felt icy to the touch and bore no remarkable features. How peculiar! Could he have been deceived? Furrowing his brow, Lei Hang recalled that he had just spent nearly 10 coins, equivalent to 1,000 in the netherworld, sufficient to purchase hundreds of potency pills, only to acquire this inconspicuous rope. He attempted to toast one end of the rope over the candle flame, yet it exhibited no change. Impervious to water and fire? Unable to fathom its other potentialities, Lei Hang simply coiled it around his wrist and ascended to wash up and retire for the night. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, Lei Hang closed the funeral parlor and set off in his dilapidated hearse towards the Li family villa. Brother Hang, now that we are so affluent, shouldn't we consider a new vehicle? We could even use Sister Shan's car. Black Dog grumbled from atop the corpse platform. That won't do. This hearse was bequeathed to me by my grandfather. It may prove invaluable in critical moments, and it is replete with treasures, Lei Hang replied. He was reluctant to part with the vehicle, as it not only held sentimental value, but also possessed protective qualities that might ensure safety. Uncle Han concurred, stating, "At the very least, I have never encountered issues while operating this vehicle. I have transported countless coffins without a single incident. Perhaps it is the blessing of the deceased." As the car arrived at the Li family villa, the bodyguards confirmed their presence and promptly granted them entry. The 4 members of the Li family stood in the courtyard to welcome them. The hearse parked incongruously beside Li Ding's Audi supercar. "Mr. Lei, I have arranged a banquet for us. Let us proceed inside to dine," Li Xianhai said with a warm smile, leading the group into the dining room. Several maids took turns serving dishes, each more lavish than the last. The Black Dog, entirely oblivious to etiquette, devoured its food like a wild beast, prompting Li Filan to frown in disapproval, pondering how these rustic individuals had clearly never encountered such opulence, resembling starving ghosts reborn at the sight of gourmet fare. Li Ding deliberately placed several exquisite dishes in front of Han Shiyun, grinning as he remarked, "Miss Han, this caviar is imported from Iran. It is exceptionally delightful. Do give it a try." "Thank you, but I am vegetarian," Han Shiyun replied with a calm smile, retrieving a piece of green vegetable with her chopsticks. Li Ding immediately snapped his fingers at the maid, instructing, "Please ask Chef Zhang to prepare some delectable vegetarian dishes, and do hurry." Li Rui, seated beside Lei Hang, personally served him a spoonful of caviar, saying, "You have arrived just in time. This caviar is rare and highly coveted, procured with great difficulty by my father for his business partner in Iran. Do savor it." "That is indeed extravagant," came the reply. Lei Hang took a few casual bites before setting his utensils down, wiping his mouth as he declared, "All right, I've eaten enough." The initial victims typically met their demise between 2 and 3 in the morning. While it is still early, we must nonetheless prepare accordingly. Let us sever all network connections within the villa and turn off all electronic devices, phones, televisions, and the like, keeping them entirely powered down. And I, Sean, momentarily taken aback, murmured, "You cannot genuinely believe that someone might come through the internet to commit murder, can you? Otherwise, what could it be?" Lei Hang replied, uncertainty lingering in his tone. Yet, in the spirit of precaution, he felt compelled to proceed with these measures. Lei Hang promptly issued orders for everyone in the villa to power down their electronic devices and disconnect all network cables. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, Lei Hang gathered everyone in the living room, initiating a lengthy wait. "Are we to simply wait here?" Leading Ramarka, initially hopeful that Lei Hang might possess a reliable plan. However, upon noticing that he had not prepared any tools, an unsettling anxiety gripped him as he warned, "If anything were to happen to me, you should not expect to emerge unscathed." No sooner had he spoken than the television sprang to life unexpectedly, and a film began to play on the screen. Chapter 60. The Apparition of the Malevolent Spirit. What on earth is happening? Who turned on the television? Li Ding sprang up abruptly, his expression fraught with anxiety. Yet, everyone was aware that the remote control lay undisturbed on the table, untouched by any hand. Damn it! Li Ding seized the remote and frantically pressed the power button, but the television remained unresponsive, leading him to question whether the device in his grasp was defective. Li Xianhai interjected, "Mr. Lei, what shall we do? The internet at home has already been disconnected. Let us not be hasty. We shall observe for now." Lei Hang replied calmly, noting that the television continued to display the same animated segment from before, featuring a giant tearing another individual apart, concluding with a dire warning from a victim. Even I, Sean, found it hard to believe. She watched in disbelief as the television turned on by itself. Her intuition suggested that the internet connection might still be intact. She turned to Hey Go and urged, "Please check the internet cable once more. Perhaps someone has reconnected it." "Oh." Hey Go rose and headed to examine the cable. Meanwhile, Lei Hang realized the time was nearing and stood up, saying, "Those of you who need to use the restroom should do so promptly. Upon your return, refrain from moving about aimlessly." He proceeded to the kitchen, retrieving a bag of flour, and began to sprinkle it evenly around the sofa, creating a perimeter of flour on the light gray floor. This would provide a stark contrast, enabling them to detect any footprints that might appear. Before long, Hey Go hurried back, exclaiming, "The internet cable has been completely severed. The entire house is now without internet." Lei Hang could not suppress a frown. No internet? Indeed, if you do not believe it, then the cable of the television box has been unplugged. By disconnecting the cable that links the television to the box, it leaves the television with only the power cord attached. How could this be? Sean meticulously examined the television and glanced at the Wi-Fi connection status on her phone. Given that only the Li family resided in this vicinity, there were no other Wi-Fi networks within several miles. Thus, the television had no means to receive any information. Could it be that something could traverse through the network cable to commit murder? A chill ran down Shan's spine as she swiftly unplugged the power cord, plunging the television into darkness. She sank slowly onto the sofa, pondering that if there truly existed a means for something to kill through the network cable, who could possibly stop it? Would it not mean that wherever there is the internet, there could be a homicide? No, wait. Lei Hang suddenly had a realization and shouted, "Quick, turn off the main power. Have someone shut off the main circuit." Li Xianhai immediately seized the walkie-talkie, instructing his subordinates to turn off the power. The flour in Lei Hang's hands had already been completely scattered, evenly distributed across every corner of the living room. Before long, the room was engulfed in darkness as the outside bodyguards turned off the main circuit. Everyone hastily retrieved their phones and activated their flashlights. Han Siyun suddenly remarqued. When the power was cut, I believe I heard a strange sound. Lei Hang inquired, "What peculiar sound?" It was difficult to articulate, but there was a soft puff sound, seemingly emanating from the kitchen, akin to the sound of a refrigerator door opening. Lei Hang was taken aback and swiftly directed his flashlight towards the kitchen, revealing several distinct footprints imprinted in the flour on the floor. Each footprint measured nearly half a meter in length, rapidly advancing towards the sofa, where the 4 members of the Li family remained blissfully unaware. "Get out of the way," Lei Hang shouted, lunging towards Li Ding. Yet, he was a moment too late. Li Ding seemed to be ensnared by an invisible hand, slowly being lifted. Li Ding struggled desperately, but could not break free. Suddenly, something appeared to seize his left hand. Wrenching it open, it felt like the prelude to dismemberment. In midair, Lei Hang produced a talisman, which he pressed above Li Ding as he landed. There indeed seemed to be an invisible figure standing there. As the talisman adhered, it ignited instantly, accompanied by a piercing scream, and Li Ding was hurled several meters away. This talisman was initially prepared for capturing Huxian, but had gone unused. The combination of dragon blood sand and celestial cloud paper proved immensely powerful. As Lei Hang intended to untie the rope in his hand to bind the adversary, the talisman had already burned out. Realizing the urgency, he called out to An Shan. Block him, use the talisman. An Shan instantly comprehended the situation, darting towards Li Ding, but before she could approach, an unseen force struck her, sending her flying. At that moment, the black dog arrived, wielding a talisman in a frantic dance, yet failing to affix it to anyone. Uncle Han seized Li Ding and hurled him into the corner, thereby minimizing the area that required protection. The room was suddenly enveloped in silence. Lei Hang stood protectively in front of the three members of the Li family, while An Shan had already risen from the ground, trembling alongside Han Shiyun, both clutching talismans and gazing apprehensively at the chaotic footprints scattered across the ground. The black dog circled its arms in front of itself, yet encountered nothing. It was perplexing. Where had the person gone? There were no other footprints to be found. The black dog raised its phone, scanning the area, but aside from the earlier footprints, no other traces were visible. Lei Hang's thoughts raced as he shouted, "Beware of what's above. It can crawl on walls." Uncle Han immediately snapped to attention, raising his hand to press the talisman against the ceiling, and indeed it struck something. He exclaimed, "I've got it." The talisman began to burn rapidly, accompanied by a deafening roar. Without hesitation, the black dog turned and lunged back, shouting, "Hold it down for me." Another talisman was affixed to it, and, at that moment, An Shan and Han Xian arrived, placing two talismans on the same spot. The howl that followed was piercing, indicating that the spirit was being thoroughly tormented by the talismans. Lei Hang lunged forward, wrapping the vibrant rope around the spot where the talisman burned, and suddenly, the rope began to lengthen at an astonishing speed, swiftly binding the spirit into a tight bundle. With a resounding crash, flour erupted from the ground, revealing a nearly 3-meter-long human-shaped imprint. The vibrant rope seemed to possess an innate ability to subdue spirits, and the gigantic figure slowly began to materialize, faint outlines of a giant appearing, with a green face and sharp teeth flashing momentarily. Lei Hang exhaled deeply and shouted, "Everyone, step back. Do not get caught in the crossfire." He recalled that the manuscript contained methods for dealing with malevolent spirits, either to vanquish them, to guide them toward salvation, or to strike them down to the point of utter annihilation. However, the final method inscribed in the manuscript was deemed a transgression against the heavens, and should only be employed in dire circumstances. The process of guiding a spirit towards salvation was lengthy and exceedingly intricate, and given that the specter was currently thrashing about in desperation, it was evidently not an appropriate course of action. The only viable option was to inflict harm upon it. He drew forth the lamentation staff from his waist and struck fiercely at the spirit. A mournful howl erupted, and the ghastly visage of the creature, with its green face and sharp fangs, became increasingly distinct, as if it were on the verge of manifesting. Lightning fast, Lei Hang intensified his strikes, the wretched cries echoing incessantly, while the spirit's thrashing gradually subsided. Just then, the room was suddenly illuminated, as though someone had flipped the circuit breaker. Chapter 61. A misstep. Who turned on the power? Quickly shut it off. Lei Hang brandished his ceremonial staff and struck fiercely, yet the malevolent entity, perceiving the light as a lifeline, summoned an inexplicable strength to break free from the colorful rope, darting onto the rooftop and vanishing into the chandelier. Damn it, who activated the circuit? Lei Hang sipped, nearly overturning the table in his fury. At that moment, several bodyguards rushed in, panting heavily. The brother guarding the circuit was knocked unconscious. He is unharmed, but when questioned, he claimed to have seen nothing. Someone ambushed him from behind and then activated the circuit. Lei Hang turned to the black dog. Immediately go to the circuit and collect fingerprints. He exhaled deeply, retrieving the now shortened, colorful rope from the ground. He proceeded to the kitchen, where he found the refrigerator ajar, confirming his suspicion that the entity had escaped from within at the instant the circuit was activated. Li Ding, still shaken, was supported by his mother, Li Filan. As he trembled on the sofa, the sensation of an invisible hand constricting his throat lingered hauntingly in his memory, evoking a profound sense of terror. How could such a creature exist in this world? All present wore expressions of horror, unable to regain their composure for a considerable time. The events of the night had far surpassed their understanding. The ghastly being with its green face and jagged teeth was unmistakably beyond the realm of human resistance. Had it not been for Lei Hang's team, it was likely that more than just Li Ding would have perished this night. Now, Li Xianhai acknowledged Lei Hang's true capabilities and treated him with newfound respect, inquiring, "Mr. Lei, what shall we do next? You must assist me in eliminating this malevolent entity. As long as my son can be saved, I am willing to offer you a reward of 100 million. The black dog gasped in astonishment, for he had not anticipated that the Li family possessed such wealth, capable of casually presenting a sum of 100 million. In truth, although Li Xianhai's fortune amounted to billions, his liquid assets were not abundant, and parting with 100 million caused him some distress. Yet, he understood that money could be earned anew, while individuals of exceptional capability must be courted, for they might someday generate tens or even hundreds of billions. Lei Hang was certainly eager to seize this opportunity. Moreover, even if this sum were not offered, he would still consider Li Rui's reputation and save Li Ding. For the moment, we shall refrain from any rash actions. Let us await the next video or their arrival. Ensure that all networks, electricity, and communication devices are turned off. Acquire additional candles. We shall remain here until this entity is vanquished. Li Xianhai was more than eager for them to stay, and he signaled to Li Rui, "Quickly prepare rooms for these esteemed individuals." "Understood," Li Rui replied with a slight smile, rising to find the housekeeper to tidy up the rooms. Lei Hang glanced at Li Ding and remarked, "The three of us men will be lodging in your room. You have no objections, do you?" "None at all," Li Ding replied, feeling a wave of trepidation. Even if Lei Hang had not mentioned it, he would not have dared to sleep alone. Soon, the room was ready. Lei Hang, along with the black dog and Uncle Han, spread out their bedding in Li Ding's room. Before retiring, Lei Hang instructed someone to retrieve high-concentration alcohol and glutinous rice paste, mixing them with dragon's blood sand to concoct a solution, which he then began to inscribe talismans upon the walls. The black dog observed for quite some time before suddenly shuddering and exclaiming, "Isn't this what was in Hu Xian's room?" Lei Hang remained silent, continuing to inscribe incantations on the wall. These symbols might have been exchanged by Hu Xian with the blood spirit, capable of bestowing mysterious powers. Yet the efficacy varied based on the materials employed. Utilizing blood from the blood well for the incantations could sustain life, facilitating skin and organ transplants. In contrast, concocting glutinous rice paste with dragon's blood sand and alcohol served an entirely different purpose. All three materials possessed the potential to inflict harm upon malevolent entities. Yet whether they would prove effective remained uncertain to Lei Hang. He could only attempt to draw them. By the time he completed the incantations, it was well past midnight, and the three individuals in the room were deep in slumber. Lei Hang nudged Li Ding and said, "Hey, wake up. It's your turn to watch. Call the black dog in 2 hours. From now on, we will take turns in shifts, ensuring one of us is always vigilant to prevent any opportunity for the enemy." Li Ding, groggy and discontent, replied, "I hired you to do the work, yet I must keep watch myself?" Lei Hang laid down on his bedding, closing his eyes, and retorted, "Suit yourself. However, allow me to remind you, my rescue of you is not due to your father's payment, but rather out of respect for Li Rui. We are assisting, not working for you, understand?" Cursing under his breath, Li Ding suppressed his rising anger, rubbed his eyes, and picked up his phone to occupy himself. After 2 hours, he promptly roused the black dog, saying, "Hey, it's your turn to stand watch." The black dog, still half asleep, propped himself against the bed and resumed dozing. As dawn broke, a knock echoed from outside the room. accompanied by Li Rui's sweet voice. Lei Hang, wake up. It's time for breakfast. Upon opening his eyes, Lei Hang noticed the black dog lounging by the bed, drooling. Unable to contain himself, he playfully swatted the creature, exclaiming, "You're supposed to be on duty, and yet you sleep soundly." The black dog stumbled slightly from the impact, wiping its saliva and retorting, "Dude, I was dreaming about marrying a wife. You owe me one. I'll give you a sow instead." Lei Hang smacked it again, adding, "Stay sharp. If you mess this up, you know the consequences." The black dog muttered, "Why must we keep night shifts? Isn't it better to sleep during the day and play games at night? ISNT that when the signal ghost strikes." That suggestion isn't without merit, Lei Hang pondered before declaring, "Let us catch up on sleep later and adjust our schedule today." When the four descended the stairs, many were already seated at the dining table. Yet Li Xianhai and his wife were absent, presumably attending to company matters. With the villa completely powerless, the chef had resorted to building a makeshift fire pit in the courtyard, reverting everything to a primitive state. Despite the power outage, Lei Hang remained vigilant. After breakfast, the four men began to catch up on sleep in the living room, while the three women stood watch nearby. An Shan and Han Shiyun engaged in hushed whispers, leaving Li Rui feeling isolated as she sat alone in the corner. Occasionally, she pulled out her phone to check, but all had activated airplane mode, leaving them without any network. Ultimately, she tossed her phone aside and stared vacantly out the window. Lei Hang lay not far away, and Li Rui's gaze gradually settled upon him, conjuring memories of their first encounter, causing the corners of her mouth to subtly lift. This man appeared ordinary, yet he exuded an aura of bravery and fearlessness. The scene of that day, when she was abducted, resurfaced in her mind, recalling how Lei Hang stood atop the building, prepared to embrace death. A whirlwind of emotions surged within her, a blend of shock and profound gratitude. In this world, aside from her parents, she knew not who else would be willing to sacrifice their life for her. Perhaps it was at that moment that she found herself enamored with this man, yet lacked the courage to confess her feelings, fearing he might favor the woman named N.I. Shan instead. Just as she was engulfed in her sorrowful reverie, the sudden ringing of her mobile phone shattered the silence, causing the expressions of the three women in the room to shift dramatically. Chapter 62. The signal ghost. The moment Lei Hang heard the sound, he sprang to his feet, now acutely sensitive to any noise. "Whose phone is that? Haven't all the phones been turned off? Get up, everyone, get up." He kicked the black dog awake and began to search for the source of the sound. At that moment, a nanny emerged from the kitchen, apologetically smiling. "I'm sorry, it's my phone watch. My grandson is calling." Lei Hang scolded. "Who permitted you to wear a phone watch? Didn't I say all electronic devices must be turned off?" The nanny's expression darkened. "My grandson is still in elementary school, and no one has been home to pick him up these past few days. I need to call him and teach him how to take the bus. Is it really a problem to use a phone watch? It's not like it's a mobile phone or a television. It will be over soon." As she spoke, she answered the call, exclaiming loudly, "Hello, grandson, are you out of school?" Just as Lei Hang was about to snatch the phone watch away, a child's sobbing suddenly emanated from it. The nanny's face turned pale with panic as she asked, "What is wrong? What happened? Don't cry. Tell grandma, what's the matter?" A deep male voice resonated from the watch. "All those who assist Li Ding deserve to die. If you do not perish, I shall first ensure your grandson's demise." Following this, a chilling scream pierced the air, and the child's voice fell completely silent. "What have you done to my grandson?" The nanny screamed into the pea. Lei Hang snatched the phone watch, demanding, "Who are you? What do you want?" "I only desire Li Ding's demise." Now, it is the turn of the next one. "The Li family has a bodyguard named Tian Nung, correct? Have him come to the phone." "I am Tian Nung." A bodyguard rushed in, appearing to be in his 20s, visibly anxious. He had heard every word of the earlier conversation. "You've arrived? Your wife is in my possession. Would you care to hear her cries of despair?" The phone erupted in maniacal laughter, followed by the piercing screams of a woman. A photograph was soon sent over. Tian Nung leaned closer, his heart sinking as he beheld the image of a woman with a severed arm, blood splattered everywhere. "Who the hell are you? Don't harm my wife." Tian Nung screamed into the phone. "If you wish to protect your wife, it's quite simple. Kill Li Ding, and I shall ensure her safety. Oh, I almost forgot to mention, Your elderly parents are also with me." Immediately, the voices of a man and a woman, both middle-aged, resounded. "Xiaoneng, don't listen to him. Don't commit murder. It doesn't matter if we die. You must not end up in prison." Hearing his parents' voices, Tianneng froze in place. Lei Hang clutched his shirt, urging, "Stay calm. Do not do anything rash. No, they cannot die. Do not harm my parents." Tianneng shouted in the watch phone, tears streaming down his face. "I shall give you 3 seconds to contemplate. If you do not act within 3 seconds, I will kill your wife first." 3, 2. Tianneng turned and dashed toward Li Ding. "Stop him!" With a thunderous roar, Lei Hang surged forward, the black dog pouncing upon him, pinning him firmly to the ground. "Let me go! Let me go!" Tianneng howled in desperation. "Oh, it appears you have met with failure. How unfortunate. Your wife and parents shall perish." Came a sigh from the watch phone. "Wait." Lei Hang interjected hastily. "Let's strike a bargain. I am willing to kill Li Ding. How many people have you kidnapped in total?" There was a brief pause on the line, followed by laughter. "That is of no concern to you. As long as you eliminate Li Ding, I shall release everyone." "Fine, await my command," Lei Hang replied, handing the watch phone to Aishan. He swiftly approached Tianneng and whispered, "Where do your parents reside?" At that moment, Tianneng was still thrashing about, wailing in anguish, oblivious to the inquiry. Lei Hang delivered a sharp slap to his face, warning him in a low voice, "Your family is still alive. If you wish to keep them that way, answer me. What do your parents do? Where do they live?" Upon hearing that his parents were unharmed, Tianneng clutched at the glimmer of hope, exclaiming, "My father is in transportation, and my mother works in the capital." Lei Hang's expression softened slightly as he resumed the conversation on the watch phone, stating, "I have killed Li Ding. Now release them. Send me a photo," came the incredulous reply from the other end. With a knowing smile, Lei Hang placed the watch phone on the ground and crushed it beneath his foot, reducing it to a pile of shards. "Hey you!" And Aishan looked on in confusion, as did the others, bewildered by his actions. In the realm of the capital, one individual remains, while another embarks on a journey of transportation, who possesses the audacity to abduct 2 souls from 1,000 miles apart overnight. I surmise that this call is entirely fabricated. He urged Tianneng to rise, asserting that no communication should occur here. Drive 5 kilometers away and inquire with your family if they are in any distress. Without hesitation, Tianneng dashed out the door and departed in his vehicle. And Aishan, perplexed, questioned, "How can you be so certain that the call is a ruse? They even sent photographs. Can we place our trust in mere photographs? Can we rely on a telephone call? Let's not forget how those videos came to be. All victims received nothing through any channel, and those videos inexplicably appeared on their devices. This enigmatic signal seems capable of conjuring anything, and we cannot dismiss the possibility of a fabricated call." The group exchanged skeptical glances, nodding in uncertainty as they returned to the sofa to wait. Lei Hang, concerned that others might still be utilizing electronic devices, instructed Li Ding to deliver a stern reprimand, threatening to break the legs of anyone who had not deactivated their devices. To prevent such occurrences, Lei Hang had procured a signal jammer powered by a diesel engine, effectively disabling all signals within the villa. Before long, Tianneng returned. Beaming as he exclaimed, "Indeed, my parents are unharmed, and my wife is safe as well. Being safe now does not guarantee future safety. What if the puppet master has truly dispatched someone to abduct us?" Lei Hang waved his hand, declaring, "Let everyone in the villa depart. All bodyguards and caregivers must leave. No one shall remain except for us." Li Ding granted everyone an immediate holiday, and the villa swiftly became desolate. Lei Hang and the others had few relatives and felt no fear of threats. The only vulnerability was Uncle Han's wife. However, according to the descriptions provided by the father and daughter, she had been traveling abroad with an elderly lady these past few days, rendering her virtually unreachable. The black dog sighed, remarking, "In our line of work, one must truly keep their family's heads on a tight leash. Fortunately, most of my family has passed on. I am a lone commander, unafraid of anything." A bitter smile appeared on Lei Hang's face, for indeed, he was the most fitting embodiment of a lone commander. As darkness enveloped the sky, Lei Hang scattered flour on the ground once more, gathering everyone in the living room. Suddenly, the sound of police sirens pierced the air, and Wan Hong rushed inside, announcing another homicide has occurred. This time, there are no video alerts, and the condition of the deceased is quite horrific. Chapter 63. Taking the initiative, the true mastermind behind the scenes intends to divert our forces. Lei Hang instantly discerned the adversary's intent. After all, his team consisted of only a handful of individuals. Should they scatter, their strength would be significantly diminished. Moreover, both He Go and Ni Shan were utterly clueless. Any attempt to involve themselves in other cases would lead to certain demise. This is the information from the scene, along with photographs. Wan Hong handed over a file. As Lei Hang opened it, he discovered that the victim had been reduced to a pulpy mass, as if crushed by some object. The documents indicated that the deceased was a male named Wu Wenxian, who had been incarcerated multiple times for usury and had previously operated a small loan company, the very establishment that had once granted a loan to Qiu Liang. Frowning, Lei Hang remarked, "Now all evidence points towards Qiu Liang. Is this person truly deceased? Are there any photographs from the time of Qiu Liang's death? There are none. At the time, it was ruled a suicide, thereby classified as a civil case and handed over to the local police. Due to the gruesome condition of the body and the absence of anyone to claim it, it was subsequently sent directly to the crematorium. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Hang proposed, we must retrieve and scrutinize all individuals who had interactions with Qiu Liang. We need to ascertain the next target of the murderer, prepare in advance, and regain the initiative. Remaining in a passive position is a certain path to destruction." "Understood. I shall arrange for this immediately," Wan Hong said before hurriedly departing with his team. Lei Hang fell into deep thought, absently tapping his fingers on the table. Suddenly, Han Xin interjected, "Is it possible that Qiu Liang is still alive? Could the identity of the person who jumped have been assumed by someone else?" "It is highly probable." Lei Hang also believes this. The deceased must have displayed obvious characteristics akin to Qiu Liang, which led to the assumption that he was indeed Qiu Liang. If I were Qiu Liang, I would need to find someone willing to assume my identity, possessing a remarkably similar physique, then disfigure his face, carry his identification, don Qiu Liang's clothing, and leap from a height. This would facilitate an immediate confirmation of the deceased's identity, thereby eliminating the need for further investigation. It is said that the body was cremated on the same day. Once the remains are incinerated, all evidence vanishes, rendering Qiu Liang an elusive invisible man. This method bears a resemblance to Hu Xian's approach. Nissan suddenly interjected. Lei Hang's expression shifted slightly, pondering whether Qiu Liang possessed a blood well, or perhaps several. If that were the case, this individual would be quite formidable. As before, let us assume that the perpetrator behind the scenes is Qiu Liang. Lei Hang's gaze darkened. As long as he continues to harm others, we shall be able to apprehend him. Soon after, Wan Hong had information regarding all individuals who had previously interacted with Qiu Liang delivered. Lei Hang inscribed the information on the coffee table and began his investigation, ultimately selecting 3 individuals. It could be preliminarily deduced that these 3 harbored grievances against Qiu Liang. Lei Hang eliminated the names of the others and stated, "The first is Song Gang, a lackey of Wu Wenxiang, a formidable enforcer, who had personally assaulted Qiu Liang to collect a debt. The second is Zhang Yuan, a fraudster, who masterminded the scheme to defraud Qiu Liang of his money, colluding with Zhao Yaxin to swindle Qiu Liang thoroughly. He is certainly on the list for retribution. The third individual, Lu Zheng, is the ex-boyfriend of Zhang Yaxin and serves as a backup choice, an accomplice to Zhao Yaxin. He once masqueraded as a salesperson to deceive Qiu Liang, luring him into investment schemes. Currently, these 3 harbor the most animosity towards him. If it were up to me, I would undoubtedly seek vengeance first against Zhang Yuan, as he is the mastermind behind the fraud that cost me my funds. Next would be Song Gang, due to his physical aggression, and lastly Lu Zheng, whose retaliation seems less probable, thus relegating him to the end of the list. So, can we rule out Lu Zheng? And Aishan inquired. Not necessarily. Lei Hang mused, stroking his chin. We still lack insight into the killer's character. If the murders are ranked by animosity, Li Ding should not occupy the 4th position. Upon hearing this, Li Ding furrowed his brow, asserting, "You may investigate as you wish, but leave me out of it. casting a warning glance at Lei Hang, as if to signal him to refrain from speaking carelessly. Lei Hang recognized Li Ding's concern over past indiscretions becoming known and, with a chuckle, replied, "Of course. It pertains to you. Young Master Li, charming and dashing, once had a few intimate encounters with Zhao Yaxin. Coincidentally, at that time, Qiu Yang was pursuing Zhao Yaxin for debts, and you had physically assaulted him once, prompting him to seek revenge against you, correct?" Li Ding, exposed before the one he cared for, seethed internally yet maintained his composure, replying impatiently, "I did have a brief romantic involvement with Zhao Yaxin. Who could have anticipated such ruthlessness? I initially thought he was merely provoking me. Thus, I kicked him a few times. Are you implying that the mastermind behind this is that hideous creature?" After speaking, I discreetly glanced at Han Shiyun, noticing her furrowed brow as she appeared lost in thought, seemingly oblivious to the conversation that had just taken place. A sigh of relief washed over me, mingled with a tinge of disappointment. "It seems you still remember." Lei Hang let out a cold chuckle, tapping on the names inscribed on the table. "At present, Zhang Yuan is the prime suspect, yet he is currently incarcerated. While one might claim he is secure, the truth is far from it, as prisons are not immune to power outages. According to Wan Hong, Song Gang and Lu Zheng have already been placed under surveillance, residing in a location devoid of electricity and internet, rendering it relatively safe. Thus, Zhang Yuan remains the only target available for him to strike." The black dog inquired, "Could he, in a fit of rage, implicate innocent people?" "That is uncertain." Lei Hang exhaled slowly. "Such individuals harbor a deep-seated resentment toward society, and one cannot predict if they may retaliate in a moment of fury. However, with so many people in the world, we cannot guarantee the safety of everyone. Fortunately, with Zhang Yuan as a potential outlet for his wrath, he is likely to seize the opportunity to eliminate him." And Aishan rose from her seat, stating, "I shall promptly inform Captain Wan to relay a warning to the prison, urging them to remain vigilant." Lei Hang remained silent for a while before responding. "Qiu Yang's aim is to provoke us into making a move. Thus, we shall comply with his wishes. Let us take Li Ding with us and head towards the prison." "I refuse to go," Li Ding retorted, visibly displeased. "I brought you here for my protection. The scammer's death is of no concern to me." And Aishan could no longer contain her frustration, exclaiming, "How can you be so selfish? Our objective now is to draw out the true mastermind and resolve this matter. How long do you intend to wait idly? What are you afraid of?" "Afraid?" Li Ding scoffed. "I merely wish to avoid walking into certain doom with you all." Li Rui urged, "Brother, you should heed their advice. I have faith in Lei Hang's capabilities. He will undoubtedly ensure our safety." Han Xian added, "Xiao Shan is correct. We cannot afford to be passive. Since Lei Hang was able to subdue that monster before, he will surely also guarantee your safety this time." With his beloved affirming this, Li Ding felt that further refusal would be too cowardly, and with a heavy heart conceded, "Very well, I shall go." Chapter 64. Ancestors' Blessing. Several individuals promptly gathered their belongings and proceeded to exit. Li Ding intentionally lagged behind, reaching out to grasp Lei Hang's arm, whispering, "I advise you to refrain from publicly mocking me again. Otherwise, I shall not spare you. Do you understand?" "What? One cannot speak of one's actions?" Lei Hang pondered, recalling Li Ding's demeanor toward Han Shiyun over the past few days. He chuckled. "Ah, so your intention is to woo a lady. I suggest you abandon that notion. For Han Shiyun has absolutely no interest in someone of your caliber." Li Ding gritted his teeth, his fist raised to strike Lei Hang's face. However, Lei Hang effortlessly seized his fist, grinning. "Have I struck a chord?" "I meant no derision. Rather, you simply do not match her standards, as your insight and vision are on an entirely different plane." He flung Li Ding's hand aside. "Additionally, allow me to caution you once more. Do not contemplate engaging me in a physical confrontation. Firstly, you are no match for me. Secondly, on days when my mood is foul, I could very well end your existence. Understand?" Desiring to avoid further entanglement with such an individual, Lei Hang turned towards his dilapidated spirit carriage. Li Ding, fists clenched and eyes ablaze with fury, mused that there was no woman in this world unworthy of his pursuit. If he could not win her heart, he would certainly possess her body, and that, detestable Lei Hang. Once this affair concluded, he would surely find someone to deal with him. The thought of eliminating this loathsome rival brought him a sense of relief as he retrieved his keys and strode towards his sports car. "Hey," Lei Hang called out, gesturing. "Come here, take this." "What? You want me to ride in this kind of vehicle?" Li Ding was so enraged that he burst into laughter. Having lived a life of luxury and comfort, he had never even taken a bus, yet this person dared to make him sit in a hearse. "If you wish to die, consider my words unspoken." Lei Hang remained expressionless. Ultimately, Li Ding did not dare to act rashly. After much hesitation, he gritted his teeth and boarded the dilapidated hearse. Due to its long-standing use for transporting corpses, the interior exuded a peculiar stench, compounded by the poor sealing of the vehicle, which allowed a strong odor of engine oil to permeate the air. How could one possibly ride in such a vehicle? Li Ding pinched his nose as he sat down, his brows furrowed in distaste. No one on the vehicle acknowledged him, not even Li Rue, who had no desire to engage in conversation. Once settled, they prepared to depart. Lei Hang turned the ignition key, and the hearse roared to life. Just as he was about to press the accelerator, a static noise erupted from the radio. In recent days, everyone had been particularly wary of various electronic sounds. Upon hearing the radio crackle, they instinctively tensed, shouting, "Turn off the radio!" The moment Lei Hang heard the noise, he reacted swiftly, reaching to turn off the radio. At that moment, a piercing sound emanated from the device, akin to nails scraping against metal, magnified countless times, relentless in its assault. A wave of discomfort washed over everyone. As they hurriedly covered their ears, Lei Hang felt as if his eardrums were on the verge of bursting. The sound sent shivers down his spine, momentarily slowing his movements. In that fleeting instant, he sensed a vice-like grip on his hand. "It has emerged." Lei Hang was taken aback, seizing the nearby morning stick and striking downwards. Before the stick could descend, a flash of golden light erupted from the car's roof, accompanied by a chilling, wretched scream that instantaneously silenced all sound. The sensation of someone gripping his wrist also vanished, prompting him to swiftly turn off the radio, exhaling in relief. He had not anticipated that the spectral signal could penetrate so effortlessly, emerging even in the brief moment he had activated the radio. Fortunately, his ancestors had bestowed their protection. Glancing upwards, Lei Hang noted that despite the tarnished appearance of the talisman, it proved invaluable in critical moments. The others in the vehicle had witnessed the preceding scene, observing the talisman radiate a brilliant golden light alongside the haunting cries. Li Ding no longer dared to complain about the foul odor of the vehicle. His heart raced with trepidation, resolving to cling tightly to his allies and refrain from exiting the car. Lei Hang exhaled deeply, illuminating the headlights and steering the vehicle towards the villa. Although the Li family villa was situated in a secluded area, it was not far from the city center. After navigating a stretch of quiet mountain road, they soon encountered a busier national highway. Despite the absence of internet on his mobile phone rendering navigation impossible, Lei Hang was quite familiar with several prisons in the city and could find his way through memory alone. The black dog yawned and remarked, "Do you think Zhang Yuan might already be dead by the time we arrive?" And Aishan retorted, "Could you possibly keep your morbid thoughts to yourself? That seems unlikely." If Captain Wan's notification was timely, Zhang Yuan should be confined in a place devoid of power and internet. The small dark rooms in the prison are the safest. Just as Lei Hang was speaking, a large truck suddenly swerved towards him, intent on colliding. Should this colossal behemoth collide with us, it would undoubtedly spell doom for all aboard. In this perilous moment, Lei Hang's nerves were taut, and he pressed down hard on the accelerator. Fortunately, the hearse responded valiantly, roaring forward just in time to narrowly evade the onslaught of the enormous truck. The truck swayed momentarily on the road before continuing its forward journey. The passengers were struck with terror, their faces ashen. The black dog barked out the window. "Are you dreaming? Are you not watching the road? Nissan Lementith. This person is either driving under the influence or is utterly exhausted. If only my phone had signal, I would promptly contact the traffic police to report this wretched individual." At that moment, another medium-sized passenger vehicle appeared ahead. Lei Hang, still reeling from the previous scare, noticed this vehicle accelerating abruptly. An instinctive alarm flared within him as he swiftly shifted gears and yanked the steering wheel, flooring the accelerator as the car traced an arc along the roadside. Simultaneously, the passenger vehicle veered towards his hearse in a reckless charge. Thankfully, Lei Hang had preemptively maneuvered the steering wheel, averting a catastrophic collision. What on earth is happening? The passengers were disoriented, their senses jumbled. Lei Hang finally grasped the situation. Although his radio was off, the radios of other vehicles remained operational. This signal could manifest in any vehicle with a functioning radio and come crashing into him. Noticing the absence of other cars ahead, Lei Hang hastily slammed the brakes. Halting beneath a bridge and shouted, "Get out of the car!" The passengers quickly flung open the doors and exited. Just then, another vehicle approached in the distance. To the bridge, Lei Hang led the frantic dash, with the others desperately following him onto the overpass. A thunderous crash resonated from below as a hearse was rammed against the wall by a pickup truck, crumpling into a heap of twisted metal, rendering it utterly inoperable. The few atop the overpass felt an icy chill at their backs. Had they not disembarked in time, it was likely that none of the 7 would have survived. The owner of the pickup opened the door, trembling as he descended, fumbling to call the authorities in a state of panic. "What shall we do now?" The black dog lamented. "With so many vehicles on the road, we one team make it to the prison." Yet, Lei Hang sensed that the peril had not yet abated. Questioning, if this spectral signal can propagate through the network and exists in reality, why not come directly to eliminate us? At that moment, a series of loud thuds echoed from the overpass, as if a colossal entity were charging forth. Chapter 65. Capturing the turtle in a jar. Go. Lei Hang stepped forward, positioning himself at the top of the bridge's stairs, wielding the mournful stick and bringing it down with force. A pained howl erupted as the grotesque, green-faced creature roared in fury, delivering a vicious slap that sent Lei Hang hurtling backward, crashing into the steel railing opposite. Despite his enhanced physique, he felt a sharp pain in his back, struggling to regain his footing. Lei Hang, an eye Shan attempted to turn back to rescue him, but was firmly held back by the black dog. "What can you do except deliver your head? We must go." Several individuals hastened toward the opposite end of the bridge. Hearing the resounding thuds from above, Lei Hang swiftly picked up the mournful stick and sprang into action, landing a fierce blow from behind. Another agonizing wail echoed, indicating that the creature had become enraged, abandoning its pursuit of others to turn its wrath upon Lei Hang. "Excellent," Lei Hang grinned, leaping off the bridge and landing squarely atop a truck. A loud crash reverberated behind him as 2 enormous footprints appeared on the truck's canvas, revealing that the creature had indeed followed and was rapidly closing in. With a mighty leap, Lei Hang sprang to another vehicle. Jumping amidst the swift-moving traffic was perilous. In the past, he would have hesitated. However, now endowed with enhanced stamina, he felt as if he were channeling the spirit of Jackie Chan, finding such high-risk maneuvers to be merely trivial. The creature resumed its pursuit, and they continued to leap between vehicles. Time seemed to blur as Lei Hang, drenched in sweat, noticed that the creature's speed was diminishing. Ultimately, it could no longer keep pace. He exhaled deeply and hailed a taxi back to the underpass, discovering that N.I. Shan and the others had already vanished. "Where are you, Black Dog?" he called out, searching in vain until he spotted a darkened park in the distance. This was a forest park, largely devoid of illumination, rendering it relatively safe. "We are here," came a voice from the shadows. Lei Hang followed the sound and eventually found them behind a dark rock formation. Upon his arrival, everyone except Li Ding rushed forward to express their concern. "I'm fine. That creature likely cannot exist in reality for long. Its power diminishes over time. After pursuing me for a while, it ceased." It turned out that the entity was not entirely invulnerable. Han Shiyun's eyes sparkled with insight as she proposed, "I have a plan." "Do tell." Everyone turned to her, intrigued. Han Shiyun elaborated, "If this monster cannot persist in reality for an extended period, we need a confined space to lure it in and trap it. Then we can sever its connection to the network, allowing it to exhaust its strength before we confront it." Lei Hang smiled faintly. "There is no more suitable place than a prison. It's 3 kilometers from here. We can walk there, provided we avoid vehicles and lighted areas along the way." "How is that even possible?" Li Ding scoffed. Where can you go now without electricity or cars? I suggest we abandon the prison idea. There are other viable locations. Are there not? Perhaps I could offer you an alternative? Let us set off. Lei Hang directly disregarded his suggestion. Although electricity and internet access were ubiquitous, it was now the dead of night, and most places had already extinguished their lights. Moreover, the mastermind behind the scenes was not a deity. Even if they could monitor their movements through the vast network, there would inevitably be areas devoid of surveillance. Along the way, Lei Hang chose to traverse narrow alleys, where darkness enveloped everything, and crossing the main road was merely a fleeting moment. Half an hour later, they arrived at the prison's main entrance. Wan Hong had long since arrived to oversee operations, personally stepping out to welcome Lei Hang and the others inside. As they walked, he remarked, "Fortunately, the prison warden here is quite cooperative. Zhang Yuan has already been isolated, with both internet and electricity cut off, placed in a sealed environment, rendering him temporarily safe. However, danger loomed imminent. The mastermind would not squander this golden opportunity." Lei Hang paused in a dimly lit area and stated, "We require a sturdy and enclosed space, preferably with only a single door, and that door must be robust. The interrogation room would suffice. It is just ahead. Allow me to escort you there," Wan Hong said, leading them to a modest interrogation room equipped with a one-way mirror made of bulletproof glass. Apart from this, there was only a solitary door, meeting the ideal conditions. Lei Hang nodded and addressed the others. "Leave Li Ding behind. The rest of you step outside and procure some flour." "You intend to confront alone? That is unwise. It is far too perilous." "I shall stay," and Aishan firmly opposed. "Move with alacrity. What purpose does your presence serve if you remain here?" Lei Hang issued a stern reprimand, causing the others to comply without question as they gradually exited the room. Before Wan Hong departed, he cautioned, "Should any danger arise, do not hesitate to alert us." Lei Hang waved his hand dismissively, and with a resounding thud, the door closed, leaving only two individuals inside. "Why have you kept me here?" Li Ding stood apprehensively in the corner, casting wary glances around the room, acutely aware that the surveillance cameras were operational, indicating that the electronic devices were active. "You are a critical target. One cannot achieve their ends without some sacrifice. If one wishes to fish, one must first bait the hook," Lei Hang remarked, glancing towards the camera. "You had better pray that it comes. Otherwise, your only option will be to remain here. Prison can be rather secure." "That's impossible," Li Ding protested, though internally he recognized the lack of alternatives. If this entity was not eliminated, he would have no choice but to stay here, too fearful to return home. Soon, flour was delivered, and Lei Hang proceeded to scatter it liberally across the floor and table. As time ticked by, Li Ding could no longer endure the tension and gradually succumbed to slumber. Leaning against the wall, in the adjacent room, Aishan and others stood before a one-way mirror, anxiously observing the interrogation room. Lei Hang lounged in his chair, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on the monitor. He was acutely aware that the true perpetrator might well be watching him. After all, this signal manipulation could control calls and images, so monitoring the surveillance feed would likely be trivial. As the night deepened, even Aishan and her companions succumbed to fatigue, sprawling haphazardly on the floor in slumber, while only Li Rue remained motionless, fixated on the interrogation room. These two individuals held significant importance for her. Any misfortune befalling either was an outcome she could not bear to witness. Lei Hang felt the pangs of hunger once again, a sensation that was particularly distressing. He inscribed the character for hunger on a piece of paper and waved it towards the single-sided mirror. Li Rue immediately ventured out to find Wan Hong, requesting him to send some instant noodles through the small window. Lei Hang hunched over the table, indulging in a feast, devouring 10 bowls of noodles. This gnawing hunger finally subsided considerably, though a new discomfort began to take hold in his abdomen. In recent days, his stomach had not expanded further, but the frequency of pain was increasingly alarming. Damn it, why must such mischief occur at this moment? Lei Hang clutched his belly, his expression contorted in agony. Li Hui, feeling anxious, rushed to the doorway and inquired, "Lei Hang, what is wrong? Should we summon Ni Shan to take your place?" "No need," Lei Hang gritted his teeth against the pain, clenching the despair stick tightly. At that moment, a faint clicking sound emanated from the surveillance monitor, as if something were emerging. Chapter 66. The Little Ghost Arrives. A sudden alertness surged within Lei Hang, alleviating even the discomfort in his stomach. He positioned himself protectively in front of Li Ding, and at that moment, two enormous footprints materialized on the ground. Swiftly, Lei Hang seized a handful of flour and scattered it into the air ahead. If their adversary could strike him, it must possess a tangible form, akin to an invisible entity. Once the flour was dispersed, he would be able to discern the ghost's location. However, to his dismay, the flour merely swirled through the air, failing to cling to anything. What on earth is this creature? With both hands firmly gripping the mournful staff, it appeared that this was his only means to subdue the foe. "Power out!" he bellowed, plunging the room into darkness. In a flurry, Li Ding fumbled for his phone, activating the flashlight to illuminate the surroundings once more. At that instant, the air became turbulent with dust, and Lei Hang understood that their opponent was making its move. With a fierce shout, he swung the mournful staff with all his might. A piercing wail erupted, suggesting the signal ghost had been repelled. "Quickly, get out!" Lei Hang urged, forcefully kicking Li Ding toward the door before charging towards the direction of the ghost's earlier screech, the staff swirling wildly in his grip, unleashing a cacophony of howls throughout the room. Li Ding, petrified and quaking in fear, found himself too weak to open the door. Fortunately, outside, Li Rue timely opened the door, pulling him to safety. "Lei Hang, come out!" Li Rue called anxiously, leaving the door ajar. "Forget about me. Close the door quickly, or it will escape." In a moment of distraction, Lei Hang was struck by the opponent's massive palm, sending him hurtling backwards to crash heavily against the wall. Upon hitting the ground, he disregarded the excruciating pain coursing through his body, swiftly kicking the door shut and securing it with a lock. Almost instantly, a thunderous bang echoed from the door, akin to the impact of a vehicle colliding with it. However, the interrogation room's iron door was exceedingly thick and impervious to such force. A roar erupted, and before Lei Hang could fully comprehend the situation, he felt himself suspended in midair, only to crash down forcefully onto the table, which buckled under the impact. Those on the other side of the interrogation room, roused by the commotion, awakened to the scene. Han Xian pressed her phone's light against the glass, revealing the chaos within, and she gasped at the sight of Lei Hang being smashed onto the table. Lei Hang was nearly broken from a fall, his body feeling weightless and devoid of strength, while his crying stick was flung into the corner. Worse yet, a searing pain gripped his abdomen, as though something was churning violently within, and a cold sweat broke out over him, rendering him powerless. It felt as if an unseen hand was tightening around his neck, slowly lifting him up. His legs wobbled, the agony in his stomach intensifying, and he struggled to breathe, his mind blank, teetering on the brink of oblivion. "Brother Hang!" came the urgent shouts, and pounding at the door from Hey Go, "Open the door, let me in to help you." "Don't come in, I have a way." Lei Hang bellowed with all his might, gradually raising his hands to prepare a seal. Lacking profound cultivation and fervent belief, the effectiveness of his seal and incantation was limited. Yet, in this dire moment, he had no other recourse. Suddenly, a searing pain gripped his abdomen, and he trembled as his hands fell limply once more. "Damn it, why now?" Lei Hang cursed inwardly, feeling the air in his lungs rapidly deplete, as if they were about to explode. The agony surged from his stomach, cascading down to his lower abdomen, ultimately reaching his groin, where an intense urge began to overwhelm him. No, he could not succumb. He would die with dignity. Gritting his teeth, Lei Hang resolutely suppressed the urge, determined not to disgrace himself. Meanwhile, Han Xiun, who was observing from the adjacent room, was struck with shock. She had never confronted death so directly. Seeing Lei Hang grow weaker by the moment, she shouted quickly, "He is about to die. Get the key to unlock the door." She dashed to the entrance, only to find that the black dog had retrieved the key, yet the door was locked from the inside, refusing to budge. What to do? The door wouldn't open. The black dog's eyes reddened with urgency as he kicked the door fiercely. "Go find a chainsaw." Han Xian pushed him aside and stepped forward to unlock the door herself. At that moment, Li Rui suddenly recalled something and swiftly removed the ancestral jade pendant from around his neck, exclaiming, "Open the small window." In such dire circumstances, Aishan put aside her grievances and hastily opened the small window on the door. The window was merely large enough for a head, barely allowing even that to fit. Li Rui peered inside and called out, "Lei Hang, catch!" He flung the jade pendant into the room. Lei Hang, whose consciousness was fading, suddenly spotted the ancestral pendant soaring towards him, akin to a lifeline, summoning the last vestiges of his strength. He grasped the pendant's cord and pressed it firmly against his chest. The jade pendant emitted a blinding golden light, and in an instant, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Lei Hang's neck slackened, and he collapsed onto the ground. He coughed violently a few times, finally gasping for breath. Yet the overwhelming urge to relieve himself intensified rather than diminished. Goodness, this cannot be allowed. Absolutely not. Lei Hang clenched his legs together, desperately striving to endure. At that moment, another footprint appeared in the flour on the ground, and the assailant charged forward once more. In a panic, Lei Hang raised the jade pendant above his head, only to discover it had shattered into fragments. It was merely a consumable item. With no time to ponder further, he darted towards the wall, seized his morning stick, and began to swing it frantically before him. Come on! This barrage of strikes proved surprisingly effective, as the interrogation room fell into an eerie silence. The small window on the door had been shut, and everyone had gathered by the one-way mirror to observe the unfolding drama. Several mobile phones pressed against the glass illuminated the entire interrogation room. Lei Hang seized another handful of flour and scattered it. Though it wouldn't reveal the opponent's position, the swirling dust in the air would indicate any movement. As long as the dust stirred, it signified that the adversary was on the move, ensuring he would not be completely caught off guard. Time ticked by, but the dust remained still. Sensing something amiss, Lei Hang cautiously retreated to the corner. Though it was a blind spot, he need not fear an attack from behind. Suddenly, the dust above began to swirl, and Lei Hang instinctively struck upward, only to be deceived by a feint. A searing pain surged through his chest, as if he had been struck by a vehicle, causing him to spit blood and seemingly fracturing 2 ribs in the process. The mournful stick slipped from his grasp once more, falling helplessly to the ground. In an instant, Lei Hang found himself seized by the hair and violently hurled away. The furniture within the room was rendered misshapen by the impact, and Lei Hang himself was left bloodied and incapacitated, struggling to rise. Footprints on the floor drew ever closer. It was approaching. Slowly, Lei Hang rolled up his sleeves and flung off the multicolored rope that had ensnared his arm. The vibrant cord seemed to possess a will of its own, ensnaring the spectral entity. This was his final trump card, after such a prolonged struggle. The adversary's strength ought to have waned. Yet, he had grossly underestimated this malevolent spirit. In the very moment the multicolored rope was cast forth, a colossal hand seized his throat. Chapter 67. The power of the little demon, the colorful ropes ensnared the adversary. Yet Lei Hang found himself similarly gripped by an icy hand around his throat. A wail echoed as the ghastly creature, with its menacing green visage and sharp fangs, re-emerged. Its malevolent gaze fixated on Lei Hang, its claws tightening with ferocity. Strangled and gasping for breath, Lei Hang realized that the entity sought to take him down with it. Casting a desperate glance towards the glass barrier behind him, now that the signal ghost had been captured, its threat had significantly diminished. The chainsaw was on its way. At that moment, the black dog finally arrived, revving up the chainsaw to cut through the door. Yet, Lei Hang felt his consciousness fading, his strength waning as the tension in his throat slackened. With a sudden squelch, it seemed that some living creature had burst forth, thrashing wildly within his trousers. Without warning, a chilling sensation enveloped him as a walnut-sized creature leaped out, its body entirely white, resembling a tadpole, possessing a large head but lacking limbs. Only a tail-like appendage remained. Smeared in blood, its gaping maw, filled with menacing white teeth, resembled a small skeleton with an added tail. What on earth is this creature? Just as Lei Hang began to lose consciousness, This white little demon charged towards the green-faced signal ghost, ferociously sinking its teeth into the foe. The anguished cries erupted, and the signal ghost's powerful claws slackened. Seizing the opportunity, Lei Hang managed to escape, rolling to the wall and clutching his throat, retching. The strength of this white little demon was astonishing. Its sharp fangs gnawed relentlessly, causing the signal ghost's form to shrink, its screams growing ever fainter. At last, it could no longer endure, and with a swift whoosh, it transformed into a radiant light, diving into the vibrant rope. After feeding, the little specter's body seemed to swell, now resembling the size of a fist, yet it appeared insatiable, gnawing at the colorful cord with a fervent zeal. Lei Hang felt a mix of uncertainty and a tinge of fear. This creature seemed more troublesome than the signal ghost. If it were to take a bite, would he survive? After a prolonged attempt, the vibrant rope remained unyielding, and the little specter ultimately surrendered, turning its gaze towards Lei Hang. Lei Hang's heart raced, and with trepidation, he exclaimed, What do you want? Don't come any closer, or I swear I'll smash you with this stick." He grasped the morning stick, feeling a sense of reassurance. Suddenly, in a flash, the little specter leaped into his embrace, nuzzling against him and emitting a sound akin to a kitten's mew. Displaying an affectionate demeanor, Lei Hang, with the stick poised in the air, found himself unable to strike, his mind swirling with questions. Could it be that this creature saw him as its master? He recalled that it was birthed from within him, a fragment of his very being, bound by blood. If it did not recognize him, whom would it acknowledge? No wonder his appetite had been growing. It was all due to this little entity consuming his essence. "Little specter, thank you." Lei Hang smiled, reaching out to gently pat its head. The little specter squinted in delight, appearing rather endearing when its mouth was closed. "Hang in there, Lei Hang." At that moment, Uncle Han and the black dog finally breached the door, entering to find the once empty room now surprisingly tidy. Lei Hang gradually rose to his feet, noticing that the little spirit seemed to be timid around strangers. It had scurried into his pocket the moment the black dog burst through the door. He picked up the colorful rope lying on the ground, contemplating the extraordinary sight he had just witnessed. The signal spirit transforming into a stream of light and vanishing into the rope. Had it truly been subdued? As he pondered, the rope affectionately brushed against his arm, as if attempting to befriend him. Exhaling deeply, Lei Hang realized that the signal spirit had indeed been captured. However, there was no time for further investigation at that moment. With a mere thought, the rope coiled itself around his wrist. The onlookers, witnessing this incredible spectacle, blinked in disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment. Having secured the entity, he declared that the immediate danger had passed, and it was time for everyone to return home. Lei Hang rubbed his neck and stepped outside. Wan Hong quickly followed, inquiring, "Lei, has this matter truly been resolved?" Lei Hang nodded. "It can only be considered a temporary resolution. The one we captured is merely an accomplice. The puppet master remains at large. Our investigation must continue. Then I shall rely on you to pursue this further. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to call. We will do our utmost to cooperate." Another tragedy must be averted. Following these events, Wan Hong had developed immense trust in Lei Hang's abilities. Furthermore, capturing the true culprit swiftly would alleviate his own burdens, especially since several lives had already been lost, necessitating accountability to the citizens. "Rest assured, I will do my utmost," Lei Hang replied, patting Wan Hong on the shoulder. As he spoke, he had already exited the prison gates, bidding farewell to Wan Hong as he entered his vehicle. And Aishan and the others boarded the vehicle. And upon noticing Li Ding had also joined, the black dog inquired with puzzlement, "What are you still doing here? Isn't this wretched ride uncomfortable for you?" Li Ding hastily replied, "The true culprit remains at large, which indicates that I am still in peril. This matter must be resolved by you, otherwise, my father will not compensate you. Who cares about your meager contribution?" And Aishan retorted with a cold laugh, her gaze shifting to Lei Hang as she expressed concern. "You're injured. You should visit a hospital." "It's nothing, just a minor injury," Lei Hang rasped, clearly suffering from the severe constriction around his neck. In reality, every part of his body ached, with 2 ribs fractured. Had he not possessed considerable strength, he would have long been incapacitated. Nissan frowned, insisting, "No. You should rest in the back. I will drive." Recognizing that this was not the time for bravado, Lei Hang acquiesced, laboriously moving to the rear, where he leaned against the side of the vehicle. Han Shiyun and Li Rue sat on either side of him, promptly offering support, one using a tissue to dab at his blood, while the other used bottled water to cleanse his wounds. Across from them, Li Ding's heart burned with jealousy as he pondered why, despite his own striking handsomeness and wealth, this unsophisticated fellow garnered such attention from so many. And Aishan drove directly to the Li family villa, where Li Xianhai and his wife had returned home, and promptly approached with inquiries. "How is it? What progress have you made? We have dealt with the accomplice and are temporarily out of danger. However, I still recommend that Li Ding remain in his room and refrain from going out until I uncover the true mastermind." Lei Hang signaled to Li Ding, prompting him to exit the vehicle. Li Ding, eager to leave, promptly leaped out. Yet, Li Rue remained still. She had no desire to linger at home. Biting her lip, she declared, "Lei Hang is injured. I will go to care for him today and return tomorrow. Then please take good care of Mr. Lei, and come back together for dinner tomorrow," came the unexpected acquiescence from Li Xianhai. And Aishan hesitated, wanting to express that she and Han Shiyun were sufficient caregivers. But recalling the considerable assistance she had provided earlier, she felt reluctant to voice such sentiments. With a resolute press on the accelerator, she sped towards the funeral home. The early morning streets were nearly devoid of traffic, and the hearse raced through the desolate roads, the night breeze gently soothing, almost lulling one to sleep. Just as Lei Hang was about to close his eyes for a brief respite, a figure suddenly flashed by the roadside, a person with a face marred by burn scars, who revealed a mysterious smile directed at him. Chapter 68. Threat stopped the car. Lei Hang shouted, and the hearse came to an abrupt halt with a creak. He leaned out to take a look, only to find the street deserted, the figure that had just been there seemingly evaporated into thin air. "I saw him. It was Qiu Yang," Lei Hang declared, retracting his head back into the vehicle. He waved his hand, signaling to move on. "Since he dares to appear here, he must not fear being captured by us. Does this mean Qiu Yang is truly alive?" Hego inquired, his expression clouded with uncertainty. "Perhaps. Who knows whether he is man or ghost?" Lei Hang pondered, increasingly confounded by the world around him. In his previous life as an atheist, things had been so much simpler. He merely needed to confront all manner of demons and spirits. Yet now, with so many phenomena beyond scientific explanation emerging, he found himself compelled to tackle one supernatural entity after another, akin to a novice precariously balancing on a tightrope, at risk of falling to ruin with the slightest misstep. Why has he chosen to appear here? Han Shiyun mused aloud, murmuring, "It seems he aims for more than mere intimidation. He deliberately revealed himself to inform us that Qiu Yang is still alive. What message is he trying to convey to us?" Hego, feeling overwhelmed, sighed. "Such intricate matters are best left to you intellectuals. I shall simply focus on the physical confrontation." Uncle Han scoffed. "Even your physical prowess is questionable. Wasn't it Lei Hang who just took a beating? That was merely a missed opportunity for me to showcase my abilities. I wanted to assist Brother Hang, but I couldn't even get in at that moment." The black dog rolled his eyes and remarked, "It seems you were snoring throughout, considering your age. Perhaps it is best not to meddle in affairs that do not concern you." "Oh, you little rascal, are you looking for a fight? Let me show you that age does not diminish my ability to make you kneel and beg for mercy," Uncle Han retorted, rolling up his sleeves in preparation for a scuffle. "Enough of this bickering," Lei Hang interjected, raising a hand to halt the commotion. "Your so-called pig brains have proven useful at this critical juncture. Let us first hear what Shiyun has to say, for she is the only one among us with her wits about her." All eyes turned toward Han Shiyun, who, with a resigned smile, responded, "Truth be told, I am equally at a loss. Although I did spot Qiu Yang earlier, we cannot ascertain the authenticity of our encounter. It is entirely plausible that someone is impersonating Qiu Yang to lead us astray. Until the enemy reveals more of their true intentions, we will remain without solid conclusions." Han Shiyun, known for her cautious nature, refrained from making hasty judgments, rendering her statement seemingly unhelpful. Lei Hang concurred. The individuals we are dealing with are exceedingly cunning. The previous encounter with Hu Xian was troublesome enough, and now Qiu Yang appears equally formidable. I harbor grave suspicions that he may possess a blood well, as those associated with blood wells tend to exhibit high intelligence. He paused momentarily before adding, except for myself. Why is that? The black dog inquired, intrigued. Lei Hang offered a wry smile, but refrained from elaborating. After all, Li Rue was seated nearby, and he wished to keep certain information under wraps. The situation had already ensnared far too many individuals, and it was perhaps best for Li Rue to remain an outsider. Moreover, she had family to consider, presenting numerous vulnerabilities, and was unlikely to contribute significantly to their cause. As the conversation unfolded, the hearse arrived at the funeral home. The construction next door was progressing steadily. In recent days, the main structure had taken shape. The black dog expressed his satisfaction, proclaiming, "Our flagship funeral home is on the verge of completion." And Aishan slapped him playfully, retorting, "What do you mean by our flagship funeral home? Are you planning to spend the rest of your life with your brother Hang? Is there a better alternative?" The black dog shrugged. "People like me rarely find girlfriends, and even if we do, being in this profession is perilous. Hang is a cautionary tale. Why don't we make do together? Dream on." And Aishan delivered another playful slap. "Didn't you say we are all brothers?" Lei Hang smirked. "You talk too much." And Aishan shot him a glare, contemplating that had it not been for his injuries, a physical altercation would have ensued. Once inside, Lei Hang was laid upon a recliner, while the others hurriedly tended to his wounds. The marks around his neck were not severe, but he had 2 fractured ribs. Uncle Han, having learned some bone-setting techniques, assisted in realigning the bones and securing them with a wooden splint. "All right, everyone, let's wash up and sleep. I will read for a bit before resting," Lei Hang stated. He did not perceive his injuries as particularly grave. Rather, he felt a slight itch in the wounded areas, as though they were in the process of healing, an effect attributed to his newly replaced heart, which not only fortified his body, but also seemed to accelerate the healing process. As the crowd ascended the stairs to rest, Lei Hang rolled up his sleeves. With a mere thought, a vibrant, multicolored rope gracefully entwined itself before him, hovering in the air. This rope resembled a serpentine creature, brimming with vitality and capable of executing any motion at will. "Come fort," Lei Hang commanded, his voice firm yet commanding. The rope emitted a faint luminescence, and a monstrous figure with a greenish visage and jagged teeth materialized before him. It prostrated itself on the ground, repeatedly pleading for mercy. "Spare me, great immortal, spare me." Only then did Lei Hang have the opportunity to discern its true form. The spectral creature was enormous, its features grotesque, with sharp claws resembling those of a hellish enforcer. Yet at this moment it trembled in fear, utterly stripped of its earlier bravado. "Rise and speak. What is your name?" Lei Hang inquired, eager to observe its entirety. The imposing figure gradually stood, timidly responding, "In answer to your esteemed presence, I am called Defong, a solitary wandering spirit, having cultivated for a millennium." "A millennium of cultivation?" Lei Hang chuckled softly. "Why would a ghost of such longevity serve Qiu Liang? He extracted my ghostly essence. If I do not obediently comply, he shall obliterate my essence, and my years of cultivation would be rendered futile. How did he manage to seize your essence? Are you, a millennium-old specter, unable to contend with him? He possesses a formidable ally." Defong's countenance darkened with indignation. Were it not for that powerful aid, crushing him would be as effortless as squishing an ant. "What manner of formidable ally?" "It is a swirling mass of black mist. I cannot discern its true nature, but it is utterly terrifying." "A swirling mass of black mist?" Lei Hang's expression grew grave as he inquired, "Does this Qiu Liang possess a bloodwell?" "What bloodwell?" Dafa scratched his head. "I am not certain. I have only been assisting him for a short time. All I know is that he bears severe burn scars on his face. Our communication has solely occurred through the internet. He instructs me on the tasks to be completed, and I am responsible for executing them. For each task accomplished, he rewards me with a wisp of ghostly essence. Therefore, can you traverse the internet to any location?" Lei Hang asked with keen interest. "Indeed, Due to years of cultivating by absorbing lightning, I am capable of navigating through any electrical current or network. I can also simulate and emit various signals, including images and videos. However, at my current level of cultivation, I am unable to replicate information of substantial volume. At that moment, Lei Hang's phone unexpectedly chimed. Upon opening it, he found a text message that read, "You would do well to return Dafa to me. Otherwise, you shall face a fate worse than death." Chapter 69. Arson. This message was sent from a virtual number, rendering any trace of information utterly unattainable. Lei Hang smiled nonchalantly, crafting a reply. "Who are you?" Soon, a response arrived. "You know full well." "How intriguing." Lei Hang chuckled softly, shaking his head as he continued to compose a message. "What benefits do you gain from this?" "I can spare your life." Such audacity. Lei Hang chose to disregard further communication, tucking his phone into his pocket and glancing up at Dafong. Indeed, Dafong's physique was imposing, standing nearly 3 meters tall, his head almost brushing the ceiling. Lei Hang noticed a colorful band encircling his neck, reminiscent of a multicolored rope, and inquired, "What is the meaning of this?" Dafong hesitated for a moment, his eyes darting, before responding, "This is my proof of temporarily residing within your treasure. With it, I can freely enter and exit the artifact. Are you attempting to deceive me?" Lei Hang chuckled, reaching into his pocket, from which the little ghost promptly emerged, opening its wide mouth to playfully snap. "Dafong, I genuinely wish to assist you. Should you remain obstinate and fail to find your way back, I shall have no choice but to feed you to my little ghost." As he spoke, he reached out to pat the little ghost's head. Its large eyes widened in astonishment, fixating on Dafong without blinking. Dafong's expression turned to one of sheer terror. Having personally experienced the little ghost's frightfulness, he quickly pleaded, "Great Immortal, spare me. In truth, I have already been marked by your artifact, becoming your servant, and from this day forth, I can only obey your commands. Therefore, you must possess a method to erase the mark, do you not?" Lei Hang understood that his deliberate concealment was undoubtedly a strategy to seek opportunities to erase the mark and reclaim his freedom. "Rest assured, I shall not regard you as a servant. Our relationship is purely one of collaboration. I can assist you in retrieving the ghostly essence and even aid you in your cultivation, provided you are forthright and do not engage in deceit. Otherwise, I cannot guarantee that you will not be considered mere fodder for the little spirits. Indeed, I am wholeheartedly committed to collaborating with the esteemed immortal. As long as you can help me retrieve the ghostly essence, I would willingly accept servitude." Dafong, with a sorrowful countenance, clearly indicated the significance of the ghostly essence to him. "Fear not. I am determined to eliminate Qiu Yang, who harms the innocent." After a moment of contemplation, Lei Hang inquired, "Since you can traverse freely within the current, does that imply you can access any surveillance footage?" "Indeed, I can observe any surveillance, even from highly confidential institutions," Dafong replied, a confident smile gracing his face. Nodding, Lei Hang said, "Very well, assist me in locating Qiu Yang's hiding place." "That might be somewhat challenging, esteemed immortal. To be candid, I have previously sought his whereabouts, but he is exceedingly clever and never reveals himself before any surveillance. Do give a try." Lei Hang gestured, eager to ascertain Dafong's capabilities. "All right," Dafong replied, before promptly vanishing into his phone. "Esteemed immortal." As Lei Hang was pondering, a sound emanated from his phone. He picked it up to see a cheerful figure on the screen waving at him. "Master, I am about to commence my actions. Please keep an eye on the surveillance footage. You can instruct me to halt at any moment, and we can communicate in real time." With that, the screen plunged into darkness, faint flickers of light dancing within. Soon, the display illuminated again, revealing 2 long, fair legs swaying before the camera. Lei Hang felt a sense of familiarity with the surroundings and wondered, "Where is this place?" "This is the bedroom above yours. I am currently inside one of the ladies' phones. The angle isn't quite right. Let me check another phone." With that, the view shifted again, this time capturing the entire room. Inside, 3 women clad in revealing attire were animatedly discussing cosmetics and body image. An Aishan boldly attempted to lift Li Rui's shirt, as if the two were preparing to compete over their figures. while Han Xian stood nearby, acting as the referee. It appeared that the three had grown quite close, with N.I. Shan showing less aversion towards Li Rue. Lei Hang smiled with satisfaction, but upon seeing Li Rue's shirt about to be lifted, he quickly interjected. "What are you doing? Hurry up and get a business." "All right." With a casual acknowledgement, the screen plunged into darkness once more, and soon every surveillance feed from the city appeared on the mobile device. Even household cameras and concealed hotel surveillance had been compromised. After scrutinizing the footage for a considerable time, Lei Hang found no suspicious activity. Instead, he stumbled upon 2 burglary incidents, prompting him to promptly notify the authorities, a commendable act of civic duty. Noticing how late it had grown, Lei Hang yawned and remarked, "All right, let us call it a night. We can continue this tomorrow." In an instant, Defong sprang forth from the light bulb, grinning mischievously. "Then let us resume our search tomorrow. We must unearth that scoundrel." With that, he vanished with a swift whoosh, retreating into the colorful rope, which sprang back to life, coiling around Lei Hang's wrist. A faint smile graced Lei Hang's face as he gently caressed the vibrant cord before rising to the altar to offer 3 sticks of incense to Guangong. At that moment, a little spirit suddenly emerged from his pocket, hovering by the altar to indulge in the fragrant sandalwood smoke. Unexpectedly, Guangong's eyes flew open again, startling Lei Hang, who quickly seized the little spirit and sidestepped. An invisible blade of energy sliced through the air, severing a corner of the altar. With the little spirit no longer inhaling the incense, Guangong's eyes closed once more. Lei Hang let out a quiet sigh of relief, pulling the little spirit from his grasp and admonishing, "Do you think you can simply pilfer from Lord Guan?" The little spirit appeared quite frightened, promptly retreating into his pocket. Amused, Lei Hang chuckled and proceeded to light 3 sticks of incense before his grandfather's portrait, extracting the little spirit again. "All right, now you may savor it. My grandfather is quite generous." The young spirit shook his head, clutching the incense burner and inhaling fervently. After consuming 3 sticks of incense, Lei Hang tucked it into his pocket, closed the shutter of the funeral parlor, and ascended the stairs to prepare for sleep. Uncle Han and the black dog had been vocal throughout the day. One snored while the other ground his teeth, intermittently punctuated by a series of foul and prolonged flatulence, the source of which remained a mystery. The other room fell silent as well, suggesting that the 3 women, having concluded their competition, had succumbed to slumber. After taking a shower in the bathroom, Lei Hang entered the bedroom only to be met with an overwhelming stench of flatulence and foot odor that was truly unbearable. He quickly shut the door and retreated downstairs, laying the folding lounge chair flat, intending to endure the night there. He resolved that once the adjoining room was completed in a few days, he would certainly demand separate sleeping arrangements from these 2. Exhausted from the day's labors, he soon drifted into a deep sleep. Just then, a dark figure appeared outside the door, wielding 2 gasoline canisters, and began to pour gasoline around the entire house. Chapter 70. The Fire Demon. The funeral parlor of Lei Hang was situated in an unremarkable locale, and across the street. The mortuary fell into an eerie silence as night descended, with the surrounding residents long succumbed to slumber, leaving the streets desolate. Beneath a starless night, a shadowy figure approached, pouring 2 barrels of gasoline at the entrance before vanishing into the darkness. Shortly thereafter, it re-emerged with 2 more barrels, commencing to fill the interior through the gaps in the windows. The house, long neglected, was riddled with openings, and after emptying 1 barrel, the figure proceeded to another window with yet another. As 2 hours elapsed, an indeterminate number of barrels had been poured into the dwelling. The shadow exhaled deeply, igniting a lighter and setting ablaze the gasoline pooled at the door's threshold. In a mere 3 seconds, a roaring inferno engulfed the entire house, encircling it in flames. At that moment, Lei Hang remained ensconced in slumber, his recliner positioned behind the counter, shielded from the blaze's glow. Otherwise, his years of vigilance would have alerted him to the danger. The 5 individuals sleeping on the second floor were equally oblivious, as the first floor succumbed to the flames. Yet the inferno had not yet reached their level. Lei Hang's pocket stirred, and a small spirit drowsily emerged, only to be met with the sight of the room ablaze, prompting it to emit frantic shrieks and tug at Lei Hang's collar in a frenzy. "Cease your commotion." Lei Hang groggily opened his eyes, suddenly assailed by the acrid scent of burning paper. Instantly awakened, he sprang to his feet, only to be confronted by an uncontrollable blaze within the house. The flames, having surged through the windows and door, blocked all exits, with even the back door engulfed in a fierce fire. He hurried to the bathroom, dampened a towel with water, and pressed it against his nose. Taking a deep breath, he shouted, "Fire!" This exclamation jolted An Shan from her slumber, leading her to believe she was hallucinating. However, upon seeing the bright flames outside the window, she quickly regained her composure and cried out, "Get up, there's a fire!" In a flurry, the three women scrambled to don their clothing. As they opened the door, flames surged towards them. The fire on the first floor met the air and instantly leapt upward, igniting the entire corridor. Given that the funeral home was primarily composed of paper decorations, it was alarmingly flammable. In mere moments, the entire floor was engulfed in a sea of flames, making descent exceedingly difficult. An Shan forcefully kicked open the door of the adjacent room, where Hago and Uncle Han were still soundly asleep. Still sleeping. "There's a fire," An Shan exclaimed, delivering a sharp slap to each of their foreheads. Scanning the room for any fire extinguishers, she found none. "Lei Hang, do you have a fire extinguisher downstairs?" She shouted toward the stairwell. "No, the fire extinguisher has long been empty. It was merely a facade for inspections," Lei Hang lamented, regretting that his grandfather had not replaced it in time. And he himself had forgotten. Who would have thought that today would bring an act of arson? He contemplated fleeing to the roof, but the inferno of burning paper blocked his path at the stairwell, and vast patches of gasoline blazed on the ground. "You all go down first. Don't worry about me." Lei Hang rushed into the bathroom, searching frantically for a water pipe, but to no avail. He resorted to using a bucket to collect water to extinguish the flames. However, this was akin to a drop in the bucket. The gasoline on the ground had yet to burn away completely, and the water merely caused it to spread further, rendering the effort futile. Meanwhile, Uncle Han upstairs had already called the fire department and was shouting for help from the rooftop. Turn on the faucet in the bathroom. Nishan, in desperation, smashed the water pipe, and a torrent of water gushed forth, cascading down the stairs. Yet, the flow was insufficient to make any impact. Her heart sank. If the fire continued to rage unchecked, Lei Hang would surely perish below. "Lei Hang, can you hear me? Can you find an escape? Don't worry about me. Just get out," came Lei Hang's faint response from below, its clarity uncertain, leaving An Shan unsure if he had already lost consciousness. Gritting her teeth, she returned to the bathroom, soaked herself in water, and dashed downstairs. "You've lost your mind," Li Rue exclaimed, pulling her back. "You can't save him like this. You'll be consumed by the flames too. I would rather die with him." An Shan struggled fiercely, tears unwittingly streaming down her cheeks. Li Hui, shocking, gradually loosened his grip on her arm. "Don't be reckless." At that moment, Han Xiun stepped forward, grasping both their arms and handing them damp towels. She had soaked all the blankets in the house, carefully laying them down the stairs, cautioning them to avoid inhaling smoke. An Shan and Li Rue simultaneously came to their senses and rushed back inside to soak the blankets in the bathroom, tossing them down the staircase in haste. After the comforter became drenched, it grew exceedingly heavy, making it challenging to ignite, effectively stifling the raging flames. Surprised yet elated, Li Rue swiftly turned to assist Han Xiun as they continued to drag the comforter to the bathroom to soak it further. At that moment, Uncle Han rushed down from upstairs, urging, "What are you still doing here? Hurry upstairs, leave this to me and Black Dog. We will undoubtedly rescue Lei Hang. Move." "I won't leave. If anything happens to Lei Hang, I shall not live either," An Shan declared, covering her mouth and nose as she dragged a soaked comforter down the staircase. Uncle Han, feeling helpless, turned to Han Xiun and Li Rue, saying, "You two must go first. Head to the rooftop and jump to the adjacent building." "I will not go," Li Rue replied, shaking his head, as he and Han Xiun worked together to pass a comforter to him. "You children, why are you so disobedient? Xiun, you must go." Uncle Han reached out to pull Han Xian away, but she pushed him back, insisting, "Stop wasting time. We need to save lives." Uncle Han had no time to ponder why his child had suddenly become so obstinate today. He addressed Black Dog. "We will rush down together to rescue them and bring back 2 more comforters. There are none left. All the comforters have been deployed. Only the bed sheets remain." At this moment, Li Rue emerged with a pile of soaked bed sheets. "That will suffice," Uncle Han exclaimed, grabbing a sheet and draping it over himself, charging downstairs without hesitation. "Wait." Han Xian tied a pair of soaked long johns around his nose, leaving only his eyes visible, and cautioned, "Do not be reckless. Protect yourself. If you feel dizzy, return immediately. Rest assured, my daughter, your father has practiced martial arts." Uncle Han chuckled, turning to rush down the stairs. Halfway down, he shouted, "Whose autumn trousers are these? They stink. It's unbearable." I exclaimed, "Where have my autumn trousers disappeared to?" The Black Dog, wrapping a damp scarf around his face, called out to the 3 women, "Cover your mouths and noses and step back. The greatest threat from a fire isn't the flames, but the smoke. Cover up as much as you can and inhale not a whiff." With that, he followed Uncle Han down the stairs. The staircase leading to the first floor consisted of 2 levels, and the flames had been smothered by the quilts. By the time Uncle Han reached the ground floor, it was engulfed in a sea of fire. Just as he was about to grab a wet quilt from the ground to douse the flames, a wave of fire, seemingly alive, surged forth and pulled him into its embrace. Klan. The Black Dog's expression changed dramatically. Chapter 71. The second master strikes, and Shan was never one to remain passive, nor would she stand idly by while her comrades risked their lives. She hastily grabbed a damp bedsheet and draped it over herself, urging Han Xian and Li Rue, "You two, hurry upstairs and evacuate. The fire brigade won't arrive anytime soon. It's perilous here. I will accompany you." Li Rue also wrapped himself in a bedsheet. "Enough of this. We have undergone professional firefighting training at the police station. What if something goes awry? Your parents will not take it lightly." And Aishan firmly rejected the notion. "Every additional effort increases the chances of rescuing Lei Hang. Surely, you do not wish for him to face misfortune?" Li Rue countered, covering his mouth and nose as he rushed downstairs. And Aishan hesitated for a moment before promptly following suit. Han Xiun turned and dashed upstairs. The fire department would require time to arrive, and she needed to summon more people to combat the flames from outside. It was imperative to locate a fire hydrant and extinguishers. If they could manage to control the blaze at the entrance, they would be able to safely extract those trapped inside. On the rooftop, Uncle Han had already set up wooden planks. She carefully traversed the planks to the adjacent construction site and successfully leaped from the steel framework, shouting, "Fire! Come quickly and help." A few individuals outside rushed towards the scene with buckets in hand, but against such a formidable blaze, their efforts were akin to a drop in the ocean. "There's a fire hydrant ahead. Quickly, find a hose. If anyone has a fire extinguisher, bring it forth." Han Xiun immediately issued commands, seizing a hose for the construction site and directing water through the window into the inferno within. At this moment, Shan and Li Rue had rushed down to the staircase, where they found the Black Dog, charred and lying on the steps. They hurried to assist him, asking, "What happened? Where is Uncle Han?" The Black Dog's face bore the marks of burns as he coughed a couple of times and replied, "This fire. It possesses a sinister nature, capable of devouring humans. Uncle Han has already been consumed. Tread with caution." "Consumed?" And Aishan's expression changed dramatically. If something were to happen to Uncle Han, how could she explain it to Shiyun? Just then, a wave of flames surged towards them, revealing a colossal skull amidst the inferno, its gaping maw wide open in a menacing manner. "Be careful." Li Rue grasped both of them, forcibly pulling them back half a meter as the flames narrowly grazed their heads before vanishing into the vast sea of fire. "What is this thing?" And Aishan's complexion turned pale. She had never before encountered flames capable of devouring, particularly ones resembling a skull. It seemed that this entity could only exist where there was fire. It could not penetrate the stairwell devoid of flames. The Black Dog coughed violently and inquired, "What shall we do now?" Li Rue shouted toward the front. "Lei Hang, are you still there?" Why haven't you left? Hurry. A voice emerged from the smoke and flames, yet the obscuring haze made it impossible to see clearly. He's still alive. And Aishan breathed a sigh of relief and asked, "What about Uncle Han?" He was engulfed by the flames. Did you see him? Uncle Han is with me. His injuries are severe. You two must not approach. There's something within this fire. At this moment, Lei Hang was hiding beneath the offering table situated below the statue of Guan Yu. This was the only area in the room that remained unscathed. A skeletal figure wreathed in flames seemed to be wandering about, yet it dared not approach the statue, for since the fire ignited, Guan Yu's eyes had remained wide open. The air was thick with the aura of blades, as if something were being relentlessly hacked to pieces. Moments earlier, Uncle Han had been consumed by the flames, his screams echoing through the chaos. Lei Hang immediately rushed to his aid, but the fiery skeleton sought to engulf him. At that instant, an invisible wave of cutting energy sliced through the air, cleaving the skeletal figure in half, granting Lei Hang the opportunity to drag Uncle Han to safety. However, the lethal aura emanating from Guan Yu seemed ineffective against the flaming specter, which quickly reformed and continued to roam the inferno, resembling a predatory shark in its relentless pursuit. Uncle Han was charred and blackened, his hair singed away, with large areas of burns marring his face, leaving him in a state of unconsciousness. Fortunately, he was draped in a damp blanket. After rescuing him, Lei Hang splashed water over him, ensuring he was not in immediate danger. Yet, the speed at which Guan Yu wielded his blade was diminishing, as if he were struggling to maintain his strength. Without Guan Yu as their pillar of support, both of them faced certain death. Suddenly, Lei Hang noticed the multicolored rope on his wrist and shouted, "Come forth." The rope tightened around itself, and a booming voice emanated from within, "I dare not emerge. I'm also afraid of the flames, which could incinerate my very soul. What then shall we do? You are substantial. Do you possess no solution?" Lei Hang's heart raced with urgency. There is a method, but it can save only one person. Speak. The colorful rope artifact possessed by the immortal is impervious to fire and water. You must throw this person towards the hallway. I can glide him a short distance of up to 3 feet within the colorful rope. That is my utmost limit. Understood. Lei Hang doused Han Shu with more water, wrapping a towel around his head, and shouted towards the hallway, "And Aishan, I am about to throw Han Shu over to you. Catch him, and once you have him, leave the rooftop immediately. What about you?" And Aishan's voice echoed back, "I'll exit through the back door. It's inconvenient to carry Han Shu since he is already unconscious." With that, Lei Hang hoisted Han Shu and aimed him towards the hallway. Despite his robust physique, throwing over 100 pounds of weight was no simple task, leaving him with all hope resting on the colorful rope. At that moment, a fierce strike from above split the flaming skeleton in two. With a mighty roar, Lei Hang hurled Han Shu forward, but the resurgence of old injuries compelled him to grimace in pain. Though he exerted every ounce of strength, Han Shu barely flew 7 or 8 meters. Fortunately, the colorful rope held him aloft, allowing him to slide nearly another meter, landing just at the staircase's edge. However, the flaming skeleton reformed swiftly and lunged towards Han Shu. Simultaneously, Nishan and Li Rui graspat Han Shu's legs, straining to pull him up the stairs as the flaming skeleton brushed past them, unleashing a reluctant plume of fire before retreating. "We've got him. Han Shu is safe. Nissan shouted triumphantly. Good. You all hurry and leave. I'll make my exit through the back door at once." A voice echoed from above, belonging to Lei Hang. And Aishan bit her lip and exclaimed, "Do not deceive me. If you perish, I shall not survive either." And Li Rui summoned his courage to voice his own feelings. At that moment, the smoke thickened ominously, and Aishan understood that they could no longer linger. She hoisted Uncle Han onto her back, while Li Rui supported the black dog, and the 4 of them hastily ascended towards the rooftop. Upon hearing their footsteps, Lei Hang felt a surge of relief, yet an overwhelming sense of solitude washed over him. In truth, the fiery skeleton had sealed all escape routes. The flames at the back door blazed fiercely, rendering any attempt to flee futile. Unless someone were to hurl Uncle Han out like a projectile, they would scarcely manage a few steps before being consumed by flames. especially with the fiery skeleton lurking nearby. Just then, a sigh emanated from above. It seemed that Master Guan had grown weary and finally closed his eyes. Chapter 72. The Blood Well whirled in an instant. It felt as though the apocalypse had descended upon the world. The flaming skeleton, reveling in its infernal dance, charged toward Lei Hang with maniacal laughter. A chilling realization washed over Lei Hang. He knew his end was nigh. Flickers of a few familiar faces flashed through his mind, and he was startled to find he could scarcely recall the visage of his parents. The little spirit in his pocket trembled in fear, and with a wry smile, Lei Hang gently stroked its head, murmuring, "I am truly sorry. It seems we are destined to perish together. Perhaps death is preferable, for it spares us from the shackles of servitude." Suddenly, a thought struck him, the blood well. A spark of inspiration ignited within his mind as he bit down on his middle finger, pressing it against the ground while reciting a series of strange incantations. These were the remnants of memories passed down to him after Hu Xian's demise. The odd verses felt both familiar and alien, enveloping him in a surreal haze. At that moment, the colossal flaming skeleton was nearly upon him. Finally, the first blood well emerged from the earth. Without hesitation, Lei Hang leapt into its depths. Though it might lead to his demise, it held the potential for salvation, a preferable fate to being consumed by flames. The fiery skeleton had roamed the night without catching a single soul. Witnessing its quarry on the verge of escape, it was overcome with fury and charged after him into the blood well. Yet, before it could breach the well's threshold, the flames around it dissipated in an instant, and the skeleton emitted a chilling wail of despair, hastily retreating. The blood well slowly vanished from sight, leaving only the flaming skeleton to wreak havoc within the chamber. As Lei Hang leaped into the blood well, he felt as if he had plunged into a viscous pool of glue, creating no splash whatsoever. He was enveloped by the thick liquid. Breathing was an impossibility, and even struggling proved arduous. His entire being, inverted, continued to sink, as if an unseen force were drawing him downwards. Glancing upward, he vaguely perceived what appeared to be his own body drifting above the blood well. In what manner did he now exist? Was his soul destined to be reaped by the blood spirit? He realized he seemed to require no breath at all and had lost track of time, spent sinking until, suddenly, he broke the surface. He remained within the blood well. Yet the scenery before him had transformed entirely. Before him lay an expansive, desolate wilderness, the air thick with a sanguine mist, visibility reduced to about 100 meters. The sky bore no sun, yet a peculiar luminosity prevailed. Where on earth was this? Emerging from the blood well, Lei Hang faintly heard voices nearby. He followed the sound, gradually revealing several figures kneeling upon the ground, murmuring incantations. As he advanced, the mist unveiled an increasing number of individuals, countless souls prostrating themselves, encircling a towering altar, their lips moving in unison. This altar, constructed of stone and brick, soared approximately 100 meters high, with steps that would require a considerable ascent, leaving its pinnacle obscured from view. Observing the diversity among the kneeling figures, men and women, young and old, curiosity stirred within him. He reached out and tapped the shoulder of a nearby individual, inquiring, "What are you doing?" The person remained motionless, ignoring him, continuing to prostrate and chant. Lei Hang approached to listen. They seemed to be chanting some incantation that he could not comprehend. At that moment, a sound akin to a bell echoed from the top of the altar, prompting 4 individuals to rise from the crowd and ascend the steps, one deliberate step at a time. Hu Xian. Lei Hang's expression shifted dramatically as he recognized one of them to be Hu Xian. He hurried forward, trailing behind the 4 as they climbed towards the summit of the altar. The 4 figures displayed no emotion, their bodies rigid, resembling mere corpses. Hu Xian was already dead, reinforcing the notion that souls indeed exist. What lies atop the altar? Lei Hang resolved to uncover the truth. Following the 4 for a considerable distance until they finally reached the pinnacle of the altar. However, what lay before him was a shroud of darkness, with a silhouette formed from black mist obstructing their path and concealing the altar spectacle. "My servant, you ought not to be here." The black mist swirled, exuding an aura of anger. What is this place? What are these individuals up to? Before Lei Hang could finish his thoughts, the black mist seized him entirely. A cold and hoarse voice resonating. Treasure your hard-won opportunity. I know you fear not death, but that is not a bargaining chip against me, wretched servant. As long as you have loved ones, you shall forever serve me. Do you understand? Or have you shed the frailties of humanity? Shall I demonstrate by eliminating your beloved? No, I shall leave at once. Lei Hang felt a surge of frustration within, yet he could only bow his head in submission. Return. The black mist was casually cast aside, and Lei Hang was sent hurtling backward, crashing into the distant blood well with a resounding splash. His body continued to sink, and eventually, he beheld his own form floating above the blood well. The two entities merged as he opened his eyes, only to be enveloped by darkness. How to escape? Lei Hang attempted to silently chant the incantation to summon the blood well. Suddenly, a portal manifested before him, and he stepped through, returning to the funeral parlor. Yet, he was met with charred walls and ash strewn about. The dawn had broken outside, indicating that the fire had finally subsided. Casting a glance behind him, he noticed the blood within the well churning violently. With a mere thought, he retracted the blood well, only to discover that everything within the room had been reduced to cinders, save for a statue of Guan Yu, which stood resilient, untouched by even a speck of dust. Puri, Gvan Yi. Lei Hang recognized that the funeral parlor was essentially ruined. He reached out, cradling the statue of Guan Yu, and made his way toward the door. Outside, an Aishan sat by the roadside, lost in thought, while Li Rue silently wept, and the black dog lamented with a furrowed brow. Why does everyone wear such sorrowful expressions? Has something happened at home? Lei Hang placed the statue at the entrance and dusted off his hands. Upon hearing his voice, everyone looked up, and Aishan rushed over, embracing him and crying, "You scared me to death. Where have you been?" The firefighters searched for ages and couldn't find a body. I thought you had been reduced to ashes. See, I told you Brother Hang would be just fine, chuckled the black dog, slapping Lei Hang on the shoulder. Tonight, at the Hilton Hotel, it's on you. Not a problem. Whatever you desire, it shall be yours. Lei Hang chuckled softly. Observing Li Rue standing not far away with a mix of laughter and tears, he extended his hand and beckoned. Come here. Li Rue hesitated for a moment, glancing at an Aishan, who wiped her tears and stepped forward to pull her closer, saying, "We are all siblings who have endured hardships together. I was in the wrong before. Please do not hold it against me." How could I? Li Rue finally felt accepted by this small circle, as if she had suddenly gained several more family members, overwhelmed with emotion and on the verge of tears. Lei Hang surveyed the surroundings and inquired, "How is Uncle Han?" "He has already been taken to the hospital. Sheehan is taking care of him." The doctor mentioned that although the burn area is substantial, most of it is minor, posing no serious danger. With a few days of rest, he should recover well. That is a relief. Lei Hang sighed. Glancing back at the funeral home, he asked, "Have the details been clarified? Was it an act of arson?" And Aishan nodded. It was indeed a deliberate act of arson, but we cannot ascertain who was responsible. The surveillance footage from the funeral home captured a figure, yet it proved to be of little use. Chapter 73. Imminent demise, how could it be futile? Let me examine it. Lei Hang received the phone and accessed the surveillance footage from the previous night. A figure clad in black materialized in the video, dousing the area with gasoline. The individual was discernibly male, but beyond that, no pertinent clues were evident. And Aishan gestured, palms open, and said, "The footprints at the scene have been analyzed, and all indications suggest a strong resemblance in build and height to Qiu Liang. However, there's no definitive proof implicating him, especially considering his demise. Further investigation is impossible." "What about the surveillance at the intersection?" Lei Hang inquired, pointing towards an intersection in front of the funeral shop, where cameras were also positioned. And Aishan shrugged, replying, "Already checked. No suspicious vehicles or individuals were observed. Traffic is extremely sparse on this road at night. So, this person evaded all surveillance?" He Go mused, perplexed. Then he likely exited through the back door. But how did he transport such a substantial amount of gasoline? According to the fire department's assessment, the fire was ignited by a copious amount of gasoline, at least 200 pounds. Transporting gasoline wouldn't be difficult, as Chiu Yang was a blood slave himself, possessing a blood well to assist him. After a moment of contemplation, Lei Hang suggested, have investigators check various gas stations to see if anyone recently purchased a large quantity of gasoline, or review gas station surveillance footage. Surely, we can unearth some clues. That's a laborious task, requiring meticulous review of surveillance. I suggest we visit Uncle Han first. Let's go. As Lei Hang prepared to enter his vehicle, he discovered his hearse had been reduced to scrap metal. Damn it, not a soul left behind. He kicked the car door, which fell to the ground with a clang. The interior already charred beyond recognition, save for the dark and scathed morning stick. He retrieved the morning stick and rinsed it under the faucet, astonished to find it completely untouched by the flames. The black dog chuckled. Hang, it seems we have no choice but to change vehicles now. Thankfully, I had the foresight to suggest you invest in that funeral flagship store. The main structure is already complete, and it won't be long before we can move in. Where shall we stay next? Nissan Inquayev. At my house. Li Rue replied with a grin. There are plenty of vacant rooms, and my parents will surely agree. And Aishan glanced at Lei Hang, seeking his opinion, as residing in someone else's home could feel somewhat awkward. There's no rush. Let us first visit Uncle Han. Lei Hang suggested. He first entrusted the statue of Guan Gong and the morning stick to a neighbor, then hailed a cab, and the trio headed straight to the city hospital. Uncle Han had regained consciousness, though his face was burned and covered in ointment, with bandages wrapped around his body. Han Shiyun sat beside him, feeding him porridge, and upon seeing Lei Hang was unharmed, she visibly relaxed. I knew you'd be fine, Uncle Han said, grinning despite the pain. Perhaps you should temper your enthusiasm. What did the doctor say? Lei Hang asked Han Shiyun. The doctor said there's nothing serious. Just some scars that might mar his appearance, she replied. The black dog smirked. He wasn't exactly a paragon of beauty to begin with. Are you looking for a fight? He retorted, not without a hint of sarcasm. Han Shu seized a banana and hurled it in his direction. Thank you, Black Dog replied, effortlessly catching it and savoring the fruit. Although he too bore burns, the severity was considerably less, having merely applied a bit of burn ointment to remedy the situation. Excuse us. Several nurses entered, maneuvering a hospital bed on which lay a youth of about 17 or 18 years. Accompanying him was a Taoist priest clad in traditional robes. Appearing in his 40s, rotund and greasy, yet adorned with a topknot, resembling a plump radish sprouting green shoots. The young man seemed to have just undergone surgery, still enveloped in unconsciousness. The stout priest surveyed Lei Hang and others with a look of astonishment, nodding slightly as a form of greeting. Unable to contain his curiosity, Black Dog inquired, Revered Taoist, have you come to the hospital for treatment as well? With a smile, the priest replied, My son is ill and undergoing surgery today. I have come to see him. Your son? Black Dog exclaimed in surprise. You chose to renounce the world while still having a wife and child? When I chose the path of a monk, I was unaware of my fatherhood, nor did I know that a single, reckless night with a stranger would lead to such a fate. It seems to be the will of heaven, the stout priest said, a serene smile gracing his lips as he openly reflected on his past. Instantly, Black Dog's eyes sparkled with intrigue. He eagerly fetched a chair for the priest, poured tea, and grinned, saying, You appear to be a man of stories, Taoist. If it is not too much trouble, might you share a tale or two? The stout priest chuckled gently. There is no need for formal teachings, but I would not mind recounting some tales for you. In my youth, I was fervently devoted to the pursuit of enlightenment. By the age of 15, I aspired to renounce worldly life and embrace a monastic path. However, my family vehemently opposed this decision. I implored them for 4 long years, and eventually they relented. Yet, they did not cease their efforts. Instead, they introduced a young woman who harbored affection for me, intending to lure me back into the mundane realm and extinguish my aspirations of renunciation. In a state of inebriation, I succumbed to temptation and engaged in a moment of indiscretion with her. Nevertheless, upon regaining my senses, I resolutely chose the path of monasticism, and Aishan regarded me with skepticism and furrowed her brow, questioning, given that you have already been intimate with that young woman. How can you still choose the path of a monk? Should you not take responsibility? Moreover, she holds such deep affection for you. The portly monk chuckled softly and gestured towards a black dog, posing a rhetorical question. If he were to profess his love for you, would you consider marrying him? To which she retorted, how could that be? I have no feelings for him. With a dismissive smile, Sean patted the black dog's shoulder, clarifying, I mean no offense. The monk continued, just as it is, although that young woman held affection for me, I felt no such sentiments in return. Fueled by youthful defiance against my family, I hastily chose the monastic life. Reflecting on my past actions, I now recognize that my decision may have been misguided. Whether one immerses oneself in the world or retreats from it, both paths hold significance. While the pursuit of enlightenment is indeed paramount, it would not have been amiss to have her join me in my spiritual journey. Alas, it is too late for such considerations, for she succumbed to cancer 2 years ago, leaving behind this unfortunate child, whom I now bear the responsibility of raising. How do you intend to care for him? Will you raise him as a monk? Nisan inquired, perplexed. The corpulent Taoist cast a glance at the youth lying on the bed and remarked, that will not be the case. He must choose his own path. My role is merely to instruct him on how to navigate this world. As for his future, that is entirely in his hands. Uncle Han could not restrain himself and interjected, I believe this approach is somewhat lacking. The child is still young. You ought to arrange matters concerning marriage and parenthood for him, for he may one day need to care for grandchildren as well. One cannot rely on their parents indefinitely. What will become of him when they are no longer around? The corpulent Taoist fixed him with a steady gaze for a moment before responding, it is akin to your own precarious existence. If you have offspring, it would be wise to secure their future at the earliest opportunity. Upon hearing these words, Lei Hang and the others exchanged glances, their expressions shifting with concern. Chapter 74. The opportunity for a turnaround, and Sean instinctively sensed that she had encountered a fraud and no longer wished to converse with the rotund Taoist priest. She had encountered too many individuals of this ilk, who, clad in a Taoist robe, paraded around pretending to possess supernatural abilities. The black dog interjected, Taoist, you cannot speak so recklessly. I, a humble priest, never utter falsehoods. Not only him, but all of you, every one of the 6 present, are beset by ill fortune, the plump priest declared, gesturing towards each individual before finally fixing his gaze on Lei Hang. The source lies with you. You are burdened with an overwhelming aura of death, and your fortune is abysmally poor. You are perpetually at risk of losing your life. Those who associate closely with you are inevitably ensnared in this misfortune, causing everyone's blessings to rapidly diminish. He then pointed at Sean and continued, your ancestors lacked virtue, and you possess little fortune yourself. Yet your close ties with him render you the most susceptible to calamity. The others found his assertions compelling, seemingly resonating with reason, and began to entertain a measure of belief. And Sean, the most skeptical of such mystical notions, laughed and inquired, pray tell, Taoist, how might I avert this fate? Should I renounce the world and take up the Taoist path? The plump priest smiled and replied, you do not believe in me, hence I shall not consider your salvation. Moreover, as a woman, you are unlikely to pursue the Taoist life. Among all present, the only one I can truly assist is him. He pointed at Uncle Han. The black dog, puzzled, asked why. Do you not believe I am worthy of rescue as well? You are not destined for the Taoist life, and the death aura surrounding you is only slightly less than that of this young lady, making it difficult to save you. I also fear inviting trouble upon myself. None of you seem to be easily provoked. Lei Hang had heard the term death energy more than once and inquired, what exactly is death energy? And how can the Taoists see it on us? The plump Taoist, with an air of calmness, replied, once you cultivate your skills to a certain level, you will naturally acquire abilities that surpass the ordinary. And Sean chuckled. I have heard many charlatans say the same. They incessantly preach about cultivation while possessing little virtue themselves. That is indeed the case, the Taoist said, unfazed and patiently explained, cultivation is a straightforward endeavor. It hinges on your ability to still your mind. True cultivation involves maintaining a state of tranquility in the heart. It is akin to a cup of murky water. Given time to settle, it becomes clear. The human heart operates similarly. As long as one can achieve inner stillness, The mind becomes exceptionally perceptive, facilitating problem-solving with remarkable ease. A tranquil heart brings forth extraordinary insight. My son enjoys playing video games. Whenever he approaches them with a calm demeanor, he can maintain control and perform remarkably well. The principle is quite simple, and I'm sure many of you have experienced this as well. So, is this the reason you can perceive death energy? And Aishan questioned, shaking her head. If I quiet my mind now, why do I not see any death energy on you? Because you have yet to find your stillness. The portly Taoist smiled faintly and remarked, you harbor prejudice within your heart. When will you relinquish your biases and obstinacy? Perhaps then you may find a glimmer of hope. Otherwise, a mere word from another can incite your fury, much like a bull tethered by its nose ring, directed wherever one pleases. Anger obscures reason. How can one perceive the truth then? And Aishan found herself a loss for words, shaking her head and responding, I do not comprehend the notion of cultivation you speak of, yet I believe your assertions regarding lifelessness are mere fabrications, intangible and elusive. Ultrasonics are similarly invisible and intangible. Do they exist? The myriad spirits of the world remain unseen. Do they exist? The human I can perceive only a fraction of reality, and one must look with the heart, what you often refer to as the subconscious. The portly Taoist disregarded Aishan's retort and turned to Uncle Han, saying, Our meeting today is indeed fateful. Among the 6 of you, only you possess the potential for redemption. Do you wish to save your own life? Uncle Han appeared conflicted, glancing at Han Shiyun and inquiring, Is my daughter beyond salvation as well? The Taoist replied, She is a person of great rationality, much like this woman, believing solely in what her eyes can perceive. However, she is more astute, given time. She will gradually unravel the truths I speak of, and may even surpass you in her ability to save herself. Let me ponder this. Uncle Han fell into deep contemplation. Li Rui then asked, Master, what of me? The portly Taoist chuckled. You possess abundant blessings. What have you to fear? As long as you distance yourself from this individual from now on, your days shall improve swiftly. Should you continue to associate with him, your family's fortune will be entirely depleted, unable to fill this insatiable abyss. You are all the same. If you were to part ways with this individual from now on, your later years may become arduous, yet survival would not be impossible. The person he referred to is, of course, Lei Hang. Perplexed, Lei Hang inquired, Is it truly that dire? Am I really a burden to so many? Not merely so, replied the portly Taoist, sipping his water. In the future, you may burden even more individuals. The weight you bear is immense and grave. It could lead to irreparable consequences, or conversely, elevate everyone around you to heights unforeseen. Regardless, the path you choose is entirely yours. Lei Hang pondered thoughtfully. So, does the Taoist imply that I still have the opportunity for redemption? With a cheerful grin, the Taoist responded, A single chess piece may appear inconsequential, yet can sway the course of the entire game. Some machines may become incapacitated with the loss of a solitary screw. Anything is possible. He then gestured towards Uncle Han, adding, However, I must admit my ulterior motive in taking you under my wing. Our sect, the Heavenly Path, has traditionally undervalued incense offerings, leading to a depletion of talent within our ranks. Your aptitude is commendable, and I wish to accept you as my disciple to ensure the continuation of the Heavenly Path. Mastering these skills will empower you to assist them more profoundly in the future. Uncle Han inquired, What will I be learning? Naturally, you shall study the art of Taoism, cultivation, and I shall also impart to you some lesser-known practices. There is no rush. My son will not be discharged from the hospital for a few more days, granting you ample time for contemplation. Very well, I shall consider it further, Uncle Han replied, appearing quite intrigued. At that moment, Li Rui unexpectedly handed his phone to Lei Hang, saying, My father has sent a message. He mentioned that during the early hours of the morning, someone attempted to set our house ablaze, but it was discovered in time, and fortunately, it did not ignite. However, the perpetrator remains at large. He wishes for us to go over and continue to ensure my brother's safety. Lei Hang is aware that Xiu Yang will not relent easily in his pursuit, and Li Ding serves as an excellent bait. After a moment of contemplation, He remarked, "Let us proceed then. Xian, you stay here to take care of your father. Feel free to call if anything arises." The group exited and took a taxi directly to the Li family villa. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Li Ding frantically running around the courtyard, his voice echoing with cries of "There's a ghost. There's a ghost. A female ghost is in the cabinet, and she is staring at me. Look, she is coming. She is coming." With a shriek, Li Ding tumbled and crawled behind Lei Hang, seeking refuge. Chapter 75. Conspiracy. As Lei Hang gazed ahead, he saw nothing but emptiness. Behind him, Anai Shan and the others wore expressions of confusion. The clearing before them was devoid of any presence, save for a few bodyguards lingering in the distance. Where was the specter? A sense of foreboding crept into Lei Hang's mind as he slowly reached into his pocket, preparing to summon his spirit companion. At that moment, Li Ding exclaimed, "She has left. She has entered the house. What shall we do now?" He clutched Lei Hang's sleeve tightly, as though it were a lifeline. Lei Hang furrowed his brow, nonchalantly withdrawing his arm. "Have you lost your mind? How could you see a ghost? Speak clearly. I am not mad. I truly saw a ghost." Li Ding gulped, his voice trembling. "Just moments ago, I went to the kitchen to search for food, and there she was, a woman with disheveled hair, standing inside the cupboard. I could only see her eyes. Her features were obscured. She came after me, and I fled. Fortunately, I found you. Master Lei, I implore you to save me." Noticing the palpable fear in Li Ding's demeanor, Lei Hang reassured him, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Do not worry. As long as I am here, no malevolent spirit shall approach you. From this moment forth, you shall remain at my side without fail." "Thank you, Master Lei." Li Ding managed a rare smile of gratitude. At that moment, Li Xianhai and his wife emerged. Having heard the commotion, Li Filan spoke with fervor, "Thank heavens. Mr. Lei, you have finally arrived. Yesterday, someone set fire outside our door, but fortunately, the patrolling bodyguards noticed it. Otherwise, the consequences would have been unimaginable." Li Xianhai remarked, "I believe the perpetrator will not rest until they achieve their aims. Until we apprehend the true mastermind behind these events, I would like Mr. Lei to stay at my residence. Rest assured, I shall cover all expenses during this time. You may consider it as residing in your own home." Understanding the situation, Lei Hang, who had nowhere else to go, acquiesced. He inquired, "What about the surveillance footage from yesterday? Did it capture the arsonist's appearance?" "We have reviewed it," came the response. The individual was clad entirely in black, rendering identification impossible. We could only vaguely discern that it was a man. This aligns with our prior understanding. I shall take a moment to survey the surroundings." Lei Hang stated as he surveyed the area. He found himself in a spacious courtyard. To his left lay a swimming pool, while to his right was a small park. Directly ahead stood two interconnected three-story residences, arranged in an L shape. Behind the villa was a level expanse of grass leading to the back gate, where one could indulge in barbecues during leisure time. The overall security of the villa was rather modest, although enclosed by walls. It would be quite easy for an adept climber to breach the perimeter. However, the presence of bodyguards altered the equation. The site of the arson was the rooftop window, where the arsonist had shattered the skylight, attempting to pour gasoline inside to ignite a fire. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. Although flames did erupt, they were swiftly extinguished, thanks to the numerous bodyguards and the well-equipped fire suppression systems within the villa. Thus, the significance of fire safety has become abundantly clear, hasn't it? Anai Shan gently patted Lei Hang's shoulder, adding, "Had there been a fire extinguisher yesterday, such an incident would have been averted, and Uncle Han would not have suffered burns." Lei Hang shook his head, remarking, "Who would have imagined that the adversary would resort to such an incendiary tactic? Even with a fire extinguisher, it would have been futile yesterday. The flames were simply too fierce, and within that inferno lurked a fire demon, ever poised to devour. It could very well consume the extinguisher itself. However, you are correct. Once the new house is completed, we must ensure the placement of a fire extinguisher." After surveying the villa, Lei Hang noted its exceptional quality. Not only was the decor opulent, but its location was also splendid, offering a picturesque view of the distant lake from the balcony. Upon returning indoors, he found Li Rue had already arranged the rooms. He glanced into Li Ding's room and observed that the talisman drawn in red cinnabar on the wall remained intact. He inquired, "How have you been feeling sleeping in this room lately? Have you experienced any discomfort?" "Not at all. I have been sleeping quite well these past few days." Hardly leaving the room, Li Ding replied. He seemed to recall something and added, "However, I often hear knocking at night. When I open the door, there is no one there, yet I can hear someone calling my name from the stairwell. I dared not venture out, and from then on, I disregarded any further knocks, simply focusing on my sleep." "Well done. One must master their curiosity. It can indeed prolong one's life," Lei Hang said with a smile. "Very well, then. You shall sleep soundly in your own room tonight. Remember, if you hear any noises, do not open the door. Just continue to sleep peacefully, understood?" Understood. Li Ding replied, completely obedient to his instructions. After dinner that evening, Lei Hang returned to his room, where Li Rui was diligently making his bed. "The weather is becoming increasingly warm. I shall replace your heavy quilt with a lighter one," she said. Li Rui smiled faintly, recalling that this had been her childhood bedroom. She cherished it particularly for its view of the lake, although the kitchen below often brought a cacophony of morning noises, prompting her to relocate to the adjacent room. "It's all right. I can manage on my own. You've had a long day. You should retire early," she suggested. Lei Hang took the bedding and began to arrange it himself. "Allow me to fetch you some water," he offered. As Li Rui approached the door with a cup of hot water, Lei Hang turned unexpectedly, resulting in the entire cup splashing onto him, soaking his trousers. "Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean to. Was it very hot? You should take your clothes off." In a flurry, Li Rui attempted to assist him in removing his shirt, only to notice that hot water had also spilled onto his lap. Fearing burns, she quickly knelt down to unbuckle his belt. Just as Lei Hang had stripped off his shirt, he noticed Shan and the black dog at the door, their eyes wide in shock. At that moment, Li Rui had just loosened his belt and was pulling down his trousers. "What the heck?" the black dog exclaimed, unable to contain his surprise. Li Rui turned around, her face flushed crimson as she hurriedly explained, "It's not what you think. I accidentally spilled hot water on Lei Hang, and I was worried about him getting burned." It's much better now. It's not hot anymore," Lei Hang interjected, hastily pulling up his trousers and scratching his head. "Did you need something from me?" "No, we merely came up to take a look." Shan replied with a light cough. "Do you wish to continue?" Lei Hang and Li Rui exchanged a glance, simultaneously shaking their heads. "No, we don't." Their synchronicity was quite remarkable. As Shan entered, she settled onto the sofa and remarked, "I have just discussed a matter with Haigu, and I am uncertain whether our analysis is accurate. Would you care to listen?" Eagerly attentive, Lei Hang took a seat at the bedside, followed closely by Li Rui. Shan, feeling somewhat vexed, scrutinized the two for a moment before continuing. If the arsonist yesterday was Qiu Liang, it could be comprehensible. However, for him to venture into the Li residence to set a fire is rather absurd. The Li family is surrounded by bodyguards, making the likelihood of a successful arson quite minimal. He must be aware of this. Why would he proceed? Lei Hang suddenly grasped the implication. "Are you suggesting he deliberately lured us here?" "Precisely," she affirmed. "He harbors a sinister plot." Chapter 76. Who do you wish to kill tonight? Were we intentionally lured here? Is there a hidden agenda at play? Perhaps an attempt to ensnare us all at once? I suspect it is not merely a simple matter. This female specter must be connected to Qiu Liang in some way, and his intentions surely extend beyond mere intimidation. With the enemy lurking in the shadows while we remain in the light, who can discern his true thoughts? The four of them sighed in unison, each acknowledging the complexity of the situation. Let us set aside these ponderings for now and partake in some sustenance. Li Rui, having caught the tantalizing aroma of food, led the others downstairs for dinner. Li Xianhai uncorked 2 bottles of vintage liquor, both treasured Maodai aged for 2 decades. In the face of such exquisite libations, Lei Hang and Black Dog showed no restraint, while even the 2 women, Shan and Li Rui, could not resist sampling a few sips. As the wine flowed, the atmosphere at the table grew increasingly animated. Li Xianhai and his wife had already withdrawn, and Li Ding had retreated to his own quarters, leaving only the 4 of them behind. Shall we indulge in some form of entertainment? Drinking in silence is rather dull, Black Dog remarked, slightly inebriated, as he reached for a booklet on the table. Look here, it's a game of truth or dare. How delightful. The booklet was filled with various prompts for the game, and both N.I. Shan and Li Rue eagerly raised their hands in agreement. For curiosity is a trait most prevalent in women. Ah, this suggests a fascinating variant called the new pen fairy. Let us give it a try. Black Dog instructed the four to take their seats, placing 2 chairs on either side of each participant. Though the chairs remained unoccupied, we shall feign the presence of others. And as the game unfolds, new companions shall materialize. Black Dog read aloud a line from the cover, and the excitement of the prospect sent a thrill through them. He extinguished the lights, leaving only a solitary candle to cast a tenebrous glow upon the table, imbuing the room with an air of profound mystique. This is rather unsettling, exclaimed Li Rue, a frisson of trepidation coursing through her. Fear not, Black Dog retorted. With Hang present, no malevolent entity dare approach. He placed a spoon upon the table, setting it into a vigorous spin. After several rotations, it pointed towards Lei Hang. My turn to inquire. Hang, how many paramours have you courted? Black Dog asked, his countenance brimming with anticipation. Lei Hang extended a solitary digit, gesturing towards N.I. Shan, before resuming the spoon's rotation. To his astonishment, it once more indicated him. Good heavens, is this spoon jinxed? He queried, feigning scrutiny of the utensil. As I am seated to your left, I shall pose the query, N.I. Shan announced, clearing her throat. Do you harbor affection for Rue? Lei Hang choked upon his own saliva, erupting into a fit of coughs. He dabbed at his nose, remarking, You two seem rather intimate now, addressing each other as Rue. How saccharine. Evade not the question, N.I. Shan pressed, her gaze unwavering. An awkwardness permeated the chamber. Lei Hang chuckled, I elect a dare. A sardonique smile grised ni Shan's visage. Fortuitous indeed. Tonight, you shall retire to Rue's chamber and repose alongside her for the night. Li Rue's face flushed crimson. Tanya, just not. She demurred, her head bowed. Enough of this frivolousness. Lei Hang chided, feigning severity, before tossing the spoon before her. Your turn. I shall yet tame you. N.I. Shan laughed heartily, rolled up her sleeves, and spun the spoon around, only for it to point back at her. How peculiar. N.I. Shan began to doubt the integrity of the spoon. It's my turn. The Black Dog fixed his gaze on N.I. Shan and, in a tone tinged with mischief, inquired, How many men have you been intimate with? Are you seeking your own demise? N.I. Shan nearly struck him in exasperation, prompting the Black Dog to hastily retreat while exclaiming, A bet is a bet. Do not sulk. N.I. Shan huffed and replied one. She gestured towards Lei Hang, who nodded in affirmation. I can attest to that, he affirmed. The Black Dog, with a mischievous grin, retorted, But can you be so certain? How long has it been since your breakup? Surely, you Haven T felt the pangs of solitude and sought some distraction? Vulgar, scandalous, obscene. The remaining 3 at the table hurled the bones and chopsticks on the table towards him. Wow, you all conspired to bully me. The Black Dog spun the spoon again, and it landed back on N.I. Shan. See, even fate is on my side. With a chuckle, the Black Dog was about to pose another question when N.I. Shan raised her hand to stop him. I choose a dare. The Black Dog erupted in laughter. Simple. I'll assist you. Tonight, you and Rue shall accompany Brother Hang to bed. Let it be so. I fear nothing. Just you wait, N.I. Shan retorted defiantly. She spun the spoon once more. This time it pointed towards the empty seat beside Li Rue. The lively atmosphere abruptly fell into silence. The 4 exchanged glances, all feeling a rush of exhilaration. Allow me to pose the question, one of them suggested. The Black Dog cleared his throat and addressed the empty seat, saying, Pen Fairy, if you're willing to join us, please take a seat here. The room fell into silence, and after a moment, N.I. Shan scoffed, Come on, do you really believe in the Pen Fairy? No sooner had her words left her lips than the candle flames on the table flickered unpredictably, as if stirred by an unseen breeze. The Black Dog hastily retrieved paper and pen from his belongings, inscribing truth and dare on 2 sheets of paper, placing them on either side of spoon, and inquired, So, will you choose truth or dare? The spoon wobbled slightly, then inexplicably moved on its own, pointing towards truth. Li Rui's eyes widened in astonishment as she covered her mouth. The thought of an invisible presence sitting beside her instilled a sense of dread within her. Furthermore, the fact that this entity was separated from Lei Hang and Ni Shan by an empty seat heightened her feelings of isolation. The drinks of the four at the table were nearly all sober now, and Lei Hang signaled to the black dog to continue with the questioning. The black dog then wrote yes and no on 2 more sheets of paper, positioning them before and behind the spoon, and asked, "May I inquire, are you the pen fairy?" The spoon began to rotate, indicating yes. It then autonomously spun around, pointing towards an empty seat beside an Aishan. The black dog swallowed nervously and asked, "Does anyone else wish to play?" The candle on the table flickered once more, as if someone had taken a seat. An Aishan, summoning her courage, reached out to the chair beside her, but found nothing there. At that moment, the booklet for Truth or Dare on the table suddenly began to flip through the pages on its own, coming to rest with a rustling sound on one particular page. The 4 individuals leaned forward, their gazes fixed upon the booklet that bore the ominous question, "Have you ever taken a life?" The spoon on the table trembled twice, its pointer indicating an affirmative response. And Aishan's palms grew clammy with perspiration. She had finally witnessed the existence of the supernatural. There was no other explanation for the unfolding events aside from the presence of the pen spirit. The spoon whirled once more, swiftly directing itself towards the vacant space beside the black dog. The black dog's fur bristled in alarm, wondering how there could be another presence. Just how many pen spirits inhabited this room? The 4 exchanged glances, fear and astonishment reflected in their eyes. The Truth or Dare booklet began to flutter again, settling on a particular page. They raised their eyes to read the chilling prompt. "Whom do you wish to kill tonight?" Chapter 77. The Great Adventure Tonight. Whom do you wish to kill? This question was undeniably chilling, as the 4 exchanged apprehensive glances, awaiting someone's response. The spoon spun twice on the table, ultimately pointing towards the black dog. "What the hell?" the black dog exclaimed, abruptly springing to his feet, cursing indignantly. He snatched up the booklet and flipped through its pages, inquiring, "Whose is this little book?" Li Rui shook his head in confusion, replying, "I have no idea. It seemed to be here during dinner. I don't know who placed it here. Damn it, I'm not playing anymore." With that, he flung the booklet into a corner and kicked over the chair beside him. Suddenly, a chilling wind swept through the room, and the black dog froze in place, his body rigid, as if ensnared by an unseen force. "Dog, what is wrong with you?" And Aishan was about to reach for him when Lei Hang shouted, "Don't touch him." He drew his mournful staff and struck fiercely at the black dog. "Ah!" The black dog cried out, his voice mingling with a woman's harrowing wail. The blow jolted him back to consciousness, and he gasped in terror. What just happened? At that moment, Lei Hang felt a surge of icy air rushing towards him. Just as he prepared to wield his staff in defense, he felt a strange writhing in his pocket. Suddenly, a little ghost burst forth, frantically gnashing its teeth at the air in front of it. A series of piercing screams erupted, and the window beside the dining area shattered with a resounding crash, as if someone had smashed through from the inside. The little ghost darted out into the night. Fearing a trap, Lei Hang shouted, "Come back." The imp, disgruntled, emitted a couple of feeble roars toward the expanse beyond the villa. Its diminutive stature, however, rendered it unthreatening, its roars sounding more like the petulant cries of a kitten. After its brief display, it retreated back into the residence, burrowing into Lei Hang's pocket. Heavens, what was that creature? It's utterly adorable, with the lights now illuminated. And Aishan and Li Rui beheld the fair and tender entity, eagerly approaching to observe it. Lei Hang responded with resignation, "It's not fond of strangers. Do bring it out for us to see. It might take a liking to beauty," and Aishan implored. The black dog interjected, "Perhaps it's a female and prefers handsome fellows." Unable to resist their entreaties, Lei Hang relented, reaching into his pocket to retrieve the imp. Its head, approximately the size of a fist, featured eyes as dark as night, scrutinizing the individuals before it. "Oh, may I stroke it?" And Aishan inquired, extending her hand to touch its head, noting the bone-like texture. The black dog couldn't help but remark, Don't you find it resembles a maggot with an oversized head? Ugh, repulsive. Upon hearing this, Shan swiftly recoiled. The imp, directing a series of yelps at the group, darted back into Lei Hang's pocket. All right, you've all had your fill. Return to your slumber, and ensure your doors and windows are secure tonight. Should any peril arise, do not hesitate to summon me. Lei Hang then presented the morning staff to Shan, saying, keep this for self-defense. Shan hesitated momentarily before suggesting, perhaps it would be better entrusted to Rue. She possesses little combat prowess. It would serve her better. Just take it, Lei Hang insisted. Lei Hang was handed a morning stick, rolled up his sleeves, only to realize that his colorful string was missing. He recalled having entrusted the colorful string to assist Uncle Han, and since then, it had not reappeared. Is this what you're looking for? Shan pulled the colorful string from her pocket, smiling as she said, I sensed that this item was unique, so I took the liberty of keeping it safe for you. Thank you, Lei Hang said, handing the colorful string to Li Rue. It will protect you tonight. What about me? Black Dog interjected. You? Lei Hang picked up a bottle of liquor and replied, you can make use of this. Come on, that's hardly fair. Black Dog grumbled, gazing at the bottle in his hand. What good is this? Are you suggesting that if a female ghost comes knocking, I should drink with her? Perhaps I could even cultivate a romance with her spirit. Lei Hang patted him on the shoulder and said, if danger arises, just call for me. I genuinely have nothing else to spare, so make do with this. All right, I suppose I'll head to bed now, Black Dog said, swaying slightly as he departed with the liquor bottle in hand. With the effects of the alcohol beginning to take hold, Shan and Li Rue felt the intoxication rising within them and retreated to their respective rooms. Lei Hang took a stroll around the villa, familiarizing himself with the layout. He discovered that the Lei family residence was indeed expansive, taking him a full half-hour to explore. With bodyguard patrolling both inside and outside the villa, Lei Hang felt somewhat reassured. However, after his circuit, he began to feel dizzy as the aftereffects of the alcohol surged within him. Good heavens, this liquor packs quite a punch. He shook his head, but the corridor before him appeared to warp, and walking became a dizzying ordeal, compelling him to lean against the wall for support. He silently admonished himself that he could no longer indulge in alcohol. At that moment, a figure emerged. Leaning against the wall, it was Black Dog. Brother Hang, why are you still awake, swaying about? What are you swaying for? This liquor packs quite a punch. Have some yogurt, I'll give you a pack. Black Dog tossed a package of yogurt, and Lei Hang caught it, tearing it open and taking a couple of sips. That ghostly pin spirit just said it wants to kill you tonight. Come sleep in my room. Let us switch places, and I'll deal with it. Why did you give me a bottle of liquor? Black Dog grinned, well, I'm off to sleep. Just take care of yourself. With that, he pushed open his door and stepped inside. Lei Hang waved his hand and, relying on his memory, found Black Dog's room, stumbling in and collapsing onto the bed, which smelled delightful and felt exceptionally soft and comfortable. Meanwhile, Li Rue, who was in the bathroom showering, was startled by the noise, fearing that some malevolent spirit had come knocking. Frantically wrapping herself in a towel, she cautiously opened the door a crack to peer outside, only to find Lei Hang sprawled across her bed. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Why has he come to my room? Is it because he lost that earlier adventure and has come to fulfill his promise? Li Rue felt her breath quicken, promptly closing the door, splashing her face with cold water. Gazing at her reflection in the mirror, admiring her beautiful face and alluring figure, a surge of confidence blossomed within her. She gently bit her lip, opened the bathroom door, and stepped out, contemplating that if he were indeed to act upon her today, so be it. The die would be cast, sparing her the need to confess her feelings. Lei Hang lay soundly asleep on the bed, a pouch of yogurt still clutched in his mouth. Li Rue was in turmoil, hesitantly reaching out to nudge him. Suddenly, Lei Hang's throat gurgled, and he bolted to the bathroom, collapsing over the toilet to vomit. Afterward, feeling discomfort in his mouth, he leaned over the sink to brush his teeth and took a quick shower, casually wrapping a towel around his waist as he emerged. He flopped onto the bed, entirely oblivious to Li Rue sleeping on the other side. At that moment, the door of a nearby room in the corridor creaked open, and Shan stealthily stepped out, making her way into Lei Hang's room. The grand adventure was far from over. Chapter 78. It's just yogurt. The primary reason Sean stealthily entered the room under the cover of night was to ascertain whether Lei Hang was being unfaithful. She sought to exploit this grand adventure as an opportunity to engage in impropriety with Li Rue. The room was enveloped in darkness, but the sound of snoring emanated from a bed. Sean let out a quiet sigh of relief as she stealthily approached, lying down beside the bed and reaching out to caress Lei Hang's palm. Despite their estrangement as a couple, she found it impossible to harbor affection for anyone else. Now that Lei Hang appeared to be rekindling his relationship with Li Rue, she could no longer despise the woman. Perhaps they were indeed romantically involved, leaving her with no chance whatsoever. Should she take advantage of this inebriated evening to relive their past romance one last time? Once this thought took root in her mind, it became uncontrollable, and her hand gradually wandered to his arm, feeling the firmness of his muscles, which made her heart race. The inebriated Lei Hang, in a dazed state, felt an itch on his body. Though utterly exhausted from drinking, he opened his eyes to avoid being drained by a ghost, only to find a woman's silhouette lying before him. "What the hell?" he exclaimed, leaping up and instinctively switching on the bedside lamp, revealing Shan's alluring figure. "What?" he gasped again, stammering, "Sean? Sean Jia, is it really you?" Shan quickly sat up, her annoyance palpable. "I was wondering the same thing. Where's Lei Hang?" Lei Hang scratched his head and replied, "He said he was swapping rooms with me tonight. It seems he wants to deal with the pencil ghost." "Ah, I see. Very well, continue to sleep," Sean said as she exited the room. The black dog seemed to have figured something out, grinning widely before burying its head back into sleep. Despite its curiosity to witness the unfolding events, it was simply too fatigued to keep its eyes open. After Sean stepped outside, she headed straight to the room where the black dog had previously been. It was pitch dark inside, and no one was present on the bed. How splendid! Sean gritted her teeth, turned on her heel, and made her way directly to Li Rue's room. Meanwhile, Lei Hang, lying on the bed, suddenly felt much more awake. As he shifted slightly, it seemed he had pressed down on something, and an exclamation erupted beside him. He turned his head and was instantly taken aback. It turned out he had inadvertently squashed a yogurt container, causing its contents to burst forth and splatter all over Li Rue. "You, what are you doing here?" he thought, feeling a twinge of anxiety. For Li Rue was only wrapped in a towel, revealing her flawless figure. Li Rue reached up to touch her face, covered in yogurt, and playfully rebuked, "I was just about to ask you how you ended up in my room." "Huh?" Lei Hang surveyed the surroundings and quickly realized the room was adorned in a distinctly feminine manner. He had indeed entered the wrong room. "I'm so sorry, so sorry." Seeing Li Rue smeared with yogurt, he hastily pulled out a tissue and stepped forward to assist her in cleaning up. Just then, Sean burst through the door, and their eyes met, the scene seemingly frozen in time. Sean trembled, her voice quivering. "You have already finished?" Lei Hang quickly regained his composure and exclaimed, "It's not what you think. It's all a misunderstanding. I entered the wrong room, and we did nothing." "Nothing? Then what is that on Rue's face?" "Please, Sister Sean, don't misunderstand. It's just yogurt." Li Rue hurriedly wiped the yogurt off her chest, taking a sip and swallowing it down. "Huh?" Sean widened her eyes and ultimately gave a thumbs up, exclaiming, "You are impressive," with a loud bang. She shut the door and left in haste. Lei Hang was taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. Turning around, he found Li Rue gazing intently at him, her eyes shimmering with emotion. From his elevated position, he noticed her bath towel was perilously loose. In the face of such a scene, the remnants of liquor surged within him, compelling him to reach out and gently glide his hand down her neck. Li Rue quickly lowered her head, her heart racing with anxiety. Lei Hang's hand grasped her towel. With the slightest tug, it could completely fall away. In that fleeting moment, a multitude of thoughts flooded his mind, contemplating their future together and what they might name their future child. The future. Lei Hang's hand froze, and clarity gradually returned to his mind. He realized he could not provide Li Rue with a happy future, nor could he even guarantee her safety. The chubby Taoist was right. The closer one was to another, the more they would be entangled in each other's lives. He and Li Rue could not delve any deeper, nor could he with any woman. He wiped away the last drop of yogurt, preparing to turn away, but Li Rue grasped his hand. "Don't go." She embraced Lei Hang from behind. In that moment, Lei Hang felt an overwhelming urge to turn back and hold her tightly, to roll with her in an embrace. Yet he ultimately refrained, instead turning to gently push her onto the bed and covering her with a blanket. The two individuals locked eyes, and after a prolonged silence, Lei Hang sighed and said, "You have better options. You should rest early." He turned and walked towards the door. As he neared the entrance, he heard Li Rue's voice from behind. "My best choice is you, Lei Hang. I like you, regardless of whether you return my feelings." Lei Hang forced a bitter smile, opened the door, and stepped outside. He stood in the corridor for a moment before re-entering Enai Shan's room, feeling it necessary to offer an explanation. Enai Shan was seated on the balcony, gazing vacantly at the distant night sky. Upon seeing Lei Hang enter, she smiled faintly and remarked, "Is that all? You used to visit several times in one night. At your age, you really ought to take better care of yourself. I must have entered the wrong room. Truly." "It was a mistake," Lei Hang replied, taking a seat beside her and staring blankly at the stars above. And Aishan, puzzled, inquired, "What do you mean by explaining? Do you still harbor feelings for me? Regardless of what transpired between you and her, I believe there is no possibility for us to reconcile. You seem rather indifferent towards me. Being friends is quite fine." Lei Hang spoke slowly. "I do indeed have feelings for Li Rue, yet I have no desire to pursue a romantic relationship, let alone marriage and children. I also do not wish to rekindle anything with you, nor do I seek any connection with any woman. I increasingly feel as though I have lost the ability to love anyone. I yearn for an ordinary life, one filled with happiness and a complete family, but that evidently remains an unattainable dream." "You already possess a happy and complete family," she replied. And Aishan held his hand and smiled, saying, "Both I and the black dog are your family. Since we are already in this predicament together, you might as well consider me your wife. If you desire a child, I would not mind bearing one for you. Having a child would be quite troublesome." Lei Hang replied, his hands clasped behind his back, "Let us just regard the black dog as our son." And Aishan chuckled, playfully nudging him. "Why are you so sarcastic? If the black dog hears that, he might just want to challenge you." Lei Hang smiled, feeling a wave of relief wash over him. Suddenly, however, the smile faded from his face, and his gaze became fixated on something in the distance. And Aishan followed his gaze to the balcony, where a figure stood at the edge of a lawn, faint burn marks visible on his face. Chapter 79. Everyone is guilty. It is Qiu Liang. And Aishan suddenly stood up, grabbing the morning stick beside her, and prepared to leap off the balcony. "Don't act impulsively." Lei Hang quickly restrained her, turning on the balcony light, illuminating the figure before them. The individual was clad in a blue work uniform, sporting short hair, and a scarred face twisted into a semblance of a smile, though it appeared rather sinister at that moment. He slowly extended his hand, gliding it across his neck, a classic gesture that ominously conveyed, "You are doomed." What did he mean by that? Was he provoking her? And Aishan, unwilling to concede, defiantly raised her middle finger at him. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed from the hallway, seemingly the voice of Li Rue. Without a second thought, Lei Hang dashed out of the room, only to find the hallway eerily empty. He burst into Li Rue's room, where she cowered in the corner, fearfully pointing towards the bathroom, stammering there, "There's someone inside." Lei Hang kicked open the bathroom door, only to discover Li Ding inside. "What are you doing here?" he demanded, grabbing him by the collar. Li Ding trembled, murmuring, "I don't know. I woke up here, and the door wouldn't budge." "Wouldn't budge?" Lei Hang turned to try the bathroom door again, only to find the handle unmoving. In frustration, he raised his foot and smashed through the frosted glass door, tumbling outside. Just then, darkness enveloped them as the power went out. "Don't leave. It's so dark, I'm scared," Li Ding called out, hastily following behind. Lei Hang felt an unsettling dissonance in the words uttered by Li Ding. He suddenly recalled that Li Ding had been perfectly fine in his own room. How could he have inexplicably arrived here? The only plausible explanation was that some malevolent creature had captured him. Yet, his room was adorned with talismans, rendering it exceedingly secure. Who, besides a person, could gain entry into his sanctum? While lost in thought, a stirring in his pocket startled him. The little spirit seemed eager to break free. Lei Hang keenly sensed an unusual presence behind him, but by the time he reacted, it was too late. Two icy hands clasped around his neck. "Got you." A woman's cackling laughter echoed from behind, shocking Lei Hang. Anger surged within him as he prepared to retaliate, but a sudden scream pierced the air. The little spirit had already taken action. The cries soon faded into the distance, with the spirit seemingly in pursuit. "Come back," he called out, knowing that the only ally he had was the little spirit. Obediently, it returned at his command, settling back on his shoulder. Lei Hang retrieved his phone and activated the flashlight, revealing an empty room. He wondered where Li Rui had gone. Stepping outside, the hallway appeared desolate, shrouded in darkness. "Nissan? Black Dog?" he called out, but neither of them, nor even the bodyguards or housekeepers, were visible. He pushed open the door to the adjacent room, only to find it vacant as well. A cool night breeze flowed through the window, causing the curtains to billow, while the calendar on the table rustled ominously. An eerie silence enveloping him, instilling a sense of dread. Lei Hang examined each room, finding them all devoid of life. Even the living room was pristine and enveloped in darkness. Suddenly, shouts echoed from outside the door. He rushed to the entrance and beheld two figures clad in black masks, escorting a man. "Dad?" Lei Hang froze, entranced by the scene before him. He quickly grasped the impending tragedy and shouted, "No, no." He lunged towards the masked figures, striking with fists and feet, yet they were mere phantoms, and even his father was an illusion. "It's all a mirage, a mirage," he chanted internally. However, when he witnessed the masked men forcefully pinning his father to the ground and slowly unsheathing a knife, an unbearable agony surged within him. Years ago, his father had participated in an undercover operation, only to be recognized and tragically recorded in a beheading video sent to the family. At the tender age of 5, Lei Hang had watched in horror as his father's head was severed. One of the masked figures raised the blade and struck down violently, a head rolling across the floor. Lei Hang collapsed to his knees, tears streaming down his face. Although he understood this was but an illusion, he could not quell the fear and sorrow that engulfed him. His father's head lay not far from him, eyes wide with a fierce glare, gritting teeth as he implored, "Avenge me, avenge me. I have not forgotten vengeance. For years I have sought the murderer." Lei Hang murmured, slowly clenching his fists. "Avenge me. This world is rife with evil. Eradicate all who are guilty," echoed his father's voice once more. Upon hearing these words, Lei Hang, who was initially consumed by hatred, gradually found a sense of calm. To eradicate all the guilty? A faint smile crept across his lips as he slowly rose to his feet, recalling a phrase inscribed on the front page of his father's diary: "Everyone bears sin. Who among us has not indulged in secret mischief during childhood? If one were to eliminate all those who have sinned, would anyone remain in this world?" Such an extreme ideology. Emerging from his sorrowful state, Lei Hang understood that he must have entered a peculiar illusion. He had encountered a similar scene when he had pursued Hu Xian to the morgue. "Little creature, do you possess any means to assist?" Lei Hang inquired, casting a glance at the small entity perched upon his shoulder. It yawned in response, indicating its inability to help. This phenomenon resembled the ghost wall he had previously encountered. "It seems I am speaking to myself," Lei Hang muttered. The last time, the morning staff had shattered the ghost wall, yet now it was absent, compelling him to resort to an alternative method. He retrieved a small box of dragon's blood sand from his pocket, dipped his fingers in it, and began to inscribe symbols upon the ground. This was the esoteric knowledge documented in his notes, consisting of merely a few simple characters, yet each bore immense power. As he traced the first stroke, the very earth began to tremble, as if the structures surrounding him were on the verge of collapse. Ignoring the turmoil, he continued his drawing. Upon completing the first symbol, the fabric of space fractured inch by inch, and the once dim villa was illuminated anew, filled with the sounds of cicadas and frogs, brimming with the vitality of life. "What has happened to you all?" Suddenly, the sound of Li Ding echoed throughout the villa. Lei Hang hurried back upstairs, only to find the black dog lying on the floor, weeping inconsolably, while An Aishan, lost in despair, leaned against the wall, unresponsive to any calls. Li Rue lay in bed, her eyes tightly shut, shedding tears relentlessly, indifferent to any attempts at coaxing her. What on earth was happening? Li Ding pondered, stroking his head in bewilderment. How could a mere slumber result in such a transformation? What was the cause of this lamentation? Were they even aware of what had transpired moments ago? Lei Hang turned to him and inquired. Li Ding shrugged, stating, "I was asleep in my room. Suddenly, I heard cries and wails from outside. When I rushed out, I saw them in this state. By the way, where are my parents?" With urgency, Li Ding dashed toward his parents' room. Lei Hang gazed at the three individuals in distress, engulfed in a sea of anguish. Chapter 80. Major depression soon, Li Ding rushed back, exclaiming, "Come quickly, my parents have gone mad." Mel? Lei Hang pondered, hurrying to the room of Li Xianhai and his wife. Upon entering, he was met with the sight of Li Filan lying unconscious on the floor, blood splattered throughout the room. "Come here. Whoever dares approach, I shall kill them." Li Xianhai brandished a golf club, his face twisted in rage as he glared at Lei Hang and Li Ding, seemingly poised to strike. "Mr. Li, please calm down. Do you even remember your own name?" Lei Hang whispered to Li Ding beside him. "Go to the kitchen and fetch a pair of chopsticks and a bowl, preferably metal." "Understood." Li Ding promptly dashed downstairs and soon returned with a stainless steel chopstick and a bowl. Lei Hang placed the bowl on the table and addressed Li Xianhai. "Mr. Li, regain your composure. Do you remember who you are?" He then gently tapped the edge of the bowl with the stainless steel chopstick. The clear sound resonated through the room, and Li Xianhai's fearsome expression began to soften, as if a weight had been lifted. "Li Xianhai, look at the person before you. He is your son." Lei Hang struck the bowl again. "My son," Li Xianhai murmured, gradually coming to his senses. As he surveyed the room, shock washed over his face. He hastily discarded the golf club, stammering, "What has happened? How could this be? Filan." He rushed forward to support Li Filan, who lay battered and bruised, evidently gravely injured and in a state of unconsciousness. Lei Hang approached to check the breath and pulse, remarking, "Everything appears fine. The breathing and heartbeat are normal. It seems they merely fainted. Call for an ambulance." He departed with the bowl in hand, moving to the black dog and gently shaking its body, saying, "Hey, wake up." The black dog remained cradling its head in agony, seemingly trapped in an inescapable dream. "Come back." Lei Hang tapped the bowl lightly. The black dog did not respond, though its cries gradually diminished. Lei Hang began to rhythmically strike the bowl, each sound echoing every 2 to 3 seconds. With each clear and resonant chime, the black dog curled on the floor, and Sean huddled in the corner, and Li Rue, lying in bed, slowly regained their senses, staring blankly at the ground. He exhaled quietly, uncertain of the exact efficacy of the bowl's sound. Yet according to the records, this pure and distant tone possessed an innate mystical power to swiftly calm a troubled mind. "What has happened to you?" Lei Hang inquired, placing a hand on the black dog's shoulder, but the creature simply buried its head between its legs, remaining silent. The other two mirrored this behavior, unresponsive to any questions. Have they been possessed? He promptly initiated a series of exorcism techniques, circling the trio while singing and dancing, yet to no avail. Soon, the ambulance arrived, and Lei Hang decided to take all three to the hospital. By the time they reached the hospital, dawn had broken. This was the very place where Uncle Han was hospitalized, and Sean and the others were directed for examinations by the doctors, while Lei Hang took the opportunity to check on Uncle Han. In the hospital room, Han Xian lay asleep on a small folding bed, while Uncle Han stared blankly at the ceiling. The plump Taoist was absent, leaving only his son sleeping on the hospital bed. "Oh, here. So early?" Uncle Han murmured softly, patting the space beside him to invite him to sit down. Lei Hang took a seat next to him and quietly inquired, "How are you feeling today?" "Not bad. Why are you here? Is everything settled with the Li family?" Uncle Han replied. Lei Hang shook his head. "Not yet. A multitude of people have been sent to the hospital. This time, our adversaries are quite formidable. We've suffered consecutive defeats. Now, it seems like Sean and the others are possessed or something. No one knows what is going on. Is it that serious?" Uncle Han's face was laden with concern, hoping the doctors could cure them. "The work you children are involved in is exceedingly perilous. When will it ever end? The fight against evil has no conclusion. We might as well see it through to the end, Lei Hang said with a wry smile. At that moment, Han Shiyun stirred awake, stretching her limbs and sitting up from the folding bed. The morning sunlight cascaded over her, illuminating her fair skin, which appeared almost translucent, creating a breathtaking tableau. Lei Hang was struck with awe. The sensation was indescribable, akin to witnessing a masterpiece that even the most unrefined individual could appreciate. Han Shiyun yawned lazily, scratching her head. Why so early? What happened? There has been a bit of trouble, and Shan and the others have all been admitted to the hospital. Lei Hang recounted the events of the previous night. Let's go take a look. Han Shiyun promptly donned her coat and accompanied him to the outpatient department. At that moment, Shan and the others had already completed their physical examinations. The nurse in charge informed them that there were no physical ailments, but suggested a consultation with a psychiatrist. Psychiatry? Isn't that merely the realm of psychologists? Lei Hang glanced at Han Shiyun to ascertain the specifics. We must examine the psychological evaluation scales in a tranquil environment, ideally equipped with a computer and a warm ambience. This poses no issue. Should Uncle Han seek assistance? No need. A Taoist priest will keep watch over him. Lei Hang immediately arranged 2 vehicles to transport the 4 individuals to the office of the psychological adjustment team, which was equipped with computers and boasted a relatively pleasant lounge due to recent renovations. Han Shiyun powered on the computer and guided the 3 individuals through some assessments. Half an hour later, she furrowed her brow as she studied the screen and shook her head, remarking, "The results are rather bleak. All 3 have suddenly developed severe depression." What have they endured? Lei Hang shrugged and replied, "Who knows? But based on my own experiences, they must have encountered their most harrowing memories within their dreams." This elucidates the situation. Han Shiyun sighed softly, noting that most individuals encounter painful experiences at various points in their lives. However, as one matures, these traumas are often buried deep within. Clearly, someone reopened their wounds yesterday, exacerbating their pain and adding salt to the injury. Lei Hang inquired, "What shall we do now? Is there still hope for recovery?" "Indeed, some ailments necessitate potent remedies. I shall employ hypnosis to treat them, perhaps healing their past traumas and transforming them into healthier individuals." Lei Hang let out a sigh of relief. "That is reassuring. I appreciate your efforts, Dr. Han." Han Shiyun replied with a smile. "I do have one question. Having undergone similar experiences, why are you unscathed?" Lei Hang pondered for a moment before shaking his head and responding with a smile. "I'm not entirely certain. Perhaps my subconscious resists hatred, while that illusion incites me to amplify it, thus creating a conflict." "You truly are an enigma," Han Shiyun remarked, gazing at him intently. "From the very first encounter, I felt compelled to explore your inner world to understand what experiences could cultivate such courage." Nearby, the black dog seemed to be stirred by some unseen force, beginning to weep inconsolably. Chapter 81. Hypnosis. The black dog despaired, lamenting, "It is my failure as a son that I lack the ability to earn money to treat you, leading to your early departure. What significance does my existence hold in this world? Perhaps it would be better to embrace death." He gazed hopelessly at the open window. Alarmed, Lei Hang perceived the black dog's intent to leap to his demise and rushed forward to intervene. Just as the black dog was about to jump, Lei Hang swiftly grasped him from behind, exclaiming, "Calm down. They would undoubtedly wish for you to live well." The black dog, seemingly overwhelmed, disregarded Lei Hang's counsel, struggling with wild abandon. At that moment, Han Shiyun produced a crystal ball, waving it before the black dog, inquiring, "Look closely. What do you see within this crystal sphere?" The frenzied black dog suddenly fell silent, his eyes fixated on the crystal ball, a look of remorse crossing his face. "Mom and Dad, I am so sorry. My son, we have never blamed you. On the contrary, we take great pride in you," Han Shiyun responded, mimicking the tone of the black dog's parents. Their dialogue flowed back and forth, as if the black dog had truly entered another realm, and Han Shiyun had become his parents. Is this truly possible? Lei Hang observed the scene with a mix of amusement and solemnity. Yet, witnessing their earnest exchange silenced his laughter. Perhaps within each individual lies a profound wound, yearning for healing. As Lei Hang observed the black dog's emotions stabilize, he turned to glance at Shan and Li Rue. noting the persistent shadows of sorrow etched upon their faces, as if enveloped by an immense gloom. Lei Hang wished to console them in the manner of Han Shiyun, but was at a loss for words, relegated to standing by, ensuring they did not resort to any self-destructive actions. Previously, he had never fathomed that such terrifying entities existed in the world, capable of manipulating human hearts. If left unchecked, would it not drive humanity toward the collective demise? No, regardless of the monstrosity, it must be exposed and prevented from inflicting further harm. Just as Lei Hang was lost in thought, Han Shiyun and the black dog emerged from the infirmary, the latter evidently having regained its senses, indicating that Han Shiyun's method proved quite effective. "Brother Hang, I'm sorry to have worried you," the black dog chuckled sheepishly, rubbing the back of its head, clearly embarrassed by its earlier behavior. "It's all right," Lei Hang reassured, patting the black dog's shoulder. "I performed a simple hypnotic session, which alleviated most of the symptoms. With a few more treatments, I believe we can not only dispel the shadows, but also foster a healthier mental state," Han Shiyun remarked with a gentle smile. Lei Hang nodded, feeling a renewed admiration for Han Shiyun. He had not realized that psychology could indeed be life-saving. Subsequently, Han Shiyun conducted an hour of hypnosis for both Ni Shan and Li Rui, and through this therapeutic approach, the three of them gradually emerged from their depression, appearing significantly more composed. After being hypnotized, Ni Shan finally regained her senses, as if awakening from a dream. Yet a mysterious force continued to draw her back to that scene. It was almost unimaginable. If she were to remain in that moment indefinitely, she would inevitably reach a breaking point, succumbing to despair. Li Rui expressed his sentiments similarly. Upon hearing the accounts from the others, Han Shiyun remarked, "In truth, the human psyche operates similarly to the body. When one suffers physical harm, the immune system activates to protect itself. Likewise, when the mind is afflicted, the psychological defense system engages in self-preservation. However, for some unknown reason, the psychological defense mechanisms of the three of you abruptly failed, as if manipulated by unseen hands. In my years of studying psychology, I have never encountered such an enigmatic phenomenon." The group felt a chill run down their spines upon her words. With curiosity, Lei Hang inquired, if someone truly has been manipulating them, what methods could they employ to incapacitate another's psychological defenses? Han Shiyun pondered for a moment before responding. Firstly, they would need an intimate understanding of the individual's experiences, pinpointing their vulnerabilities with precision, and subsequently provoking those weaknesses. I believe that most individuals would be driven to the brink of despair. While her reasoning held merit, Lei Hang wondered who could possess such intricate knowledge of their four lives and adeptly exploit their frailties. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Why has Brother Hang remained unaffected? Black Dog asked with intrigue. Upon this inquiry, the gazes of three women converged upon Lei Hang. Even Han Shiyun shook her head in astonishment. He is indeed an extraordinary exception. Ni Shan scrutinized Lei Hang with a dubious expression, remarking, "This man is truly unfathomable. Despite our lengthy acquaintance, I have yet to discern the essence of his character. Even our psychological expert cannot unravel him. And Rui ought to be cautious in her association with such a man." Upon hearing this, Li Rui could not help but lower her head in bashfulness. "He is the most courageous and honorable man I have ever encountered. If I cannot trust him, then whom in this world is worthy of such confidence? Ah, it appears that intimacy has altered your perception, has it not? Misantiste. No, you misunderstand. Li Huias chili clarified." At this moment, a wave of disappointment washed over Han Shiyun as she cast her gaze towards Lei Hang, eager to hear his explanation. Feeling the three women openly discuss him in broad daylight, Lei Hang's face flushed with embarrassment, prompting him to excuse himself to the restroom, where he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Upon entering the restroom, after addressing his bodily necessities, he was startled to hear the muffled sounds of a man weeping in the adjacent stall. Initially, Lei Hang thought it might be the melancholic black dog, but upon closer inspection, it was evidently not. Why does everyone bully me? Is it merely because I am a child of poverty? They have defiled my food and spat in my water bottle. Throughout my life, No one has ever shown me genuine kindness. Why is this so? The plight of this individual truly moved Lei Hang. He reflected on the existence of ignorant and foolish people in this world, who seem to derive pleasure from harboring prejudice against others. At long last, he comprehended the essence of human nature: selfish, greedy, oppressive to the weak, and driven solely by profit, judging others by appearances. Humanity possesses such loathsome traits. Given this reality, why should we not harness our own strength to transform the world and subdue mankind? As Lei Hang listened more intently, he found a voice hauntingly familiar, and the sentiments echoed in his mind as if he had encountered them before. Suddenly, a thought surged within him, prompting him to seek the truth. At the precise moment he opened the door, he locked eyes with Qiu Yang. Qiu Yang, it is indeed you. Your audacity is remarkable. I was just about to apprehend you, yet here you are, delivering yourself to my doorstep. Chapter 82. This is my son. Qiu Yang revealed a sinister smile and spoke with deliberate calmness. Lei Hang, in truth, we are both victims of the same societal injustices, having endured disdain and scorn from others. Do you not yearn for vengeance against them? While such words would typically fall on deaf ears, Qiu Yang seemed to possess a captivating sorcery. As he uttered these phrases, Lei Hang was once more haunted by the harrowing image of his father's tragic demise, and that anger swelled within him, threatening to burst through the confines of reason. Join forces with me to vanquish those detestable humans. From now on, humanity will be under our dominion, and we shall wield unparalleled power. Qiu Yang's voice echoed in his ears. For reasons unknown, Lei Hang's gaze began to wander, and his rationality started to crumble. Just as Qiu Yang believed he was on the brink of success, Lei Hang suddenly opened his eyes wide, his gaze piercing. Humph. Do you think I would fall for your tricks? Qiu Yang was taken aback. How are you not affected by the soul captivation technique? Soul captivation technique? What a ridiculous ploy. I am the master of my own heart, Lei Hang retorted, then unleashed a series of grappling moves to seize him. However, he had not anticipated Qiu Yang's cunning nature, and during their exchange, he sensed that Qiu Yang's abilities were beyond that of an ordinary human. In response, he quickly summoned a spirit. The spirit emerged from his pocket, hastily pursuing and lunging at Qiu Yang. Qiu Yang, noticing the diminutive stature of the little ghost, presumed it to be feeble and seized it with the intention of crushing it alive. To his astonishment, not only did the ghost evade his grasp, but it clamped down on Qiu Yang's hand, crimson blood gushing forth uncontrollably. What manner of creature is this? Qiu Yang was filled with terror and hastily attempted to shake off the little ghost. Yet its bite was astonishingly powerful. It would not release its grip, even severing his pinky finger along with the bone. Lei Hang chuckled and said, "Allow me to introduce you. This is my son." Following this, he turned to the little ghost and added, "You must perform admirably. This is our first meeting, and we cannot afford to be underestimated." The little ghost bared its 4 sharp teeth, eagerly lunging towards Qiu Yang. Qiu Yang was no match for the little ghost, his body soon covered in wounds, blood streaming profusely. Realizing that he would surely perish if this continued, he scrambled onto the windowsill and leaped across to the building opposite. "This is dire. I cannot believe he escaped." Lei Hang seethed with frustration and rushed to the window, only to discover that the distance to the adjacent building was at least 20 meters. Remarkably, he had cleared it in a single bound. Such leaping ability was indeed extraordinary. The little ghost watched Qiu Yang's retreating figure, licking its lips with lingering desire, casting a furtive glance at Lei Hang. "It's not your fault," Lei Hang reassured, affectionately stroking the little ghost's head before tucking it back into his pocket. "Hanga!" At that moment, the black dog burst in, wearing a look of urgent concern. "What happened? Are you all right? Why is there so much blood on the floor?" Lei Hang hurriedly exclaimed, "It's Qiu Yang. He has been injured. We must swiftly apprehend him to prevent further harm to others." The black dog, relieved that Lei Hang was unharmed, promptly followed in his wake. Ni and Li Rue, anxious for Lei Hang's well-being, awaited him at the men's restroom entrance. Upon witnessing Lei Hang emerge unscathed, they rushed forward, each embracing one of his arms. "Did you spend so long in there indulging in unspeakable acts?" Ni chided. Li Rui quickly added, Hang, we were so worried about you. What would I do if something unfortunate occurred? Lei Hang felt a sudden weight upon his shoulders and reassured them, Fear not, I am perfectly well. Observing this scene, the black dog felt an indescribable envy, pondering when he might also experience such affectionate company. Li Rui, you should take an Aishan home. The black dog and I will pursue Qiu Yang, Lei Hang stated. No, I must accompany you, Li Rui replied resolutely. I want to join as well, and Aishan echoed. Having too many people is impractical. Besides, Qiu Yang is hardly a match for us. The black dog and I can easily handle him. Lei Hang asserted. Han Shiyun, noticing the reluctance of the two, stepped forward and said, You should trust him. Furthermore, you have not completely overcome your depression. If you're affected again, it will not only hinder his efforts, but also burden him with additional troubles. Recognizing the wisdom in Han Shiyun's words, Li Rui nodded in agreement. Hang, we will wait for you at home. Please ensure your safety and return soon. Upon hearing Lei Hang's voice, he quickly departed the hospital with swift strides, closely followed by the black dog. Given that Qiu Yang had left a considerable trail of blood, the two of them followed the crimson marks along their path. However, upon reaching an intersection, the blood traces abruptly vanished. There are no more bloodstains here. How are we to continue our pursuit? The black dog lamented. Lei Hang glanced at the surveillance cameras at the intersection and suddenly thought of Dafong. He hastily retrieved his phone and summoned Dafong. Quickly assist me in reviewing the surveillance footage. I need to ascertain Qiu Yang's whereabouts. Dafong promptly tracked Qiu Yang's presence through the signal, and suddenly, the screen displayed an image of Qiu Yang waiting at the intersection for the traffic light. Strangely, Qiu Yang not only failed to evade the camera, but instead wore a sinister smile, as if he was aware that Lei Hang would scrutinize the footage and had intentionally grinned at him. What on earth is this? That smile is more grotesque than a frown, the black dog cursed. Then, in the footage, Qiu Yang abruptly vanished as if by magic. Why did he suddenly disappear? The black dog exclaimed in astonishment. Recalling the image of Qiu Yang effortlessly leaping between two buildings, Lei Hang instructed, Rewind the footage of Qiu Yang's disappearance and slow it down to half speed. Dafong complied, yet to Lei Hang and the black dog's dismay, there was no discernible change. Qiu Yang's figure remained elusive, and they were none the wiser as to how he had vanished. Slow it down even further, Lei Hang commanded. Dafong continued to follow the instructions, but still, no trace of Qiu Yang's disappearance could be discerned. Set it to the slowest speed. Lei Hang was agitated. Dafong once again followed the instructions, yet the two of them still could not discern how Qiu Yang had vanished. What kind of useless footage is this? There isn't even a shadow? Lei Hang exclaimed in anger. My master, please do not be enraged. Dafong, in a state of terror, quickly knelt before the screen to apologize. The surveillance footage captured at 30 frames per second was currently playing at the lowest speed. Upon hearing this, Lei Hang's forehead began to bead with cold sweat. Could it be that Qiu Yang's speed had reached such a level that even the surveillance footage could not capture him? No wonder he was so arrogant. At the same time, Lei Hang was acutely aware of the nature of blood slaves. Only through continuous sacrifices of souls to the blood could their own abilities be enhanced. How many souls had this terrifying Qiu Yang exchanged for his power? Chapter 83. Lambs into the tiger's den, Brother Hang. Is there truly no way to capture Qiu Yang? Black Dog exclaimed, his face etched with despair. Lei Hang replied calmly, Regardless of whether it be a man or a ghost, there will always be a weakness. If we can discern Qiu Yang's vulnerability, we will undoubtedly be able to seize him. Black Dog nodded in understanding, yet Lei Hang, despite grasping this truth, felt an immense burden. Presently, Qiu Yang exhibited astonishing speed and remarkable leaping ability, leaving no apparent weaknesses to exploit. Dafong, continue to monitor Qiu Yang's every move. Should you uncover anything, inform me at once, commanded Lei Hang. On the screen, Dafong nodded vigorously, remaining attentive until Lei Hang dismissed him, after which he vanished from view. We shall remain vigilant at the Li residence, lying in wait. Should he dare to appear again, we will catch him red-handed, Lei Hang declared through gritted teeth. Within the hospital, Uncle Han had nearly recovered after several days of treatment. However, the burns on his skin still required ointment to facilitate regeneration. The portly Taoist, having heard of Uncle Han's discharge, awaited outside the ward with anticipation. Have you made your decision? Are you willing to learn the ways of the Tao with me? The plump Taoist inquired. Uncle Han's gaze was resolute. At my age, I have long lacked a goal or ambition. Now, in the midst of middle age, to encounter a master who can guide me is a rare fortune indeed. I shall certainly become your disciple and no longer rely on Master Pang. With that, Uncle Han bowed deeply to the Taoist, performing the gesture with sincerity, while Han Shiyun stood nearby, her brow furrowed in concern. Father, if you choose to study the Tao, what will become of me? Han Shiyun lamented, tears welling in her eyes. Uncle Han gently caressed Han Shiyun's head and said, My dear daughter, I understand that you have long aspired to establish a psychological studio. Now your wish is about to be fulfilled. I have complete faith that you will manage it well and benefit the community. However, before Han Shiyun could articulate her thoughts, the portly Taoist interrupted. Your father's decision is grounded in reason. As children, honoring your parents' wishes is the essence of filial piety. With a moment of contemplation, Han Shiyun acknowledged the Taoist's wisdom. Furthermore, her father had always selflessly devoted himself to her without ever demanding anything in return. Since he genuinely wished to pursue the path of knowledge, she could not dissuade him any longer. You must take good care of yourself. If you need anything, don't hesitate to let me know, Han Shiyun urged, her voice trembling with emotion. Uncle Han patted her shoulder and smiled. Silly child, your father is no longer a child at this age. There is no need for concern. If you encounter any difficulties, seek assistance from Lei Hang. He will certainly do his utmost to help you. Han Shiyun nodded, and after exchanging a few more heartfelt words, they reluctantly parted ways. Li Ding had been discreetly monitoring Han Shiyun's every move. When his subordinate reported that Uncle Han had left with the portly Taoist while Han Shiyun appeared despondent, he immediately communicated the news to Li Ding. What a splendid opportunity this is. It must not be squandered. Li Ding hung up the phone and stood before the mirror, arranging his hair while revealing an exceedingly self-satisfied smile. Han Shiyun, feeling disheartened, was packing her belongings and preparing to leave the hospital when she unexpectedly collided with Li Ding at the entrance. Dressed impeccably in tailored attire, every detail of Li Ding's appearance exuded luxury, from his designer suit to his meticulously styled hair. He presented her with a grand bouquet of roses and said, Miss Han, I understand that you're feeling down today. May I have the opportunity to share a dinner with you and help lift your spirits? Li Ding flasha confidence mila, as if he were assured of victory in his pursuit. Indeed, as the scion of a wealthy family, Li Ding was accustomed to women vying for his attention. His decision to lower himself in pursuit of her seemed to him a guaranteed success. He was brimming with confidence. No need, Han Shiyun replied without hesitation, firmly rejecting him. Li Ding was taken aback, as if struck by lightning. It was his first experience of rejection. Why would you refuse me? My family possesses endless wealth. I can buy you anything you desire, he exclaimed in a fit of rage. Although Han Shiyun had steeled herself for his reaction, she was nonetheless startled by his extreme response. Coldly, she retorted, Do you truly believe that everything in this world can be purchased with money? What do you take me for? With that, Han Shiyun briskly turned away and left. Onlookers cast scornful glances at Li Ding, who appeared to feel an overwhelming sense of humiliation. In a fit of anger, he hurled the roses to the ground, trampling them underfoot. You lot, find her and take her to the hotel next door. If you fail in this task, consider yourselves dismissed. Li Ding commanded his bodyguards. A group of bodyguards, upon receiving orders, swiftly trailed Han Shiyun, seizing the opportunity to incapacitate her in a secluded area before transporting her directly to the Zijinghua Hotel. Meanwhile, Lei Hang returned to the Li family villa, where Ni Shan and Li Rui immediately rushed forward. Have you found any trace of Xiao Yang? Nisan Inquayeth. Lei Hang shook his head in frustration, recounting the footage they had observed on the surveillance cameras. Given Xiao Yang's temperament, he is bound to continue pursuing Li Ding. By the way, where's Li Ding? Lei Hang noted the unusual quietness of the villa today. Li Rui quickly responded. He seemed to have received a phone call and left just now. How peculiar. He seems to have grown bolder and dare to act alone. Lei Hang pondered inwardly. Black Dog, noticing the lively conversation, pouted in discontent. You all only care about Hanggu. My stomach is growling with hunger. And Aishan rolled her eyes at Black Dog, retorting, Are you a pig? All you think about is food. Black Dog scratched his head and chuckled sheepishly. I knew you would be hungry upon your return, so I arranged for a sumptuous feast, and it's still warm. Li Rue said with a considerate smile. Miss Li's always so thoughtful. Unlike certain individuals who hardly resemble a woman, Black Dog remarked indirectly. Fuming, and Aishan seized Black Dog's ear and began to scold him vehemently. Li Rue observed their playful bickering and couldn't help but laugh, while Lei Hang's thoughts remained elsewhere, still troubled by the question of why Li Ding would act independently. Li Rue, what does your brother enjoy doing in his spare time? Lei Hang asked. Li Rue retorted with irritation. What else could he possibly do? It's either indulging in debauchery or chasing after women. Upon hearing this, Lei Hang suddenly experienced a moment of realization and, without a moment's hesitation, dashed out the door. Hey, where are you going? Li Rue inquired, but received no response. In room 8306 of the Zijinghua Hotel, Li Ding, with a sinister grin, remarked, You insisted on maintaining your lofty ideals and rejecting me. Yet here you are, now firmly in my grasp. His gaze was fixed intently on Han Xiyun. In a desperate attempt to defend herself, Han Xiyun seized a vase from the table and shouted, Stay back. I will not allow you to succeed. Chapter 84. Unrequited love. Li Ding lunged at Han Xiyun like a ravenous tiger. In a panic, Han Xiyun hurled a vase towards him, but he adeptly dodged the blow. Submit to me willingly, and I shall treat you well, Li Ding declared, continuing his advance toward her. Han Xiyun was struck with fear and desperately ran toward the hotel room door, only to find it locked tight by Li Ding's bodyguard. In this moment, she felt utterly forsaken, with no one to call for help. Seizing the opportunity, Li Ding rushed forward and tightly embraced Han Xiyun from behind, rendering her struggles futile. You beast, let me go, Han Xiyun exclaimed, a mix of terror and anger in her voice. Li Ding, resembling a beast consumed by primal instinct, was solely focused on unleashing his inner desires, indifferent to whether this woman acquiesced to him. With a ripping sound, he tore away a large portion of her clothing, and the sight before him made his mouth water. He had not anticipated that Han Xiyun would possess both striking beauty and a curvaceous form. Just as he was about to pounce upon her, Han Xiyun instinctively covered her chest and retaliated with a fierce slap across his face. For distinct finger marks instantly appeared on Li Ding's cheek, igniting the flames of his rage. He forcefully grasped her wrists, leaning in with malicious intent. Han Xiyun's face drained of color as she realized her predicament. No matter how hard she fought, she could not escape Li Ding's grasp, and she could only cry out for help. As her garments were systematically removed by him, despair enveloped Han Xiyun, tears cascading down her cheeks. Just as she prepared to relinquish her resistance, the hotel door was suddenly kicked open. Stop! Emerging abruptly, Lei Hang surged forward, hoisting Li Ding and delivering a series of forceful blows upon him. Li Ding, rendered defenseless, desperately cried out for help. Yet the security personnel outside had already been subdued by Lei Hang. Subsequently, Lei Hang's devastating kick to Li Ding's groin left him in excruciating agony, collapsing to his knees. Hang Ye! Han Xiyun exclaimed, her voice laced with tears. Noticing Han Xiyun's disheveled attire, which inadvertently revealed her most intimate areas, Lei Hang flushed crimson, his heart pounding. To mitigate the awkwardness, he swiftly removed his coat and draped it over her. You despicable brute, daring to commit such an act. Even 1,000 deaths would be insufficient. Lei Hang seethed with resentment. Upon hearing this, Li Ding was overcome with terror, enduring the pain as he pleaded, Hangjin, I acknowledge my transgression. I beseech you to grant me another opportunity. Dream on, Lei Hang retorted furiously. Rest assured, I shall not slay you, but Qiu Yang will undoubtedly seek your demise. Henceforth, I shall no longer safeguard you, leaving you to your own devices. I am truly remorseful, Li Ding stammered, trembling at the mention of Qiu Yang's name. My family possesses considerable wealth. You may have as much as you desire. I have long maintained that I hold no interest in your money. Were it not for the sake of Li Rue, I would never have extended my protection to you. I caution you, Should you ever again harbor designs on Han Shiyun, beware of my wrath, lest you suffer the same fate. Lei Hang roared. Terrified, Li Ding nodded incessantly. Hangji, I assure you, I shall never again entertain such wicked thoughts. Then be gone swiftly. With these words, Li Ding gritted his teeth, enduring the searing pain as he hastily crawled towards the doorway, daring not to tarry. Upon witnessing Li Ding's complete disappearance, Lei Hang finally unclenched his fists and sat beside Han Shiyun to assuage her distress. It's all my fault. Had I not been so negligent, you would not have been subjected to Li Ding's torment today. Han Shiyun gradually recovered from her fright, finding solace only in Lei Hang's presence. Assuming she was about to reproach him, Lei Hang was taken aback when she suddenly embraced him, her voice a mere whisper amidst her tears. A tender sensation washed over him, further igniting Lei Hang's blush. Brother Hang, I'm so grateful for your timely arrival. Otherwise, that scoundrel would have defiled me. Han Shiyun recounted the earlier scene, her heart still pounding with lingering fear. Lei Hang, accustomed to seeing Han Shiyun as an ethereal goddess, now beheld her as a wounded fawn, her vulnerability stirring a protective instinct within him. As a gentle breeze wafted by, Lei Hang detected a subtle fragrance emanating from Han Shiyun, and he found himself captivated. After an extended interval, Han Shiyun regained her composure and realized the proximity between herself and Lei Hang. They were nearly pressed together, and she could feel the strength of his muscles through their garments, causing her cheeks to flush crimson. Hastily disengaging, Han Shiyun turned away, her voice tinged with shyness. Forgive me, I've acted improperly. It's quite all right. I was rather enjoying it. The words escaped Lei Hang's lips before he could restrain himself, revealing his innermost thoughts. No, this is unfair to Li Rui. Han Shiyun's expression was conflicted. Lei Hang interjected swiftly. You've misunderstood. That's not what I meant. After listening to Han Shiyun, her mood visibly soured. I know you have no feelings for me. It was my own sentimental folly. Just as Lei Hang wished to explain himself, but found himself at a loss, his phone rang, breaking the awkward silence. Upon answering, he heard Li Rui's melodious voice. Brother Hang, where are you? I'm coming to find you. Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Hang relayed his location before hanging up. Li Rui is a wonderful girl. You must cherish her well, Han Shiyun declared, returning her clothes to Lei Hang as she prepared to leave the hotel. Lei Hang quickly grasped her arm. Where do you think you're going? It's too dangerous for you to go out alone. You needn't worry about me. I don't want Li Rui to misunderstand our relationship, Han Shiyun replied, attempting to shake off his grip. Lei Hang urgently insisted. At least put on a jacket before you go. Only then did Han Shiyun realize her disheveled appearance, and upon glancing up, she found Lei Hang gazing intently at her. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to stare. Lei Hang quickly turned away, offering her his jacket once more. Embarrassed, Han Shiyun hastily accepted the coat and put it on before striding out of the hotel. Lei Hang intended to follow her, but, recalling Li Rui's earlier call, remained rooted in place, waiting. Lying on the bed, Lei Hang's mind replayed the moments spent with Li Rui and Han Shiyun. Even now, he struggled to discern his true feelings for them. The only certainty he held was that he could never continue to bring them harm. Lost in thought, Lei Hang unexpectedly fell asleep. Upon awakening, he discovered a shadow seated beside his bed. Startled, he sat up abruptly and focused his gaze, only to realize that the shadow belonged to Li Rui. You're awake? Li Rui's tone, typically warm, was now chillingly cold. Lei Hang, oblivious to the unusual atmosphere, chuckled lightly. I must have had a restless night. I'm just so exhausted. Why did you make things difficult for my brother and leave him seriously injured? Li Hui questione di Siu. It dawned on Lei Hang that Li Ding had likely reported him, and Li Rui had come to seek retribution for her brother. Chapter 85. Severing ties, Lei Hang instinctively desired to elucidate the truth, yet upon reflection, he realized that allowing Li Rui to continue accompanying him would inevitably lead to her entanglement. It was better to take this opportunity to sever their connection. Gritting his teeth, he declared, I struck him simply because I found him displeasing. There is no justification. How can you say that? He is my brother. Regardless of your disdain for him, you should consider my feelings, as we will be family moving forward. Li Rue retorted, her voice laced with desperation. Family? You cannot genuinely believe that I hold any affection for you, Lei Hang replied coldly. Li Rue was taken aback, rendered momentarily speechless. She had always thought that their shared experiences had forged a profound bond between them, only to discover that this was not the case. Seeing the disappointment etched on Li Rue's face, Lei Hang felt a pang of sorrow within him. However, he understood that for her own good, he must completely dissociate from her. Your family embodies the same despicable traits, believing that wealth and power place them above others. It is utterly detestable, Lei Hang continued icily. Is it true that you harbor such disdain for me? Li Rue inquired, tears spilling from the corners of her eyes. Turning away, Lei Hang could not bear to witness her weeping. He grit his teeth and asserted, Indeed, I detest you. From this moment forth, do not let me see you again. Your presence is utterly repugnant. Humiliated by his scorn, Li Rue felt an overwhelming sense of shame and fled the hotel in tears. As she departed, Lei Hang finally exhaled a sigh of relief. This was, indeed, the best course of action for her. After leaving the hotel, Li Rue could no longer contain her sorrow and wept openly. The disdain from the one she cherished struck a profound blow to both her emotions and her dignity. Miss Li, why are you crying? Did Lei Hang bully you? A bodyguard inquired, noticing her distress. Li Rue, unwilling for the bodyguard to confront Lei Hang, hastily shook her head, though her heart brimmed with deep-seated resentment towards him. The bodyguard drove her back to the villa, and throughout the journey, Li Rue wept bitterly, unable to escape the clutches of her overwhelming grief. Upon arriving at the villa, Sean noticed Li Rue's swollen eyes and immediately surmised the cause. Did Lei Hang mistreat you? I shall go settle the score with him, Sean declared, stepping forward. Don't, Li Rue implored, pulling Sean back. Since he does not harbor feelings for me, I should not persist in my affections. Sean gritted her teeth, exclaiming, That scoundrel dismisses everything after a mere night's sleep. I must teach him a lesson. As Li Rue attempted to explain, Sean abruptly stormed out of the villa. The black dog, sensing the tension, followed suit, for Lei Hang had now offended the Li family, and as his subordinate, he would find no welcome within their home. Witnessing her once close companions depart one by one, Li Rue felt an indescribable sense of melancholy, all instigated by Lei Hang, which only intensified her resentment towards him. Hearing his daughter's sobs, Li Rue's father rushed to comfort her. My dear daughter, do not cry. I will send someone to take care of Lei Hang for you. No, Li Hui exclaimed anxiously. Do you still care about him? Father Li was enraged by his son's lack of resolve. Not only did Lei Hang assault your brother, but he also toyed with your emotions. Even if you can forgive him, I shall never absolve him of his transgressions. Li Rue immediately stifled her tears and pleaded, Father, I implore you not to take his life. Murder is a crime. I do not wish for you to face any repercussions. Hearing her desperate plea softened Father Li's heart. It was the first time in her life that Li Rue had begged him, and shockingly, it was for a man. I shall refrain from taking his life, but you must grant me one condition. From this day forth, maintain your distance from Lei Hang, Father Li stated sternly. Disillusioned with Lei Hang, Li Rue readily agreed to her father's request. Since that scoundrel is unwilling to continue protecting your brother, I shall seek someone more capable. You must ensure your safety in the coming days, Father Li instructed. Li Rue nodded, engulfed in sorrow, utterly indifferent to her own well-being. In the evening, as Li Rue prepared to descend the stairs, she passed by her father's study and overheard a conversation between him and his bodyguards. Make sure to bring enough people to invite the master over. Spare no expense, Father Li commanded. One of the bodyguards replied hesitantly. The last time we saw the master on video, she appeared youthful and striking, moving with remarkable agility. We may not be able to persuade her. Persuade her we must. If she can handle Lei Hang and restore Li Rue to her former self, she will undoubtedly have a way to deal with Qiu Liang, Father Li nearly shouted. The bodyguards, upon hearing the command, dared not to argue further and promptly exited the room, only to collide with Li Rue at the doorway. Miss Li, one of the bodyguards greeted her before hastily departing. Upon hearing Li Rue's presence outside, Li's father swiftly unplugged the computer in the room. as if concealing a secret he did not wish Li Rue to discover. Yet, it was precisely this action that fueled Li Rue's curiosity about what secrets lay hidden within that computer. "Father, is there anything I can assist you with?" Li Rue inquired. "No. Rest assured, I will ensure the safety of you and your brother," Li's father replied with unwavering resolve. Li Rue nodded, subsequently leaving the study. But her curiosity remained undiminished. After dinner, Li's father departed the villa accompanied by several bodyguards. Driven by an intense curiosity, Li Rue returned to her father's study and powered on the computer. She casually browsed through the contents, finding nothing particularly extraordinary, mostly work-related documents. However, just as she was about to shut down the computer, she noticed the recycle bin was overflowing. Intrigued, she clicked to open it and stumbled upon a video. "Isn't this from my previous hospitalization?" Li Rue exclaimed, observing her own face in the video, marred by numerous bruises and bandaged hands, her appearance quite alarming. Soon after, two figures entered the room, Lei Hang and an elderly woman with a face lined with wrinkles. They conversed by the bedside, and suddenly, the elderly woman inexplicably drew a drop of Lei Hang's blood to her face, causing her facial scars to vanish completely. Overwhelmed with disbelief, Li Rue covered her mouth in astonishment. However, the subsequent scene unfolding on the monitor left her utterly aghast. The elderly woman callously severed Lei Hang's finger and pressed it on her own hand. Gazing at her slender fingers, Li Rue struggled to comprehend that it was indeed Lei Hang's digit, and a torrent of gratitude welled up within her, cascading down her cheeks in the form of tears. The surveillance footage revealed the exchange of hearts between the old woman and Lei Hang. Instantly, Lei Hang appeared aged and decrepit. Li Rue's mind flashed back to his previous appearance, hair as white as snow and a face etched with wrinkles. Her heart ached with remorse as she realized the extent of his silent sacrifices, all of which had gone unnoticed by her. After witnessing the video, all traces of resentment towards Lei Hang vanished. She knew that he would never intentionally inflict such cruelty upon her, and there must be some unspeakable reason behind his actions. Chapter 86. The malevolent spirit enters the dream after leaving the hotel. Lei Hang took a stroll through the underworld, searching for any artifacts that could be used against Qiu Yang. Upon his return, he found that the funeral flagship store had nearly been completed. Thanks to the tireless efforts of the workers, only the decoration remained. Rather than seeking another place to spend the night, Lei Hang simply laid a blanket on the bare floor of the unfinished building and succumbed to slumber. A gentle evening breeze enveloped him, bringing a sense of tranquility, and he quickly drifted into a deep sleep. "Hang, hang, hang, hang." Lei Hang awoke to the melodious call of a female voice. Rubbing his eyes, he was astonished to find Li Rue before him. She appeared like a vision, her skin as smooth as cream, and her eyes sparkling with warmth as she gazed affectionately at him. A flutter of emotions surged within Lei Hang, and he swallowed hard. "Hang, hang, I love you. I know you feel the same way. Please don't push me away," Li Rue implored, tears welling in her eyes, rendering her irresistibly endearing. Heart aching for her, Lei Hang inadvertently revealed his true feelings. Rue, I also love you. However, I am a harbinger of misfortune. If you are with me, you will surely face peril, and I cannot bear to see you harmed." Li Rue placed her index finger gently against Lei Hang's lips, her gaze unwavering. "I'm not afraid. Even if it means traversing mountains of blades or seas of fire, I would follow you without hesitation, as long as I can be with you." In that moment, their eyes locked, and they understood each other as hearts completely. They embraced tightly, both radiating with blissful smiles. After a prolonged embrace, Li Rue took Lei Hang's hand and headed westward. The sky grew increasingly dark and murky, yet Lei Hang paid no heed to it. All he desired at that moment was to remain with Li Rue, never to part. "Hang Ye." The black dog vigorously shook Lei Hang's body, but he remained unresponsive, causing great concern. And Aishan observed the peculiar situation as well. Lei Hang had always been exceptionally alert, capable of awakening from slumber at the slightest sound. How could he suddenly be sleeping like a log, with a suggestive smile at the corner of his mouth? Realizing something was amiss, And Aishan raised her hand and began to slap Lei Hang's face repeatedly, leaving the black dog trembling with fear at the sight. When this woman gets ruthless, men are utterly helpless, the black dog remarked weakly. And Aishan shot him a glance. Don't you sense something is wrong? It seems he has been enchanted by something. Only then did the black dog comprehend, noting that under normal circumstances, Lei Hang would have awakened from Enai Shan's assault by now. This cannot continue. Have you heard of a spirit that infiltrates one's dreams to kill, preventing them from ever waking again? Nishan exclaimed in terror. The black dog, now thoroughly frightened, asked, What should we do? And Aishan forced herself to remain calm. Recalling the morning staff Lei Hang had used against malevolent spirits in the past. She retrieved the staff and began to strike Lei Hang with fervor. In the realm of dreams, Li Rui led Lei Hang to the edge of sheer cliff. Hang, I love you. Would you be willing to jump for me? Li Rui asked, her eyes crescent-shaped with a radiant smile. Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Hang nodded and replied, I would. As Lei Hang was about to leap down, a sudden blow struck his head. Who dares to hit me? He turned around, only to find no one behind him, while beside him, Li Rui was eagerly anticipating his jump off the cliff. Hang, if you jump, I shall follow suit. And thus we shall be together for eternity, Li Rui continued, though his tone now bore a hint of impatience. Lei Hang nodded, preparing to take the plunge. But once again, a heavy blow to his head interrupted him. Damn it, who is it? Come out and face me. Lei Hang fumed, turning his gaze back. He was horrified to see Li Rui gradually melting away like an ice cream, his once fair and beautiful visage transforming into something grotesque, ultimately revealing a fearsome specter. Good heavens, this is terrifying, Lei Hang exclaimed, instinctively retreating a few steps. The vengeful spirit lunged at him with its sharp claws, and although Lei Hang swiftly dodged, he still sustained a cut on his arm, blood oozing forth. Look, Brother Hang's arm is bleeding. The black dog yelped, and Aishan, upon seeing the wound, was immediately filled with panic as crimson blood flowed from it. What good is this thing? And Aishan discarded the morning stick and shook Lei Hang vigorously, but he remained unresponsive. The black dog was equally filled with terror. They had never encountered such a scene. Without any weapons at his disposal and faced with such a ferocious spirit, Lei Hang, despite his remarkable strength, found himself drained from the struggle, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. The vengeful spirit relentlessly assailed Lei Hang, its razor-sharp claws tearing through his skin, blood cascading down his body. And Aishan and the black dog, witnessing the escalating severity of Lei Hang's injuries, felt a surge of anxiety. In her frantic state, and Aishan recalled the little ghost that Lei Hang had kept by his side and hastily summoned it forth. The little ghost had been peacefully slumbering in Lei Hang's pocket, and only awoke with a few yawns when Aishan tugged at its ear. You wretched woman, why disturb my slumber? The little ghost snarled, baring its sharp teeth ferociously. Without hesitation, Aishan pointed towards Lei Hang, exclaiming, Quickly, look at your father, he is on the verge of collapse. Upon turning to glance, the little ghost immediately comprehended that Lei Hang was ensnared by the spirit, promptly erecting its tail and tapping it against Lei Hang's heart, murmuring an incantation. As Lei Hang was locked in a fierce struggle with the vengeful spirit, the little ghost abruptly invaded his dream. You hideous creature, why do you torment my master? The little ghost exclaimed with a delicate yet fierce voice before opening its maw wide to bite at the spirit. The vengeful spirit, dismissive of the little ghost's presence, aimed to eliminate it as well. However, unbeknownst to the spirit, despite its diminutive stature, the little ghost wielded immense power, causing the spirit to writhe in agony from bites. Hang, save me. I am Li Rui. The spirit transformed its form to resemble Li Rui, intending to deceive Lei Hang once more. Lei Hang's heart softened at the sight of Li Rui, but he quickly discerned that this was not his friend, but merely a malevolent spirit seeking his life. Son, bite with all your might, Lei Hang urged furiously. After the little ghost received its orders, it bit with even greater fervor, gradually tearing the fierce spirit into fragments. In the end, only a wisp of the ghostly essence remained. The little ghost opened its mouth and swallowed the remaining spirit whole. Did you just eat it? Lei Hang stared blankly at the little ghost. The little ghost licked its lips, contentedly letting out a satisfied burp. Subsequently, Lei Hang slowly opened his eyes, only to find Shan and the black dog staring intently at him. It dawned on him that the events he had just experienced were merely a dream, albeit an exceedingly vivid one. "You scared me to death," Shan exclaimed as she embraced Lei Hang tightly. Due to her excessive force, Lei Hang coughed several times before she finally released him. "Do you realize how close you were to not waking up?" the black dog said. A look of deep concern etched across its face. Chapter 87. The Green Demon. What on earth is happening? Lei Hang was utterly bewildered. He had merely experienced a dream, yet he awoke drenched in blood. The black dog recounted the events to Lei Hang in meticulous detail, sending a chill down his spine. "Fortunately, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, I might not have awakened at all." The memory of the malevolent spirit masquerading as Li Rue to deceive him filled Lei Hang with trepidation. Shan, deeply perplexed, remarked, "Previously, Qiu Yang used soul-capturing techniques to mislead you, and you saw through his ruse. How is it that you could not escape this time?" Upon hearing this, Lei Hang felt a wave of shame wash over him. He never imagined he would falter against Li Rue, although he had severed ties with her. His heart longed to be with her. When one's fervent desires remain unfulfilled in reality, they inevitably become vulnerable in dreams. Noticing Lei Hang's silence, Shan's frustration boiled over. "You were never like this before. Now, just after being with Li Rue, you want to cast her aside? If it were me, I would certainly hold a grudge against you for a lifetime. A lifetime of hatred? Perhaps that would be best. Only by completely severing ties with me could she find safety," Lei Hang mused. As the trio conversed, Lei Hang's pocket began to swell ominously, until it could no longer contain itself, and a small demon burst forth. "Ah, I thought I would suffocate," the little demon exclaimed, shaking its head in discontent. Lei Hang looked down to find that the small demon had shed its previous rosy hue, now transformed into a vibrant green, and its tail had vanished, replaced by limbs resembling those of a human. "So you can grow up?" Lei Hang gazed at the little spirit, reminiscing that it once appeared far more endearing compared to its current state. Upon hearing Lei Hang's remark, the little spirit became aware of its transformation and joyfully leaped several times in the air. Shan watched the little spirit's playful antics with great affection, especially since this little entity had saved Lei Hang's life at a critical moment, akin to a celestial steed. "Since this little spirit is your progeny, why not bestow upon it a name?" Shan suggested with a smile. As her words echoed in the air, all three turned their attention towards Lei Hang, seemingly awaiting the emergence of a resounding name. Finding merit in the proposal, Lei Hang pondered before declaring, "Let us call it Greenskin Ghost." The moment the name escaped his lips, Shan and the black dog erupted in laughter. "Come on, Brother Hang, it is your own offspring. How could you bear to give it such a casual name?" The black dog protested on behalf of the little spirit. Shan chimed in with disdain. "I have never heard a name so unappealing." Scratching his head in frustration, Lei Hang felt quite challenged by the task of naming. The little spirit, however, shook its head and declared, "Greenskin Ghost is a splendid name. I have decided that I shall be called this from now on." With the little spirit expressing no objections, Shan and the black dog ceased their comments, for it was Lei Hang who would bear the embarrassment. As the daylight waned, Lei Hang inquired, "Shall we rest here for the night?" Shan looked around disdainfully at the bare walls and remarked, at the very least, "You're the owner of a flagship store. Must you allow your employees to reside in such a rudimentary space? It should be a presidential suite in a 5-star hotel." Upon hearing this, the black dog nodded repeatedly, then patted his belly and said, "Now is the perfect time for the night market to be bustling. Let's indulge in a midnight feast." Meanwhile, Lei Hang felt increasingly frustrated, thinking to himself that the two of them were constantly scheming against him. The black dog, with unwavering conviction, replied, "Brother Hang, we are indeed your saviors." After a moment of contemplation, Lei Hang conceded, acknowledging that the funeral flagship store would soon open, and he would not have to worry about earning money thereafter. After the three of them enjoyed a hearty meal at the late-night eatery, they booked a suite at the hotel. Lei Hang and the black dog slept in the outer room, while An Shan took the inner room. At the Li family villa, Li's father dispatched someone to search for a master, but to no avail. In a state of perpetual unease, Li Ding approached his father to plead for leniency. Father, why not spend a considerable sum to invite Lei Hang to protect me? Although he struck me, I am magnanimous enough not to hold a grudge, Li Ding stated. Li's father let out a cold snort and growled. I have watched you grow since childhood. Do you think I am unaware of your temperament? Speak honestly about what you have done to provoke Lei Hang into such a furious outburst. After a prolonged hesitation, Li Ding finally gritted his teeth and confessed. I merely dallied with a woman named Han Shiyun, and as a result, Lei Hang went mad, nearly bringing about my ruin. This revelation was overheard by Li Rui, who stood just outside the door. She was taken aback to learn that her own brother had acted in such a shameless and despicable manner towards his friend, and she had even gone to question Lei Hang. Confronted with the truth, Li Rui felt both guilt-ridden and regretful, standing there in a daze, contemplating how she might seek Lei Hang's forgiveness. Upon hearing this, Father Li, filled with exasperation, delivered a sharp slap to Li Ding's face. You wretched boy, even in the face of calamity, you still think of seducing women. Do you believe you can endure this without consequence? Dad, I realize my mistakes. But what can I do now? I do not wish to perish, Li Ding replied, his voice trembling with emotion. Father Li contemplated for a moment, ready to utter a word of advice, when his gaze fell upon the hem of Li Rui's dress by the wall. Rui. Father Li hastened towards her, grasping her hand firmly. At this juncture, it is all your brother's fault, yet his transgressions do not warrant death. You have a good rapport with Lei Hang. Beseech him, and he will undoubtedly come to your brother's aid. Li Rui withdrew her hand, disbelief etched upon her face. Father, it was my brother who erred first. Now, Lei Hang is unwilling to assist him any longer. What face do I have to plead? My dear daughter, please extend your hand to your brother. He has realized his folly and will surely not repeat it, Father Li implored, his tone earnest. Li Rui recalled Lei Hang's resolute words from before and shook her head. He has completely severed ties with me. Even if I were to plead, he would not heed my call. Li Ding, alarmed by her response, interjected. Are you truly willing to disregard your brother's life? If you do not try, how can you ascertain that he will refuse? Besides, I have observed that he harbors deep feelings for you. A few kind words from you will surely sway him. Father Li added, we are family. Which is more important, your pride or your brother's life? If you refuse to assist in this matter, I shall consider you as if you were never my daughter. Under the relentless pressure from her father and brother, Li Rui reluctantly acquiesced. Li Rui contemplated that since they were members of the Li family, she would agree to assist them with one final matter, vowing never to involve herself in their mess again. I can attempt to persuade Lei Hang, but I cannot guarantee success. After all, he harbors a deep-seated aversion to wrongdoing, and he will never forgive you for the actions taken against Han Shiyun. Li Rui stated coldly. Upon hearing his sister's agreement, Li Ding's face instantly brightened with a smile. With my sister taking charge, success in swaying Lei Hang is assured. Moreover, I have not gained anything from this. I have inflicted no harm upon them, and I myself have merely endured a beating. Li Rui felt a chill in her heart. Her brother still believed he was in the right, which only compounded the errors made. Chapter 88. An apology at the door before Lei Hang could even open his eyes. His phone erupted into a cacophony of ringing. Upon glancing at the screen, he realized it was Li Rui calling. After a moment's hesitation, he chose to disconnect the call. He had believed that their previous conversation had clarified everything, and that Li Rui would refrain from pursuing him further. However, mere seconds later, the phone rang again, once more displaying Li Rui's name. In frustration, Lei Hang switched off his phone and returned to the embrace of slumber. Just as he finally began to drift off, a relentless knocking on the hotel room door jolted him awake. Anger surged within him as he stormed to the door, nearly roaring. Who dares to disturb my peace so early in the morning? My apologies for interrupting your rest. Li Rui stood at the threshold, his complexion pale and his demeanor visibly shaken. Lei Hang paused, his expression softening as he spoke quietly. We have severed our ties. What brings you here? Biting his lip, Li Rue hesitated, words caught in his throat. If you have something to say, speak quickly. Do not disrupt my sleep. Lei Hang averted his gaze coldly. Finally, Li Rue mustered the courage to speak. Could you, for my sake, help my brother? Absolutely not. Lei Hang rejected the plea without a moment's thought. Please, I beg you. Li Rue's voice was barely above a whisper as he lowered his head. Your pleas are of no consequence. I cannot continue to protect him, Lei Hang replied, unwavering in his resolve. An uncomfortable silence enveloped the air as the two stood there, neither willing to break the stillness. Once you've said your piece, please leave. You are not welcome here, Lei Hang declared, raising his hand to close the door. In a sudden movement, Li Rue pressed his hand against the door, his eyes reflecting a tumult of emotions as they locked onto Lei Hang's. Lei Hang was acutely aware that it was undoubtedly the Li family who had sent her to plead on their behalf. As she met Li Rue's gaze, although a twinge of sympathy tugged at her heart, she resolutely reaffirmed her principles. Do not speak further. I cannot protect your brother, Lei Hang declared. I understand, Li Rue replied, his voice steady. I respect your decision. You need not worry. I will never compel you to do anything against your will. My earlier request was merely in fulfillment of my duty as a sister. Taken aback, Lei Hang probed, if you comprehend this, why do you not leave? Li Rue gazed at her with deep emotion, slowly uttering 3 words. I am sorry. This confession left Lei Hang even more bewildered. I previously misunderstood you. My brother deserved the punishment. He should not have treated Han Shiyun in that manner, Li Rue clarified. Lei Hang offered a nonchalant nod. Thank you for healing my wounds and my fingers. It must have hurt greatly when they were cut, Li Rue continued, gently grasping Lei Hang's hand and caressing it. A jolt of electricity coursed through her fingers, leaving Lei Hang feeling a delightful tingling sensation throughout her body. I finally understand why you appeared so aged before. It was all because of me. How is your heart? Li Rue inquired, reaching toward Lei Hang's chest. The tingling sensation intensified, and unexpectedly, an impulse surged within her to pull Li Rue into her embrace. Realizing the shift in her emotions, Lei Hang was taken aback and retreated a few steps. Are you human or ghost? She questioned, the haunting memories of the vengeful spirit from her dreams lingering in her mind. Li Rue stepped forward, wrapping his arms around Lei Hang's waist, and tenderly said, I know you also harbor feelings for me. From this day forth, you shall never cast me away. I shall cling to you wherever you go, like a restless spirit. Feeling the warmth radiating from Li Rue's body, Lei Hang's doubts evaporated in an instant. No, you cannot be with me. It will deplete your fortune. Are you not afraid of death? Lei Hang insisted, pulling Li Rue away. I fear not. Even if death befalls me, I still wish to be with you, Li Rue declared resolutely, stepping forward once more to embrace Lei Hang and, taking advantage of his surprise, planted a firm kiss upon his lips. It is settled. From now on, I am yours in life and in death, Li Rue playfully proclaimed. Lei Hang found himself utterly defenseless against Li Rue's charming persistence, and a smile involuntarily tugged at the corners of his mouth. If you wish to accompany me, you must heed my words and prioritize your safety, Lei Hang commanded. Li Rue, filled with excitement, spun around in delight, holding tightly onto Lei Hang. Just as the two were reluctant to part, laughter erupted from behind them, causing Li Rue to hastily release his hold. Should we step outside and leave the room to you two? And I teased. The black dog, having devoured its meal, chimed in. Such matters are more lively when shared. Get lost. Lei Hang retorted angrily. Li Rue, beaming with joy, stepped forward and declared, Friends, I have returned. I shall never leave your side again. How charmingly spoken. It seems you cannot bear to be apart from Lei Hang, came the sarcastic reply. Nisan spoke in Thisibedi. After some casual conversation among the four, Lei Hang resolved to enlist someone to renovate his funeral flagship store, eager to move in as soon as possible since the presidential suite was exorbitantly priced. After arranging for the workers to commence their tasks, Lei Hang and the others ventured to the furniture market to select furnishings. The first floor of the funeral flagship store would be dedicated to selling funeral supplies, while the second floor was designed as a 4-room, 1-hall residence. and Aishan and the black dog unabashedly chose a grand bed each. Noticing Li Rue hesitating to make a choice regarding the beds in the furniture market, and Aishan called out, "Are you selecting a wedding bed? Why so indecisive?" Li Rue's face flushed crimson upon hearing this, and she glanced at Lei Hang, only to find him wearing a serious expression, seemingly unfazed. Did he not wish to marry me? Regardless of his intentions, as long as he still harbored feelings for me, I shall remain devoted to him, Li Rue thought to herself. After selecting all the furniture, Lei Hang paid the deposit and scheduled the time for the staff to deliver the items to the funeral flagship store. Just as the group deliberated on where to have lunch, Li Rue's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from her father, likely inquiring whether Lei Hang was willing to protect her brother. Answering the call, Li Rue spoke apologetically. "I'm sorry, Dad. I couldn't persuade him." Expecting a barrage of reproach from her father, she was instead met with a remarkably calm demeanor, suggesting the outcome of the matter was of little consequence. Rue, you've worked hard. You should head home now. Your mother misses you. She has prepared your favorite lotus seed soup for you to savor upon your return." Fatherly spoke softly. Li Rue found it peculiar. Her father had never addressed her in such a manner before, and given Lei Hang's reluctance to protect her brother, one would expect her father to be angry or disappointed. Yet, he seemed utterly devoid of such emotions. "Dad, I'm with friends and won't be coming home," Li Rue explained. Upon her refusal, Father Li's tone shifted dramatically. "Have you so quickly forgotten the gratitude you owe your parents for their nurturing? Is it truly so difficult to return home for a meal? Do you no longer wish to acknowledge your parents?" Li Rue felt a pang of conflict within her. She desired to be with Lei Hang, yet she also recognized her filial duty to her parents. Caught in this dilemma, she ultimately acquiesced to her father's request. Chapter 89. Let her die in my place. Li Rue hailed a cab and returned to the villa. Upon entering, he found his parents sitting despondently on the sofa, their faces etched with worry, and the dining table lay bare, devoid of the tremella soup his father had mentioned over the phone. "Mom, Dad, I'm back." Li Hui ventured cautiously. At the sight of his return, his father swiftly rose, mustering a forced smile. Rue, you're finally back." Without allowing Li Rue a moment to comprehend the situation, his father dragged him to the courtyard and opened the car door, urging him to get in. "Where are we going, Dad?" Li